Chapter 1 Bro, I'm in desperate need, lend me 200 bucks. Thanks to the top donor for the rocket gift, love you Manhwa. I was sitting on my e-bike watching the livestream when I heard Yu Wenli's honeyed voice through the screen. Glancing down at her phone, I saw a WeChat message from a man called Crazy in Love. I sent 10 rockets tonight, time to deliver on your promise. Yu Wenli sent a location pin and replied, sounds good. If you can get here before midnight, I'll be yours tonight. She also attached 2 sexy selfies of herself. Putting down her phone, Yu Wenli turned back to the screen with a smile and said, hey everyone, Meng isn't feeling too well, so I'll call it a night here. Love you all, mwah, heart you. As soon as the live stream ended, she checked the WeChat reply and made a call, saying, the big fish has taken the bait. He hung up after saying that. I really envy these top donors, spending tens of thousands just to make a beauty smile. Watching Su Meng go offline, with the barrage of comments wailing in despair, I couldn't help but sigh. Su-hee, you're still too young, this matter is complicated. Ma Mingzhi leaned over and said to me, we delivery writers have all figured out Su Meng's livestream sign-off pattern. Whenever a top fan starts showering her with gifts, she'll inevitably claim she's feeling unwell. Hey, quit complaining about watching for free. Old Ma, I saw you gifting Su Meng a Porsche last night, not bad, nearly 100 bucks. Won't your wife murder you when she finds out? Pan Jigang teased Ma Mingzhi with a laugh. Nonsense. It wasn't me, I didn't do it. Ma Mingzhi immediately denied. Pan Jigang pulled out his phone and scrolled. I screenshot the evidence and Old Horse knows the way. That's your account, right? Damn brat, delete that for me. No way, I'm showing it to sis-in-law. I watched Old Ma and Pansy wrestling over the phone while grinning foolishly, when suddenly my phone vibrated. Asterisk ding. You have a new food delivery order, please handle promptly. Asterisk I grabbed my helmet and put it on, saying to the guys around me, brothers, I'm off first. Alright, be safe on the road. The delivery address was Mingjia neighborhood, building 1 unit 2 room 603, Ms. Yi. Ms. Yi would order takeout precisely at 11 p.m. every night, always from that popular Sichuan cuisine restaurant. I took a shortcut, never expecting to encounter an accident in the dead of night. A group of people ahead turned to glance at me but didn't budge to make way. I had no choice but to turn my bike around and speed up. By the time I reached the restaurant, the staff were already cleaning up, and no one paid me any attention. I found the packed takeout and stuffed it into the delivery box, then raced toward Mingjia residential complex as fast as I could. Watching the countdown timer on my phone screen about to expire, I was burning with anxiety. If this delivery got marked as late, my station evaluation this month could cost me 200 bucks. Hey, young man, delivery guys need to sign in. The gatekeeper stuck his head out. I pulled out a pre-prepared 1 yuan coin and pressed it into the old man's hand. Dismounting and grabbing the food order in one fluid motion, I shouted over my shoulder while running, Uncle, watch my bike for me. Damn kid, wearing that mask, I almost didn't recognize him. The old man examined the coin carefully before tossing it onto the table. Turning around, he took out a lock and secured my electric bike. That damn kid, daring to trick me with gaming coins. Mingjia community had 15 floors. When I reached the elevator, I saw one was out of order and the other occupied, so I sprinted toward the staircase. The 6th floor wasn't too high after all. I flew up the stairs with vigorous strides and reached the 6th floor in no time, casually tapping delivered on my phone. That was close. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, I messaged Ms. Yi on my phone. The order instructions read, don't call, don't knock, message when arrived. Thanks. Just leave it at the door if it takes over 20 minutes. Nearby delivery riders all love delivering orders for Ms. Yi. She's beautiful and kind-hearted, always tipping 10 bucks. Even if it takes over 20 minutes, she'd tip 20 the next day. Personally, I'd rather wait at the door for 20 minutes. After a few minutes of waiting, I pulled out my phone and opened a streaming app. Seeing that Su Meng wasn't live, I clicked into a streamer called Jumi Sweetheart. The chat was flooded with a barrage of big. I even spotted a familiar ID, Old Horse Knows the Way, spamming non-stop, big. Thanks to Old Horse Knows the Way for the roses. Wishing Brother Ma smooth sailing in his career, sweet love, and a life full of luck and happiness. Once again, thank you, Brother Ma, for the 520 gift. Brother Ma's strength shines in every aspect. These lavish gifts truly show your status. As they say, companionship is the longest-lasting confession of love. I've received Brother Ma's affection loud and clear. Sending hearts, love you, mwah. Ding, a WeChat message popped up. It was from Ma Mingzhi, buddy. Emergency help needed in the underworld, lend me 200. I ignored it and returned to the live stream. Not long after, a Porsche flashed by, followed by another. Thanks, bro horse, for the sweet ride, no bumps, just smooth slopes ahead, cruising straight to your heart, mwah, love ya. A few seconds later, my WeChat blew up with a flood of screenshots in the delivery writers group. Old Ma, love ya mwah, sweetie. Ma Mingzhi, so this is your so-called emergency rescue in the Jianghu, pay me back. I ignored all this and went back to the livestream. Checking the time, 20 minutes had already passed. I placed the takeout by the door and prepared to leave. Crash! The sound of something breaking came from inside the apartment, followed by approaching footsteps. I figured since I was already at the door, it'd be better to wait for Ms. Yi to come out and hand it to her personally. The door cracked open slightly, and I quickly said, "Hello, your delivery." The person inside was startled by my sudden voice, and the door swung fully open. Seeing it was a man, I frowned. Many people in the group chat had said Ms. Yi was a single woman, turns out she has a man now. Water still dripped from the man's face and hair as he closed the door partially, leaving only his head visible. He asked warily, "What do you want?" I handed over the meal with a smile and said, "Delivery." The man glanced at the takeout bag but didn't reach for it. Instead, he simply said, "Don't need it. You can have it." Bro, I'm not hungry either. Alright, that's it. With that, the door closed. I figured he must be in a hurry, understandable, considering how attractive Ms. Yi was. I pressed my ear against the door, hoping to catch some free entertainment. With a creak, the door swung open again, and I tumbled inside headfirst. "What are you doing?" The man glared at me, dragging a suitcase. I glanced around the room and noticed another man sitting on a sofa nearby. Immediately scrambling to my feet, I apologized. "Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you for the meal you sent me." Chapter 2. I know the rules of the game. Under the light, I could clearly see the man was drenched in sweat, with bloodstains on his clothes. When my eyes dropped to the suitcase at his feet, a horrifying thought instantly crossed my mind. "What are you looking at?" the man asked warily, his expression guarded. The other man inside the apartment also walked over. Growing nervous, I waved my hand and forced a grin. "Nothing, bro, it's just your whole vibe, plus that suitcase straight out of a crime drama about murder and body disposal. You slaughtering a chicken in there, man? That shirt's too nice to ruin, what a shame. Next time, just go to the wet market downstairs, $5 a chicken, not expensive. Plus, it's messy doing it in the building anyway. Hey boss, thanks for using Manhwa delivery. Don't forget to give me 5 stars. I saw the man inside the house come out holding a knife, and in fright, I quickly turned to leave. "Stop." The man pressed the knife against my back, the blade piercing my flesh as blood instantly began to flow. Panicking, I quickly said, "Bro, are you guys shooting a short video? I always thought you looked like an actor. Which platform are you on? I'd love to follow your work." No sooner had I finished speaking than a sharp pain exploded in my head. Darkness swallowed my vision, and I collapsed. I don't know how long it had been when I opened my eyes, feeling nothing but an excruciating pain at the back of my head. Thankfully, the helmet had taken most of the impact, otherwise that blow probably would have knocked me out for good. "Hey, kid, you're Suhee, right?" A man dressed in a food delivery writer's uniform, wearing a helmet and mask, kicked me lightly. I snapped awake instantly. Glancing down, I realized my clothes had been stripped off, leaving me in just a t-shirt and boxers, and my hands were tied behind my back. I tremble all over with fear, hastily begging for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. I'll never eavesdrop again. I thought you were getting intimate with your wife." "Really? I didn't hear anything, and I know nothing about your business." The man sits leisurely on the chair and says unhurriedly, "Help me analyze this. Your footprints are in the room. Your fingerprints are on the knife. If I run away wearing your clothes, and when the police arrive to find your body, wouldn't they stop investigating?" Just then ding. The God-tier choice system has been successfully activated. The voice in my head makes me instinctively look around before 3 options materialize before my eyes. Option 1, refuse to cooperate, resist evil to the bitter end. Completion reward, a sandalwood cremation urn. Option 2, assist the murderer in escaping. Completion reward, pure silver handcuffs crafted by a master artisan. Option 3, find a way to call the police. Completion reward, a brand new electric bike battery. The man, seeing my silence and wandering gaze, pressed the knife against my neck and snarled, "Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now." I quickly pleaded, "Big brother, I really don't know anything. All the rules of the underworld I understand. After we get out, I won't tell a soul about this. Let's leave together, I'll cover for you. Or better yet, you go first, escape as far as you can. I'll handle the cleanup here. Once I shut this door, the cops won't come sniffing around for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Heck, maybe no one will find out for months." "You still haven't answered my question," the man reminded him. "What question?" "Oh, I see, boss. That definitely wouldn't work. Think about it, if I die, wouldn't my wife come looking for me at night? And wouldn't she call the police if she couldn't find me? The police would go to my company, where they have records of my delivery assignments. In no time, they'd trace it back to this place. By tomorrow noon at the latest, they'd be breaking down the door. You're saying I killed that woman, but then who killed me? That makes no sense, right?" I swallowed hard after speaking, nervously watching the man. The man stood up, walked behind the sofa, grabbed a foot, and dragged out a corpse. He said, "He killed that woman, you fought with him, you killed him, then he killed you, you both died together. This. Big bro, you. I think there's still a bit of a flaw. You think about it, if you leave wearing my clothes while I'm still here, what does that imply? This proves someone else must have taken my clothes. If there are other people involved, it means we definitely didn't perish together. Besides, any forensic examiner would spot that at a glance. And the surveillance footage shows your face clearly. Weren't you maskless when you entered? Even if you're wearing it, you've got to leave your eyes exposed. These days, big data is terrifying. The cops would nab you the moment you try to run. I just told you and now I'm getting nervous again, afraid he might not have taken it to heart. If I do what you say, how do I know you won't call the police? The man thought for a moment, then asked again. Feeling hopeful, I continued, Big bro, look, there are my footprints inside the house, my fingerprints are on the knife, there's just no way I can clear my name. Now we're in this together, two grasshoppers tied to the same string. If we wrap them up in plastic film, even months from now, no one might notice. By then, we could be living it up abroad. The man shook his head and muttered, I'm not going abroad. Makes sense, unfamiliar place, language barrier. Better to skip the overseas trip. I thought to myself, then added, then our only choice is to clean up the scene, ditch the bodies, and figure out how to get our hands on that surveillance footage. If we do that, no one will be any the wiser. Even the police would chalk it up as a missing persons case. What do you think, big bro? The man remained silent for 2 minutes before looking up and asking, how do you plan to tamper with the surveillance footage? It's actually quite simple. The security guard is just an old geezer who doesn't understand computers. As a food delivery guy who comes and goes from this complex all the time, I'll wait till he's gone and delete all the footage recorded before today. The cops will just assume it got overwritten. The man nodded, then asked, what did you do before this? Without hesitation, I replied, after vocational high school, I worked at Foxconn for 2 years. Later, I spent a year learning hair and beauty, ran a street food stall for another year, then my dad pulled some strings to get me a 2-year gig as an auxiliary police officer. Got laid off this year during the downsizing, so now I deliver food. The man hesitated for a long time before finally relenting. What's the first step now? He asked. My eyes lit up, and I immediately asked, what time is it? The man glanced at his phone and said, 4:35. There's no time left, man. Disposing of the bodies would take at least a few hours, and we don't have the right tools. Your suitcase can't even fit 2 people. Let's just come back tomorrow night. How do I know you're not lying to me? Man, weren't we just talking about this? At worst, we leave together. If I call the police, how could I clear my own name anyway? I've talked to you for so long about how to dispose of the body and escape. We're already accomplices. Why don't you believe me? Fine, just kill me already. Stab me straight through the heart, make it quick. I closed my eyes and puffed out my chest. If you dare lie to me, I'll kill you. The man released his grip on my hands. Big bro, don't worry, I know the rules of the underworld. I stood up and stretched, saying, Big bro, let me find some clothes first. After ransacking the room, I found no men's clothing. Ms. Ye's wardrobe was full of revealing outfits I couldn't possibly wear. Helplessly, I said, Big bro, how about giving me back my clothes? This is my only delivery uniform, and our company charges $200 to replace one. The man took off the food delivery jacket and pants he was wearing over his clothes, but left the helmet on, carefully turning his own jacket inside out before putting it back on. Let's go. The man pressed a knife against my lower back. I walked ahead, opened the door slightly to peek out, then turned back and whispered, Boss, coast is clear. Just as we stepped outside, I suddenly said, Damn it, boss, I left my phone inside. Wait here, I'll grab it real quick. In the empty hallway, the man didn't think much of it. I turned back into the apartment, retrieved my phone, and murmured softly, Coming, boss. Just as I reached the door, I swiftly closed and locked it in one smooth motion. Leaning against the door, I finally let out a sigh of relief. Hello, police? I want to report a crime. Apartment 603, Unit 2, Building 1, Mingja Community. Yes, I'm safe now. 2 dead. The killer? Well, I locked him outside. I have no connection to the victims. I'm just a food delivery guy. What delivery rider could refuse a brand new electric bike battery? At this moment, that voice echoed in my mind again. Option 3 successfully completed. Reward obtained, a brand new electric scooter battery. In recognition of the host's successful escape from the killer's control, an additional reward, a brand new power bank. The items have been automatically stored in the system space. My mind was in chaos as I sat on the floor, leaning against the door. The wound on my lower back had stopped bleeding. I touched the back of my head, there was a huge swelling. The room was terrifyingly quiet. 3 meters away from me lay the suitcase. I knew what was inside the beautiful and kind-hearted Ms. Yi. When the word system space flashed through my mind, 2 small squares suddenly appeared before my eyes. The moment I thought of the battery and power bank, they materialized in my hands. The several-pound battery nearly made me stagger. With another thought, both items vanished instantly. After what felt like an eternity, police sirens sounded downstairs, followed shortly by knocking at my door. I rose to check the peephole and verified they were officers before opening up. The security guard was saying to the policeman taking notes, Officer, listen to me, that guy definitely looked shady. I waited for him for over 2 hours last night, and he never came out. I knew something was wrong, and sure enough, I was right. This is his electric bike. Right away, I suspected something was off, so I locked it up. Officer, does this count as acting bravely for justice? Someone nearby chimed in, oh no, it's that girl from apartment 603? Such a sweet young lady, so pretty and polite too. Last time my grandson accidentally stained her dress, she was so understanding and didn't make a fuss at all. Another person sighed, young women really have to protect themselves out here. You can never tell what's in someone's heart, being too kind isn't always good. That delivery guy must have acted on impulse, and now that poor girl, what a shame. At 5 a.m., the sudden arrival of police cars shattered the tranquility of Jiaming residential area. Many people ran out to watch, some even pulling out their phones to record videos, ready to post them online. Soon, major online platforms exploded with buzz. A food delivery rider, driven by lust during a late-night delivery, victimizes an innocent woman. Is this the collapse of morality or the distortion of humanity? Became a hot topic of discussion. I lay in a private room at Jinan City People's Hospital. The doctor had just left when 2 police officers walked in. I tried to sit up, but my lower back ached terribly. The older officer said, no need to get up. You can speak lying down. The doctor mentioned you suffered a severe blow to the head and have a minor concussion. We'll keep it brief, we already have your basic information. Now, we'd like you to answer a few questions. I hold great reverence for the police profession, especially since I've been through a murder case and am the sole witness. The young officer showed me his police ID and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Yang Lin from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. This is Deputy Team Leader Wen Jie from our division. The older officer also displayed his police ID, though I didn't examine it carefully. After all, no one would impersonate a police officer to trick me. Officer Yang took out a voice recorder and placed it on the sheet as he flipped through the case report. He asked, on the way to the hospital, our officers took your statement. You said the suspect is a local resident, correct? Yes, I replied calmly. You said you didn't get a clear look at the suspect's face, so how did you determine he was local? His accent. That man had a thick Jinan accent. As a food delivery rider who interacts with all kinds of people daily, I'm certain he was from Jinan City. At 11:03 p.m. last night, you received an order. You were at number 26 Sanqing Street at the time, 3 kilometers from the pickup location, and 5 kilometers from Jiaming residential area. The system estimated it should only take 19 minutes, so why did you arrive at Jiaming residential area at 11:32 p.m.? After accepting the order, I tried to take a shortcut through the alley on Mingyang Street, but there was an accident blocking the exit, so I had to turn back and take another route. Also, the restaurant was closing when I arrived to pick up the order, and searching for the meal delayed me by 2 minutes. How did you know there was a body hidden in the suitcase? Well, isn't that how it always happens in TV shows? I didn't hide anything, not even crouching outside door 603 to eavesdrop. The 2 officers asked a few more questions, which I answered truthfully. Officer Wenjie stood up and said, alright, Mr. Su, thank you for your cooperation. If there's any additional information you recall, please contact us promptly. Our colleagues are outside, let them know if you need anything. I hesitated for a moment before tentatively saying, could I possibly use my phone? I need to request some time off, otherwise I'll lose this month's bonus. Officer Yang said, we've contacted your delivery station and requested leave on your behalf. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate fully, you can resume work after you're discharged from the hospital. With that, he took the voice recorder and followed Officer Wen out of the room. In the hallway, Yang Lin couldn't help but ask, boss, this Suhi is too calm, doesn't seem like someone who just experienced a murder scene. When Jia stopped walking and scrutinized Yang Lin, then tell me, how should someone who's experienced a murder scene behave? Yang Lin answered matter-of-factly, at the very least, they should be frightened. He spent over 5 hours with the murderer. Both the emergency call and the statement mentioned 2 deaths, yet there were clearly 3 bodies in that room. When Jia replied, that just shows you haven't handled enough cases. 6 hours have passed since the report. His calmness now doesn't mean he's faking it. According to his statement, he never entered the bathroom, so it's reasonable he didn't know about the 3rd body. Yang Lin asked again, Master, if what you're saying is true, then he's cleared of suspicion. Just then, when Jia's phone rang, after answering, he glared at Yang Lin and said, you brat, don't you dare tell people I'm your master from now on. How can you call yourself a top police academy graduate acting like this? Aren't you ashamed? Yang Lin lowered his head. When Jia continued, alright, let's head back to the station first. Organize all the materials. Chief Fu said there'll be a meeting in 1 hour. In the hospital room, I kept calling out to the system in my mind, but there was no response. I got out of bed and walked to the door, only to find a uniformed police officer standing guard outside. Damn it, they're treating me like a criminal suspect. I've watched enough TV dramas to know this isn't protection. What should I do? My Huawei payment is due in 2 days. I need to find a way out to sell the old battery from my electric bike. Suddenly, 3 options appeared before me. Option 1, negotiate with the police to borrow 500 yuan to pay off Huawei. Reward, new delivery uniform. Option 2, sneak out of the hospital while the police aren't looking. Reward, new phone. Option 3, inform the police that you have crucial clues but demand to be involved in the investigation. Reward upon completion, 10% increase in food delivery order acceptance rate. I dismissed the second option without a second thought. If I slipped away, I'd probably end up in an interrogation room next time. Though the third option was tempting, I didn't actually have any major leads. Apart from keeping the system's involvement a secret, I'd already disclosed everything, even Mominger tipping moi, sweetheart. No choice left. Swallowing my pride, I stammered to the officer, "Officer, I was wondering, could I maybe, I just couldn't bring myself to ask for 500 bucks to pay off Huawei." The sheer awkwardness made me want to dig my toes into the ground. The officer asked suspiciously, "Can't what?" "Ask you for a cigarette," I said, then let out a long sigh of relief. "Sorry, I don't smoke." What a coincidence, neither do I. I walked back into the hospital room. Chapter 4, I really just remembered. Clues? What clues could there possibly be left? Lying on the hospital bed, I carefully recalled last night's events. From the moment I entered, my attention had been completely focused on the man who opened the door and the suitcase. As for the man with the knife walking towards me from the sofa, I hadn't even gotten a clear look at his face. I was waiting for the man to wake up in the hospital when I saw him fully geared up, only his eyes visible, even his shoes covered with protective sleeves. Suddenly, I bolted upright, bursting into wild laughter. The officer at the door rushed in, finding me sitting on the bed grinning foolishly, and asked, "What's wrong? Do you need me to call a doctor?" I quickly replied, "Officer, I have a major lead." I wasn't just talking nonsense, it suddenly hit me. When I asked the man to return my food delivery uniform, he wore it inside out to disguise himself. That's when I caught sight of the label at the collar. There's only one specialty store in Jinan City. A while back during the flood disasters in other provinces, this company donated 50 million worth of supplies to the affected areas. It caused quite a stir online, and I even jumped on the bandwagon to buy a hoodie from them. The officer asked, "What kind of clue?" I suddenly grew quiet and said, "But I have one condition, I want to be involved in solving the case." "Absolutely not." The officer outright rejected my request, glaring at me as he said, "If you have any clues, you can tell me directly. Withholding information is also against the law." I was dumbfounded. If I spoke up, there'd be no reward, but if I didn't, it would count as withholding evidence. This was way too hard. I lay back on the hospital bed and said, "The doctor said I have a mild concussion, and suddenly I can't remember again. Let me think about it some more." The officer immediately picked up on my train of thought and asked, "Isn't there any way to jog your memory?" After giving it serious thought, I replied, "What I have is probably retrograde amnesia. If I could take part in solving the case, maybe I'd remember something." The officer pressed further, "Where did you learn all this? Isn't that how they always do it in TV dramas?" On the other side, in the meeting room of Jinan City Public Security Bureau, when Jia walked in with Yang Lin, everyone had been waiting for them. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Bureau Chief Fu Xingrong said, "Let's begin. Captain 1, you first." When Jia pulled out a stack of photos and documents and said, "There are 3 victims in total. The female victim, Yi Wenli, is 25 years old and lived in apartment 603, Unit 2, Building 1 of Mingjia Community, the crime scene. She bought the second-hand apartment outright last year. We contacted the previous landlord, who said that when selling the house, Yi Wenli was with another man, also one of the deceased, Pan Jia, 34, unemployed, frequently lingering in entertainment venues like bars and KTVs, nicknamed Brother Cat, with a prior record of multiple prostitution-related offenses. The investigation revealed that the two had previously been in a romantic relationship. After Pan Jia went to prison, Yi Wenli stopped frequenting entertainment venues and stayed home to do live streaming. Yi Wenli had another identity, under the online alias Su Mengmeng. She was a highly popular streamer on the platform. The other deceased, male victim, Gu Yongyan, 42, was an executive at a local company. His phone records indicate that he had engaged in illicit transactions with Yi Wenli, also known online as Su Mengmeng. From Yi Wenli's WeChat messages on her phone, we found her chat conversations with Gu Yongyan. Gu Yongyan went to Yi Wenli's home because he had tipped her 10 rockets during her live stream. While Yi Wenli was in contact with Gu Yongyan, she also called Pan Jia. The call lasted 5 seconds. We also discovered a pinhole camera in Yi Wenli's room. The memory card was new and contained a sex video of Yi Wenli and Gu Yongyan, as well as footage of Pan Jia fighting with Gu Yongyan. It was Pan Jia who killed Gu Yongyan. From the residential complex's surveillance footage, we spotted the man I mentioned. However, he was wearing a mask, and the video was blurry, making it impossible to obtain useful identifying features. The technical department is processing it, and we've also retrieved nearby surveillance footage for further investigation. When Jie finished speaking and turned to Director Fu, the director asked, regarding the person who reported the case, how much do we know about this food delivery writer? He's clean, no prior record. He delivered food to the female victim 4 times before, this was his 5th delivery. Yi Wenli ordered takeout every night at 11 p.m. All my colleagues have delivered meals to her. His statement matches the crime scene, but we haven't ruled out the possibility of accomplices yet. Deputy Director Fu nodded and turned to Du Zhe, asking, Dr. Du, have the autopsy results come in? Du Zhe replied, the preliminary autopsy results are in. The deceased, Yi Wenli, died between 11 p.m. and midnight last night. There are 9 wounds on the body, with the fatal injury to the chest. The weapon was a dagger, 15 centimeters long and 2.2 centimeters wide, which was not found at the scene. As for the deceased Gu Yongyan, there was only 1 wound, severed carotid artery. The weapon was a screwdriver, found inside the suitcase, with only Pan Jie's fingerprints on it. The deceased Pan Jie died between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., with only 1 wound to the back that pierced his heart. The weapon was the same dagger used to kill Yi Wenli. According to the informant's account, the suspect was wearing gloves and shoe covers, making it difficult to find useful evidence at the scene. At that moment, when Jie's phone lit up with a message from Officer Liu, who had been left guarding me at the hospital. There's a special circumstance right now. The person who reported the case, Su He, is willing to provide an important lead, but there's one condition. What's his request? He demanded to be involved in solving the case. Director Fu said gravely, what does he think this is? The Public Security Bureau isn't a playground. Did no one inform him of the consequences for withholding evidence? He said that he sustained a head injury and has retrograde amnesia from a mild concussion, and has forgotten the clues again. If he can participate in cracking the case, he might remember them. Everyone was stunned by this statement. If he wants to come, then let him. Bring him to the interrogation room and question him thoroughly. Let's see what this little fox is scheming. Wang Jie was also puzzled. According to the earlier statements, I had been very cooperative. Why the sudden urge to help solve the case now? Could it be that I'm trying to buy time so my accomplices can escape? In the hospital, I was both anxious and nervous, unsure whether I should rush out to tell the officer that clue right away. If I ended up accused of withholding information, that would be disastrous. But the system rewarded me with a 10% increase in food delivery order acceptance rate. Forget it. I might as well just say it straight. Why would the police involve me in solving a case? Just then, 2 police officers walked in. Officer, Su He, right? You'll need to come with us. Officers, I have an important lead to provide. I just remembered something. Post-traumatic amnesia from the concussion, I swear. You can ask the doctors if you don't believe me. We now suspect you are the prime suspect in this murder case. If you have anything to say, you can explain yourself at the station. This is it, I'm done for. With a crestfallen face, I whimpered, Officer, I just remembered something really important. Inside the interrogation room, I sat on the cold chair, muttering repeatedly under my breath, the hoodie from ERKE Sportswear. Just then, when Jia walked in, I grew agitated and tried to stand up, but was immediately restrained. In a hurry, I blurted out, Officer Wen, did your team check it out? Like I said. The man was wearing an ERK jacket. There's only one franchise store in Jinan City, and they have surveillance footage. When Jia took a sip from his water bottle and said deliberately, my colleagues are already looking into that. Now let's talk about your situation. My situation? I'm fine, just some minor bruises and a mild concussion. The doctor said I'll recover after a few days of rest. I touched the large lump on the back of my head. The swelling had already gone down. When Jia set down his cup and said sternly, I meant you need to explain why you concealed the truth and failed to report it. Were you deliberately buying time to help your accomplices escape? I sighed inwardly and replied, I've said it many times, this just came back to me now. I already told the officer at the hospital about it. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. When Jia pressed on, do you really not know Ms. Yi? I don't. Well, not exactly. I've delivered food to her a few times. Does that count as knowing her? I answered honestly. Then why do you have her photo in your phone? Impossible, I blurted out. Another officer pulled out a photo and handed it to me. Su Mengmeng? Officer, this is an online streamer, her name is Su Mengmeng. It hadn't occurred to me that the police would mistake Su Mengmeng for Ms. Yi. When Jia said, Ms. Yi is the Su Mengmeng in your phone, how could that be? They don't even look alike. At that moment, the officer beside me handed me a few more photos. Officer, are you sure you're not mistaken? There's some resemblance, but they can't be the same person. The photo of Ms. Yi showed an elegant, gentle woman who looked like a middle school teacher, while Su Mengmeng appeared fashionable and trendy. I admit they both had delicate facial features, but I still couldn't accept that Ms. Yi was Su Mengmeng. Yi Wenli, the Ms. Yi on your delivery order, is an internet anchor with the screen name Su Mengmeng. Hearing Officer Wen's words, I suddenly remembered, when I was searching for clothes in Ms. Yi's house, the wardrobe was entirely filled with styles similar to what Su Mengmeng used to wear. Officer Wen had been observing my expression the whole time. If I'd truly been acting, my performance would have been Oscar-worthy. The phone rang, and Officer Wen stepped out to take the call. Later, I heard Yang Lin report, "Boss, the store manager of Step confirmed that Jacket is this year's new release. It only hit shelves last week. So far, they've sold 35 units. I'm currently pulling the surveillance footage." When Jie ordered, "Show the suspect's photo to the sales clerks immediately. Let's see if they can help narrow down our target list." Yang Lin replied, "Got it, boss." In less than 5 minutes, the phone rang again. Yang Lin said, "Boss, got it. The physical education teacher from City No. 1 High School, named Liang Jun. He went to middle school with one of the shop assistants and is a regular customer here." When Jie said, "Take that clerk back to the station for questioning. I'll gather the team and head to Municipal No. 1 High School immediately." In the interrogation room, only a female police officer taking notes remained. I asked her, "Officer, hello, I'd like to ask a question." The female officer looked at me and asked, "What question?" "If the murderer is caught, would this count as an act of bravery or providing crucial leads? Would there be a reward?" The female officer thought for a moment and replied, "Right now you're still a suspect. I advise you not to harbor any illusions. Justice has long arms. Don't think you can outsmart the law with petty tricks. At present, the case hasn't made much progress. Until the real culprit is caught, my suspicion hasn't been cleared. I had both motive and opportunity to commit the crime. Photos of Yi Wenli were found on my phone. That's my motive for the crime." Later, I heard when Jia went to Jinnan First High School, only to find it was in vain. Just days before, Liang Jun had been suspended for misconduct. At the time, the school received an anonymous letter containing explicit photos of Liang Jun with a woman. Not only the school got it, but Liang Jun's wife also received a copy and caused a huge scene at the school. When Jia arrived at Liang Jun's home, his estranged wife told him they had already divorced. Liang Jun left with nothing but a few clothes. Once the suspect was identified, when Jia immediately reported it to Chief Fu, triggering a citywide manhunt at lightning speed. 2 hours later, Liang Jun was apprehended in a small hotel. In the interrogation room, he voluntarily confessed everything. He had been watching Su Mengmeng's live streams for quite some time and successfully added her on WeChat. Upon learning that Su Mengmeng lived in Jinnan City, Liang Jun often asked her out. At first, they just went out for meals a few times, shopping and watching movies. Later, when Liang Jun proposed taking their relationship further, Su Mengmeng demanded that he gift her 10 rockets in her live stream. Liang Jun secretly took 10,000 yuan from his wife and sent it to Su Mengmeng as gifts. As expected, he succeeded in sleeping with her. However, this was just the beginning of his nightmare. A man burst in, and Su Mengmeng said he was her boyfriend. The man began threatening him, constantly demanding money. He sold his car, thinking it would settle the matter, but the man only escalated, demanding even more money and even producing explicit photos of him with Su Mengmeng. He refused to compromise, but the next day, the photos were sent to his school and home. He was finished. His life was ruined. Consumed by hatred for Su Mengmeng, he prepared everything and headed straight to Mingjia residential complex. Little did he expect that when the door opened, Su Mengmeng would be kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly. His heart softened, but then she handed him a screwdriver and asked him to fix the bedroom light. Before he even entered the bedroom, he caught the metallic scent of blood. Turning around, Su Mengmeng tried to shove him forcefully into the room. Only then did it dawn on him she was trying to frame him. Since he was wearing gloves, the screwdriver bore no fingerprints. When Su Mengmeng failed to push him inside, the enraged Liang Jun pulled out a pre-prepared knife and stabbed her repeatedly in a frenzy. After killing Su Mengmeng, Liang Jun turned on the bedroom light to find a pool of blood on the floor with the corpse of a man lying face down beneath the bed. Suddenly, the door to the next room swung open, and Pan Jia, the man who had been blackmailing him, stepped out. Instead of fighting, they began discussing how to dispose of the bodies. Pan Jia stuffed the dead man's body from the bedroom into a suitcase and meticulously cleaned up the bloodstains. Meanwhile, Liang Jun dragged Su Mengmeng's corpse into the bathroom. They agreed to each handle one body. Pan Jia was about to drag the suitcase downstairs when, upon opening the door, he was startled to find me, a delivery rider, standing right outside, causing him to jerk the door wide open. Pan Jia drove me away. Who would have thought I'd end up eavesdropping by pressing my ear against the door? When the door suddenly reopened, I tumbled inside. Pan Jia struck my head with a hammer, triggering an argument between Liang Jun and him. To everyone's shock, Pan Jia actually attempted to kill Liang Jun next. During their struggle, Liang Jun stabbed Pan Jia once. He convulsed briefly before dying. Afterward, Liang Jun dressed me in my own clothes, pants, and helmet before thoroughly cleaning the crime scene. He kept working until I regained consciousness. What happened afterward aligns exactly with my account of events. Meanwhile, in another interrogation room, when Jia walked up to me and shook my arm, I woke up. "You can go now. The killer has been caught." I perked up. Was it because of the clues I provided? Wenjie didn't want to admit it, but it was indeed the clues I provided that helped them quickly apprehend the murderer. Seeing Officer Wen nod, I grew even more excited. How much is the reward? Before any bounty or wanted notices were issued, the case was already solved. There's no reward at the moment, but additional compensation might follow later. We'll contact you when the time comes. From the time I reported the case to its resolution took only 15 hours. Now that the truth is out, Officer Wen said gravely, thank you for your support in our work. On behalf of the victim's family, I also want to express their gratitude. Yu Wenli's parents had arrived, but the elderly couple still couldn't accept the fact of their daughter's murder. The police didn't disclose Yu Wenli and Pan Jie's scheme of blackmail. Liang Jun would also face legal consequences. As for me, under the apologetic gaze of the female officer, I swaggered out of the police station. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. Option 3 successfully completed. Reward obtained, food delivery acceptance rate increased by 10%. Chapter 6 that makes perfect sense. Just after stepping out of the police station, Sui turned around and dashed back in. Spotting the female officer emerging from the interrogation room, he hurried over and asked, Officer, where's my electric bike? Lu Wen hesitated for a moment before replying, it's too late now, I'm afraid it can't be retrieved. I'll have someone deliver it to you tomorrow. Alright, thank you. Sui walked down the street, took out his power bank to charge his phone for a while. When he turned it on, there were dozens of missed calls and over 1,000 unread WeChat messages. Hello, Mom. You brat. Your mom thought something had happened to you. I called you so many times but couldn't get through. Mom, my phone broke, and I just got it fixed. What did you need me for? This morning, Aunt Zhang mentioned that the girl from the Wu family in the next village is back, and she's single too. I was thinking you should find some time to come home and meet her. The Wu girl also works in Jinnan City, something about being a DJ. Mom, I have a girlfriend. Suhee, listen to me, break up with that Xinyu immediately. She's a vegetable. Are you going to wait on her your whole life? You're not getting any younger, and I still want to hold my grandchild someday. Hey, you brat, are you ignoring me again? Enough, Mom, don't worry about my business. I'll break up with Xinyu when she wakes up. That's it for now, I've got deliveries to make. Brat, be careful on the road. After hanging up the call, Suhee walked over to a bench by the street and sat down. He wasn't in a hurry to return to his rented room, his mind was in turmoil. A food delivery order had nearly cost him his life, yet it had also granted him a system. He sighed. Since he'd survived and even awakened a system, it must mean fortune still favored him. Opening his phone, he first checked his missed calls. Aside from his mother, only the station manager had called him that morning, probably to ask why he hadn't shown up for work. Then he opened WeChat. Aside from messages in a few group chats, no one had reached out to him. In the private chat groups of food delivery writers, discussions about Suhee being arrested for rape and murder have been ongoing since 5:30 this morning. A disgrace to the food delivery industry. Ms. Yi was so kind-hearted. Sigh, I got chewed out by the boss all day just because of Suhee. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. We're getting slammed online by everyone now. Suhee didn't argue back, nor was he even angry. By the time he left, the police were already preparing to issue a public notice. There was no use in saying anything more now, it would only invite more verbal abuse. Only the police's official statement could clear his name. To his relief, Suhee didn't spot any of his close friends in the group chat. He opened a WeChat group called Top Supporter Chat, which only had 4 members. Ma Mingzhi, have you heard? Suhee got arrested. Pan Jigang, ever since his girlfriend got in that car accident, he completely changed. I knew something like this would happen sooner or later. I feel so bad for Ms. Yi. Dong Yong, what's going on? I just took 1 day off for hemorrhoid surgery, and the delivery group chat is blowing up. Did Suhee kill Ms. Yi? Ma Mingzhi sent a thanks to my roommate for not killing me meme and said, brothers, dibs on Suhee's toothpaste and body wash. Pan Jigang, I'm planning to publish a book called My Murderer Roommate. Dong Yong, at Ma Mingzhi, Suhee's lower bunk belongs to me now. Suhee was caught between laughter and tears as he sent a location in the group chat, tagging Ma Mingzhi, brother Ma, I've escaped from the police station, come pick me up quick. Ma Mingzhi was climbing the stairs with takeout in hand when he opened the group chat. The shock made him drop his delivery. In the group, Ma Mingzhi has left the group chat. Pan Jigang, Suhee, really? Can I interview you? Dong Yong, Suhee, is there a reward for catching you? Let's split it 50-50, I'll deliver the money to your parents. Dong Yong at Suhee, 60-40 works too. Suhee sent back a frustrated voice message, sorry to disappoint you all, but the killer's already been caught and it wasn't me. I've been released now, so will someone fucking come pick me up? At this moment, Ma Mingzhi rejoined the group chat and cursed loudly, Suhee, I just called the cops, and they said you were released without charges. You scared me so bad I dropped my food delivery, pay me back the 36 bucks. 10 minutes later, 3 electric scooters appeared before Suhee. Seeing the bandage wrapped around Suhee's head, Pan Jigang dropped his bike and rushed over, asking with concern, Suhee, are you alright? Hurt? Suhee, is it serious? If you're broke, we can chip in, but don't check out of the hospital. Dong Yong limped over awkwardly, barely able to walk properly. Soo-hee, the cop said your injuries haven't healed yet. Come on, we'll go to the hospital with you. Don't worry about the money. Ma Mingzhi walked up to Soo-hee and helped him to his feet. Soo-hee instantly broke down, his eyes reddening as he said, "Can one of you lend me 500 bucks? My Huabei payment is almost overdue." Well, seems like the injury isn't that serious after all. Come on, guys, let's grab some beers to celebrate Soo-hee pulling through. Ma Mingzhi let go of Soo-hee, turned and sat on the electric scooter, calling out to him, "Hop on." "Brother Ma, I'm telling you the truth, my Huabei is about to be overdue." Soo-hee glanced at the other two men. Pan Jigang scratched his head and said, "I've only got 85 bucks. Dong Yong hunched his backside, "I'm broke, even the hospital fees were paid with cash borrowed from Huabei." Ma Mingzhi grinned and said, "I still have 150 bucks left, Soo-hee, since we can't pay it back anyway, let's go drink first." "You make a very good point." Shijin Park. The group found a spot with both lights and a table. Ma Mingzhi pulled out a smashed-up portion of potato and chicken stew from his delivery box, while Pan Jigang carried over a case of beer. Both Dong Yong and Soo-hee were injured, Soo-hee sat resting while Dong Yong bent over awkwardly to pop open the beer bottles. "Come on, bottoms up first." Dong Yong raised his glass. Soo-hee looked at Dong Yong's condition and said worriedly, "You just had hemorrhoid surgery, and you're already acting this recklessly? No problem. It's not every day old Ma and Gangzi treat us. Tonight, let's drink to our heart's content and wash away your bad luck." "Soo-hee, come on, we all know you're fine now and we can finally relax. No dilly-dallying, bottoms up first." The beer slid down his throat, the icy sensation bringing a peculiar comfort to his spirit. Having spent the whole night in the interrogation room, Soo-hee was nearly losing his mind. He didn't even fuss over the wound on his head. After all, Dong Yonggang had toughed it out right after hemorrhoid surgery. He wasn't about to be that delicate. After 3 bottles of beer, Soo-hee was getting a bit tipsy, while Dong Yong proved extraordinarily fierce, engaged in a finger-guessing game with Pan Jigang. Walking along the Yaomei River. "Cover your mouth. Ah, drink up, you've got into this mess. Damn it, not again." Ma Mingzhi unlocked his phone and mindlessly scrolled through streamers' feeds before muttering, "Su Mengmeng hasn't logged in all day, that top tipper from last night was something else." Hearing this, Soo-hee froze for a moment before recalling Detective Wen's words, that Ms. Yu was actually Su Mengmeng. A sudden wave of irritation flooded through her as she grabbed the liquor bottle and took several desperate gulps. "Welcome, Brother Ma, to Jumi's livestream." Ma Mingzhi frantically jabbed his finger at the screen, giggling foolishly, big. Soo-hee lay on the stone bench and fell asleep. Chapter 7, Officer, he's the murderer. What's up with these food delivery guys, sleeping in the park? Looks like they had too much to drink last night. Delivery riders these days are just outrageous. Just yesterday I saw on the news that there's a serial killer in our city who's also a delivery rider. Exactly. Look, it's right there in the newspaper, happened at Jiaming residential area. This young man looks decent enough. Why couldn't he just settle down properly with someone instead of harming young girls? What a sin. Hey kid, wake up, if you want to sleep go somewhere else, we're about to play chess. Ma Mingzhi was the first to wake up, rubbing his eyes and looking sleepily at the group of elderly men. He chuckled, "Playing chess, grandpas? Let me join you for a few rounds." "Young man, maybe you should check on your friend first, his pants are full of blood." If he weren't a guy, I'd think he was on his period. Holy crap. Ma Mingzhi turned to look at Dong Yong on the ground. Dong Yong had just had hemorrhoid surgery the day before, and now his pants were soaked in blood. "Soo-hee, Gangzi, wake up, Dong Yong isn't doing well." Soo-hee slowly came to, feeling like his head was about to explode. Squinting at the people around him, he muttered, "What are you staring at? Get him to a hospital now." "Ha, young man, you, holy shit, you're the murderer." An old man holding a newspaper glanced between the photo and the paper and Soo-hee, exclaiming, "Guys, this is that delivery rider who killed someone." "Grandpa, you can't just say that. My buddy here didn't kill anyone, the police already issued a statement clearing him. Look it up online if you don't believe me," Pan Jigang said as he also regained consciousness, helping Ma Mingzhi lift Dong Yong into the car. Soo-hee sat in the car, about to leave. "They're trying to escape." The old man cried out again, shouting to a group of retirees playing chess nearby, "Hey guys, come quick, we've caught a murderer, these are all his accomplices. Hurry, they're trying to run." "Old man, I swear I'm not a murderer, the police have already released me." Soo-hee tried to start the car, but another old man swiftly yanked out the keys. He escaped from the police station, definitely not a good guy. If you're not a murderer, then what are you afraid of? And you still want to run. There were few people in the park at this hour, just a group of retirees practicing Tai Chi and playing chess, who quickly gathered around. Just as Soo-hee was growing frantic, suddenly, 3 choices appeared before him again. Option 1, take on all these elderly opponents and defeat them. Completion reward, 1 million yuan in cash. Option 2, present evidence to prove your innocence. Completion reward, 500 yuan in Alipay balance. Option 3, allow these elderly men to take you to the police station. Completion reward, smart navigation map. Several old men had already tightly grasped Sui's arms, eagerly discussing whether to call the police or escort him to the station. Sui glanced at the options, swiftly scanning the surroundings. The sheer number of elderly men and women was astonishing. Several dressed in Tai Chi uniforms looked particularly formidable. He decisively abandoned the first choice. Though the reward was tempting, the potential compensation hassle wasn't worth it. Dong Yong remained unconscious. Sui pulled out his phone, saying, "I swear I'm not the murderer. Let me show you the police announcement." "Hey, don't grab my phone." "Humph. Thought you could tip off your accomplice, didn't you? Kid, you're still wet behind the ears." An older woman snatched Sui's phone from his hand. The second reward option, though a bit less, was at least enough to cover his Huabei payment. With his phone snatched away, he could only helplessly say, "Uncle, Auntie, please go online and check the news, see if the police have already cleared my name. We don't use the internet." "That's right, there's too much fake news online. We only trust television news and newspapers." "Stop wasting words with him. Take him to the police station immediately." Sui was dragged off the vehicle by several elderly men, his face the picture of utter despair as he yelled at Momingjer, "Get Dong Yong to the hospital first. Don't let them escape." The old man turned his head and shouted, "Get the hell out of my way." Momingjer hoisted Dong Yong onto his back and roared like an enraged bull. The elderly onlookers were terrified by Momingjer's ferocity and scrambled to clear a path. Momingjer ran toward the park entrance. Pan Jigang glanced at Sui, then mounted his electric bike and gave chase. Watching Dong Yong being taken away, Sui sighed in relief. Lying on the ground without resistance now, he crossed his legs and grumbled impatiently, "What are you staring at? Take me to the police station already." "How insolent. Let's go, we'll carry him to the police station if we have to." Several grandpas surrounded Sui, each lifting him from a different direction, and they marched grandly toward the Shijin police station. "Grandpa, don't press my waist, it hurts." A little girl riding a bicycle was pulled along by her grandmother. Pointing at Sui, the girl said, "Grandma, I want to be lifted high too." Shijin police station. Jiang Wei had just changed into his uniform and stepped out when a crowd of elderly folks immediately surrounded him, all chattering in his ears about something involving a murderer and a food delivery guy. Looking down at the ground, there was a food delivery rider with bandages wrapped around his head, squinting as he slept. "Stop, everyone, quiet down one at a time," Jiang Wei shouted. From the crowd, a highly respected elderly man was pushed forward, pointing at Sui on the ground and saying, "Officer, he's the murderer. I saw the news yesterday, a woman was killed in Jiangning residential complex, and he did it." Jiang Wei, 26 years old, found it both amusing and exasperating to be called uncle by the elderly man. But as a police officer, the title officer uncle represented the trust the public had in him. Walking up to Sui, he raised his head and addressed the gathered elderly folks. "You've misunderstood him. The real killer has already been caught. Yesterday's news report was incorrect. He's not a murderer. He's a good man." The homicide case from the previous day had garnered significant attention within the police department as well. 3 deaths, the killer still at large, yet the police managed to apprehend the perpetrator within 15 hours. It was a case remarkable enough to be included in criminal investigation training materials. When Jiang Wei checked his phone that morning, he'd already received the case briefing. He couldn't blame these elderly people for their reaction. Their sense of justice was, after all, quite admirable. Jiang Wei turned on his phone and patiently read the content aloud for the elderly couple. Hearing the police's explanation, the elderly couple both showed embarrassed expressions. "I told you he didn't seem like that kind of person. Young man, our apologies." Sui got up from the ground and watched as the elderly men and women hung their heads like children who had done something wrong. Fighting back laughter, he asked, "Who took my phone?" An old woman hastily handed it back to him. Tucking his phone into his pocket, Sui looked at the group and declared, "Let me tell you something. You might have thought I was at a disadvantage earlier, but the truth is, I've been trained. 3 to 5 ordinary people can't even get near me. I was just afraid if I used my full strength, I might hurt you. Now do you realize your mistake?" The elders raised their heads briefly, but when Sui glared at them, they promptly lowered them again. Option 3 completed successfully, reward obtained, intelligent navigation map. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, Sui decided not to continue lecturing these elderly folks. "Alright, since it's all a misunderstanding, everyone should disperse now." Jiang Wei persuaded the elderly crowd to leave, then walked up to Sui with a smile and said, "You're Sui, right? Is your injury okay? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Sui nodded and replied, "Then take me to have a look." Chapter 8, Please take good care of my girlfriend. Sui called Momingjer and boarded Jiang Wei's police motorcycle, heading straight to Jinan City People's Hospital. As he rode, suddenly a map appeared in his mind as if from a god's eye view. Centered on himself, real-time street conditions within a 5-kilometer radius played out in his thoughts, with an optimal route to the hospital clearly marked. Turn right. Soo-hee suddenly spoke up. It was rush hour, and the roads were jammed. Approaching the traffic light intersection, Jiang Wei was just about to stop and wait when Soo-hee's words made him instinctively turn right. The right turn clearly added an extra kilometer to their route. Puzzled, Jiang Wei asked, "Wouldn't going straight be faster? It's always terribly congested up ahead every morning." Soo-hee explained he certainly couldn't say that the map in his mind was warning him about a car accident ahead. Suddenly, Jiang Wei's phone rang, and he answered through his Bluetooth headset. "Attention all units, a traffic accident has occurred on Huilan Avenue. The taxi driver responsible is suspected of drunk and drug driving and is currently fleeing the scene, now heading towards Sanqing Street. Officers in the vicinity, please initiate emergency interception immediately." Jiang Wei slammed on the brakes, causing Soo-hee to crash into his back, nearly sending her flying. "You get off first," Jiang Wei said, turning his head toward her. "What's wrong?" Soo-hee asked in surprise. "There's a hit-and-run taxi driver. I need to chase him. You'll have to take another cab to the hospital." With one foot already touching the ground, Soo-hee faced two choices before him. Option 1, get off immediately and rush to the hospital. Completion reward, 500 yuan Alipay balance. Option 2, assist the police in intercepting the hit-and-run vehicle. Completion reward, 10,000 yuan Alipay balance. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, Soo-hee sat back down again, wrapping his arms around Officer Zhang's waist as he said, "I suddenly feel fine now, I'll go with you to catch the criminal." Jiang Wei frowned and said, "Get off now, this isn't a joke. Catching criminals is police work. What business does a food delivery guy have meddling in this? If you don't get off right now, you'll be obstructing official duties, and I'll have to take you straight back to the station." Hearing this, Soo-hee immediately jumped off. Officer Zhang turned on the siren and drove away. Watching Officer Zhang leave, Soo-hee walked to the roadside, sighing in dismay. The 10,000 yuan reward had just slipped through his fingers. Suddenly, Soo-hee caught sight of a yellow electric scooter out of the corner of his eye, with a delivery rider sitting on it, fiddling with his phone. "Wu Xiaodong, lend me your scooter." "Soo-hee?" Wu Xiaodong jumped as if he'd seen a ghost, though luckily today's delivery group had posted a notice clarifying Soo-hee wasn't a murderer. He blurted out, "No way, my bike is like my girlfriend, how could I lend her to you?" $50. Soo-hee pulled out his last remaining cash from his pocket. Wu Xiaodong immediately handed over the keys while shouting with theatrical intensity, "You must take good care of my girlfriend." Soo-hee didn't have time for nonsense. He grabbed the keys, mounted the so-called girlfriend, the electric bike, and sped off. "Hey, you didn't say when you'd return it." Wu Xiaodong came to his senses, only to find Soo-hee had already vanished without a trace. Sirens blared incessantly as police cars screamed past one after another, with Soo-hee desperately chasing after them on his electric scooter. In his mind, countless pieces of information flooded back: pedestrians, vehicles, traffic lights. He placed his phone on the stand and opened the food delivery writers group chat. "Holy shit, are we filming a cop drama here? That taxi driver hit and ran. On Huilan Avenue, he plowed right into people on the crosswalk. 2 students died instantly. Looks so damn tragic. Every car parked along Samsung Street got hit, not a single rearview mirror survived. I'm on Yufei Road, the damn car just sped past me like a bat out of hell." Soo-hee skimmed through the group chat messages while mentally mapping out the route in his head. Yufei Road forked ahead, one branch led to rural townships, the other connected directly to the expressway. The highway entrance must already be sealed off. Unless the driver's an idiot, they'll definitely head for the rural towns. Once they reach the countryside with no surveillance and countless side roads, even abandoning the car leaves plenty of places to hide. Soo-hee swung the bike sharply into an alley, speeding straight toward one of the rural roads. Jiang Wei, tailing the getaway car, had reached the end of Yufei Road. Watching it swerve right toward the highway, he barked into the radio, "All units, target vehicle turning right attempting to access the highway." Before he could finish, the fleeing car ahead abruptly braked. Jiang Wei slammed his brakes but still collided, catapulting bodily onto the vehicle's roof. With lightning-fast reflexes, he grabbed the taxi's roof light with both hands. As the hit-and-run driver accelerated again, Jiang Wei clung to the roof, swaying precariously with the vehicle's movement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soo-hee saw the message in the group chat. The fleeing taxi had actually turned right, attempting to get on the highway. Damn, still $50 short. With a frustrated expression, Soo-hee prepared to head to the hospital, wondering if he could still complete option 1. Just as he turned his bike around, another message popped up in the group. "The taxi driver's insane." He whipped the wheel around and sent the cop flying. Now he's sprawled across the roof. Not even movies dare pull this stunt. Soo-hee's eyes lit up. He swung his bike around and raced toward the fork in the road leading to Jiulong Township. It all depended on whether he could reach that intersection before the fleeing vehicle did. A few minutes later, Soo-hee arrived at the fork in the road, where he saw a taxi swaying erratically, with a police officer desperately clinging to its roof. Glancing around, he he spotted a fish pond directly opposite. Timing it just right, Sui twisted the accelerator with his right hand, sending the electric bike hurtling forward. The taxi driver, startled, instinctively swerved right, plunging straight into the fish pond as the officer tumbled off the roof. With another deft maneuver, Sui executed a perfect fishtail stop and came to a steady halt by the roadside. He was actually about to jump out of the car just now, but the taxi driver unexpectedly swerved first. The policeman surfaced, swimming toward the shore, when Sui suddenly noticed a dark shadow moving underwater, heading toward the other side of the fish pond. Seeing the taxi driver trying to escape, Sui grabbed a tree branch and chased him along the edge of the pond. The taxi driver had pretty good lung capacity, holding his breath long enough to swim more than 10 meters underwater. As soon as he surfaced, through the haze, he caught sight of a blurry yellow figure just before a long, thin branch came whipping toward him. Smack! The branch struck the taxi driver's face, leaving an instant red mark. So you hit someone. So you fled the scene. How dare you dodge? I'll beat you to death, Sui shouted while violently thrashing the hit-and-run driver with the branch. Remembering the chat group's discussion about the two students who were struck and killed, Sui couldn't contain his rage. A year ago, while walking hand-in-hand with Shinyu, a drunk driver came speeding toward them. Shinyu pushed him out of the way but was herself sent flying 5 meters. Though she survived the crash, she became a vegetable. Please stop hitting me. Ouch. Help me. Slap, slap. Sui was like a man possessed, continuing to thrash the water even though the taxi driver had already swam to the center of the fish pond. The taxi driver was nearly exhausted. Seeing the approaching police officers, he screamed, "Help me." Jiang Wei climbed ashore, taking off his helmet and jacket just as the police car arrived and several colleagues stepped out. Quick, you guys rescue him. Xiao Shang, come with me to catch the suspect. Chapter 9:0, The Irony of Fate. On the field ridge, Sui was pinned down by 2 police officers, his hands twisted behind his back. The cold touch of handcuffs snapped him back to reality. Officers, you've got the wrong person. Sui turned his head and shouted, "Shut up, don't move, or I'll tase you." An older policeman pressed Sui's helmet down with one hand, shoving his face straight into the mud. Sui could already smell the earth. At the mention of being tossed, he instantly went still, not daring to move a muscle. "Captain Long, you've got the wrong guy. That man over there is the hit-and-run driver." Jiang Wei ran over, pointing at the man who'd been dragged ashore. Captain Long loosened his grip and pulled Sui up. "Then what were you doing here?" he asked. "Food delivery," Sui answered honestly. "Food delivery rider? What are you doing here?" Chief Long signaled Officer Zhang to remove the handcuffs. Sui glanced at Jiang Wei and replied, "I was assisting Officer Jiang in catching the suspect." Chief Long turned his head to look at Jiang Wei and asked, "Is that true?" Jiang Wei stared at Sui with a strange expression, sighed, and said, "Yes. Good job, but be careful next time. I heard you climbing onto the roof of the car from inside, scared the sweat right out of me." Captain Long, relieved now that the hit-and-run driver had been caught, patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder. Captain Long then turned to Sui and said, "Thank you for your assistance in this operation. Xiao Shang, record his details and see if we can nominate him for a Good Samaritan award." Captain Long, Sui isn't just any delivery rider. The night before last, during the homicide case at Mingjia community, he was the one who assisted the criminal investigation team in solving it. Jiang Wei said with a smile, "We're lucky to have Sui today. If he hadn't forced the taxi into the fish pond at this intersection, and if I'd fallen somewhere else, I'd have been laid up in bed for at least a month." "Ha ha ha, not bad. Looks like promising material. How would you like to join our Shijin police station as an auxiliary officer?" Chief Long examined Sui with great interest. Regarding the homicide case at Jiaming residential area, he had read the case briefing this morning. It could be said that solving the case within 15 hours was largely thanks to the crucial leads Sui provided. Sui grinned broadly and said cheerfully, "Chief Long, I actually served as an auxiliary officer at Changnan police station for 2 years before. For now, I think I'll stick to delivering takeout." The salary of an auxiliary officer couldn't compare to what he made delivering food. Sui was strapped for cash. Every month, he had to send 6,000 yuan to Shinyu's parents, that alone ate up almost all of his income from deliveries. "No wonder you have such a strong sense of justice. What a pity that old Lu, that damn fool, lacked the vision to recognize a talent like you." As they walked towards the main road, Chief Long kept sighing with regret, while Sui could only respond with a foolish smile. With only vocational high school education, the highest he could ever achieve in the police force was being an auxiliary officer. That was his career ceiling from the start. Option 2 completed successfully. Reward obtained, 10,000 yuan added to Alipay balance. Upon receiving the system notification, Sui immediately thought of Dong Yong in the hospital. "Chief Long, officers, I'll head back now and won't trouble you any further." Sui rushed to his electric bike and picked up his phone. Checking it, he saw several missed calls from Ma Mingzhi and a few messages on WeChat. "She's out of danger now. I didn't have enough money on me, so I advanced 2,000 from the station master. I transferred 500 to your Alipay account, use it to pay off Huabei first. You don't need to come over. Go home and rest early. The station chief already knows about your situation. He wants you to focus on recovering. Don't worry, you'll still get this month's bonus. Enough talk, I need to go buy diapers for Dongyong. Suhee replied, okay. Just then, Wu Xiaodong's phone call came through. Suhee, hurry up and bring my electric bike over. What time do you think it is? I've got orders to pick up. The system rewarded him with 10,000 yuan, and Suhee was in a good mood as he smiled and said, Wu Xiaodong, I'm on my way now. Thank you so much for today, I'll treat you to a meal another time. Let's do it today. Wu Xiaodong replied immediately. Suhee, tomorrow. Wu Xiaodong cursed, when have you ever kept your word? Can't be bothered arguing with you, just get over here now. After hanging up, Suhee happily opened Alipay and looked at the balance displayed, 10,500 yen. Her heart blossomed with joy. First, she repaid the 500 yuan Huabei debt, then returned Momminger's 500 yuan. Oh my, I say fade ah. Humming the tune, Suhee rode her bike toward the city. Returning the electric bike to Wu Xiaodong, he looked at the tire marks and mud stains on the helmet with visible heartache, glaring angrily at Suhee. Next time whoever lends it to you is a grandson. You said the same thing last time, Suhee chuckled. Ding, you have a new food delivery order, please handle it promptly. Wu Xiaodong's phone rang, instantly abandoning the argument with Suhee and rushing off without another word. Only then did Suhee remember, his electric bike was still impounded at the police station. That female officer had gone back on her word, it still hadn't been returned to him. The police station wasn't far from here, just a 10-minute walk, so Suhee decided to go on foot. As he reached the entrance, he saw a crowd gathered outside the station. Journalists armed with an array of cameras and recording equipment were interviewing Officer 1. Spotting Suhee out of the corner of his eye, Officer 1 hastily turned to the reporters and said, that man in the yellow delivery uniform, that's Suhee, why don't you interview him instead? The journalists swarmed toward him like a startled hornet's nest. Suhee recoiled in shock as 7 or 8 microphones were thrust in his face while reporters bombarded him with rapid-fire questions. Suhee, hello, we're from Jinnan TV station. We'd like to invite you to participate in a legal education program. Hello, we're from a short video live-streaming e-commerce platform. Would you be willing to? Suhee, as a food delivery writer facing such vicious criminals, were you afraid at that moment? We heard you were injured. How are your injuries? There have been many negative comments about you online before. Have you seen them? Do you have anything to say about this? Suhee looked bewildered. This was his first time facing cameras, surrounded by so many reporters. He felt nervous and unsure how to respond. At this moment, he finally understood the glimmer of joy in Officer Wen's eyes when seeing him. These reporters were truly relentless. Suhee glanced around, searching for an excuse to leave, when suddenly 3 choices appeared before him again. Option 1, answer them one by one, using this opportunity to become an internet celebrity. Completion reward, live streaming equipment. Option 2, maintain an air of mystery by telling them, if you have questions, contact my agent. Completion reward, appearance enhancement potion. Option 3, point at the sky and shout, look, there's a plane, before quickly running into the police station. Completion reward, stamina recovery potion. The reporters waited eagerly for Suhee's response, but Suhee was fixated on the 3 options before him, frozen in indecision. The first option seemed simple enough, but he didn't want to become famous. Being an internet celebrity was exhausting, so he immediately discarded it. Options 2 and 3 presented similar levels of difficulty to complete, yet the rewards were some kind of medicinal formula. Just by hearing the names, he knew this technology couldn't possibly belong to this world. Should he enhance his looks or restore his stamina? Suhee? A reporter waved a hand in front of his face. Cough cough. Suhee came back to his senses, having already reached a conclusion in his mind. He took out a mask and put it on, then said solemnly, if you have any questions, you can contact my agent. An agent? Did someone beat me to it? The woman making the short video froze in surprise. Everyone was stunned by the sudden news from Suhee. A delivery writer, just one day after being involved in a murder case, suddenly had an agent and a team. Which company moved so fast? Suhee silently pushed his way through the crowd and walked straight toward the Public Security Bureau. Seeing an extra grid appear in his inventory, with a glass vial containing the so-called appearance enhancement potion, Suhee struggled to contain his joy, a smile spreading across his face. He had given up the stamina recovery potion because his girlfriend, Shinyu, was still lying in a hospital bed. Strictly speaking, he didn't really need it right now. I'm already this handsome. How much better looking can I even get? Suhee chuckled to himself, head lowered in amusement, when suddenly an electric scooter came speeding toward him. Get out of the way. The female police officer sitting atop shouted anxiously. Chapter 10, Doctor, stop him. Ouch. Luwen was sprawled over Suhee's body, trying desperately to push herself up, only to realize the electric bike pinned her legs down, leaving her powerless. Officer, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. With those words, Sui's vision went black as he passed out. Soo-hee, Soo-hee. Luan saw a pool of blood beneath Sui's head and panicked instantly. She gently patted his face, but there was no response. Checking his breathing, thankfully, he was still alive. A crowd of reporters and live streamers swarmed around, filming and narrating, yet none stepped forward to help. A police officer rushed out from the security booth, moved the electric scooter aside, and shouted at the reporters, "Call an ambulance, tell the hospital to prepare." A police car pulled up. 3 officers lifted Sui inside, and Luan climbed in after them. Sui opened his eyes on the hospital bed. "You're awake?" Luan stood up, wearing an apologetic expression as she said, "I'm sorry, I wanted to ride the electric bike out for you, but I couldn't control it. Water, water." Soo-hee rasped hoarsely. Oh. Luan hurriedly poured a glass of water for Soo-hee and held it to his lips. "The doctor said you have a mild concussion and need more rest." Soo-hee smiled and said, "I'm familiar with this. If there's any discomfort, you must tell me. I'll cover the medical fees, lost wages, and nutritional expenses. Your e-bike has already been taken for repairs." Luan said all in one breath, lowering her head as if waiting for Soo-hee to scold her. "Got it. Go back to work, I'm fine." Perhaps having lost too much blood, Soo-hee now felt utterly exhausted, his eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted off to sleep the moment he finished speaking. "Doctor!" Luan hurriedly ran out. The next day, Soo-hee was already well enough to get out of bed, but Luan insisted he shouldn't be discharged from the hospital. With nothing better to do, Soo-hee went to Dong-yong's ward. "The doctor is making rounds, drop your pants." Soo-hee couldn't help but laugh at Dong-yong's upturned rear end, though the laughter tugged at his bandages and made his head throb. "Drop your grandpa's pants." Dong-yong lay on the bed playing with his phone, glanced at Soo-hee, then returned to his live stream. Suddenly, he turned back to stare at Soo-hee. "Wait, didn't you get hit in the head? How come you've had plastic surgery too? What's going on? Out with it, why do you look so damn handsome now?" Dong-yong wriggled off the bed and scrutinized Soo-hee up close. "Move aside." Dong-yong shuffled slowly to the bathroom. Staring at his reflection, a wave of bitter resentment welled up inside him as he lamented. "Back in the day before I went bald, they called me Prince Charming. These years of wine and women have ravaged me, look how haggard I've become. Starting today, no more drinking." After venting his frustration, Dong-yong slowly made his way back and flopped onto the bed to continue watching the livestream of that attractive female streamer. "Wow, you're totally ignoring the whole lust issue, huh?" Soo-hee walked over to the bedside, picked up an apple, and took a bite before asking, "When are you getting discharged? We should book a table at Lu Sanjia's restaurant afterward, my treat for drinks." "You're treating?" Dong-yong glanced at Soo-hee with a disdainful tone, saying, "Someday, when the time comes, if there's a chance, next time, when have your words ever been worth anything? You think I'd believe that shit?" Soo-hee tossed the apple core into the trash and grabbed a banana to eat, casually remarking, "Last time we went out to eat, you borrowed 498 from me. When are you paying me back?" "Soo-hee, I realize you've changed." Dong-yong rolled over to face him, lecturing, "Did that money even end up in my pocket? When Brother Ma dragged me along, why didn't you stop him? Besides, do you have any idea how complicated the situation was back then? I've got hands and feet. If I lose money, I can earn it back. But they're different. Their father gambles and is drowning in debt, their mother passed away early, and they've got younger siblings to put through school. Wasn't it right for me to help them out? Don't you have any compassion at all? When we settled the bill, I even signed your name. Did I complain about anything? Vision determines perspective. Why don't you broaden your horizons a bit? Don't let a measly 498 yuan complicate the pure friendship between us. Besides, freeloading is true happiness." Soo-hee was completely dumbfounded by Dong-yong's words. She threw aside the banana peel and lunged at him, grabbing his neck as she shouted, "Freeload my ass. That was my money spent. Pay me back. Money I have none. My life is all I've got. I'm already tainted anyway. Come on, today I'm all yours." At the doorway, the nurse stared dumbfounded at the scene, dropping the tray in her hands. Bang! With a crisp clattering sound, both Soo-hee and Dong-yong turned their heads toward the entrance. "Oh, please continue, I saw nothing at all." The nurse quickly scooped up the tray and hastily pulled the door shut. "Damn it, it's all your fault. Look what happened, my first love just ended like this." The beautiful nurse sister. Dong-yong turned to glance at the nurse's name on the bedside and continued, "Wang Tinyu." "Pfft, ha, Soo-hee, I can't take it, call the doctor quick. My stitches burst." The doctor arrived promptly, a female doctor whose first words were, "Pull your pants down. Young people these days have no regard for decency. This is a public space, and you just had hemorrhoid surgery." The female doctor glanced at Soo-hee and shook her head, thinking that such a handsome man could have such peculiar habits. She coldly added, "What are you standing around for? Get out already. Do you know how to suture? Or are you planning to record a video and post it on your social media?" Soo-hee smiled awkwardly. Clearly, the nurse had quietly informed her colleagues after stepping out. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, the female doctor clutched her chest, her face turning deathly pale, swaying unsteadily as if about to collapse. Fortunately, a nurse caught and steadied her. Quick, Director Tang is having a heart attack. As the female doctor was helped away, Dong Yong stuck out his rear awkwardly, craning his neck in bewilderment. What about me? He blurted. The interns stood frozen in place, shuffling their feet hesitantly before finally stammering out a reply. We've notified another doctor. They should arrive in about half an hour. Sui asked in confusion, can't you guys do it? The trainee teachers shook their heads in unison and collectively took a step back. 3 options appeared before him again, and Sui halted in his tracks. Option 1, heroic rescue, save your friend's chrysanthemum by declaring loudly, I'll do it. Reward, master-level wound suturing technique. Option 2, take out your phone, film Dong Yong's chrysanthemum, and post it as a moment. Completion reward, master-level videography skills. Option 3, wait obediently for the doctor to arrive. Completion reward, a set of mourning attire for Dong Yong's funeral. Pulling out his phone, Sui shoved it back into his pocket under the puzzled gazes of several interns, declaring loudly, I'll do it. The intern doctors were taken aback and asked in surprise, you know how to suture a wound? He studied for a while. He's losing too much blood. If this continues, he'll kick the bucket. Suddenly, countless wound healing techniques flooded Sui's mind as if he'd become a seasoned surgeon. As he slipped on the gloves, his entire demeanor transformed. Do you have a medical license? One of the interns asked Sui hesitantly. Number 10 suture thread. Sui turned to look at the nurse and said calmly, hurry up, please. Holy shit, Sui, what are you doing? Doctor, stop him. Help! Dong Yong turned to see Sui pick up surgical forceps and immediately shouted at the interns. Shut up! Sui looked up at the interns and said, who's going to help clean the wound? You still haven't answered my question. One of the interns asked again, though they still cooperated with Sui to clean the wound. Even though this was just a simple suture, none of the interns dared to take the lead since they were just starting their training. At this moment, the anesthesiologist walked in and gave Sui, dressed in yellow delivery gear with bandages wrapped around his head, a bewildered look. Where did Director Tang go? What's going on here? The anesthesiologist was stunned. Director Tang had a sudden heart attack. The other doctors will take at least half an hour to arrive. He's a friend of the patient and said he could handle the sutures. That doesn't sound right, does it? The anesthesiologist frowned. Sui glanced at the anesthesiologist and stated bluntly, my friend can't wait half an hour. I'll do the suturing myself. The anesthesiologist frowned but eventually administered the anesthesia, then stood to the side without leaving. Sui, are you sure you can do this? Maybe we should let the intern handle it. I'm scared. Please, I beg you. I'll pay you back. Doctor, you can't do this, he's a digger operator. No one paid any attention to Dong Yong, for the suturing had already begun. Sui clamped one end of the soft tissue with hemostats while swiftly threading the suture needle through with her other hand. Sui worked quickly and steadily, his skilled hands astonishing even the anesthetist by his side. The H-shaped suture technique was a simple method, yet Sui executed it with such finesse that not a single stray thread end was visible. Hemorrhoid surgeries typically don't require sutures, but Dong Yong drank too much beer after discharge, leading to diarrhea that aggravated his wound and hindered healing. Soon, Sui set down the instruments, removed his gloves, and casually clapped his hands together. Instinctively, the nurse handed him a towel. Thank you. Sui smiled faintly. The nurse instantly blushed. I recorded the entire process. I'll share it in the group chat later so everyone can review it carefully, said an intern doctor. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Sui, did you actually stitch up my asshole? I can't feel anything now. Doctor, I'm begging you, he's just a food delivery guy, what does he know about sutures? Dong Yong stuck out his buttocks, his face filled with despair. Put your pants on, you'll start feeling it once the anesthesia wears off. Your friend has already stitched you up, and it's beautifully done. The anesthetist also breathed a sigh of relief. If Sui had been bluffing and it led to a medical accident, he would have been in serious trouble too. But the patient's condition was urgent, and waiting another half hour simply wasn't an option. Beautifully done. Dong Yong was puzzled. Since when could that thing be described as beautiful? Chapter 11. The wind was too strong, got sand in my eyes. Sui saved Dong Yong the cost of the stitching procedure, and the intern doctors also learned suturing techniques by observing, a win-win situation all around. But Dong Yong didn't seem entirely convinced. Until he could take a proper shit, he kept suspecting Sui had stitched him up literally. When he emerged from the toilet, Sui was already eating another bunch of grapes. Dong Yong gave him a bewildered look and asked doubtfully, was everything you said earlier true? Earlier, in front of everyone, Sui had claimed to be a medical school graduate. When the anesthesiologist asked which university, he even said embarrassing his alma mater would be shameful, so he had to keep it secret. Sui shook his head. You scared me, I almost thought you really graduated from medical school. If I hadn't seen your vocational school diploma, how does someone who studied excavator operation know how to stitch a wound? Dong Yong snatched the grapes from Sui's hand. The fruits Ming Ma had bought were almost all eaten by Sui. Sui wiped his hands with Dong Yong's face towel and said dismissively, before learning excavators, I studied fashion design for over 2 months. With a sewing machine, I could stitch up that little wound of yours in one press of the pedal, wouldn't even need to go through all this trouble. Dong Yong was dumbfounded. He roared at Sui, what the hell? You barely learned how to use a sewing machine, and you dare mess with my asshole? How the fuck is that even the same thing? Watching Dong Yong gradually lose his composure, Sui grabbed a handful of jujubes, stuffed them into his pocket, and returned to his own hospital room. All the way back, the nurses behind him pointed and whispered among themselves. Ah, being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. Just as Sui lay down on the bed, Luan walked in carrying lunch and a fruit basket. Sui, are you feeling better today? Come on, get up and eat. I just grabbed some random stuff from the cafeteria, not sure if it's to your liking. Luan placed the fruit basket on the cabinet and turned to look at Sui, suddenly freezing in surprise. How had Sui become so handsome overnight? Officer Lu, you're too kind. I'm all better now and can be discharged. You really don't need to bring me meals every day, there's a cafeteria downstairs, and buying so much fruit is such an expense. I don't even like fruit much, maybe you could return it? Sui moved to help lift the table, but Luan refused his assistance, replying, it's no trouble. We have a break at noon, so it's a good time to check on you. Actually, this fruit basket wasn't from me, a journalist from Jinan TV asked me to bring it up for you. Reporter? Sui asked doubtfully. Luan awkwardly touched her hair and said, it's my best friend. She heard I hit you with my car and insisted I come persuade you to appear on a TV show. Seeing Sui remain silent, Luan added, if it's inconvenient for you, just forget it. But please keep the fruits, consider them my gift to you. Sui wasn't actually silent, it's just that 2 new options had suddenly appeared before him. Option 1, agree to record the program for Jinan TV. Completion reward, advanced grappling and combat skills. Option 2, decline the invitation. Completion reward, an exquisite fruit basket. Looking at the fruit basket on the nightstand, Sui didn't even have the heart to refuse. The system clearly wanted him to agree to recording the show. What's the schedule? Sui asked. Luwen's face broke into a smile, hopping with joy in stark contrast to her previous stern police officer image. Pulling out her phone, she said, hold on, let me ask her first. You have no idea, she's been pestering me non-stop these past 2 days. I'm about to lose my mind from her nagging. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. works perfectly, that's actually when you're getting discharged. She'll come pick you up then. Let's exchange WeChat contacts first. I'll refer you to her so she can add you. Sui added Luwen on WeChat. Within a minute, someone sent him a friend request. The profile picture showed an anime-style girl, with an English username he couldn't decipher. Luwen had to leave for work in the afternoon. Alone in his hospital room, Sui started practicing various grappling and combat techniques through fluid motions. These fighting skills had become instinctive, flowing naturally through his body. He felt absolutely confident he could take on 3 burly men single-handedly. All afternoon, Sui was in a state of excitement. The elderly man in the neighboring bed, who had just undergone surgery, couldn't sleep at all. When dinner time approached, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Young man, which circus troupe do you belong to?" The next day at noon, Luwen helped Sui complete the discharge procedures, then transferred him 1,000 yuan as compensation for lost wages and miscellaneous expenses. Sui politely declined several times but ultimately couldn't refuse. He could only sigh with gratitude, feeling he'd met truly kind people. Don Yong was also discharged from the hospital, with Ma Mingzhi handling the discharge procedures for him. Pan Jigang, riding his electric bike, was ready to take Sui back home. At the hospital entrance, Ma Mingzhi's car had Dong Yong inside, while Pan Jigang craned his neck to look toward the interior and said, "Sui is coming." Luwen was carrying several bags of stuff while Sui came out empty-handed. "Officer Lu, let me introduce you. These are all my friends, Brother Ma Mingzhi, Gangzi, Pan Jigang, Brother Yong, Dong Yong. And this is Officer Lu Wen from the Public Security Bureau." Pan Jigang hurriedly got out of the car to take the bags from Lu Wen's hands, grinning foolishly at Sui. "Hello everyone. Thank you for your contributions to this city. On behalf of the Jinan Public Security Bureau, I salute you." Luwen regained her dignified demeanor as a police officer and shook hands with each of them one by one. The 3 of them were so overwhelmed with silly grins that they didn't dare utter a word. "Alright, you all head back first." Sui spotted a BMW parked across the street, where a woman was waving vigorously in their direction. "Aren't you coming with us?" All 3 of them were stunned. "I still have something to take care of, I'll be back tonight." With that, Luwen took Sui with her, opening the car door for Sui, who then got inside. As the BMW gradually drove away, the 3 of them sat on their electric scooters, sinking into silence. After a long while, Dong Yong was the first to speak. Sui's lower bunk is mine now. Moninger and Pan Ji-gang exchanged glances and cursed in unison, you filthy bastard. We agreed to endure hardships together, but he went chasing after a rich woman halfway through. He just has a sensitive stomach. Everyone should try to understand him. A food delivery writer's life is too difficult. He only took shortcuts because he had no other choice. Dong Yong's voice trembled as he spoke, tears welling up in his eyes. Pan Ji-gang looked at Dong Yong. Why are you crying? I'm not crying. The wind is too strong, got sand in my eyes. Why are you guys crying too? The wind's too strong, got sand in our eyes. Chapter 12. As long as our hearts are clean. Sister Zhao, should I change clothes before coming? He looked down at his food delivery uniform, feeling conspicuously out of place among all the suit-clad staff. It was his first time recording a TV program, and he thought he should dress more formally. Backstage in the studio, Sui had already made 3 trips to the bathroom. He was so nervous he couldn't even sit down, constantly checking the time on his phone. Zhao Luya was the star host of Jinnan TV. Her superiors had assigned her to host a program about how single women living alone can guard against criminals, combining it with Jinnan City's current high-profile murder case to create a public legal awareness episode. With her keen sense for trending topics, Zhao Luya quickly recalled the food delivery writer who had been universally despised and cursed on short video platforms. Even after the police had cleared the writer's name, there were still many ignorant people attacking the entire food delivery community. For this reason, she deliberately sought out information about that particular writer who just happened to have been hospitalized after being hit by her best friend. Seeing Sui's nervousness, Zhao Luya smiled lightly and reassured him. Sui, there's no need to be nervous. The show follows a script. This is pre-recorded and will be edited later. It's fine if you misspeak. We can always redo it. Your role is simply to be a food delivery writer, so no need to change clothes. Later, I'll ask you a few questions, and you just need to answer honestly. Alright, I'm going on stage now. When I call your name, come up and greet the camera. Dressed in professional attire, Zhao Luya stood at center stage as the program recording officially began. After a brief opening, 4 women and 4 men took the stage for a debate on whether single, independent women should be more vigilant. Sui listened for 2 minutes before losing interest. Seeing that it was far from ending, he began strolling around the TV station. As a local broadcaster, Jinnan TV wasn't highly rated and had already begun transitioning towards the internet. On major short video platforms, however, it experienced a second wind. Walking through the corridors, Sui noticed many rooms filled with computers, editing teams, dubbing teams, and production teams. Just as he reached the entrance of the makeup room, he overheard someone discussing a delivery writer. Is this script for real? Why am I being matched against a delivery guy? What if I accidentally hurt him? Coach Shang, don't worry. It'll just be a few simple moves. And even if you do hurt him, we can just cover the medical bills. He's just a delivery guy. Consider him practice material for you. For the sake of showmanship, don't hold back. In fact, throw in some flashy moves that wow the audience. That way, they'll remember the self-defense techniques and strengthen their awareness. That's right, and I've been itching for some action these days. Tough luck for that kid. But that delivery guy is quite handsome. I don't even know how to start with his makeup, the makeup artist said as her final remark before silence fell inside. The makeup room had no door, just a curtain covering the entrance. Sui stood outside and heard everything clearly when 2 people hurried over. Hey delivery guy, quick, it's almost your turn. What are you doing here? Get over there first. The 2 stepped into the dressing room again, their tones turning gentle. Coach Shang, it's almost your turn to go on stage. Please take your time, watch your step. The floor was just mopped and is a bit slippery. As the curtain was pulled aside, the 2 saw Sui still standing at the entrance and snapped at him. Don't you know the rules? It's almost your turn to go on stage. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up! A burly man walked out, casting a surprised glance at Sui in his delivery uniform, but quickly stepped around him and headed straight for the studio. Hurry up! Coach Zhang is very busy, don't hold everyone up. Seeing Sui standing there dazed, the man accompanying Coach Zhang looked as if he wanted to step forward and slap him. Sui saw 3 options appear before him once more. Option 1, make Coach Zhang look foolish during the grappling demonstration. Completion reward, smart takeout order assistant. Option 2, cooperate with Coach Zhang to complete the demonstration. Completion reward, plus 10% pain resistance. Option 3, shout loudly, I quit this damn job, and walk out of the TV station. Completion reward, a new pair of shoes. At this moment, Sui suddenly stopped feeling nervous. He glared at the man beside him and walked toward the studio. Just a few days ago, a horrific home invasion and murder occurred in our city of Jinnan. A single woman was brutally stabbed 9 times by a deranged killer and tragically lost her life. By chance, a brave food delivery writer encountered the murderer and engaged in a life-and-death struggle with him. Regrettably, the killer managed to escape. However, our courageous delivery rider not only had the bravery to fight the killer but also possessed keen observational skills. He immediately called the police and provided crucial clues, assisting authorities in apprehending the murderer within just 15 hours. Let's give a round of applause to welcome this heroic delivery rider, Soo-hee. Amid a wave of enthusiastic applause, Soo-hee stepped onto the stage. Hello everyone, I'm Soo-hee. Soo-hee greeted with a faint smile and sat down on the sofa. Everyone here must have many questions for our delivery guy. From the most concerned questions among netizens, I've selected a few. Soo-hee, before coming on stage, I noticed you were very nervous, but now facing the camera, you don't seem nervous at all. Zhao Luyao initiated a casual conversation with Soo-hee, as if they were friends. Soo-hee replied with a smile, not nervous anymore. Zhao Luyao continued, it's clear that our delivery guy is not only handsome, but also remarkably composed. It was this strong mental fortitude that enabled him to confront a knife-wielding murderer. You can just imagine how perilous the situation was. Soo-hee, could you share with everyone how you discovered the homicide and assisted the police in solving the case? Apologies, but the police have asked for confidentiality regarding the case, so I shouldn't disclose details, Soo-hee replied honestly. I see. It seems we won't get the full story today. After Soo-hee reported the crime, a video of him being taken away by the police surfaced online and quickly went viral under the hashtag, delivery worker breaks in and commits murder. This sparked a wave of online discussions, with accusations and even insults directed at delivery workers. Facing such backlash, Soo-hee, do you have anything to say to netizens? After a moment's thought, Soo-hee responded, no job is superior or inferior. This incident has caused a lot of distress from my colleagues. I'd like to remind all delivery workers, as long as our hearts are clean, we shouldn't fear the mud others fling at us. As for the netizens, I have nothing to say. As long as our hearts are pure, we need not fear the mud others fling our way. These words couldn't be truer. Our food delivery riders brave wind and rain to bring steaming meals to countless households. Let us strive to understand them better, greet them with more smiles, say thank you, and bid them take care as they leave. May our city be filled with warmth, and may our delivery riders feel that warmth in their hearts. Thank you Soo-hee, and thank you to all the hard-working delivery riders out there. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience as Soo-hee's interview concluded. Next up was Coach Zhang from Jinnan City Martial Arts School, who would teach single women self-defense techniques through grappling and combat skills. And Soo-hee would serve as Coach Zhang's training dummy. The script simply read, assist Coach Zhang in demonstrating grappling and combat techniques. Jinnan Martial Arts School is the calling card of our city. Practicing martial arts not only strengthens the body and enhances physical fitness, but also allows one to protect themselves in critical moments of crisis. As women, we should especially master some clever self-rescue techniques. Now, let's give a round of applause to welcome Zhang Meng, a distinguished coach from Jinnan Martial Arts School. After the applause, Zhao Luyao continued, today, we've specially invited Coach Zhang to teach us some simple and practical grappling and combat techniques. Soo-hee, would you be willing to assist Coach Zhang in his demonstration? Soo-hee smiled faintly, I'm willing. Chapter 13, sorry, I shouldn't have fought back. Zhang Meng stood at 185 centimeters tall. After removing his jacket, he revealed a white martial arts uniform underneath, his slightly bulging muscles exuding an inexplicable sense of intimidation. In contrast, Soo-hee was 178 centimeters tall with a slender build. Though not particularly muscular, his long-term job of delivering food and climbing stairs had given him a decent foundation of strength. Zhang Meng wore a smile on his face and spoke politely to Soo-hee, repeatedly emphasizing that he should be careful not to get injured. Even Zhao Luyao chimed in from the side, praising Zhang Meng's considerate words. If Soo-hee hadn't accidentally overheard Zhang Meng's conversation, he might have truly believed Zhang Meng was a kind-hearted man. In daily life, how should women defend themselves against attackers? Let me teach you a few simple self-defense techniques for women. Facing the camera, Zhang Meng seemed very familiar with this routine as he continued. The biggest feature of women's self-defense techniques is practicality. There are no fixed moves, forms, or rules. The ultimate goals are to injure the opponent and escape. Use any part of your body or objects nearby freely. Now, let me demonstrate for everyone. Come on, Soo-hee, throw a punch at me. Zhang Meng stretched his body and looked over at Soo-hee. Since this was a demonstration, everything was in slow motion. Soo-hee's fist stretched out. Zhang Meng raised his left hand to block, stepped forward with his right foot, and delivered an elbow strike with his right hand that landed on Soo-hee's jaw. Zhao Luyao exclaimed in admiration from the sidelines, you can clearly see how powerful this move is. Coach Zhang is teaching everyone genuinely effective self-defense techniques for women today. The cameras all shifted to focus on Zhang Meng. Soo-hee had now become merely a prop in this demonstration. Zhang Meng clasped his fists with a smile and said, now, let me demonstrate the actual combat application for everyone. Soo-hee, punch at me again, but this time faster. The two stood facing each other as Soo-hee increased his speed. Zhang Meng stepped forward swiftly, blocking with his left hand while driving his right elbow towards Soo-hee's jaw. Soo-hee instinctively retreated a step but was still struck. Ah, Soo-hee, are you okay? Zhao Luyao exclaimed in alarm, rushing to his side. A red mark had formed on Soo-hee's chin, but he chuckled and said, I'm fine. Soo-hee looked up at Jiang Mang. If he hadn't stepped back just now, that hit would have surely landed him in the hospital. Jiang Mang also stepped forward with concern. You okay? I'm so used to martial arts training that I couldn't pull back in time. Really sorry about that. Then a man from below the stage shouted, Hey delivery guy. Your moves are too stiff. You're not a piece of wood, you need to fight back. That's how we get good show effects. Wait, I'm supposed to be acting in this show? And I can actually fight back? Soo-hee asked in surprise. Just treat me like a thug attacking you. Don't worry about hurting me, Jiang Mang urged from the side. Same move as before, do it again, the man below shouted. Soo-hee stood before Jiang Mang once more, who returned his gaze with burning intensity. This time, Soo-hee's right fist shot out faster. Jiang Mang raised his left arm to block, but suddenly a strike landed squarely on his jaw. Jiang Mang staggered backward, clutching his chin. Zhao Luyao stood by in confusion. The movement had been so fast she hadn't even seen it clearly before the two separated. Stop! What happened? Delivery guy, who told you to strike? Coach Shang, are you alright? Two men rushed up from the sidelines, one berating Soo-hee while the other checked on Jiang Mang. Soo-hee hadn't actually used much force in that strike. Jiang Mang rubbed his chin and said grimly, I'm fine. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have fought back. Next time I'll just stand still and let him hit me, Soo-hee said sarcastically. It's not that you can't fight back, just, who the hell hired this extra? He's a complete idiot. Before he could finish, Soo-hee suddenly moved, kicking the man's inner knee and sending him to the ground. Soo-hee glared coldly at him and said, watch your mouth. Fuck. Bang. Soo-hee seized the chance before he could finish and slapped him across the face. The man lay sprawled on the ground, all his earlier arrogance gone, his eyes now filled with fear. Soo-hee, are you okay? Zhao Luyao still couldn't bring herself to scold Soo-hee that producer's words had indeed crossed the line. After all, Soo-hee wasn't just some random extra, she was someone Zhao had personally invited. Soo-hee turned to look at Zhao Luyao and smiled, Sister Zhao, I'm fine. The recording was interrupted. The director and the station's leadership rushed over. Seeing this, the man lying on the ground loudly demanded to call the police but was stopped by the leaders nonetheless. After waiting in the corridor for over 10 minutes, Soo-hee would have long since left if he hadn't yet received the system's reward. Zhao Luyao walked over, apparently having just cried, her eyes rimmed red. Auntie Zhao, did they bully you? I'll go teach them a lesson. In the TV station, only Zhao Luyao was willing to speak up for Soo-hee, and as a result, she also got dragged into the mess. Zhao Luyao grabbed Soo-hee's arm and said, It's nothing, Soo-hee. There's been a slight change in the upcoming recording. Coach Zhang doesn't seem willing to let you off easy. I've requested protective gear from the station for you. Put it on later and make sure to protect yourself. Don't worry, Auntie Zhao. His amateur skills can't hurt me. Soo-hee calmed down. Violence wasn't the solution. The real victory would be humiliating him on stage. Look at you getting carried away. Jiang Mang is a martial arts school coach. Don't try to show off. I heard during one program appearance, he broke 3 of his opponent's ribs. I don't want you getting hurt and ending up in the hospital where I'd have to take care of you. Zhao Luyao hadn't finished speaking when a woman ran over, saying the recording was about to start and they needed to get on stage. Did you hear what I just said clearly? Hurry up and put on the protective gear. Zhao Luyao stepped onto the stage and continued the previous topic. Fists and feet have no eyes. To protect our delivery writer from injury, we've specially prepared protective gear for him. Coach Shang, please now demonstrate women's self-defense techniques for everyone. At first it was just a demonstration, all in slow motion. Soo-hee followed every move and stance cooperatively. Suddenly, Jiang Mang forcefully twisted Soo-hee's arm behind his back, pressing close to his ear to whisper, Kid, just watch how I destroy you. Jiang Mang kept applying pressure, and Soo-hee was already feeling the pain. But soon, Zhao Luyao's voice rang out, and Jiang Mang released his grip. This move involved Soo-hee extending one arm, which Jiang Mang seized before swiftly maneuvering behind Soo-hee to twist his arm backward. The combat drill began as the two took their positions. Soo-hee made the first move by extending a hand, which Jiang Mang promptly grabbed. Soo-hee stepped forward with his left foot, swiftly chopping at Jiang Mang's neck with his other hand while simultaneously delivering a swift kick to Jiang Mang's calf. Jiang Mang dropped to his knees as Soo-hee locked his arm and pinned him down forcefully. The intense pain forced Jiang Mang to slap the ground several times, a clear surrender gesture. Seizing the moment, Zhao Luyao pulled Soo-hee away and continued, As you can see from this live demonstration, rigid techniques alone often fail to subdue an attacker. So, my fellow women, you must think beyond specific moves and forms. Don't let techniques and routines limit you. Coach Zhang, isn't this precisely the point you were trying to make earlier? Jiang Mang flushed red. This time, the director hadn't called cut, so he had no choice but to proceed. Yes, the essence of women's self-defense is its flexibility, ever-changing and adaptable. As the saying goes, there are no fixed rules, we care only about the outcome. Having been ambushed by Sui twice in a row, Zhang Meng was now seething with anger. He turned to the camera and declared, "Seems our delivery guy here knows a thing or two about fighting. Next up, I'll engage him in a real combat showdown. This time, I'm going all out. Let's see if he can last more than 10 seconds against me." This was nothing short of an open declaration of war. Even Zhao Luyao hadn't anticipated that Zhang Meng would challenge Sui to a live sparring match during the show, and even boldly proclaimed he wouldn't hold back. Zhao Luyao immediately glanced at the chief director, only to be signaled to proceed. Zhao Luyao had no choice but to approach Sui and ask, "Sui, what are your thoughts on Coach Zhang's request? After all, Coach Zhang is a top-tier instructor at Jinan Martial Arts School and earned countless awards in his youth. If you refuse, everyone will surely understand." Sui could tell Zhao Luyao hoped he would refuse, but he shook his head and said, "As a villain, I think it's necessary to continue this discussion with Coach Zhang. I'm also quite looking forward to seeing whether the women's self-defense techniques he mentioned can actually subdue me. In real life, criminals don't follow scripts or play along with your performance. Those so-called self-defense techniques for women? In Sui's eyes, they're nothing but a joke. If any woman really believed Zhang Meng's teachings and thought these few moves could subdue an attacker, actually encountering danger would be nothing short of suicide." The tension between the two parties was palpable, and the director was eagerly anticipating the outcome. Even though this was just a minor episode, posting it online would undoubtedly spark lively discussions. Veteran martial arts coach versus a food delivery rider, can the rider last even 10 seconds? The sensational headline alone made everyone realize this was yet another trending topic. Chapter 14 Anti-Wang, I don't want to work hard anymore. The space was cleared, and Zhang Meng also donned protective gear as a male host stepped in to act as referee. The match officially began with Zhang Meng charging forward first. To strike someone, one must first close the distance. True skill lies in coordinating hands and feet. His right fist shot straight toward Sui's face, while his left knee bent, aiming for a groin kick. Sui lowered his head and pressed both hands down on Zhang Meng's knee, dodging the attack. Seizing the moment, he followed through with a headbutt straight to Zhang Meng's chin. Zhang Meng's pupils dilated. He thought to block, but it was too late. With a loud bang, Zhang Meng fell backward, clutching his chin with a hand as he staggered a few steps, visibly in pain. 5 seconds. A man standing behind the chief director exclaimed in disbelief. "What are you gawking at? Go check on him already," the chief director grumbled, annoyed. Had Zhang Meng not slept well last night? His performance today was shockingly poor, getting repeatedly knocked down by a food delivery guy. Watching the recorded footage, he complained, "How am I supposed to upload this now? Director, I actually think this is great. Everyone expects a martial arts coach to beat a delivery rider. It's old news, and the audience is bored with it. But think about it, delivery guy KO's martial arts coach in 5 seconds. Are women's self-defense classes all show and no substance? Now that's a headline with punch." The chief director's eyes lit up, flashing an approving glance at the man behind him before stepping onto the stage. After observing Zhang Meng receiving treatment for his injuries, he enthusiastically approached Sui and smiled, saying, "Young man, impressive. Extraordinary skills. Stay back later to reshoot an interview segment." "No time, I need to get back." Having already received the system notification and his reward, Sui had no intention of lingering at the TV station. Removing his protective gear and exchanging a quick goodbye with Zhao Luyao, he promptly left. Zhao Luyao chased after him, but Sui's figure had already vanished outside. Zhang Meng lost 2 front teeth in the collision and was taken away by the ambulance. The chief director flew into a rage, but Zhao Luyao changed clothes and went straight home. Once there, she couldn't wait to call Lu Wen, and their conversation lasted a full 2 hours. Harbor Youth Apartments, Dormitory 406. A note was stuck on the door, reading, "No freeloaders or Sui allowed inside." Sui chuckled as he pushed the door open and yelled with a laugh, "Your daddy's home, boys." Dong Yong sprawled on Sui's bed, flashing a disdainful look. "That fast," he sneered. "Damn it, what the hell are you thinking?" Ma Mingzhi and Pan Ji Gang were still out delivering food. Dong Yong had just been discharged from the hospital and found it difficult to climb in and out of bed, so Sui climbed into Dong Yong's bed. "Sui, what's the trick to getting pampered by a sugar mommy?" Dong Yong asked while watching a pretty girl livestream. 1 part looks, 3 parts guts, with 7 parts shamelessness. How about it, brother Yong, ready to pull off something big? Sui peeked out at Dong Yong. Dong Yong heaved a sigh and said, "I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on an electric bike." "Sui, I've figured it out. Delivering food is selling your life for money. While I'm still young enough to make a move, I might as well find a sugar mommy and settle down. Doing laundry, cooking, joining a gym class, keeping her happy. Anything beats hustling dawn till dusk delivering takeout." Seeing Sui remain silent, Dong Yong continued, "That Officer Lu today was pretty cute, huh? Imagine getting a wife like her. Ha ha ha." Sui couldn't help but burst out laughing, teasing, "Then go chase her. Be a simp for a police flower, at least you'd count as a police dog with an official government posting." "Holy crap, Sui, I'm cutting ties with you. Repay your debts. Good night, Maka Paka." The next morning when Sui woke up, the other three were still fast asleep. Dong Yong needed to rest in bed for a few more days, while Ma Mingzhi and Pan Jigang never got up before 10 o'clock. The repaired electric bike was parked in the shed, with Lu Wen having left the keys at the security booth. The security guard at Harbor Youth Apartments isn't an old man, but an auntie. Rumor has it the apartment actually belongs to her son, which is why you'd often hear people joke, "Auntie Wang, I don't want to work hard anymore." Auntie Wang had grown accustomed to these playful remarks. Her response had evolved from an initial "get lost, you rascal" to "come on," and then, word had it that some people actually took her up on the offer. However, Sui learned from Ma Mingzhi that Auntie Wang wasn't actually the mother of any tycoon, it was all nonsense. "Auntie Wang, could you help me grab my keys?" Sui arrived at the guard station to find Auntie Wang engrossed in watching short videos on her phone. Auntie Wang looked up in surprise and said, "Oh, isn't this the viral internet famous delivery guy? Sui, you're quite the celebrity now. Hey, you're looking pretty handsome today, kid." Sui snatched the keys and bolted away. He simply couldn't stand the way Auntie Wang was looking at him, like a starving wolf eyeing a helpless little lamb. After skipping the delivery station for several days, Sui slipped into the morning meeting lineup just in time for roll call. "Sui's back. I wanted to keep a low profile and blend in, but everyone ended up looking at me." The station manager was named Zhang Jun, and true to his name, he had once been a soldier. After retiring, he took over this food delivery station. He was a decent guy, and everyone called him Brother Jun. "Brother Jun," Sui greeted Zhang Jun. "You came at just the right time. Come here." Zhang Jun hurried into the room and brought out a red envelope. In front of everyone, he said loudly, "All of you guys are like family to me. I know these past few days, you've suffered a lot of grievances, especially Sui. It must have been tough on him. We're all just trying to make a living, so we have to swallow our pride and hold back our tears. In this line of work, isn't every day filled with being ordered around like servants? But since we've chosen this path, no matter how hard it gets, we have to grit our teeth and push through. Some of you have elderly mothers bedridden at home, others are supporting 2 kids through school. There are even times when I just want to curse at those people online. What gives them the right to hurl abuse at someone they don't even know or understand?" Zhang Jun patted his chest and continued, "You call me Brother Jun, yet as your brother, I had to watch you get scolded without being able to do anything. The police cleared Sui's name, but they couldn't wash away the filth in your hearts. In my eyes, you're the purest people around. You deserve praise. Here, this is a reward for Sui." Sui tugged at the red envelope, grinning as he said, "Junji, you really live up to being an army entertainer. You've got a way with words even better than TV hosts. How about you let go first and let me see if there's enough to treat everyone to a meal? Brat, still running that smart mouth of yours. Take the red envelope first, you can open it later." Zhang Jun let go of his grip and shot Sui a glare. The carefully built-up sentimental moment had just been ruined by him. "Sui, it's your treat. Let's go for a feast." A few colleagues started cheering. "What feast? You all need to save more. Don't keep borrowing money from me every now and then. Honestly, Sui, how is it that all 4 of you in your dormitory come to borrow money from me every single month? Even Dong Yong doesn't have money for his hemorrhoid surgery." Zhang Jun scolded loudly. "Haha, they'd rather be penniless than mistreating a beauty with their Huabei credit. Those guys in their dorm are absolute legends. Ma Mingzhi and Pan Jigang must have drained the warehouse empty again last night. Get out and start taking orders." Seeing the commotion flare up again, Zhang Jun snapped irritably. Chapter 15, Let me tell you a joke. Ding, you have a new food delivery order. Please handle it promptly. The ordinary day of a food delivery rider officially begins. At 11 a.m., the rush hour starts, and Sui accepts 15 orders in one go. In his mind, the intelligent ordering assistant for food deliveries appears. All the orders on his phone are synchronized to the assistant, displaying clear data analysis such as estimated pickup times, the most efficient delivery routes, countdowns, and more. This is like cheating, Sui thinks as he rides toward the nearest pickup location. The intelligent navigation pops up in his mind again, even alerting him to a stray iron nail on the ground. Sui doesn't ignore it. He gets off his bike, finds the nail stuck upside down in a concrete crack, fetches a stone from the greenery, and hammers the nail flat before getting back on his e-bike. As he passed the repair shop up ahead, Sui flipped off the proprietress. The proprietress, who had been sunbathing by the roadside, sprang to her feet, cursing violently. She chased him for dozens of meters before finally retreating, still hurling abuse. With the Order Assistant app and navigation system, Sui's efficiency skyrocketed. After completing 15 deliveries, he boldly snatched 20 more orders at once. Handling 20 orders proved strenuous. A minor mishap occurred when one restaurant accidentally spilled his order during preparation, requiring remake and delaying him 10 minutes. Yet against all odds, he barely avoided any late deliveries. Sui finally got to sit down and rest at around 2:30 in the afternoon. During the noon rush hour every day, delivering takeout was like fighting a battle. Every second counted. he found a small restaurant to eat at. When he opened WeChat, the delivery driver group chat was already in an uproar. Damn, did Sui get pumped with steroids or something? He's going so hard. Someone had posted a screenshot of the station's rankings in the group. Sui was firmly in first place with 68 deliveries, while second place Wu Xiaodong had only completed 32. Jinan City was merely a second-tier city, where hitting 70 or 80 deliveries in a day was considered the absolute peak under normal circumstances. Yet unexpectedly, Sui completed 68 orders in just one noon. Fortune favors the survivors, Sui must have awakened some hidden potential. All hail the delivery god. Oh great one, do you still have room for a sidekick? Take me under your wing. Watching the messages in the group, Sui chuckled while eating. Giggle, giggle. The landlady's son was playing with his toy excavator when he suddenly looked up and searched around. Mom, there's a chick chirping. Son, no little chick, just a single dog. After finishing his meal, Sui turned off his order notifications, went to the supermarket to buy 2 large bags of rice and a bucket of oil, then rode his scooter to Xingfuli community. After locking up his scooter, Sui carried the rice and the oil bucket, slowly making his way into Building 7, Unit 2, Apartment 601, Xinyu's home. Sui dusted off his clothes, took off his helmet, and then gently knocked on the door. The door opened, and an elderly woman looked up at Sui without saying a word before turning to walk inside. The old woman's name was Xian Wanrong. Xinyu had often said her mother had a beautiful name. Aunt Xiang, I've poured the rice into the bucket. There's a slight leak in the kitchen. Tomorrow I'll ask a friend who used to work in plumbing to take a look. The soy sauce and salt are almost out. I'll go downstairs to buy some later. Anything else missing at home? In the living room, where the TV should have been, a statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva was placed. Aunt Xiang knelt before it, seemingly unaware of anything else. Sui picked up the broom and began cleaning. Just as she was about to mop the floor, the door opened, revealing a gray-haired man carrying a fish and several side dishes. Sweetheart, look what I bought, our daughter's favorite fish. Oh, Xiao Su, you're here? Xinyu's father, Xin Yuanzhong, had been smiling as he entered, but his expression instantly turned stern upon seeing Sui. Uncle Xin, I came to. Sui took the items from Xin Yuanzhong's hands and carried them into the kitchen. Just as she finished cleaning the fish, Xin Yuanzhong walked in. Xiao Su, go accompany Yaya. I'll take care of the fish. Ever since she was little, Yaya has loved the fish I make. Sui washed his hands and stepped aside, saying, then I'll go mop the floor first, and after that. No need to mop anymore, we're selling it all anyway. Xin Yuanzhong placed the fish on the cutting board and took a clay pot out of the cupboard. Selling it? Sui looked at Xin Yuanzhong in confusion. Uncle Xin, what did you mean by selling it? What else can we sell? Besides this shabby house that's worth a bit, Yaya's uncle has contacted a hospital in the capital. There's a neurosurgery department that specializes in treating cases like hers, but the costs are steep. Your Aunt Xiang and I discussed it, we're thinking of selling this house, plus the money you've given us this past year. We want to try one more time. Sui didn't respond. He finished mopping the floor and walked toward Xinyu's room. The door was open. On a single bed lay a woman with hollow cheeks and a pallid face. The room smelled foul. Sui cracked the window open a sliver, watching sunlight fall on Xinyu's face as he gently massaged her entire body. Yeah, Uncle Xin says he's taking you to the capital. Are you happy? You told me before that we take our wedding photos at Tiananmen Square, don't you forget? I'm still waiting. You promised, remember. Guess how many deliveries I made today? 68. Bet you didn't see that coming. Remember how you'd always scold me for showing off when I talked like this? I wish I could hear you scold me again. Take your time thinking up the longest, most creative scolding for me. When you wake up, you can let me have it all at once. Let me tell you a joke. Do you know why the ocean is blue? No, because the fish go blowing bubbles, blue blue. Not funny enough? Okay, here's another one. Where's Sun Wukon's golden staff? I bet you want to say in his ear, but his golden staff is so perfect, because it matches his hairstyle perfectly. Yeah, I see your standards for humor are getting higher. Looks like I'll have to dig out my truly terrible jokes to get a smile out of you now. At the door, Shen Yuanzhong stood holding a bowl of fish soup and cleared his throat lightly. Xiao Su, you go ahead with your work. Aunt Xiang and I will take care of things here. Sui stood up, then bent down to smooth Xinyu's hair before leaving. She took out 10,000 yuan in cash from her bag, placed it on the table, and said as she reached the doorway, Uncle Shen, Aunt Xiang, I'll be going now. Closing the door behind her, Sui took out her phone and started accepting delivery orders again. At 11:50 p.m., Sui stopped accepting orders and looked at his stats, 206 deliveries, 4 times his usual count. Just then, Mominger's call came through. Damn animal, did you pop little blue pills or something? Going this hard? We were supposed to stay poor together, but you're out here getting rich in secret. Is that Su-hee you're cursing? Let me get a word in too, Su-hee, you. Sui promptly hung up the phone, denying Pan Jigang the chance to vent his anger. Late at night, with only a few scattered pedestrians on the streets, Sui found a noodle shop, ate a bowl of noodles, and brought an end to his day's arduous journey. Chapter 16. I still have night deliveries to make. Upon waking in the morning, Sui received a call from Lu Wen. Sui, are you free this morning? I might not be available. What are you doing in the morning? I have food deliveries to make. Then take some time off. The city is hosting an Acts of Bravery commendation ceremony today. Originally you weren't included, but considering your special circumstances, Deputy Chief Fu added you last minute. Otherwise you have to wait until next year. How much is the reward money? Sui, must you always be so materialistic? Acts of bravery are about doing good deeds. It's an honor, even if all you get is a certificate. Officer Lu, I'm really quite busy. Could you hold on to that certificate for me? Next time I'm delivering food to your precinct, you can just hand it to me then. And there's a 50,000 yuan reward. Officer Lu, I'm almost there. I'm on my way now. Sui deliberately changed into a decent outfit, bought a few steamed buns downstairs, and rode his electric scooter straight to the Jinnan municipal government. Xinyu was heading to the capital for treatment, and the medical expenses were undoubtedly astronomical for the Shin family. The meager compensation from the hit-and-run driver had long been depleted. Even if they sold their house, there was no telling how long the funds would last. For Sui, every extra penny meant an additional glimmer of hope. He wasn't a doctor, all he could do was work desperately and earn money as hard as possible. He had originally hoped the system might offer some choice to treat Xinyu, but unfortunately, yesterday didn't trigger any options. In just over 10 minutes, Sui arrived at the city government building. As soon as he locked up his bike, Lu Wen walked over, dressed in her police uniform. Sui, hurry up, the assembly is about to start. Lu Wen looked at Sui in his casual clothes and couldn't help silently marveling at how handsome he was. No wonder Zhao Luyao kept talking about him. Sui followed behind Lu Wen, smiling as he said, Officer Lu, I truly appreciate your help. Lu Wen walked ahead while turning back to say, Sui, don't stand on ceremony, this is all just part of my job. Your act of bravery is what truly deserves commendation. Oh, by the way, Lu Yao asked me to apologize on her behalf. She wants to treat you to dinner tonight. What exactly happened between you two? She's being all mysterious about it. Sui scratched his head sheepishly as he looked at Lu Wen. It's nothing, he replied. Sister Zhao has been really helpful to me. Let's skip the meal, I've still got food deliveries to make tonight. Lu Wen looked at Sui in surprise and said blankly, but it's evening, even later is fine. Food delivery pays better at night with the surge pricing and subsidies. Sui answered honestly. Lu Wen shot Sui an irritated glare and said impatiently, go inside, first seat on the left in the second row. No sooner had Sui taken his seat than the ceremony began. Several leaders took turns speaking from the podium, briefly recounting these acts of bravery, followed by another half hour of thank you speeches. Sui couldn't help but slip out to use the restroom midway. When he returned, they finally moved on to awarding the cash prize. Standing on stage, Director Fu personally presented Sui with an honorary certificate and a plaque displaying the award amount of 50,000 yuan. Sui took a group photo with all the brave individuals who had acted heroically, and the ceremony concluded. After the event, at the request of the staff, Sui filled out his bank card details. The bonus would be deposited within 3 days. Leaving the municipal government building, Sui noticed Lu Wen waiting at the bus stop. He rode his electric bike over and asked, Officer Lu, would you like a lift? Lu Wen smiled and replied, Jinnan city regulations prohibit carrying passengers on electric bikes in urban areas. As a police officer, I can't knowingly break the law. Oh, okay then. Thank you so much for today. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Sui glanced at his phone, it was already noon. Unfortunately, his delivery uniform was back at the dorm, otherwise he could start taking orders right away. He decided to head back first and try to pick up a few deliveries later. Lu Wen's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, Great, how about lunch today? Sure. Sui could have kicked himself. If it were his dorm buddies, he would have insisted on postponing no matter what. But he quickly frowned and added, but you don't have a car, and there aren't any decent places to eat around here. How about? It's fine. You pick a place, I'll catch up with you. Lu Wen waved her phone at Sui, indicating they'd stay in touch, then turned and dashed back into the municipal government building. This whole situation was rather baffling. Sui checked his WeChat balance, found Lu Wen's contact, and sent her his location. Third Sister Lu's Homestyle Cooking, number 48, Wujin East Road, Jinnan City. Normally, Sui would just grab a rice bowl combo for lunch, but since he was treating someone, he was taking it quite seriously. Hey, Sister Lu, 1 Kung Pao chicken, 1 mapo tofu, and a seaweed egg drop soup. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. After finishing the call, Sui rode his electric bike toward Wujin East Road. Just then, an Audi passed by him, and the rear window rolled down as Lu Wen shouted loudly, Sui, I'm heading back first to change clothes. You go ahead. Sui was about to reply, but the Audi had already driven far away. By the time he arrived at Sister Lu's restaurant, Lu Wen was already seated inside, along with another woman, Zhao Luya. Su-hee, what are you standing there for? These two beauties have been waiting for you. At the entrance, proprietress Lu Jia gave Su-hee a knowing look and whispered, you've got some game, kid. These women clearly have money. Has life finally humbled you? Or have you given up on food delivery? Lu Jia, how could I? This toad's still waiting in your line here. When's your husband kicking the bucket? Su-hee put on a lecherous act and glanced at Lu Jia's chest. Many nearby delivery riders frequented this place for one reason, Lu Jia's ample bosom. You little bastard, eyeing my wife again. That kung pao chicken you ordered? I'm leaving out the chicken. By the open kitchen door, a balding middle-aged man laughed while scolding Su-hee. Then just bring me a plate of peanuts. The restaurant was small and bustling with noise, with many patrons stealing glances at Lu Wen and Zhao Luyo in their stylish outfits. After Su-hee walked over, both of them stood up. Officer Lu, Sister Zhao, please have a seat. Su-hee forced an awkward smile, and for a moment none of the three knew what to say. Su-hee, I made plans to go shopping with Lu Ya this afternoon. You don't mind me bringing her along without asking first, do you? Lu Wen took the initiative to speak up. Of course not. One more guest just means an extra pair of chopsticks. Sis Xiao has helped me out so much, I should be thanking you. This is the perfect chance to treat her to a meal. I've already ordered 2 dishes and a soup. Let me know if you'd like anything else. In the corner, Wu Xiaodong shoveled rice from his mixed dish bowl, his eyes locked onto Su-hee with such intensity that tears began falling into his food as he ate. Sister Lu noticed this while clearing tables and quietly asked, Wu Xiaodong, are you facing some difficulties? Tell your big sister about it. Maybe I can help figure something out. Wu Xiaodong picked up a tissue to wipe his tears and said, no, it's just, while eating this rice bowl dish, I remembered my mom. Sister Lu nodded, oh, I see. May I ask how many years has she been gone? Wu Xiaodong froze for a moment, my mom isn't dead. Chapter 17, get a membership card, you'll get 20% off next time. Su-hee, do you realize you're about to go viral? Zhao Luyo set down her chopsticks after just one bowl of rice, watching as Su-hee dug into his 4th serving with amusement. Am I trending online? Su-hee took a sip of soup before continuing, Sister Zhao, you're teasing me again. Lu Wen looked at Zhao Luyo with curiosity. The incident involving Su-hee some time ago had indeed stirred up quite a discussion in Jinnan City, though it was mostly negative reactions. After the police clarified the situation, those vocal critics fell silent, and the buzz quickly died down. The case itself remains confidential, and the public is still unaware of what Su-hee has done. I'm serious, after tonight, you'll be a mini-celebrity, Zhao Luyo said mysteriously. Su-hee didn't take it to heart, just smiled and kept eating. Lu Wen had stopped eating too, pouring all the gravy from his plate onto his rice. Su-hee, you can really put it away. Lu Wen looked at the scene in astonishment. Heh, that's how us delivery writers are. Eat this meal now, who knows when we'll get dinner. If I don't eat my fill now, I won't have energy to climb stairs tonight. Su-hee didn't ask for a second bowl after finishing this one, turning his head to shout, Sister Lu, check please. How much? 51, just give me 50. Lu Wen and Zhao Luyo exchanged glances before bursting into simultaneous giggles. This was the first time a man had ever voluntarily treated them to a meal, just 50 yuan at that. Unlike those other men who'd fawn over them, Su-hee's unassuming manner made them feel genuinely at ease. What's wrong? Su-hee picked up a tissue and wiped the corner of his mouth, puzzled. Do I have rice on my face? No, Su-hee. Thank you for your warm hospitality. We're going shopping, want to come with me? Su-hee shook his head. He needed to go home and take a nap. Having wasted the whole noon, he still had food deliveries to make tonight. Alright then, see you later. Su-hee, don't miss it at 9 tonight on Jinnan TV, or you could follow Jinnan TV's short video platform account. By tomorrow morning, you'll be a minor internet celebrity. Zhao Luyo called out before leaving, reminding Su-hee to watch the pre-recorded program featuring him that would air that evening. Su-hee chuckled. Apart from answering a few questions, he had disrupted Zhang Meng's tutorial later on. That part would likely be edited out. There was no way this would make him go viral overnight. Back at Harbor Youth Apartments, Dong Yong was already up and moving about. It seemed he'd be ready to resume food deliveries in another couple of days. Su-hee slept until the alarm woke him at 5. After washing his face, he immediately started taking delivery orders. Asterisk ding asterisk, you have a new food delivery order. Please handle it promptly. Grabbing over 20 orders in one go, Su-hee plunged into a crazed food delivery spree. He strategically picked areas teeming with people's schools, office buildings, residential complexes. Though climbing stairs ate up time, on the road his speed reached peak efficiency thanks to smart navigation. Ronda Building, Parking Lot, Section A, Parking Space 503, White Audi. At 9 p.m., Su-hee only had one last delivery order left. However, the customer's request was unusually demanding. If not for the note promising a tip, he wouldn't have taken this job at all. The note read, "Car keys are on the front left wheel. Open the passenger door and feed her 1 bite of braised chicken rice. Thanks, delivery guy, I'll tip you 200 yuan. Suhee had seen plenty of wealthy people before. It wasn't unusual for a rich client to tip him 200 yuan. He'd even delivered food to pets before, so he figured this was probably a cat or a dog. The garage lights were dim. It was Suhee's first time delivering to a parking lot, and it took him a few rounds before he spotted the white Audi. He tapped order delivered. Sure enough, there was a key near the left front wheel. Talk about trusting, these rich folks really don't care if someone drives off with their car. Suhee circled to the passenger side and peered through the glass. In the dim light, he could only make out a blanket. He pressed the key fob, pulled the door open, and a thick, putrid stench of death hit him. Cough, cough. Damn, is it starving to death? How long has this guy gone without feeding it? Suhee immediately dialed the orderer, waiting a long time before the call connected. Hello, is this Mr. Zhao? How long has it been since you last fed it? I just opened the car door, the stench of decay hit me. I think it might have starved to death already. Mr. Zhao was quite agitated and kept insisting, please, help me feed her a bite, her favorite is braised chicken with rice. Please do me this favor. Suhee was speechless. He replied, Mr. Zhao, listen to me, it's already dead. How could you still eat it when it's dead? Let me send this braised chicken to your house instead. Just give me your address. Since there were no other orders, Suhee wasn't in a hurry now. It was clear Mr. Zhao still had feelings for his pet. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. Mr. Zhao had sent him 200 yuan as a token of gratitude. At this moment, Mr. Zhao spoke again, this is all I have left. Please, just feed her 1 bite, just one. All right. Suhee sighed, he was offering way too much. Suhee opened the outer box, picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks, and prepared to place it right by its mouth. This would finally put Mr. Zhao's worries to rest. The other hand slowly lifted the blanket. Holy crap! Suhee's pupils dilated violently as he leaped backward, only to slam the back of his head against the wall behind him. Suhee reached up to touch it, the old wound had split open again, his hand covered in blood. Why am I so unlucky? Suhee glanced again at the decaying female corpse in the passenger seat. Due to his earlier excessive force, the corpse had toppled over, its face now directly facing him, those lifeless eyes staring right at him. Darkness flooded his vision as Suhee fainted. Inside a private room at Jinan City People's Hospital, Suhee awoke to familiar surroundings and the familiar face of his doctor, forcing a bitter smile onto his lips. The doctor was about to speak when Suhee cut in first. Mild concussion, requires hospitalization for observation for 2 days, and plenty of rest. The doctor was stunned, turning to the nurse and saying, those words, they were supposed to be my lines. Suhee grinned, flashing a toothy smile, that thing, whoever claims it gets it. Just remember to deduct it from the medical fee. It was my own illness I treated, after all. The nurse covered her mouth, barely containing her laughter, and teased, Director Hong, you two are such a riot, you could perform a skit on the Spring Festival Gala. Hong Tao was the chief physician in the neurosurgery department. This was Suhee's 3rd hospitalization this month, and he couldn't help but advise, Suhee, why don't you get a membership card? You'd get 20% off next time. Suhee was speechless. Chief Hong had quite the sense of humor. Just then, 2 police officers walked in. Chief Hong, who initially wanted to remind Suhee of a few more things, swallowed his words and stepped out with the nurse stifling her laughter. Chapter 18, You're the truly great ones. Officer Wen, Officer Yang. Suhee tried to sit up, but his head was swimming. When Jia walked over to support Suhee, while Yang Lin handed him a cup of warm water. Thank you. Suhee took a sip of water, then silently waited to be questioned. Let's hear your version first. When Jia sat on the chair as Yang Lin placed a voice recorder in front of Suhee and prepared to take notes. I had accepted an order to be delivered to Rongda building. Suhee recounted the entire incident. After listening, Officer Wen asked in confusion, you said you already knew there was a corpse under the sheet at the time. So why did you agree to their request to feed the dead body? Is that part of a delivery rider's job? I just thought Mr. Zhao was a pet lover, and he must have been devastated by his pet's death. Mostly, he paid way too much. Sigh. Suhee let out a heavy breath. Normally, he only earned a few bucks per delivery, but Mr. Zhao tipped him 200 yuan right away. If this were a live stream, such a big tipper would at least deserve a shout-out from the streamer. When Jia stood up and helped Suhee lie back down, advising him, this time there's evidence proving you're innocent. You've had really bad luck, get some proper rest. Don't rush to leave the hospital. The doctor said if you get hit 2 more times like this, you might not wake up one of these days. Suhee forced a bitter smile. That situation had been like watching a horror movie. Who'd have noticed there was a wall behind him? Officer Wen and Officer Yang were about to leave when Suhee couldn't resist asking, have you caught the killer yet? Officer Wen shook his head with a smile. The chain of evidence for this case is very clear, and the killer's identity has been confirmed. We're conducting a full-scale manhunt now. Anyway, I can't share more details with you, just focus on recovering. We'll take our leave now. Officer Wen, where's my phone? Suhee urgently asked again. Xiaoyang, have someone bring Suhee's phone over here. Suhee lay on the bed and drifted into a heavy sleep. The next morning, Suhee was awakened by a ringing phone. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Ma Mingzhi. Hey, brother Ma. Suhee, look at you, staying out all night, spent the night at a rich woman's place, huh? You sound exhausted, come clean. How many times did you go at it last night? Ma Mingzhi's lewd voice came through, mixed with the indistinct chatter of Pan Jigang and Dong Yong in the background. Maybe 7 or 8 times, wasn't it my best? Suhee replied with a faint smirk. Quit bragging, think you're hot stuff like me? Dong Yong's voice chimed in. Get to the point, stop beating around the bush. Pan Jigang urged from the side. Suhee, you've been hiding your skills pretty deep, huh? You're on TV now, your videos are all over the internet. When did you get so badass, taking down a martial arts school coach? Last time you got your ass kicked fighting those guys from ELE.me. Suhee couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry, and could only explain, the TV show was fake, rehearsed in advance for entertainment value. Oh, that makes sense. I was wondering how a scrawny guy like you suddenly became a martial arts master. Hey, next time there's an opportunity like this, bring us along too. Maybe I'll be the next internet sensation. Alright, let's stop chatting for now. Oh, by the way, I'm heading back to my hometown for a few days. Don't miss me too much. Beat it. Ma Mingzhi hung up the phone, and Suhee opened WeChat on his phone. He had been mentioned multiple times in the top fans chat group. Ma Mingzhi had posted several screenshots of Suhee from the show, each one looking incredibly handsome, but with every picture, he'd added a curse like damn beast. In the main delivery writers group chat, people were also talking about Suhee, mostly sour comments. The screen was flooded with nonsense about Suhee being kept by some wealthy woman from the TV station. A quick glance revealed the culprit, Wu Xiaodong. Opening the short video app, Suhee found that several friends had already forwarded clips to him. He didn't even need to search, just tapped on one at random. Delivery writer knocks out martial arts coach in 5 seconds. Women's self-defense techniques are just a joke. The headline alone is explosive. This video has already garnered over 1 million likes, with hundreds of thousands of comments and shares. In the video, a good-looking delivery writer faces off against a burly martial arts coach. What seemed like a mismatched fight took a dramatic turn. The coach was repeatedly forced back by the writer and in the final clash, was sent flying, even losing 2 front teeth. Truth be told, the showdown between Suhee and Jiang Meng was over in seconds. At first glance, the delivery writer didn't appear particularly skilled, especially with that final headbutt move against the coach, which sparked outright criticism from many viewers. They said the food delivery guy had no martial ethics, launching a surprise attack, while the martial arts coach was careless and failed to dodge. The comments section was mainly divided into 3 groups. One came for Suhee's looks, the second debated whether women's self-defense techniques were practical, and the third consisted of martial arts coaches who cursed Suhee for lacking martial ethics. Of course, many onlookers were amazed at the hidden talents among food delivery workers. In any case, Suhee had indeed gone viral. However, since he never made a public appearance, people could only comment under the video. No matter how much hype it generated, it had nothing to do with him. After watching for a while, Suhee's head started spinning again, so he turned off his phone and soon fell asleep. At noon, Lu Wen unexpectedly brought Suhee lunch. Officer Lu, this is really too much trouble. I brought this on myself, and there's a cafeteria right downstairs I can manage on my own. Lu Wen, dressed in her police uniform, placed the food on the table and said solemnly, the case of the female corpse in the parking lot is still under investigation. The suspect hasn't been caught yet, and as a key witness, you're currently under police protection. After speaking, Lu Wen smiled and continued, besides, we're friends now. If you're injured with no one to take care of you, isn't it natural for me to come check on you during lunch break? Friends, heh, of course it's fine, Officer Lu. Have you eaten yet? Suhee looked at the 4 bowls of rice on the table and froze for a moment. Noticing Suhee's startled expression, Lu Wen covered her mouth and laughed. I was afraid you wouldn't have enough to eat, so I got extra. Thank you, Officer Lu. Have some too. Suhee handed a bowl to Lu Wen, only then realizing there was only 1 pair of chopsticks. I've already eaten, you should eat now before the food gets cold. Lu Wen sat watching Suhee eat. Suhee ate loudly and quickly, yet somehow it wasn't annoying to watch, it actually made the food seem especially delicious. Ah, I'm such a sucker for good looks too. Lu Wen sighed inwardly. Suhee, slow down, no one's trying to take it from you. Be careful not to choke. I'm used to it, Officer Lu. You have no idea how tough it is delivering meals. We often don't get a bite of warm food while eating, glued to our phones to snap up orders. Missing one is fine, but when we do get one, the meal gets abandoned. By the time we finish the delivery, the food's already cold. Of course, you cops have it rough too nowadays with all the frequent homicides. Facing those ruthless criminals and twisted psychos, officers on the front lines risk their lives every moment. Now that's real heroism. Suhee, 4 bowls of rice still can't shut you up. Tomorrow I'll bring you an electric rice cooker instead. By the way, Officer Liu, why did that murderer kill his girlfriend anyway? Chapter 19. Doesn't this always happen in TV dramas? Lu Wen was taken aback. Out of professional habit, she keenly noticed the issue in Sui's words encountered. How do you know the victim was the murderer's girlfriend? Sui looked up and couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lu Wen's guarded expression. Isn't it obvious? He killed his girlfriend, then out of guilt, ordered her favorite braised chicken meal when she was alive. If it wasn't his girlfriend, it must have been his wife. Why else would he do such a thing? Lu Wen relaxed. Sui's analysis was correct, the perpetrator was indeed the victim's boyfriend. Officer Liu, you still haven't responded to me. Sui had finished his meal by now. Lu Wen came over to clear the dishes and noticed that not a single bite of food remained on the table. At present, the police have only determined the cause of the victim's death and identified the suspect. The victim and the suspect were indeed in a romantic relationship. As for the motive for the murder, it still can't be confirmed, and the police are making every effort to investigate. After Lu Wen finished speaking, Sui suddenly interjected, then you'd better hurry. The killer might have already committed suicide. Lu Wen froze, her expression instantly turning serious as she stared at Sui. Why would you say that? How many more clues are you hiding from us? You have to understand Sui has a record. In the last case involving the murder of a female streamer, he bargained to participate in the investigation by offering clues. Lu Wen never expected Sui would pull this stunt again. I've said everything I know, not a single word left out. But isn't the logic obvious? The killer donated his last $200 to me, he clearly didn't want to live anymore. Besides, murder is a capital offense. Broke and penniless, where could he even run? Personally, I think suicide's more likely. You should have heard his frantic tone on the phone. The more I think about it, the creepier it gets. Also, think about it, if he deliberately exposed himself, that just supports my theory. Of course, there's another possibility. He's just arrogant enough to believe he can outrun the police. Lu Wen stared blankly as she listened to Sui's analysis, stunned. Sui, where on earth did you learn all this? Isn't this how it always goes in TV dramas? Sui countered with absolute confidence. Alright, you win. Lu Wen took out her phone and called Wen Jia. Captain 1, Sui's analysis indicates the perpetrator has suicidal tendencies. Sui, got it. We've reached the same conclusion here, but based on the current leads, the killer's hiding place is extremely well concealed. It'll be very difficult to pinpoint the target quickly. Does Sui have any other leads? Wen Jia was aware of Sui's criminal record too. If he were to withhold crucial information again and suddenly emerge seeking credit, this time it would truly be an intentional concealment charge. Lu Wen glanced at Sui and replied, no, he's cooperating well. He probably won't try any more clever tricks. Sui watched as Lu Wen exposed his shortcomings right in front of him, and couldn't help but feel awkward. The doctor said mild concussion can cause retrograde amnesia. You should trust the doctor's words, he muttered. Lu Wen glanced at the time and said, alright, if you remember anything, there are officers right outside the door. You can also call me or Captain Wen directly. Every minute the killer remains at large poses an additional threat to the public. Police work can't rely solely on speculation and analysis. Suicide is just one possibility. He might also seek revenge on society and commit more crimes. That's why we must find him as soon as possible. By the way, I should let you know, the police have issued a reward notice. Anyone who provides information leading to the arrest of the suspect or apprehends the suspect directly will receive a 200,000 yuan reward. At the doorway, Lu Wen turned back to say this before leaving. Am I that kind of person? Sui felt somewhat displeased with Lu Wen's tone. Earlier she'd called them friends, but now she was practically treating him as if he'd provide leads just for that 200,000 yuan bounty. Suddenly, 3 choices appeared before me. Option 1. Provide clues to assist the police in apprehending the suspect. Reward upon completion, 100,000 yuan in cash. Option 2. Capture the suspect directly and hand them over to the police. Reward upon completion, 200,000 yuan in cash. Option 3. Do nothing and sleep first. Reward upon completion, a brand new pillow. Just as sleepiness arrived, a pillow was delivered, so he suddenly felt wide awake. Whether he chose option 1 or option 2, neither would conflict with the police's bounty. If he could earn the 400,000, plus the 50,000 for doing a heroic deed, Uncle Shen wouldn't have to sell his house. So he carefully went over everything again but found no missing information that could lead to the killer's hiding place. He opened his phone and first checked the most wanted notice issued by the Jinnan City Public Security Bureau. Zhao Xian, male, 23 years old, a senior at Jinnan Foreign Language University. There was a lot more information below, along with a photo. The young man in the picture looked bright and cheerful, making it hard to believe he could be someone who murdered his girlfriend. The information about the female victim wasn't publicly disclosed, but Sui quickly found it on the forum of Jinnan Foreign Language Institute. Tian Xiaowan, female, 23 years old, also a senior student at Jinnan Foreign Language Institute. Someone had posted Tian Xiaowan's photo, sending a chill down Sui's spine as memories of the parking lot scene resurfaced. Putting down her phone, it took a while before Sui could steady her breathing. With a deep exhale, she returned to scrolling through the forum posts. Zhao Xian majored in foreign trade Japanese and came from a well-off family, driving an Audi to school as early as his junior year. He was an outstanding student both academically and morally, serving as the head of the propaganda department in the Youth League Committee and receiving recognition as an exemplary college-level student cadre. Tian Xiaowan, on the other hand, was from the English department, also from a wealthy family and ranking at the top of her class academically. They could be described as a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. However, the campus gossip forums were rife with negative rumors. Some said Tian Xiaowan spent extravagantly, dressing in designer clothes and carrying luxury bags. Others claimed she had been seeing someone else, which supposedly drove Zhao Xian to murder her. There were also whispers that Zhao Xian was drowning in debt while pretending to be wealthy, even allegedly leasing back his own car after mortgaging it. After browsing for over an hour, Sui's eyes grew strained from the flood of information, much of it unverified. One thing, however, became clear to him. None of these rumors pointed to Zhao Xian's current hiding place. Lying in the hospital bed and staring at the ceiling, Sui felt somewhat discouraged. Even the police hadn't yet found where Zhao Xian was hiding, so with his own scattered bits of information, he was even more clueless about where to start. If only the system would reward him with a criminal suspect tracker, how great that would be. Sui's mind wandered wildly for a while before he drifted off to sleep again. Chapter 20, What's in it for a delivery guy to worry like a cop? After waking up, Sui continued searching for information on his phone forums, campus networks, short video platforms, anywhere people might be discussing the incident. He clicked in to take a look. When he got tired from watching, he'd go back to sleep. After all, he couldn't leave the hospital yet, might as well treat it like playing detective. At noon the next day, Luan came again with the food. Watching Sui deliberately fetch a notebook to gather information, Luan chuckled lightly and said, "Seems like what I said before I left yesterday gave you quite the motivation. I just didn't want the murderer to go unpunished and leave the public in danger. As for me personally, that bonus money was completely secondary. Alright, stop pretending to be so noble. You were after that 200,000 yuan all along, but I have to warn you, if you get any leads, you must report them to the police immediately. No independent action." Seeing Sui's righteous demeanor, Luan felt she understood him more and more, and she solemnly warned him. Officer Lu, how about we share resources? If we catch the killer, we split the reward half and half." Sui, now recovered enough to get out of bed, proactively set the table and took the meal containers from Luan's hands. "In your dreams, just eat your meal already. If you've got nothing to do, go outside and get some sun instead of lying in bed playing with your phone." Luan rolled her eyes at Sui. Only he could come up with the idea of splitting the police reward money. Sui started eating while Luan picked up his notebook and flipped through it. "Sui, your handwriting is atrocious," she exclaimed. Officer Lu, since you've seen my notes, you should share some police information too." Sui looked up with a grin. "We already have all this information in our records. Who'd care to look at yours? Besides, how could I possibly share confidential police details with you? That would be against regulations. Stop messing around and finish your meal." Luan tossed the notebook back at him, its contents proving utterly useless. "I should have just gone to sleep, at least I'd get a new pillow out of it," Sui muttered under his breath. Luan glanced at Sui. "What did you say?" "I didn't catch that." "Nothing, I was just saying how delicious today's food was." Looking at Sui's dejected expression, Luan felt both exasperated and amused. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Sui, why are you so determined to catch the suspects? Are you really that desperate for money?" You should know that Sui had just received a 50,000 yuan reward for his act of bravery. "For justice." Sui raised his head, staring intently at Luan with shining eyes, then revealed an awkward smile, "and to earn a little money on the side." "Sui, could you not spoil the moment next time? You looked pretty cool just now, but now you've turned into a little money grubber." Luan thought for a while, then stepped out to make a phone call to Wenjie. "Captain 1, Sui is also tracking leads on the suspect's whereabouts, but he's searching online for information. He wants to share his findings with the police." Wenjie was surprised by this news, yet when it came to Sui, something always felt off. In the case of the murdered female streamer, Sui had absolutely no connection whatsoever, yet he insisted on getting involved in withholding critical information. Now, what exactly was he up to this time? Truth be told, Wenjie really wanted to drag Sui into an interrogation room right now and grill him properly. Who knows what key leads he might still be hiding. "Alright, got it. Keep an eye on him, I'm on my way." After some thought, Wenjie decided it was best to meet Sui at the hospital first. After all, Sui was currently injured, and there was no concrete evidence suggesting he had any ulterior motives. After lunch, Sui noticed that Luan surprisingly hadn't left and asked with confusion, "Officer Lu, don't you have work this afternoon?" "I'm on duty right now," Luan replied just as Wenjie walked in with Yang Lin. Luan stepped forward, took Sui's notebook, and handed it to Wenjie. "Captain 1, I'll head back first then. After Luwen left, when Jia first flipped through the records Sui had made about Zhao Xian and Tian Shaoan, then he sat down calmly in his chair and said to Sui, really can't remember anything? That's a shame, the police are offering a 200,000 yuan reward. Sui grinned and said, Officer 1, what are you implying, that I'd hide clues just for a 200,000 reward? I've already told you everything I know. I just scribbled those things down for fun. Officer Wen picked up his notebook and said sternly, this isn't something to scribble down carelessly. Your behavior is severely disrupting our investigation. Do you really want me to take you back to the interrogation room for a thorough questioning? Ouch, my head is killing me. Officer Wen, call a doctor for me quick. Sui's face turned deathly pale, his brows knitted tightly as he shouted. Officer Yang was about to go call for a doctor when Officer Wen grabbed his arm. Glancing at Sui sitting on the hospital bed, Officer Wen said with a faint smile, this kid's putting on an act for you. Not honest at all. After waiting for 2 minutes, Sui, seeing no movement, opened her eyes, let out a long breath, and said, much better. Mild concussions need quiet rest. Every time I try to think, it hurts like hell. Officer Wen, what were you saying just now? I suddenly forgot again. Sui, stop playing games, keep this up and I'll cuff you right here. Officer Yang glared at him. Despite all evidence clearing Sui of the case, the guy just wouldn't quit trying to solve it. What business did a food delivery guy have meddling in police work anyway? What was he after? Officer Wen stared at Sui for a long while before finally speaking. What kind of information do you want to know? If possible, I'd like to know everything. Sui suddenly became serious as well. He had no connection to the case and wasn't afraid of being held accountable afterward. If they could find the murderer, it would mean a huge reward. For Xin Yu's sake, he had nothing to fear. Can you get out of bed? Officer Wen smiled. Sui also smiled. I can. Then come with me to the interrogation room. Can we pick a different place, Officer 1? That place is too oppressive, I'm afraid. No negotiation. Until we catch the suspect, you're staying at the police station. Sui sighed, got off the bed, changed his clothes, and walked to the door. Suddenly, he asked, Officer Wen, if I find any clues while at the police station, does the 200,000 yen reward still stand? As long as we catch the suspect, I'll personally hand you that 200,000 yen. The other officer at the door took Sui away first, and Yang Lin couldn't help but ask, Boss, Sui's just a food delivery guy. Do you really think he's some kind of legendary detective? Last time, he was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He just happened to see the killer's clothes by chance. When Jia watched Sui's receding figure and inexplicably muttered, in less than half a month, 3 cases, the murder of a female livestreamer, the pursuit of a hit-and-run taxi in the city center, and the female corpse in the parking lot, he was involved in all of them. If you call that a blind cat catching a dead mouse, I can't see any obvious connection, but something just feels off to me. Boss, now that you mention it, Sui really does have rotten luck. If this were one of those mystery TV shows, it'd probably end up as another unsolved enigma. Chapter 21, reported for being too handsome. Jinnan City Public Security Bureau. Sitting in the familiar interrogation room, Sui successfully obtained the case information. However, the price was that until the suspect was apprehended, his eating, drinking, sleeping, and all other basic needs would have to be met within the police station. Moreover, his phone had been confiscated. Outside the interrogation room, when Jie stood before Deputy Director Fu and said gravely, Deputy Director Fu, I know this violates regulations, but I have a hunch that Sui might very well provide us with a breakthrough. I'm willing to accept punishment afterward. Captain 1, you've been a veteran criminal investigator for over a decade now, and you're talking to me about hunches? Since when do the police rely on a food delivery rider in investigations? As for this Sui, you'd better investigate him thoroughly, find out what he's really up to, and next time, no more acting on your own. Letting a non-investigative personnel review case files is a serious disciplinary violation. Go write up a self-criticism report. Deputy Chief Fu took another look at Sui sitting in the interrogation room and shook his head, thinking how absurd this whole situation was. If a food delivery guy could solve cases, what use were the police? Unaware that his request had led to Officer Wen being disciplined, Sui was engrossed in reviewing the case files, searching for any clues. But even the police hadn't found anything, so his hopes were slim. Much of the information matched what he'd found online, though there were new details too. The victim Tian Shaoan had died of asphyxiation between 8 to 9 p.m. on June 5, 2022. Zhao Xian's fingerprints were on her neck, she'd been strangled by him. Tian Shijuan's pants were pulled down below her knees, and there was evidence of sexual activity before her death. The evidence left at the scene was conclusive, and surveillance footage also confirmed that the murderer was Zhao Xian. However, after Zhao Xian left, the parking lot management did not discover the body in the car. It wasn't until 7 days later, on the evening of June 12, 2022, after Sui collapsed, that someone finally called the police. 7 days were more than enough for the perpetrator to hide or flee far away, which is precisely why it was so difficult for the police to apprehend the suspect. Records indicate that on the night of the 12th, Zhao Xian returned to his university. Late that night, he even treated his dorm mates to a barbecue, getting utterly drunk. The next day, the 13th, he went back home for a visit. Since he had recently argued with his father, his family didn't notice anything unusual. After a quiet lunch, Zhao Xian went to the countryside to visit his elderly grandfather. After that, all traces of him vanished. The police combed through hotels, motels, entertainment venues, bus stations, subway stops, and airports of all sizes. They pulled Zhao Xian's phone records and travel history until they finally pinpointed his location at Lingyin Temple, a remote mountainous area in Jinan City, where he had ordered takeout. By the time the police arrived, Zhao Xian was already gone. The trail went cold again. Lingyin Temple was located in a remote area with no surveillance cameras, making it impossible to proceed with the investigation. The case came to a standstill. The police issued a wanted notice with a reward. Under normal circumstances, further pursuit would only resume if Zhao Xian's whereabouts were discovered. Behind Lingyin Temple stretched endless mountain ranges. If Zhao Xian chose to end his life in some secluded spot, finding him would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Su He was dumbfounded. No wonder Officer Wen had agreed to let him review the case files even if he knew all this. What could he possibly do? Looking up at the cold interrogation room, Sui felt like crying but couldn't. Could he just go back to delivering food? At night, Sui was taken out of the interrogation room and locked in a temporary holding cell. At least there was a bed, blankets, and someone brought him food. Clearly, this was a VIP suite because in the cell across from him, a man with tattoos on his face and bright red hair was sitting on the icy floor. The next morning, Luan brought Sui breakfast, leaving the man opposite stunned. He gasped, "Dude, what the hell? Why do you get treated so well? What did you even do?" Sigh. Sui let out a sigh and replied, "I got reported for being too handsome, so I had no choice but to turn myself in. Just here to hide for a couple of days." At noon, Deputy Director Fu walked into the cafeteria and happened to run into Wen Jie. He asked, "That Sui, how long are you planning to keep him locked up?" Wen Jie pondered for a moment and said, "Turns out he eats way too much. His appetite matches two people's portions. I think we should just let him go this afternoon. Keeping him around like this isn't really solving anything." "You got it. By the way, there's a major case in the province, and they're setting up a special task force. You've been specifically assigned to it. The detailed files are already on your office desk. Go take a look after you eat." In the afternoon, after signing a confidentiality agreement, Sui finally walked out of the police station. Turning to Lu Wen, she said, "Officer Lu, thank you so much. Did you put in a good word for me? Another time, I'd better go now. Goodbye." Lu Wen smiled and replied, "Come back often." "Not coming back, not coming back." Sui walked out the door but suddenly ran back and asked, "Officer Lu, where is Tian Shijuan's body?" "What? Are you still thinking about that 200,000 yuan reward? Would you like to come inside for a cup of tea and chat slowly?" Lu Wen didn't expect Suhi to still cling to his desperate hope of catching the murderer. How could I, Officer Lu? I had a nightmare last night. I thought I'd speak to her face to face, tell her to stop haunting me." Sui scratched his head, saying it as if it were a serious matter. "That's feudal superstition. Tian Shijuan's body has already been cremated and taken back by her family. You'd better put it out of your mind. Go home, get some good sleep, and forget about this in a few days." Sui nodded and walked out of the police station, when suddenly, he ran back in. "Officer Lu, where's my e-bike?" Lu Wen pointed irritably toward the e-bike parked under a large tree next to the security office and said, "Over there. You're always losing track of things. Don't come back again, or I'll lock you up." This time, Sui didn't return. He hopped on his e-bike and sped off in a cloud of dust. On a dark and windy night, grave robbers plundered tombs. A figure lay sprawled in the cornfield, staring intently at the freshly dug grave not far away. "That's right, it's Suhi." Suhi had been lying here for 2 hours now. Taking a bite of bread followed by a sip of milk, his gaze remained fixed on Tian Shijuan's grave. "I hope I'm not mistaken about this." Suhi's heart was also pounding. At the police station, he had learned that Tian Shijuan's time of death was between 8 and 9 p.m. on June 5. Zhao Xian had placed the food delivery order at 8:20 p.m. on June 12, and Suhi arrived at the parking lot around 9 p.m. exactly 7 days apart. Was this a coincidence? Suhi didn't think so. Back when he watched horror movies, he'd heard that on the 7th day after a person's death, their spirit would return to the place where they died. Zhao Xian must have timed it precisely, ordering Tian Shijuan's favorite braised chicken. This was absolutely deliberate. Zhao Xian was weighed down by guilt and had contemplated ending his life. Yet, the system's options hinted that Zhao Xian was still alive. Wanting to die but not succeeding, what was going through Zhao Xian's mind? A bold guess flashed through Sui's mind. Could Zhao Xian be planning to die together with Tian Shijuan? Live under the same quilt, die in the same coffin. This speculation wasn't unfounded, since Zhao Xian had chosen to order takeout on the seventh-day memorial rite while hiding in the temple himself. It proved he genuinely believed in such traditions. Now at the end of his rope with nothing left to lose, death being inevitable either way, it was entirely plausible that he, as Tian Shijuan's boyfriend, wanted to perish alongside her. Thus, the moment Suhi left the police station, he rushed straight to Tian Shijuan's hometown. Chapter 22. Don't you watch movies? At 2:30 in the morning, Suhi couldn't hold on any longer and drifted off into a drowsy sleep. Suddenly, a noise startled him awake. Lifting his head, he saw that Tian Shijuan's grave had already been dug open. A shadowy figure was holding the urn with her ashes in its arms before Suhi lost sight of it. Suhi scrambled to his feet and dashed forward. Terrified, the person inside the grave pulled out a knife, seemingly intent on suicide. Tian Shijuan is still alive. Seeing it was too late, Suhi shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xian was pinned to the ground by Suhi, who simultaneously threw the knife aside. Zhao Xian didn't struggle, asking absently, "You're saying Shijuan is still alive?" "Ha, what I meant is, if Tian Shijuan were still alive, she definitely wouldn't want to die with a piece of scum like you." Suhi pressed Zhao Xian down firmly, saying disdainfully, "I didn't mean to kill her. She forced me into it. I loved her. I was terrified she'd leave me. I took out loans. I sold my car to give her what she wanted, but she was a bottomless pit. She set her sights on my dad's apartment in Jinan City. She kept pushing me. I was going insane. In the parking lot, just let me die. I'm begging you. I killed her, a life for a life." Zhao Xian struggled to break free, but Suhi had him locked down tight. Master-level restraining techniques made it effortless. Ignoring him, Suhi pulled out his phone and called the police. "Hello? I'd like to report a crime. I've apprehended the murderer of Tian Shijuan." "Yes, the one from the Rongda Plaza parking lot. I'm at Xinhua Village, Jinhua Town, right on top of Tian Shijuan's grave." "No, I'm not a villager. I'm a food delivery guy." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xian stopped struggling. Casting a sidelong glance at Sui's clothes, he asked in confusion, "You're not a cop?" Sui smiled and replied, "Plainclothes, you understand?" Zhao Xian pressed on, "You just reported to the police that you're a food delivery rider? That's the code. You think you're clever? In truth, your every move has been under police surveillance all along." Suhi had already immersed herself in the role of a detective. Zhao Xian pressed further, "Then why didn't you arrest me earlier?" "Well, let me think. You sure ask a lot of questions. You're like a walking encyclopedia of why." Suhi suddenly realized how quick-minded college students could be. He almost couldn't keep up. "Officer, where are your handcuffs?" Zhao Xian chuckled. "Left them behind," Suhi replied with a straight face. "Believe it or not, I'll give you a bad review." Zhao Xian suddenly turned his head and glared at Suhi. "You dare? A murderer like you threatening me with a bad review?" Suhi was furious. How dare this punk threaten him? "Ha ha ha, so you really are a delivery guy. How did you know I'd come here to kill myself?" Zhao Xian suddenly burst into laughter, and only then did Suhi realize he'd been tricked into revealing himself. With a sharp twist of his wrist, he made Zhao Xian yelp in pain. "Shut up!" Suhi showed no mercy to Zhao Xian. To her, a scumbag who killed his girlfriend was lucky to escape without a beating. Zhao Xian did shut up, but less than a minute later, he began muttering to himself, "If only I'd won the lottery, she wouldn't have left me." "Bullshit, you're the one who killed her." Suhi couldn't help but interject. "That day, she dragged me to the mall. It wasn't until we reached the parking lot that I realized she was planning to buy furniture, intending to move into my dad's apartment. That place was supposed to be mine, but then my dad found another woman, got her pregnant, and decided to keep it for himself. Shijuan keeps thinking about that apartment. She says if we move in early, Dad won't be able to do anything. I couldn't help but argue with her, caught between my girlfriend and my father. What should I do?" The parking lot was dim. Shijuan turned off the car lights, and we sat in silence for a few minutes. Then she reached her hand onto my thigh. Suwa instantly perked up. When we were doing it in the passenger seat, Shijuan suddenly said, "Hurry up. After this, we can go see the apartment." Hearing that, I thought, is this even love? This is just a transaction. The apartment, that's all she cares about. I grabbed her throat. I loathed her. I hated her. "Didn't you just say you liked her?" Suhi couldn't help but interject again. "It doesn't matter anymore. I regret it, but what's the use? I suffered when she was alive, and I suffer even more now that she's dead. I only have one wish now. I hope we can be buried together." By now, the police sirens were getting closer. Having heard the whole story, Sui didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. As the police led Zhao Xian into the patrol car, Sui got into another one. Seeing a familiar face in the passenger seat, he greeted with a smile, "Officer Yang, troubling you to come out personally so late at night. If I weren't afraid he might escape midway, I could have just taken my e-bike to." "Whoa, stop the car. My e-bike is still in the field." Jinan City Public Security Bureau, interrogation room. Sui spoke until his mouth was parched, mentioning the seventh-day mourning rites, vowing to both share the same blanket in life and the same coffin in death, but Officer Yang just kept glaring at him, barking, "Confess honestly." Finally, Sui lost his temper too, glaring back at Officer Yang. "Are you trying to cheat me? Trying to pocket my 200,000 yuan? I demand to see Officer 1. He promised me I caught the murderer, and he'd give me the 200,000. Yang Lin stormed out of the interrogation room and approached Shifu, helplessly saying, "Shifu, still the same old story." Suhi's account wasn't entirely fabricated. According to his speculation, the murderer did indeed harbor some superstitious beliefs. This was confirmed during Zhao Xian's interrogation. He truly believed the victim's spirit would return on the seventh day. The reason he hid in the temple was his fear that Tian Shaowan would return as a vengeful ghost to claim his life. And in the end, his wish to be buried with Tian Shaowan indicated he had already prepared to take his own life. Alright, let him go. Have him register his bank card details and follow the standard procedure. Shifu glanced at Suhi in the interrogation room. This food delivery rider had not only uncovered the clues but personally caught the killer. It was utterly unexpected. This time, it also served as a reminder to all investigators that they needed to consider things from the killer's perspective. When asked how Suhi had connected these dots, Suhi countered matter-of-factly, "Isn't that how it always plays out in horror movies? Don't you folks watch films?" At 9 in the morning, Sui finally walked out of the police station, got on his scooter, and headed toward Harbor Youth Apartment. He needed to go back and catch some sleep. He was absolutely exhausted. Lu Wen watched Sui's receding figure and silently thought to herself, "Please, don't ever show up here again." Chapter 23, Like Father, Like Son. On the road, I checked my phone and saw 3 missed calls from Station Chief Sang Jun, Dong Yong, and Sui's mother. "Hello, Mom? You little brat, ignoring my calls again." "Mom, what's up? Suhi, do you even care about this family anymore? You leave for half a year without returning. People would think you've gone abroad. Let me tell you, your father just fell off his bike. Come back or don't, suit yourself." "Is it serious? Hey, Mom." Mom hung up abruptly. Sui swiftly turned his bike around and pedaled homeward in haste. Sui's home was also in Jinan City, though located over 20 kilometers from the urban area, a good hour and a half by electric bike. On the way, Sui called Zhang Jun to ask for leave and then returned Mominger's call, just a minor request to bring some tasty homemade food from his place. Halfway through the ride, his bike ran out of power. With no one around, Sui retrieved the battery he'd been rewarded with from his space and replaced it. He tried storing the old battery back but failed, so he had to carry it on the bike. The gate of Sui's house stood wide open. He rode straight in, parked, and dashed inside. "Mom, where's Dad? Where did he fall? Is it serious?" Sui's mother, Xiao Xiaomei, was sitting on the sofa watching TV while cracking melon seeds. Beside her were 3 women. One was Aunt Zhang, the well-known matchmaker in their village, while the other 2 were unfamiliar to him. Xiao Xiaomei shot Sui a glance and rolled her eyes, saying, "Oh, so you've decided to grace us with your presence? That was quick." Sui had been frantic the entire way home, and seeing his mother's annoyed expression, he blurted out, "Mom, this isn't the time. Where's Dad? Has he been taken to the hospital?" At that moment, the door inside opened, and Sui's father, Su Jiangwo, shook out his clothes as he walked out, saying, "What's the point of going to the hospital? Just took a little fall, landed in the field. Came back to change into fresh clothes, that's all." "Zhao Xiaomei, you told me earlier that your son worked at a Fortune 500 company, with a car and apartment provided, something about being an online food operations manager in the internet catering sector, and it turns out he's just a food delivery guy." The woman on the couch, in her 40s, tugged at her daughter's arm and headed for the door the moment she saw Suhi in his delivery uniform. This dumb kid couldn't even bother to change after coming home. Zhao Xiaomei muttered under her breath as she passed Suhi, then hurried after them. "Du Chunhua, don't leave now. You're already here, let the young folks chat a bit first. My son makes plenty delivering food, you know. How much could delivering food even pay? Wouldn't cover my daughter's clothes or makeup. She's got plenty of suitors in the city. Imagine the shame if people found out she went on a blind date with a delivery guy." Du Chunhua kept walking without pause, still grumbling under her breath. "You're something else, Du Chunhua. Your daughter's short as a stump with a flat nose, no chest to speak of and no backside either. My Sui's tall and handsome, he wouldn't even look twice at her. Since you want your daughter to marry money, why don't you hook her up with old Grandpa Ma in our village? He's 89, widowed, and still gets his pension." Zhao Xiaomei, seeing Du Chunhua look down on her son for being a food delivery rider, also dropped all pretense and started hurling insults. "Zhao Xiaomei, I'll tear your mouth clean off your face. Come at me then. Think I'm scared of you?" Seeing the two about to come to blows, Sui hurried out, grabbed Du Chunhua's hand, and gave a gentle push that sent Du stumbling back 2 steps before sitting down hard on the ground. "Assault! The Su family's trying to kill me! Help!" Du Chunhua froze for a moment after hitting the ground, then began shrieking at the top of her lungs, rolling about in a theatrical display of victimhood. Zhao Xiaomei made as if to flop onto the ground too, but Sui seized her arm. Mom, the ground's dirty, don't ruin your clothes. Du's ear-piercing performance worked like a charm, bringing the neighbors rushing out to enjoy the spectacle. Du Chunhua's daughter tried to pull her up, but Du Chunhua stubbornly refused to get off the ground. Matchmaker An Zhang also tried to persuade her, yet Du Chunhua wouldn't listen, continuing to exchange insults with Zhao Xiaomei the whole time. Sui had grown up watching his mother Zhao Xiaomei's scolding skills evolve over the years. Within a 10-mile radius of villages, she rarely met her match. However, Du Chunhua was no pushover either, and soon enough, the two were engaged in a fierce battle of words, spittle flying as they hurled insults neck and neck. A group of men stood by with their hands tucked in their pockets, enjoying the spectacle. Everyone knew it wouldn't come to blows. Before long, the village's women's director and the village chief came and managed to persuade the people to leave after much talking. Ms. Zhao Xiaomei turned around with high spirits and walked into the house. As soon as the door closed, Zhao Xiaomei turned and pinched Sui's ear, saying, "You brat, do you deliberately want to anger me to death so your dad can find you a stepmother? Why couldn't you wear anything else but this yellow outfit? Look, another one's talking about it being inauspicious. Mom, it hurts. Dad, what are you laughing at?" Sui hurriedly tried to divert Zhao Xiaomei's attention. "I wasn't laughing, honey, don't listen to his nonsense." Su Jiangwo turned and walked away. "Stop." Zhao Xiaomei let go and planted her hands on her hips. "You two are cut from the same cloth, go pour me a glass of water. I've scolded my throat hoarse." At noon, Zhao Xiaomei prepared a table full of dishes. Just as she set them down, she noticed Sui still wearing his helmet and said, "Time to eat, why are you still wearing that helmet?" "Heh, just got used to wearing it." Though Sui said this, he made no move to remove them. Picking up his chopsticks, he immediately began eating with gusto, praising, "Mom, your cooking is still the best." Zhao Xiaomei stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Sui. "Take that helmet off. Mom, come eat, the food's getting cold." Sui still didn't move. Bang! Zhao Xiaomei slammed her hand on the table, glaring furiously at Sui as she said, "Su Jiangwo, take your son's helmet off. I want to see what he's hiding. Ever since he was little, whenever he lies he can't even look me in the eye. Mom, I just got a new haircut. It doesn't look good." Sui kept making excuses, but Su Jiangwo directly reached over and removed his son's helmet. "Son, what happened to your head? When did you get hurt? Is it serious? Su Jiangwo, what are you standing there for? Take our son to the hospital." Zhao Xiaomei looked at the bandage wrapped around Sui's head. His hair had been shaved off at the back for treatment. "Mom, I'm fine. I just accidentally bumped into a wall, no big deal, just a small cut. Even the doctor said it's nothing." Seeing his mother tearing up, Sui walked over and hugged Zhao Xiaomei. "You stubborn brat, you never listen. I told you to find a steady job, but you wouldn't hear of it. Delivering food isn't safe. Riding that electric bike through the city is dangerous. Don't think I don't know you're giving all your earnings to the Shin family. You're 24 now, it's time to think about yourself. That girl Shinyu is in a vegetative state, you can't keep living like this forever. Mom, Shinyu will recover." Zhao Xiaomei sighed heavily and sat silently in her chair for about a minute before looking up to say, "Su Jiangwo, go get the bank passbook for your son. After all, we've been saving this money for his future marriage." Su Jiangwo placed the passbook in Sui's hands with a smile, saying, "Son, I know this past year has been hard on you. Since you've set your heart on that girl, your father supports you." Seeing the 200,000 yuan balance in the passbook, Sui immediately burst into tears, embracing Su Jiangwo as he cried out, "Dad, what kind of grown men hug like this? Let's eat." Madame Zhao Xiaomei scolded with a glare. "You're allowed to hug. What's wrong with me hugging my son?" Su Jiangwo muttered under his breath. "Say that again. Honey, the dishes you made today are delicious." Chapter 24, I'm not playing with you anymore. After lunch, Sui sat at the doorstep basking in the sun. Ms. Zhao Xiaomei had issued him a house arrest order, no returning to the city until the wound on his head fully healed. With this rare moment of leisure, Sui decided to spend some time at home with his family. Su Jiangwo went out to work in the fields. Zhao Xiaomei went to play mahjong at the village's game room, leaving Sui alone to watch over the house. "Suhi, you're back? I saw you all over my phone. You're a big internet celebrity now. Come on, let's take a photo together." "Sui, I heard you're delivering food in the city and make at least 7 or 8,000 a month. My son Huzi just turned 18, why don't you take him with you to the city to deliver food too?" "Nephew, when did you get back? Come over for dinner tonight. I just caught a big carp, over 4 pounds. With so many familiar faces coming and going at the doorstep, Sui stayed for over an hour before he had no choice but to retreat to his room to sleep. Suhi. Just as he lay down to sleep, a head popped up outside the window and shouted, "Tiger, who told you to climb over the wall?" "Suhi, my mom said I should go with you to the city to work delivering takeout." Sui came out and smacked Tiger on the head, scolding him, "There's a door you could knock on, but you had to climb the wall. How old are you to already think about going out to work?" Huzi immediately replied, "I'll be 18 soon." Soo-hee smiled. Hoo-see hadn't gone to school since finishing middle school. A childhood fever had damaged his brain, leaving him with much lower intelligence than others. For the past 2 years, he'd been helping his father grow vegetables in their greenhouse. Soo-hee didn't agree with Hoo-see's mother's request. If Hoo-see went to the city, he'd definitely get bullied by others. Soo-hee already had plans to go to the capital himself, it just depended on when Shin Yu would go. As evening fell, Madame Zhao Xiaomei returned home in high spirits. Apparently her shopping expedition had gone well. Soo-hee reheated the lunch dishes, and the family ate together while watching TV. The television was broadcasting the news. Recently, a murder occurred in Jilin City. The victim was a 23-year-old nail technician. This is the third female victim this month. Police are urging single women to minimize late-night travel and to report suspicious individuals promptly. The police have established a special task force. Citizens are advised not to panic and to contact authorities immediately with any leads. Zhao Xiaomei finished watching the news, put her chopsticks down on the table in disgust, and cursed, "What a damned beast. A girl raised with such hardship by her parents, just gone like that. If that monster gets caught, executing him 10 times over wouldn't be punishment enough. It's not that easy to catch them. This news has been on for days, and the police still haven't made any progress," Su Jiangwo said. Zhao Xiaomei glared at Su Jiangwo. "Are you trying to oppose me on purpose?" Su Jiangwo picked up his bowl and buried his head in eating. Soo-hee snickered quietly nearby. After dinner, Soo-hee walked alone to the hillside about half a kilometer from home, where the view stretched across countless glittering household lights. The night breeze was cool but pleasant against the skin. Leaning against a large rock, Soo-hee suddenly caught sight of a fleeting shadow. "Who's there?" Soo-hee leapt onto the rock and spotted a figure crouching in the grass. With a mischievous grin, Soo-hee shouted, "Snake!" "Ah!" Hoo-see scrambled to his feet and ran behind Soo-hee, his eyes darting around as he asked, "Where is it, Soo-hee? I didn't see anything." Scared it off. Soo-hee turned to glare at Hoo-see and said irritably, "What are you doing out here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" "I followed you here, Soo-hee. Were you trying to catch wild rabbits? My dad caught one the other day, it was really tasty." "Soo-hee, is delivering food fun? Can I go with you to the city to deliver food? My dad said when I turn 18, he'll buy me a motorcycle way cooler than your electric scooter." "Soo-hee, my mom said someone brought you a wife today. When will someone bring one for me?" Sitting side by side with Hoo-see on the hillside, Soo-hee didn't answer his question. Hoo-see kept chattering away incessantly. By the time Hoo-see's mother came searching with a stick, the boy still turned his head and laughed. "Soo-hee, I'll go get my beating first. I'll come play with you again tomorrow." Soon, the sound of Hoo-see being beaten faded into the distance. Hoo-see envied Soo-hee for having an electric bike to deliver takeout in the city, while Soo-hee envied Hoo-see's carefree life. On the third day, Soo-hee returned to Harbor Youth Apartments with a large bag of peanuts. At 10 a.m., the dorm was empty. Even Dong-yeon had started delivering takeout, so Soo-hee set down the peanuts and began delivering as well. "You have a new food delivery order. Please process it promptly." With platform-assigned orders and those Soo-hee proactively grabbed, there were 23 in total. Soo-hee devoted all his attention to picking up and delivering the meals. "Damn, Soo-hee, leave us some room to breathe. Legend, take us under your wing." In the food delivery group chat, someone even made a photo of Soo-hee into a bodhisattva image to pray for blessings. But Soo-hee had no time to reply to them. He worked through the noon rush hour until 2 p.m., completing 72 deliveries. He grabbed a quick lunch somewhere, then turned off his order-taking app and went to the bank to withdraw the 50,000 yuan reward for his heroic act. Combined with the system's 200,000 yuan bonus and the 200,000 yuan his father had taken out, it totaled 450,000 yuan. The 200,000 yuan reward from the police department hadn't been deposited yet. Soo-hee was thrilled. With this money, Shin Yu could receive treatment at a hospital in the capital, and Uncle Shin wouldn't have to sell his house. In a big city like the capital, he could earn 30 to 40,000 a month delivering food, enough to cover Shin Yu's ongoing treatment costs. Upon arriving at Xingfuli community, Soo-hee locked his bike and entered the building. "Old man, if you don't hand over the property deed today, I'll wipe out your whole family." "Smash it," yelled someone. Thuds of someone banging on the door echoed from upstairs. Bang! The door burst open. Inside the room, Shin Yuanzhong and Xiang Wanrong stood their ground, one clutching a kitchen knife, the other gripping a fruit knife, their faces burning with defiance as they glared at the intruding men. "What do you want?" Shin Yuanzhong demanded, fixing the men with a furious stare. "Old man, stop playing dumb. You've already taken the money for the house, it's time to hand over the title deed," said the leader of the group, his face fierce. Bare-chested with tattoos covering his body, he had an iron rod tucked into his waistband. "I only received a 30,000 yuan deposit, haven't gotten the final payment yet. Why should I hand over the property certificate?" Shin Yuanzhong shielded Xiang Wanrong behind him, standing unflinching before the group of men. That house was meant to save his daughter's life. Who could have imagined he'd been swindled? "Old man, I heard you used to be a teacher. Black and white, with your own fingerprints on it, and now you want to deny it? The man pulled out a photocopied contract, flung it on the ground, then drew an iron rod from his waist and pointed it at Shin Yuanzhong. Pa, you're all in cahoots. I'd rather die than hand over the property deed to you. Shin Yuanzhong was desperate. Eager to sell his house quickly and take his daughter to the capital for treatment, he contacted a real estate agent but fell into their trap. The contract he signed stipulated that the final payment wouldn't be delivered until 20 years later, and he had to facilitate the property transfer first. Now, the agent held his signed power of attorney. If he handed over the property deed, his home would be gone for good. 20 years, Shin Yu couldn't wait that long, and neither could Shin Yuanzhong. And the penalty for breach of contract was 10 times the deposit. These people were nothing but wolves who devoured flesh without spitting out the bones. Ha ha ha, old man, don't get worked up. You should think about your daughter. Tell me, how long could she last if I were to turn off the power switch? The main power switch was right inside the door on the left-hand side. The man rested one hand on it and grinned at Shin Yuanzhong. Chapter 25. Hey, officer, you can't be serious. Shin Yuanzhong's face instantly turned ashen. Shin Yu lay on the bed, dependent on a ventilator to breathe. Without electricity, the machine's built-in battery would only last an hour. Shin Yuanzhong hastily exclaimed, "Honey, call the police quickly." Xiang Wanrong took out her phone, ready to dial for help. "How dare you!" The man swung his club, striking directly at Xiang Wanrong's hand and knocking the phone to the ground. "Looks like you won't yield until faced with a coffin. Cut the power." The man had barely finished speaking when suddenly, a delivery rider appeared in the doorway. "Hello, Matewan Delivery." "No one ordered delivery. You've got the wrong place," said the man holding the iron rod. "No mistake here, Unit 2, Building 7, Xingfuli Neighborhood, Apartment 601. Brother, maybe a friend ordered it?" Sui said as he walked inside. "Did any of you order takeout?" the man asked the others. They all shook their heads. "Big bro, look at what's written on this order, the recipient." Sui walked toward the man. When he was within a meter, he suddenly lunged and grabbed the iron rod in the man's hand, simultaneously delivering a swift kick to the groin. The man crumpled to the ground instantly, clutching his lower body and unable to utter a word. Sui seized the iron rod and charged at the other three men. With his master-level grappling and combat skills, it took less than 2 minutes before they were all lying on the ground. Sui struck with ruthless precision, deliberately targeting each man's groin as they crumpled in pain. "Uncle Shen, Aunt Xiang, are you both okay?" Sui walked over. Shin Yuanzhong looked at the men on the ground and urged anxiously, "Sui, get out of here fast, they're all gangsters. You don't want to mess with them. Members of the underworld? Even better, this crackdown on organized crime is precisely meant to target people like you," Sui declared. Just then, police sirens wailed from downstairs. The men panicked, trying to flee despite their excruciating pain, but Sui struck each of them down with his bat staff. They collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and begging for mercy. Footsteps echoed from downstairs as Sui turned and said, "Uncle Shen, Aunt Xiang, don't be afraid. I've already called the police. Please put the knives down first." The two of them, still shaken from the fright, had just set down the knives when the police burst in. "Get down on the ground. Hands behind your heads. Don't move." The scene was crystal clear. Several bare-chested, tattooed thugs clearly weren't up to any good. On the other side, a delivery rider and an elderly couple were also obediently squatting on the ground. "Sui, are you okay?" Luan walked in and, seeing Sui squatting with his hands on his head, let out a sigh of relief. Sui didn't dial 110 directly. Instead, he sent a text to Lu Wen and placed his phone on the stairs, recording the entire conversation between the individuals. Just their attempt to cut off the power and endanger Shinyu's life was enough to land them in serious trouble, never mind their threats. Assault that injured Xiang Wanrong's hand, smashing her phone, and that shady agent. None of them would get away with it. Yang Lin looked at the burly men covered in wounds, then turned to Suhi, who appeared completely unscathed. He stared at Suhi and asked, "Did you do all this?" "Officer Yang, I was acting in self-defense. They attacked Aunt Xiang first." "All right, take them all back to the police station." Yang Lin didn't believe a word of Sui's nonsense. How could this be self-defense when the man didn't have a single scratch on him while the other four were covered in injuries? "Officer, could I please not go to the police station? I need to stay and take care of my daughter." Xiang Wanrong's hand had been struck by the iron rod and was already swollen. Yang Lin looked serious and was just about to speak when Lu Wen stopped him with a glance, then gestured for him to check inside the inner room. At the doorway, Lu Wen and Yang Lin gazed at the pale-faced woman lying on the bed, relying on a ventilator to breathe. This was the daughter Xiang Wanrong had mentioned. "You should take the others back first. I'll stay to take statements." Lu Wen noticed a photo on the bedside table showing a cheerful young man and a beautiful young woman, and the man was none other than Suhi. Lu Wen first arranged for a doctor to come treat Xiang Wanrong's injuries. After Officer Yang had taken everyone away, she said gently, "Auntie, don't worry, Uncle will be back after giving his statement." "Can you tell me what happened?" Xiang Wanrong explained how she wanted to sell her house to take her daughter to the capital for treatment, only to be scammed by a shady real estate agent who later came to threaten her. "Auntie, what's Sui's relationship to you?" Lu Wen continued asking. A hint of reluctance flashed across Xiang Wanrong's face, but she answered truthfully, "He's my daughter's boyfriend." Remembering the woman lying on the sickbed, Lu Wen couldn't help but ask, "Could you tell me about your daughter?" At the police station, Sui found himself in the interrogation room again because the four individuals had sustained severe injuries. Although Sui had evidence in Shin Yuanzhong's testimony, the legal classification remained unclear since Sui wasn't injured while the others were badly hurt. With Sui's recording as the breakthrough, the four quickly confessed to colluding with a shady agency to defraud Shin Yuanzhong of his property through violent threats. According to China's criminal law, groups of 3 or more constitute organized crime syndicates, a classification that perfectly matched their criminal activities. After Shin Yuanzhong finished giving his statement, he said to the police officer, "Comrade officer, He is a good man. He only acted to protect us. He really is a good person." "Alright, uncle, I'll have someone take you home first. Rest assured, we police officers won't let a single bad person slip through, and we certainly won't wrong an innocent one." In the interrogation room, Sui faced Yang Lin with a cheeky grin and said, "Officer Yang, still pretty decent of me, huh? Helping you catch another bunch of crooks." Yang Lin kept a stern face and said seriously, "Sui, I know your intentions were good, and I understand how you feel, but whether your actions constitute self-defense is still undecided. However, there's one thing you might need to give me a proper explanation for." "What's going on?" Sui asked, puzzled. "There's 250,000 in cash in your food delivery box. Care to explain?" "The 50,000 is the reward for my heroic act, and the other 200,000 was given to me by my dad." After reporting to the police, Sui had placed the system's 200,000 back, but this 250,000 just wouldn't fit. Yang Lin knew about Sui's heroism reward. As for the other 200,000, he would verify that too. He pressed on, "Why are you carrying so much cash with you?" Suddenly, 2 choices appeared before his eyes again. Option 1, honestly explain the reason for carrying cash. Completion reward, advanced hairdressing techniques. Option 2, say to Yang Lin, "Hey officer, come on now, is it illegal to carry some cash these days?" Completion reward, advanced acting skills. Smack! Yang Lin slammed his palm on the desk, furious that Sui had actually zoned out right in front of him. "Hey officer, come on now, is carrying some cash on me a crime?" Sui quipped, mimicking the tone of gangsters from Hong Kong movies. The female officer recording the statement beside them nearly laughed out loud. As police officers, they were rigorously trained not to crack a smile no matter how funny the situation unless it was truly impossible to resist. "Start talking properly." Yang Lin glared at Sui. "I'm planning to buy an apartment in Jinan City. That 250,000 is the down payment. It's the first time in my life I've had this much money, and I wanted to savor the feeling before spending it." Sui spun a random excuse, his newly acquired advanced acting skills displayed convincingly on his face, making Yang Lin believe the explanation without question. Chapter 26, Earn by Day, Spend by Night. When Sui saw Lu Wen again, he could tell from the look in her eyes that she already knew. Lu Wen looked at Sui's calm eyes and the faint smile on her lips, murmuring softly, "Uncle Shin has already gone back. Aunt Xian's injuries aren't serious. And Xinyu, she's fine too." Sui smiled and said, "Officer Lu, thank you." When Lu Wen handed the interrogation transcript to Yang Lin, Sui's lie was exposed, but Yang Lin didn't explode in anger. Instead, he suddenly fell silent. In each case, the murdered livestreamer, the taxi hit and run, the female body in the parking lot, Sui could always be heard asking, "How much is the reward money?" To do the righteous thing, Sui rammed a taxi with his e-bike. For the 200,000 bounty, he kept vigil by Tian Shijuan's grave at midnight and fought with the suspect. Recalling his attitude toward Sui, it had always been one of suspicion, yet Sui never argued back, just kept striving to solve the cases. Yang Lin entered the interrogation room and patted Sui on the shoulder, who was currently slumped over asleep. "Officer Yang, my apologies. It was just so boring that I accidentally dozed off," Sui said as he straightened up in his chair. According to the doctor's diagnosis, those 4 individuals only sustained minor injuries. Considering the special circumstances at the time, your actions constituted legitimate self-defense, Sui. You're free to go. Hearing Officer Yang's words, Sui quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Officer Yang. I really appreciate it." Leaving the police station, Sui didn't see Lu Wen. His electric bike was still parked at Xinkyuli Community. It was already late at night, and the buses had stopped running. With no other options, Sui rented a shared bike and began pedaling towards Xinkyuli Community. On the way, Sui suddenly felt the urge to use the bathroom. Rushing to a nearby toilet, he realized he didn't have any tissue. Luckily, the door of a small convenience store nearby was slightly ajar. "Boss, anyone there?" Sui called out toward the inside. Unable to hold it any longer, Sui slowly pushed the door open. Just then, a man's voice came from inside. "What do you want to buy?" Boss, give me a pack of toilet paper, hurry, I can't hold it in anymore. Suhee was truly desperate when a man in a baseball cap and face mask walked over with a pack of tissue. How much? Suhee took out his phone to pay. It's on me, hurry to the restroom before you shit your pants, the shopkeeper said bluntly. Suhee repeatedly thanked him, grabbed the tissue and dashed off. In the end, he only soiled his pants a little. Luckily, no one saw. Late at night, Suhee was the only one washing underwear in the bathroom. After finishing, he hung them on the shared bicycle and continued on his way. Just as he passed a small supermarket, the owner stepped out to pull down the shutters. Thanks, boss. The boss nodded and quickly walked away. By the time he arrived at Xingfuli neighborhood, it was already 1 a.m. so he didn't go upstairs but instead got on his electric scooter and headed back to Harbor Youth Apartments. Boys, your dad is. I'm off. Just as Suhee opened the dormitory door, a blanket was thrown over him. Come clean, where did you go fooling around tonight? Ma Mingzhi straddled Suhee while Pan Ji Gang and Dong Yong pinned down his limbs with all their strength. Delivering food. Suhee shouted back. Liar. Bring out the torture tools. Dong Yong grabbed a feather duster, took off Suhee's shoes, and started tickling the soles of his feet. Ah, damn you guys. I'm really just delivering food. Yongji, stop tickling me. Suhee laughed till tears streamed down his face. You're still acting stubborn, Suhee. At 2 in the afternoon, someone posted the leaderboard in the group. You'd done 72 orders. By evening, you were still stuck at 72. Come on, out with it, where were you fooling around? Ma Mingzhi wore a smug expression. He knew Suhee too well, the guy could lie without even blinking. Hey, what's this? Pan Ji Gang snatched the plastic bag from Suhee's hand and opened it. Inside was a soggy pair of underwear. Pretty slick, Suhee, having yourself quite the wild time. No wonder you've been hustling so hard with deliveries lately, earning by day to spend at night. Big brother makes money for little brother to enjoy. So you found yourself a secret hideout, huh? Daring to keep all the fun to yourself? Spill it. Which shop? How much? Don't worry, we'll keep it confidential for you. They're struggling too, just trying to survive in the cracks, making a living under the rod. If we can help, we should lend a hand. The three of them fired questions at Suhee, pressing him for the address. Call me daddy, and I'll tell you. Suhee teased. Hey, you dare bargain with us? Ma Mingzhi glared at Suhee. Pan Ji Gang, daddy. Dong Yong, daddy. Bro Ma, would you mind stepping aside for a moment? Suhee grinned triumphantly. You two traitors, where's your dignity as men? Ma Mingzhi turned his head and glared at them, then immediately smiled cheekily. Dad. Ah, good son, now get off your father already. Suhee stood up, cleared his throat, and said, it's that shop you went to last time. TCH. The three instantly lost interest and returned to their beds to play with their phones. Welcome brother Mata Jumi's livestream. 3 of a kind with a single pass. Amazing, good, unbelievable. After Suhee finished washing up, Ma Mingzhi was back watching live streams. Pan Ji Gang was playing Dodiju, and Dong Yong, surprisingly, was playing Happy Match 3. The next day, Suhee arrived at the bank early in the morning. The 200,000 yuan bounty had cleared, and after withdrawing it, Suhee went to Xinyu's home. The door opened. Xiang Wanron looked at Suhee standing at the entrance and spoke first. Suhee, come in. Suhee was taken aback. Ever since Xinyu's accident, Aunt Xiang had never shown him any goodwill or even acknowledged him. Today, for the first time, she had actively spoken to him. What are you staring at? Hurry inside. Xiang Wanrong continued. Okay, Aunt Xiang, where's Uncle Shen? Suhee stepped into the house but didn't see Xinyu and Zhong. His old classmate's son works as a real estate agent. He left early this morning to sell the house as soon as possible, so we can take Yeye to the capital for treatment. After speaking, Xiang Wanrong knelt before the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva again and said, go in and see Yeye. Once we leave for the capital, it'll be hard for you to see her again. Entering the room, Suhee, as usual, patiently massaged Xinyu's entire body while telling her stories and jokes by her side. It wasn't until nearly noon that Xinyu and Zhong returned, looking rather frustrated as if things hadn't gone well. Suhee approached and asked, Uncle Shen, how did it go? Xinyu and Zhong sighed and said, our neighborhood is an old community, and the houses aren't easy to sell. According to market prices, it should fetch over 500,000 yuan, but if we're in a hurry to sell, we'd likely get much less. After visiting several real estate agencies, they all said 400,000 is the price. That's all we'd get, and it's not easy to find a suitable buyer quickly. Suhee brought over the food delivery box, opened it, and placed it in front of Xinyu and Zhong with a smile. Uncle Shen, you don't have to sell the house anymore. Here's 450,000 yuan. Take Yeye to the capital for treatment first. Suhee still had 200,000 yuan left in his system space, but he couldn't take it out now. After several trips to the police station, his background had been thoroughly investigated. Suddenly producing an extra 200,000 yuan without a clear explanation would invite serious trouble. Instead of being happy about the money, Xinyu and Zhong glared at Suhee sternly. Suhee, we're short on money, but we can't break the law. Will you turn yourself in at the police station, or should I take you there? Old Shin, the kid means well. Soo-hee, hurry up and return the money to whoever you took it from. Maybe they won't press charges, Xiang Wanrong chimed in, also startled by the huge sum. As a food delivery writer earning just a few thousand a month, Soo-hee's sudden production of 450,000 yuan left her utterly panicked. Chapter 27, Quit Drinking? Who am I to quit drinking? Fortunately, Soo-hee had anticipated their reaction and proceeded to present the certificate for his heroic act along with the printed bank transaction records as proof. A 50,000 yuan act of bravery reward, a 200,000 yuan wanted fugitive bounty, plus Su Jiangwo's 200,000 yuan withdrawal receipt. This, Shin Yuanzhong hadn't expected Soo-hee to go after a murderer just for the reward money. Watching Soo-hee's ever-present smile, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. I can't take this money. Shin Yuanzhong turned away. Xiang Wanrong also spoke up. Soo-hee, you're still young. You're a good kid. Once your Uncle Shin sells the house, we'll have money. We old folks only ever had this one daughter in our lifetime. We'd go bankrupt for her if we had to. But you're different. You still need to get married and have children. You have your own life ahead of you. Aunt Xiang, Uncle Shin, do you still see me as an outsider? Yaya is my girlfriend. I promised to take care of her for life. Money can always be earned back. I've got 2 hands and 2 legs. I can deliver takeout. With this money, Yaya can go to the capital. I've consulted doctors. The earlier the treatment, the better her chances of waking up. Soo-hee hadn't expected the elderly couple to refuse the money. Selling a house wasn't like selling steamed buns or vegetables. It wouldn't happen overnight. Yet Shin Yuanzhong remained stubborn, refusing to turn back. I won't take the money no matter what. If you refuse, I'll take Yaya to the capital myself, Soo-hee said bluntly. Shin Yuanzhong knew perfectly well that Soo-hee was capable of doing this. Previously, Soo-hee would bring over several thousand yuan every month, leaving the money no matter how much they tried to stop her. Shin Yuanzhong turned to look at Soo-hee, then walked into the bedroom. Soo-hee, there's no need for this. What happened to Yaya wasn't your fault. It was all the drunk driver's doing. Your uncle and I don't want you carrying such a heavy burden at such a young age. We'll figure something out about the money. At that moment, Shin Yuanzhong stepped out of the house, holding the property deed, and handed it to Soo-hee. I'll accompany you to transfer the ownership this afternoon, he said. Uncle Shin, what do you mean? The money I gave was for Yaya's treatment. I'm not trying to buy your house. Soo-hee never expected Shin Yuanzhong would think of settling the debt with his house. Soo-hee, listen to me. We can accept the money, but you must take the house as well. After all, you and Yaya aren't married. You have no obligation to offer this sum. It's no small amount. Your Aunt Xiang and I are deeply grateful to you. We don't even know if we'll ever be able to return. If the house is in your hands, your uncle here will rest easy. Soo-hee, just take it. You've already been a huge help to us. Seeing the old couple stubbornly stick to their opinions, Soo-hee sighed and said, Uncle Shin, for a second-hand housing transaction, there's the agency fee, taxes, and all sorts of handling charges. They add up to quite a sum. Why waste that money? How about you just write me an IOU? You hold on to the property deed for now, and once Yaya wakes up, transfer the house to her name as our wedding gift. Hearing Soo-hee's words, Shin Yuanzhong and Xiang Wanrong exchanged a glance and finally agreed. Shin Yuanzhong finished writing the note, signed it together with Xiang Wanrong, and solemnly handed it to Soo-hee. Soo-hee smiled as she accepted it, preparing to leave. Soo-hee, stay for dinner, Xiang Wanrong said. All right, Aunt Xiang. Soo-hee readily agreed. While Xiang Wanrong was cooking, Soo-hee and Shin Yuanzhong discussed arranging Shin Yu's trip to the capital. What? You're coming with us? Shin Yuanzhong exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Shin, the capital is a big city. It'll be good to have someone to look out for each other when I'm there. Besides, delivering food is something I can do anywhere. Have your parents agreed to this? They're still waiting for me to marry Yaya and bring her home. Said they'll hold their grandchild in a couple more years. Shin Yu's uncle is in the capital, responsible for contacting hospitals there and renting a small apartment for Shin Yuanzhong near the hospital. If all goes well, they'll be boarding a flight to the capital in the next few days. Soo-hee should also be able to leave together around the time he wraps up his resignation matters. After lunch, Soo-hee accompanied Shin Yuanzhong to deposit the cash into his bank card, then went to Jinnan City People's Hospital to inquire about transferring Shin Yu to the capital. By 5 p.m., Soo-hee watched Shin Yuanzhong board the bus, and he started accepting delivery orders. Just the airfare from Jinnan City to the capital, plus accompanying medical staff and various expenses, added up to nearly 30,000 yuan. Once they reached the capital, the expenses would surely climb higher. This heavy financial burden forced Soo-hee to work tirelessly to earn money. Ding, you have a new food delivery order. Please handle it promptly. Still delivering 23 orders simultaneously, Soo-hee immediately began picking up and delivering food without a moment's pause. Neon lights flickered throughout the city as countless delivery riders zipped through its streets on electric scooters, too busy to admire the view. Their eyes were filled with dreams for a better future, firm in their belief that hard work yields rewards. Each successfully delivered order gave them a reassuring sense of fulfillment. Drenched in sweat with beads dripping from his forehead, Soo-hee couldn't bear to spend money on even a bottle of water. After delivering orders until 1 a.m., he opened WeChat and posted in the top patrons chat group, "Meet at Sister Lou's restaurant, my treat." Dong Yong, am I hearing this right? Soo-hee says he's treating us. Moninger, this is obviously a scam. Anyone who falls for it deserves to be called an idiot. Panji gang, holy crap, Dad, I'm coming. At 1:30 in the morning, the entrance of Auntie Lou's home-style cuisine remained bustling, with ride-hail drivers, food delivery riders, and designated drivers constantly coming and going. It wasn't uncommon for this eatery to stay open until 3 in the morning before closing its doors. At the dining table, Ma Mingzhi, Dong Yong, and Pan Jigang all stared at Soo-hee with wary expressions. Go, pay the money first, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Ma Mingzhi spoke up first. Soo-hee smiled and asked, "What, afraid I'll skip out on the bill?" "Afraid," all three of them said in unison. The food was all served, with a case of beer for each person, but no one touched their chopsticks. "Lu Jia, what's the total?" Soo-hee called out. "Well now, Soo-hee, treating everyone today?" Proprietress Lu Jia walked over and said, "Did the sun rise from the west, or did you win the lottery?" After Soo-hee settled the bill, Dong Yong slapped the table and loudly declared, "Come on, brothers, bottoms up first." Soo-hee froze for a second. "Damn, Young-good, didn't you say you quit drinking?" Dong Yong stood up, glaring at Soo-hee. "Quit drinking? Who am I to quit? The rich quit for their health, car owners quit to avoid DUIs, the talented quit for their careers. I've got nothing left but my drinking skills. If I don't make something out of this, what's the point of my life?" "Spot on, that's the kind of talk I love. Come on, bottoms up, just you and me." Ma Mingzhi clinked glasses with Dong Yong and downed his drink. As the group kept bantering, Soo-hee had downed half a case of beer and couldn't hold it any longer. He was the first to get up and head to the restroom. 3 cups forfeit. Dong Yong's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Soo-hee and roared with laughter. It was one of their little punishments. Whoever went to the bathroom first had to drink as penance. Soo-hee's phone rang. He picked it up and saw Lu Wen's name flashing on the screen. "Hey, Soo-hee, where are you?" "Ugh, Officer Lu, drinking huh? Wanna join?" "Ugh, Soo-hee, where are you right now?" "Drinking at Sister Lou's restaurant." "Officer Lu, wanna come have a drink?" "Ugh." Soo-hee finished throwing up, noticed Lu Wen had hung up the phone, washed his face, then walked out and shouted, "I'm done for today, you guys keep drinking." "Trying to weasel out again, huh? Here, pry his mouth open." Chapter 28, Has he always been this brave? In less than 10 minutes, Soo-hee was forced to drink 2 more bottles. Slumped over the table, he mumbled, "You're all my best friends. Back when Suddenly, several police officers entered. "Who is Soo-hee?" Hearing his name called, Soo-hee turned his head and saw several police officers. He sneered, "Officer Lu, you got here really fast. Come, have a seat. Sister Lu, stir-fry a few more dishes and bring some extra bowls and chopsticks. Soo-hee, we suspect you're involved in a homicide case. Please cooperate and come with us to the police station," a male officer said. Soo-hee narrowed his eyes at the male officer, not recognizing him. "Murder!" Dong Yong and the other 2 were dumbfounded. Soo-hee, who was notoriously stingy, had unexpectedly offered to treat them today. Could it be that Soo-hee killed someone and invited them for farewell drinks? "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Ma Mingzhi stood up and asked. Upon hearing the word murder, far from being shocked, Soo-hee's face lit up with excitement instead. Was a reward notice issued? How much is the bounty? What the fuck kind of twisted logic is this? The cops were completely baffled, while Lu Wen, standing nearby, could only offer a bitter smile. Soo-hee, that guy really valued money over his own life. Ugh. As soon as he stepped outside, the wind hit Soo-hee, and he immediately doubled over, throwing up violently. "Take him to the hospital first to sober up." At the hospital, Lu Wen stepped forward and addressed one of the officers. "Captain Chiu, you guys head back first. I'll stay behind. Once Soo-hee comes to, I'll bring him back to the station." Chiu Chang glanced at Lu Wen and smiled. "I've already reviewed Soo-hee's file. He really is a bit different. This time in Jinan City, he managed to find a key eyewitness right from the start, which has given our task force some relief. So, I'll be counting on you tonight." At night, Soo-hee lay in bed asleep while Lu Wen sat on a chair, staring blankly at Soo-hee's face. When you try to understand a person, their shadow lingers in your mind. Some fade gradually, while others grow sharper in outline until they remain permanently etched there. At first, Lu Wen regarded Soo-hee as a suspect, but as his presence kept surfacing in case after case, she gradually came to understand this passionate, responsible man who never feared danger. You're really something else. Luwen tucked Suhi's exposed hand back under the blanket, unable to suppress a murmur. Once might be an accident, twice a coincidence. She simply couldn't find the right words to describe Suhi. Ending up at the police station every now and then was both baffling and downright ridiculous. In the morning, Suhi opened his eyes to find himself lying in a hospital bed with Luwen slumped to sleep beside it. Realizing his phone was missing, Suhi searched around frantically just as Luwen awoke. Suhi, what are you looking for? Officer Lu, I'm really sorry about last night. I drank too much and even made you bring me to the hospital. Have you seen my phone? Suhi scratched his head. He vaguely remembered Luwen calling him yesterday, then being forced to drink by those three bastards Momingjer and the others. After that, everything went blank. Your phone is at the police station. Come on, since you're sober now, let's head over to the station together. Luwen bought Suhi some breakfast downstairs, then escorted him to the police station. This time, it wasn't an interrogation room after all. Officer Wen, you're back? Suhi greeted Wen Jie with a smile, only to notice that the police station had suddenly become much more crowded with officers. Wen Jie nodded and looked at Suhi. Suhi, you're practically a regular here at our station. This time we've asked you to come in because we hope you can tell us what you saw around 12:30 a.m. on June 20th, 2 nights ago, at that small supermarket on the middle section of Huanghuai Road. 2 nights ago? Suhi searched his memory carefully. That night, because of the incident with his apartment, he had reported to the police and subsequently given his statement. Since he had injured those men, he had been kept at the station until nearly midnight before being allowed to leave. His e-bike was left at Xingfuli Community, so he rented a shared bike. On the way, he couldn't hold it in anymore and needed to use the toilet, only to find there was no toilet paper. He bought some at a nearby convenience store, and the shopkeeper gave him a pack for free. Huanghuai Road, the small convenience store? Suhi looked up in surprise and asked, did someone else die? In the corner, Yang Lin covered his forehead with a sigh, wondering whether Suhi had done it intentionally or not. Her single sentence had put everyone on high alert. Another dead body? Just listen to what he's saying, sounds like he knows something, doesn't it? But don't be fooled, he doesn't actually know a thing. In the end, he'll hit you with, isn't that how they always show it in TV dramas? But with the bigwigs from the special task force all present, Yang Lin didn't dare to speak up. And so, a familiar scene unfolded once more. Another dead body? What do you mean by that? Zhou Chang glared at Suhi. Officer, I'm just making a guess. Look at your full-scale operation, this is clearly no trivial matter. Everyone standing here is from the Criminal Investigation Unit. Suhi spoke calmly, unfazed by the interrogation. From the looks in your eyes, I can tell my earlier assumption was correct. He had grown accustomed to questioning. Inside, he felt completely unruffled. Zhou Chang smiled and said, you're quite clever, no wonder you played such a pivotal role in previous cases. Judging from your resume, you worked as an auxiliary police officer before, so it's no surprise you've mastered these skills. Suhi grinned sheepishly at the officer's praise. You're making me blush. Honestly, I was just taking wild guesses. Isn't that how they always do it in TV dramas? Hearing this, Wen Jie couldn't help coughing twice before speaking. Whether you guessed right or not, first tell us exactly what you did, what you saw, and what you heard at the time. After leaving the police station, I remembered my scooter was still parked at Xingfuli neighborhood. I rented a shared bike to go fetch it. On the way, I needed to use the bathroom but realized I had no tissues, so I stopped by a supermarket to buy some. The shopkeeper was kind enough to give me a whole pack. When I came out after using the restroom, I saw the supermarket owner had already closed up and left. I even thanked him as he went. The police reviewed the surveillance footage from the surrounding area, which largely corroborated Suhi's testimony. Could you describe the boss's physical appearance, what he said, and his accent? Wen Jie continued to ask. Suhi thought for a moment. At that time, he had been in such a hurry that he hadn't paid attention to those details. He replied, I only remember he was wearing a dark baseball cap and a face mask. His height and build were similar to mine. I opened the door and asked, is anyone there? After waiting 10 or so seconds, someone inside responded, asking what I wanted to buy. I said toilet paper, and the owner came out and handed me a pack. When I asked how much it cost, he said, it's on me. Hurry to the restroom, don't soil your pants. Then I went to the bathroom. As for his accent, his voice was muffled, so I couldn't tell where he was from. Is the boss a man or a woman? A man. Can you estimate his approximate age? Between 25 to 40, I suppose. He was wearing a hat and face mask, so I didn't pay particular attention. After Officer Wen finished questioning, Officer Chiu continued, surveillance footage shows you spent 10 minutes total from entering to leaving the restroom. What were you doing inside? Suhi froze, two options suddenly appearing before him. Option 1, tell them you crapped your pants. Completion reward, advanced excavator operation skills. Option 2, say to the officer, hey, sir, come on. Of course I went to the toilet to take a dump. Is taking a dump illegal now? Completion reward, advanced culinary skills. What? You need to think this long about it? Xiao Chang noticed Sui staring blankly ahead, seemingly deep in thought, and reminded him. Sui glanced at the female officers nearby and reluctantly gave up his most desired advanced excavator skills, saying, "Hey, sir, come on. Of course I went to the toilet to take a dump. Is taking a dump illegal now?" The same expression, the same tone, in the corner, Yang Lin stared dumbfounded at Sui. Has he always been this bold? Chapter 29, He's slandering me. He's slandering me. Sui, speak properly. When Jie knew Sui's temperament, he often blurted out strange remarks. With a flood of culinary knowledge filling his mind, Sui smiled and said, "Officer Wen, it's just that this officer's questioning is impossible to understand." Officer Chiu wasn't angry but continued asking, "After you came out, you were holding a pair of underwear in your hand. Can you explain that?" This, Sui hung his head in embarrassment, realizing he couldn't avoid the topic after all. He wished he'd chosen excavator training instead, and mumbled softly, "I couldn't hold it. I had a little accident in my underwear." Officer Chiu nodded and said, "Thank you for your cooperation. Please keep your phone on 24 hours a day, we may need to contact you again. You're free to go now." He remained motionless, as if waiting for something. Officer Chiu said again, "Mr. Su, you're free to go now." I was just wondering, how much is the reward for this case?" Sui raised his head and gave an awkward smile. Officer Chiu said nothing and walked away with the other officers. "Suhi, you should head back now. Xiao Yang, see him out." When Jie glanced at Suhi before leaving as well. Sitting in Officer Yang's car, Suha stared at his phone in surprise. At that small grocery store on Huanghui Road yesterday morning, the owner had reported that his daughter was murdered. She was only 22 years old. In the video, the shop owner collapses on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. According to neighboring merchants, because the owner's wife was bedridden with illness, the father and daughter had been taking turns watching the shop. It just so happened that the daughter was the one on duty the night before, only to meet such a tragic end. Yang Lin watched as Sui searched for information related to the case on his phone and couldn't help but warn him, "Don't waste your efforts, this time it's not as simple as before." Officer Yang, I was just looking around out of curiosity. By the way, for such a big case, why hasn't there been a reward offered for information? Sui couldn't find anything about it online. Haven't you watched plenty of TV dramas and movies? Take a guess yourself. Yang Lin didn't think Sui would be of much help this time. Sui pondered for a moment before raising his head and saying, "I've got it, it's because the police haven't identified a suspect yet." Yang Lin remained silent, and so did Sui. Yang Lin dropped Sui off at the entrance of Sister Lu's homestyle restaurant. Sui hopped onto his e-bike and started taking orders, determined to resign tomorrow. The central square of Jinan City was packed with a sea of people as the annual folk food competition entered its finals today. 19 chefs were preparing their ingredients on site, with just 1 hour left before the judges began their evaluations. Yet, one workstation remained empty. Down below, the owner of Pinwakshuan restaurant roared into his phone furiously, "I don't care if you got into a car accident, you must get to the venue immediately." On the other end of the line, the man fell silent for a moment before abruptly hanging up and turning off his phone. Dong Li's face was grim. Never could he have imagined that just before the finals, his hotel's head chef would vanish along with 2 other senior chefs. The gourmet competition was an unparalleled promotional opportunity for any hotel. Now, Taste Pavilion was left with only a few apprentice staff, all hanging their heads in dejection, not daring to meet Dong Li's gaze. The organizers had come by 3 or 4 times already. If no one stepped up to prepare within half an hour before the competition, they would be disqualified outright. Just then, Shui Daigui, owner of the Phoenix restaurant, strode over and said with barely concealed mockery, "Boss Dong, word is your Taste Pavilion chefs skipped town. Need me to lend you a couple of hands to hold down the fort?" Dong Li squinted his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and said angrily, "Shui Daigui, I knew it was your doing, you bastard." Shui Daigui laughed, making an exaggerated expression as he looked at Dong Li and shouted loudly, "I warn you not to spout nonsense. I'll sue you for defamation, you know? I'll sue you for defamation. He's slandering me. He's slandering me." Shui Daigui's voice was as piercing as a pig being slaughtered, carrying exceptionally well. Half the square turned to look. The event organizers dispersed the crowd and issued Dong Li a final notice. Taste Pavilion had 10 more minutes to send someone onto the stage, or they would be considered as forfeiting. You should know that Tasteful Pavilion had won first place for 3 consecutive years. This time, unexpectedly, the chef went missing. "Boss, maybe I should go," an apprentice said. Dong Li glared at him and snapped, "You go? To make a fool of yourself? Don't you know your own limits?" At that moment, Dong Li's wife Chening approached, whispered a few words in his ear, and Dong Li froze, saying, "Will this really work?" Chening smiled faintly and said, "Isn't the worst-case scenario just forfeiting? Besides, since Taste Pavilion chef is gone, this is the perfect opportunity to hire a few more." Chening fetched cardboard, ink, and brushes, then handed them to Dong Li. Dong Li gave a hearty laugh and began writing without hesitation. A dish worth its weight in gold. We cordially invite those with exceptional culinary skills to come on stage and prepare a dish. The first prize winner will receive 50,000 yuan, the second prize, 30,000 yuan, and the third prize, 10,000 yuan. A deposit of 10,000 yuan is required, which will not be refunded if no ranking is achieved. Don Lee has been passionate about calligraphy since childhood. When he wields his brush with flowing strokes, onlookers can't help but marvel in admiration. In the final 8 minutes, Don Lee stood on the table and raised the sign high above his head. The entire room erupted in uproar. Cook a dish and win 10,000 yuan. However, upon seeing the conditions, everyone sighed. Only the top 3 would receive the prize, and participants had to pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan, which would not be refunded if they failed to make the top 3. Don Lee's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and the crowd buzzed with discussion, yet no one dared to step forward. Without a barrier, many would have been eager to try, but who would risk throwing away 10,000 yuan for nothing? If they truly had the skills, they'd already be on stage. Time ticked by, and the gleam in Don Lee's eyes gradually dimmed with disappointment. It seemed this year's competition would make Taste Pavilion the laughingstock of Jinan City, not only failing to reach the finals but also losing their head chef. In the final minute, Don Lee set down the sign and turned to leave. Suddenly, a figure clad in yellow squeezed through the crowd and asked, "Does that offer of yours still stand?" Don Lee froze, staring at the food delivery rider before him, and instinctively replied, "It does." "That's good." Sui took a deep breath, pulled out 10,000 yuan from his pocket, slapped it on the table, and said, "Let's get started." Don Lee looked at Sui's young and handsome face, then at his food delivery rider uniform, and finally at the 10,000 yuan on the table. Where the hell did this idiot come from? By then, Sui had already rushed onto the stage and shouted at Don Lee, "Boss, come give me a hand." Chapter 30, Sigh, young people these days are just too impulsive, not like how we were back in the day. The competition is entering the countdown phase, with exactly 30 minutes remaining before the conclusion, after which all entries will be uniformly judged by a panel of 6 experts. On stage, the 6 judges consist of the chairman of the Culinary Association, a food blogger, a local internet celebrity, a representative from the organizing committee, a gourmet enthusiast, and one randomly selected audience member. As a distinctive cultural event of Jinan City, Jinan Television Station is providing live coverage of the entire culinary competition, with Zhao Luyao serving as the host for this food championship. Midway through the program, a food delivery rider suddenly rushed onto the stage, donned an apron, and appeared poised to start cooking. Don Lee caught up to the stage and, seeing Sui's calm demeanor, couldn't help but ask, "Young man, have you worked as a chef before?" Sui thought for a moment before replying, "You could say that." "Which hotel did you work at?" Don Lee pressed on. "Not a hotel. My grandfather was a countryside cook. He taught me a few tricks back when he catered banquets for folks." Sui glanced at the countdown, only 26 minutes left, and walked toward the ingredients area. The ingredients for this competition were all provided by the organizers, and everyone was free to take what they needed. However, Sui arrived late, leaving only a few usable items remaining on the shelves. A country bumpkin cook? Picked up a few tricks? Don Lee nearly passed out from shock. Turning around, he saw Sui pushing the entire shelf toward him with one hand, while carrying a bucket of rice in the other. "Boss, don't worry. My grandpa's cooking was famous for miles around. Whenever someone held a funeral in the village, they'd always invite him. I used to follow him around as a kid and picked up all his skills." Sui flashed Don Lee a reassuring look before picking up a basket of eggs, cracking them one by one into a bowl. His smile slowly froze. Don Lee's face crumpled into despair as he plopped onto the ground. "Are you fucking insane? How could you screw me over like this?" Zhao Luyao approached with a camera in hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated Pinwei Xuan Hotel has finally sent their representative to the competition. As you can see, the head chef is actually dressed in a food delivery writer's uniform. Whether it's intentional or there's more to the story remains unseen. As the 3-time consecutive champion of the gourmet competition, what kind of surprise will Pinwei Xuan Hotel bring us this time? Strange, the owner of Pinwei Xian is actually sitting on the stage. Let's go see what's happening. Boss Dong, do you have confidence in winning the food competition championship again this year? Boss Dong? It seems Boss Dong is having a bit of trouble. Let's see what their chefs are preparing instead. Oh my god. As Zhao Luyao turned her head, Sui suddenly blurted out, "Sister Zhao, you're here too." "Su-hee?" Zhao Luyao lightly patted her ample chest in surprise, asking, "What are you doing here?" Watching Sui whisk eggs in a bowl with chopsticks, Zhao Luyao felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that Boss Dong's despondent state was because of Sui? "This boss invited me up to participate in the competition." "Boss, so your surname is Dong?" "Boss Dong, come lend a hand, there's not much time left." At this moment, Dong Li's wife Chuning rushed over, looking at him and shouting, "Honey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Don't scare me." Dong Li turned his head to glance at Chuning, then at the smiling Sui side, and said, "Wife, after we go back, let's sell the hotel. We'll move to another city and start over." This is a goddamn cooking competition, and here you are, a delivery guy, jumping in and cracking hundreds of eggs at once. What, are you stir-frying for an army mess hall? Chunning also noticed Sui's actions and asked in confusion, what are you planning to do? Fried rice with eggs. Sui had already whipped the eggs and was preparing the rice, with only 20 minutes left until the end of the competition. Shocking. Chenning widened her eyes and said, a gourmet competition, and you're making fried rice with eggs? And preparing so many eggs and rice, are you out of your mind? Mild concussion, but it should be healed by now. He replied obediently. Chenning wrapped her arms around Dongli and sat down, sighing, honey, I'm sorry, it was just wishful thinking on my part. Many in the audience pulled out their phones to film the scene, and soon laughter erupted across social media feeds and short video platforms. Pinwei Xian had utterly humiliated itself this time. Sui was also at a loss, no one had stepped in to help. With only 15 minutes remaining, he hurriedly started heating the wok and pouring in oil while swiftly finishing the prep work. Oh my god, Buddha, am I seeing this right? That delivery guy is using such a huge wok to make fried rice with eggs. He's completely out of his mind. Does he actually think he can win the 50,000 yuan prize? Ah, young people these days are too impulsive, not like how we were back then. The audience kept murmuring, and even the judges on stage were shaking their heads repeatedly. An organizer staff member walked up to Su-hee and reminded him, excuse me, this is a gourmet cooking competition. Don't you think fried rice with eggs is a bit inappropriate? Su-hee rolled his eyes. The shelves had been completely cleared, not even a scrap of meat remained. If it weren't for the basket of eggs, he'd have nothing but plain fried rice to cook. Could you help me grab 2 Australian lobsters, each about 3 pounds, 10 premium sea cucumbers, 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, and a bottle of soy sauce? Su-hee said to the staff member. Just then, the TV camera panned to capture the two of them and the nearly empty ingredient shelves in the background. The staff member froze. Wasn't this just nitpicking? They were the ones who showed up late. But Zhao Luyao immediately took Su-hee's side, thrusting the microphone toward the staffer's face. Hello. Could you tell us why the organizers haven't provided the contestants with enough ingredients? Is this intentional sabotage, or is there some shady dealing going on? Wasn't that the same thing? Nervously eyeing the camera, the staff member opened their mouth to reply only for Zhao Luyao to cut in, addressing the audience directly. Viewers were witnessing a dramatic turn of events at this culinary competition. Contestants can't even get their hands on basic supplies like soy sauce. Earlier, we interviewed the other 19 teams, and as you can see, their ingredients and materials are fully stocked. But here at Pinwei Xian Station, all that remains are a few eggs and some plain rice. It's hard not to question whether this competition is truly fair. What's really going on behind the scenes? Let's hear from Pinwei Xian's head chef. Hello, may I ask if you think this food competition is fair? The camera focused on Su-hee, who had already put a whole bucket of rice into the pot. Unfair. They didn't even provide a bottle of soy sauce. Su-hee genuinely couldn't find any soy sauce. At that moment, a staff member from the organizers hurriedly brought over a bottle of soy sauce. Su-hee smiled and said, what about the lobster and sea cucumber, and the 1982 Lafite? Chapter 31, believe it or not, I'll hit you with my crutch. The staff member lost his temper and said, no, who told you to come so late? It's first come, first served for all ingredients, absolutely fair for everyone. 3 kilograms of Australian lobster, premium sea cucumber, and an 82 Lafite? You're just a delivery guy with more audacity than capability, daring to spew such nonsense. Sir, we're live now, mind your tone. Zhao Luyao pointed at the barrage on her phone screen. Netizens are questioning whether you've conducted any under-the-table dealings. Let me see. Sui craned his neck to peek. Damn right, they're tearing into you guys pretty bad. In the last 5 minutes of the competition, all the other teams had already finished and placed their dishes on the large table in front of the judges. Sui was still vigorously stirring the fried rice in the large wok. Backstage at the competition venue, Xue Dague and one of the event organizers were smoking, with Xue bowing obsequiously as he said, Director Ma, we truly troubled you this time. This card is the Phoenix Restaurant's premium gold card, just presented for a complimentary meal whenever you visit. Director Ma smiled as he accepted the card, nodding in agreement. No need for such formalities. Since you managed to poach the chef from Taste Pavilion, this year's championship is undoubtedly yours, Phoenix Restaurant. Time's up. Sui placed a plate of egg fried rice on the table. What do you call this dish? The staff member asked. Egg fried rice. Sui turned and walked back to the large wok, picking up a small bowl as he called out to the audience below, line up if you want some. Sui wasn't at all concerned about whether he could win an award. Just before coming here, while scrolling through videos on his phone, he stumbled upon footage of Don Lee holding up a sign. Suddenly, 3 choices appeared before his eyes. Option 1, participate in the gourmet competition. Completion reward, 20,000 yuan in cash. Option 2, win the championship of the gourmet competition. Completion reward, professional level racing skills. Option 3. Expose the inside story of the gourmet competition. Completion reward, professional level photography skills. Sui rushed over on his electric scooter and chose the first option without hesitation, a surefire profit. All he cared about now was making money. He had zero interest in racing or photography. This was the first time contestants on stage interacted with the audience below. In the past, they could only watch longingly as the judges ate, never knowing if the food was truly delicious. So now, one after another, they lined up to try it. Even if it was just a bowl of fried rice with eggs, it was surely better than standing below the stage drooling. Wow, that smells amazing. Just the aroma makes it seem delicious. Looks like this delivery guy really knows his stuff. Ah, young people these days are always in such a hurry. Hey, don't push me. Damn it, want me to whack you with my cane? While the judges on stage were sampling and commenting on each dish, a long queue had formed below as people lined up for fried rice with eggs. Seeing this, Dong Li ran over and started serving meals to everyone with a few apprentices. Suhee was finally free as the staff called him before the judges. The other chefs all looked at Suhee with disdain. The gourmet competition tested culinary skills and creativity, but bringing fried rice was simply lowering their standards. When Suhee approached, the judges were just evaluating his fried rice. The president of the Culinary Association frowned deeply and said, "After so many years in this industry, this is the first time I've seen someone make fried rice with eggs in a gourmet competition. Judging by the ingredients and presentation, it lacks creativity." After taking a bite, the president continued, "The taste is passable, I'll give it a 5. Next up was the food blogger Kai, who has millions of followers on short video platforms. Known for visiting various food spots and paired with his good looks, he enjoys immense popularity. "This is delicious. This might be the best fried rice with eggs I've ever had, guys. Today, I discovered a gem of a delivery guy. His fried rice is absolutely amazing. What's even more astonishing is that he cooked enough for over 100 people at once. I'm giving it a 9.5. Kai gave high praise while pulling out a small toy, just a crystal figurine of a thumbs up. Fans familiar with Kai would recognize this as his badge of approval for exceptional food. "Take it, hurry and accept it. Don't hesitate, this honor belongs to you," Kai said enthusiastically, his face beaming with a bright smile. Thank you." Suhee suddenly froze, raising his head to look directly into Kai's eyes. That sentence just now, the tone of voice. 2 nights earlier, that boss had handed him the paper, saying, "Take it, hurry to the toilet, don't soil your pants." At this moment, the next judge continued with their critique, a local influencer who gave a score of 9.2. The organizer's representative gave a score of 4.5. Food enthusiasts and randomly selected audience members awarded scores of 9.5 and 9.8 respectively. After trimming outlier scores, the composite rating stood at 8.3 points, undoubtedly placing last. Suhee paid no attention to the scores. His mind kept replaying Asai's words, was this merely coincidence? No way. Suhee understood the system's tasks and rewards all too well. Having just acquired advanced culinary skills, today brought cooking-related choices. Although there was no option regarding the supermarket murder case, the system always guided him toward clues. It all depends on whether he can seize the clue. The competition's backdrop wall featured an introduction of Chef Kai. Looking at the fashionable and flamboyant image of Kai on display, Suhee found it hard to connect him with the supermarket owner he'd encountered. At that moment, the organizers began announcing the rankings. As expected, Phoenix Restaurant took first place, while Taste Pavilion's egg fried rice landed in last. Rigged! Someone from the audience suddenly shouted. Rigged, rigged, rigged. The crowd erupted in unified chants. Everyone who had tasted the fried rice found the last place ranking utterly unacceptable. Dong Li watched the scene, his anger rising as he joined in the shouting. At first, he had suspected Xue Daigui was behind it all, but when both the Gourmet Association and the organizers also gave low scores, he couldn't help but doubt the situation. After presenting the awards and certificates, the organizers shamefully hurried away. Suhee glanced at Asai, who was busy taking photos and interacting with fans, and was about to approach to ask a few more questions when Zhao Luliao arrived with Dong Li in tow. "Suhee, Boss Dong here wants to thank you for your help. He's returning the 10,000 yuan to you." Dong Li returned the 10,000 yuan to Suhee, who didn't hesitate and pocketed the money directly. "Suhee, hello, let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Dong Li, owner of Pinwei Xian. I'd like to invite you to join us at Pinwei Xian with a monthly salary of 20,000. What do you think?" Dong Li had also tasted Suhee's fried rice with egg. After discussing it with his wife, they agreed Suhee had genuine skill. 20,000. If Suhee were still the delivery rider earning just a few thousand a month, he would have accepted without hesitation. But now, he shook his head and declined Dong Li's offer. Turning around, Suhee noticed Kai had already left. After bidding farewell to the others, Suhee departed as well. Chapter 32, Boys, let's go grab a drink. Sitting on his electric bike, Soo-hee was somewhat distracted. He had found Kai's account on the short video platform, a food influencer with over 12 million followers. Every video featured Kai's reviews of food spots from his travels around the country, often showcasing visits to 5-star hotels with single meals costing upwards of 10,000 yuan. Kai also had a girlfriend, a mega influencer with 8 million followers, Annie, a beauty vlogger. The two of them lived in the capital but spent most of their time traveling to film videos. Soo-hee simply couldn't imagine Kai as a murderer, wealthy, handsome, with a girlfriend. There was no conceivable connection between him and the small supermarket owner's daughter. Moreover, Soo-hee remembered the killer's dress style being no different from ordinary middle-aged men, while Kai dressed fashionably in trendy outfits. The only commonality was their similar height. He suddenly found himself trapped in a dilemma. The police refused to provide more information, and Kai lacked any conceivable motive for murder. With career success, love, fame and fortune all secured, why would he kill a small supermarket owner's daughter? It made no sense whatsoever. On stage, Soo-hee also witnessed Kai's warm and kind-hearted nature firsthand. Could he have been overthinking this entire situation? Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Shin Yuenjong calling to notify Soo-hee that arrangements had been made for him to go to the capital the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Soo-hee stopped overthinking and resumed accepting delivery orders. To fund Shin Yu's treatment, every extra penny counted. Ding, you have a new food delivery order. Please check promptly. As Soo-hee threw himself into work, he quickly forgot about a size matter altogether, accepting orders, picking them up, delivering meals, going up and down stairs until finally closing orders at 1 a.m. and stopping at a small eatery for dinner. As soon as he stopped, he finally had a moment to check his phone. Opening WeChat, he saw messages from several people. It turned out the food competition had been broadcast live on Jinan TV, and many had noticed the peculiar figure on stage, a takeout writer stir-frying oversized portions of fried rice. Short video platforms and social media were abuzz too, flooded with all sorts of comments. With such a large crowd on site, plenty of amusing videos had naturally been recorded. Some were drawn to Soo-hee's looks, others criticized him for being too arrogant, while some defended him, saying his fried rice was delicious. Even the debate over whether fried rice should be included in a gourmet competition sparked heated arguments among tens of thousands. Some even dug up the video of Soo-hee fighting a martial arts coach, with many commenting that food delivery writers were truly a group with hidden talents, though some dismissed it as a publicity stunt. Soo-hee couldn't care less. He would quit his job tomorrow and fly to the capital the day after. None of these comments affected him, he simply treated it as entertainment. After finishing a bowl of rice with toppings, Soo-hee returned to Harbor Youth Apartments. As soon as he entered, he noticed Dong Yong and Pan Ji-gang whispering to each other, while Ma Mingjer hadn't come back yet. Soo-hee, Ma Mingjer's wife, brought their kid to look for him. Dong Yong quickly told Soo-hee. What does she want with him? Soo-hee asked, puzzled. Ma Mingjer was a pitiable soul. Just 2 years ago, he'd had a happy family, a beautiful wife and an adorable daughter. But then one day, while out delivering food, he happened to get an order next door to his own home. Thinking it was so close, he decided to pop in and surprise his precious daughter. The door swung open, and what a surprise, there was a strange man in bed with his wife, while his daughter sat in the living room watching Peppa Pig. Ma Mingjer flew into a rage and beat the man and his wife. The next day, his own wife took their daughter and fled. He kept running for 2 whole years. His wife had quite the thick skin, pestering him for money every few days. Eventually, Ma Mingjer would rather spend all his cash tipping livestreamers than give her a single cent. This time, they actually came knocking at my door. Only Dong Yang and Soo-hee knew about this matter. Pan Ji-gang only found out today. Normally, Ma Mingjer would just say his wife was back in their hometown raising their child, but in reality, his wife had run off with another man. Suddenly, his phone pinged. In the Top Donor Brothers chat group, Ma Mingjer sent a message, "Brothers, let's go grab drinks." By the time Soo-hee and the others arrived at Lu Sanjie's restaurant, Ma Mingjer had already downed an entire bottle of baijiu. "Come on, let's have some hard liquor tonight, sit down. What are you standing around for?" Ma Mingjer laughed as he poured drinks for everyone, not mentioning a word about his wife and child. Dong Yon, normally close to Ma Mingjer, knew he was just feeling down. Before long, they were matching each other drink for drink. Soo-hee and Pan Ji-gang didn't join in the drinking, they'd need to carry these two back later. It wasn't long before Ma Mingjer started telling stories about how his wife had brought their daughter to ask him for money, and how upon seeing the girl dressed in shabby clothes, he'd given the woman another 3,000 yuan. The plot was cliched, and Soo-hee had long grown tired of Ma Mingjer's stories, though Pan Ji-gang was listening with great interest. At 2 in the morning, Dong Yong succeeded in getting Ma Mingjer drunk before collapsing himself. Soo-hee settled the bill, carried Ma Mingjer on his back, while Pan Ji-gang supported Dong Yong, and they slowly made their way toward Harbor Youth Apartments. Suddenly, a man in a baseball cap and black mask brushed past them. "Stop right there!" Soo-hee turned around and shouted at the man. The man took off running. Soo-hee was carrying Ma Mingjer on his back, trying to put him down, but Ma clung desperately to his neck, mumbling, "Honey, don't leave me." Seeing the man vanish into the night, Soo-hee had no choice but to keep carrying Ma-ming-jer forward. "Soo-hee, what's wrong?" Dong-young thought Soo-hee was telling him to stop. "It's okay, let's go." The next morning, Soo-hee was awakened by the sound of police sirens. He instantly jumped out of bed, threw on his clothes, and rushed outside. Across from Harbor Youth Apartments stood a cluster of self-built houses where many migrant workers rented rooms. Not everyone was willing to squeeze several people into one tiny space. By the time Soo-hee reached the ground floor, he saw police cars turning into the alley. Without hesitation, he followed them. A police cordon had been set up in front of a 5-story building, with several officers questioning the person who had reported the incident. A crowd had gathered to watch, and Soo-hee blended in among them. The person who called the police was a woman in her early 20s. She was visibly shaken, her face deathly pale, and kept repeating in a trembling voice, "Someone's dead, someone's dead." Seeing her distressed state, the police escorted her away. Before long, Soo-hee saw Officer Win and his team arrive. Recalling the man he encountered last night, Soo-hee regretted not leaving Ma-ming-jer stranded. Clearly, he had killed again. "Soo-hee?" Yang Lin spotted Soo-hee in the crowd. Noticing Officer Yang approaching him, Soo-hee smiled and said, "Good morning, Officer Yang. Why are you here?" "I live nearby. Came down for breakfast and decided to check it out." Officer Yan walked in with some skepticism. Chapter 33, I know who the killer is. Several more police cars arrived one after another, dispersing the crowd. Soo-hee could only watch from a distance as officers carried out a body covered by a white sheet, revealing nothing of what lay beneath. However, murmurs spread through the crowd. It was a woman who lived alone, in her early 20s, working at a nearby electronics factory. Rumors swirled that she was quite attractive. Theories abounded, from a crime of passion to being stalked and assaulted. Soo-hee even caught a glimpse of her photo on someone's phone and managed to find her short video account, which contained just a few clips confirming she was indeed somewhat pretty. As officers began checking nearby surveillance cameras and questioning residents, Soo-hee took his leave. Today he still had to resign, buy plane tickets, and prepare the things he needed to take with him tomorrow. There was a lot to do. He arrived at the food delivery station. Zhang Jun was somewhat surprised that Soo-hee had actually told him he was resigning. After all, Soo-hee's performance was among the top 3 in the entire station, always seen as the undisputed king of orders by everyone. Especially in recent days, Soo-hee's order volume had surged dramatically. If it weren't for his frequent absences that lowered his stats, he would have undoubtedly broken the record. Soo-hee's reason for resigning was, "The capital is so big, I want to go there to deliver takeout. So my small temple can't accommodate a Buddha like you then." Zhang Jun glared at Soo-hee angrily and asked, "Are you really sure about this?" Soo-hee nodded, looking at Zhang Jun earnestly, and said, "Brother Jun, thank you for your kindness. If I can't make it there, I'll come back." Zhang Jun didn't stop Soo-hee. After completing the formalities, he saw Soo-hee to the door. Soo-hee glanced back at the food delivery station. During his most hopeless and helpless moment when he'd been silently weeping outside the hospital entrance, it had been a delivery worker who handed him a tissue. He hadn't even seen the courier's face clearly, nor had he gotten to say thank you. Shinyu survived but remained in a vegetative state. The hospital bills became an unbearable burden for the Shin family. With no other choice, Shinyu and Jung took Shinyu back home. Back then, Soo-hee hated his own helplessness so much. He wanted to earn money. Knowing food delivery paid well if one was willing to endure hardship, he worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, living frugally just to save enough for Shinyu's hospital treatment. But now everything is moving in a positive direction. As Soo-hee took out her phone to book a plane ticket, Lu Wen's call came in. "Soo-hee, where are you?" "At the entrance of the delivery station." "Then come to the police station." After hanging up, Soo-hee pondered why the police wanted to see him. Was it because Officer Yang had spotted him at the crime scene? Or had they checked the surveillance footage from last night? Hopping onto his electric bike, Soo-hee soon arrived at the police station. Lu Wen rushed out, gazing at Soo-hee with a complicated expression, and said, "Follow me." The police station was crowded. Soo-hee also noticed the woman who had reported the crime that morning. She was still weeping, while several others connected to the deceased were giving their statements. "Soo-hee, have a seat. I invited you here today to ask you something." When Jia walked over, placed a tablet on the table, and tapped play. 500 meters from the Harbor Youth Apartments intersection, Pan Ji-gang carried Dong Yeom on his back ahead, while Soo-hee followed about 10 meters behind with Ma-ming-jer on her back. At that moment, a person wearing a mask and a baseball cap walked past them. Soo-hee turned around and shouted at the man, who immediately broke into a run. The video quickly ended, containing only images with no sound. Officer Wen asked, "At 2:21 a.m., you crossed paths with this person. Why did you stop and turn around? What did you say?" The police swiftly retrieved surveillance footage from the surrounding area, discovering both this suspicious individual and that peculiar scene. "I noticed he was wearing a mask and a baseball cap, which reminded me of that murderer posing as the shop owner at the convenience store. I turned around and shouted, 'Stop,' but he immediately bolted," so he replied truthfully. Are you sure he's the same person you saw at the supermarket? Officer Wen pressed further. Height and build match, and you can't tell with the mask and hat. But he definitely changed clothes. I remember they weren't this color before. But since he ran, it proves he's guilty. It must be him. Soo-hee speculated. Officer Wen nodded. Soo-hee was right, though the man had changed his clothes, his height and build did bear a resemblance. The reason for saying there was a resemblance was due to technical analysis, but subtle discrepancies remained. However, the suspect's disguise changed every time, and their height fluctuated unpredictably, leaving one baffled. If you're so sure about it, why didn't you chase after them? Officer Wen asked again. It was all because my buddy drank too much, had his arm around my neck, and before I could even let him go, the killer vanished. If it hadn't been for carrying Mominger on his back at the time, so he would have actually given chase. Then why didn't you call the police at the time? Officer Wen's tone was sharp with anger, clearly furious at Soo-hee's inaction. If she had reported it sooner, they might have caught the killer. I wasn't thinking that much at the time. Soo-hee indeed felt some regret. He had simply thought that once the person got away, catching them would be difficult, and it never crossed his mind to involve the police. Officer Wen looked at Soo-hee and sighed helplessly, saying, "You really give me a headache. Do you have any leads this time? Don't hold anything back now, think of the bigger picture. The killer is extremely cunning, meticulously disguising himself each time. Not a single trace is left at the scene, not even a strand of hair. I'm starting to wonder if he's bald, but the footage shows he has hair." The crime scene yielded no fingerprints, and the footprints bore no discernible patterns. It was clearly a premeditated murder, yet there were no leads. Since the task force was formed, they'd been outmaneuvered by the killer at every turn. According to the killer's pattern, he wouldn't take more than 3 victims in the same city, which meant there was a high likelihood another person would soon fall victim. Catching the killer before he struck again had become the task force's most pressing challenge. Soo-hee shook his head. Having brushed past the killer twice, he still had no substantial leads. As for the food blogger Akai, it was merely his speculation without any evidence. If he voiced it out, the big-time influencer would surely sue him for defamation. Seeing Soo-hee shake his head, Officer Wen smiled slightly and stood up, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. Xiao Yang, please see Soo-hee out." As soon as he reached the entrance, a middle-aged couple hurried over. The man wore factory clothes covered in oil stains, and the woman was dressed simply too. The moment they stepped onto the stairs, they knelt down, tears streaming as they cried out, "My daughter." Their kneeling happened right in front of Soo-hee. Her husband wasn't faring much better, his entire body trembled as he fought back tears, grabbing the woman's arm and urging, "Let's go see Yao Yao first. Pull yourself together." The woman looked up at her husband and scolded, "Hua Haipeng, how can I pull myself together when my daughter is gone? If it weren't for you forbidding her to date, would she have run away from home? Give me back my daughter. Give her back to me." Hua Haipeng collapsed onto the floor as tears instantly streamed down his face. He repeatedly slapped himself, saying, "I'm not human, it's all my fault, I killed my own daughter. I'm not human." Officer Yang stepped forward immediately upon seeing this and grabbed Hua Haipeng's hands to stop him, comforting him, "Uncle, it's not your fault. Please rest assured, we will catch the murderer and bring him to justice." Soo-hee stared blankly at this scene, and 2 choices appeared before his eyes once again. Option 1, leave the police station directly. Completion reward, 100,000 yuan in cash. Option 2, find clues and identify the murderer. Completion reward, advanced singing skills. Soo-hee stared at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, barely 30 meters away, yet his legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead. Though his singing was all passion without technique, he had no real interest in it. But 100,000 yuan, that was hard currency. All he needed to do was take those few steps to claim it. The middle-aged couple on the ground were helped inside, yet Soo-hee hesitated for a long time, unable to make a decision. According to plan, he could board a flight to the capital tomorrow. As for this murder case, he currently had no further leads, and staying might delay many things. "Soo-hee, why are you still here?" Officer Yang walked out, seeing Soo-hee still standing frozen in place. Taking a deep breath, Soo-hee looked up at Officer Yang and said, "I know who the murderer is." Chapter 34, Locking on the Killer. Who is the killer? Soo-hee's words sent a ripple of excitement through the entire police bureau. The police in Jinan City were conducting extensive investigations, searching for leads on the suspect, but so far, they hadn't found anything useful. After the murder, the killer quickly vanished into an urban village under the cover of darkness. With few surveillance cameras in the area, the police once again lost track of their target. The search is still ongoing, and the police are investigating with full force. Meanwhile, Soo-hee sits in the interrogation room, demanding to review the case files. "Do you understand the consequences of what you're doing?" When Jia had already made one mistake and written one self-criticism report, he wouldn't agree to Soo-hee's request. Soo-hee smiled faintly and said, "It's not the first time, Officer Wen. If you can't make the decision, you can step out and request permission." In TV dramas, there are always a few senior officers watching from the adjacent room when interrogating a suspect. Soo-hee was risking breaking the law because he wanted to confirm his suspicions as quickly as possible. Chief Fu, this delivery guy is quite interesting. I heard he helped you solve 2 cases before. Looks like he really knows something this time. Xiao Chang stood beside Chief Fu, watching Soo-hee's calm demeanor in the interrogation room. Wanting to review case files? That's really bold of him. Do you have any thoughts? Chief Fu turned to glance at Xiao Chang. As a member of the task force, Xiao Chang clearly had more authority to speak. Since Captain 1 already made an exception once, let's let him try again. Let's see if he's really some omnipotent being, more capable than us veteran detectives. Xiao Chang had handled hundreds of cases but never encountered someone as strange as Soo-hee, who kept appearing around homicide investigations. If the records didn't show him to be unrelated, Xiao Chang would have loved to interrogate Soo-hee thoroughly. Captain 1, the task force has unanimously agreed, bring Soo-hee to the conference room. Let's see how much he actually knows. Chief Fu's voice came through the earpiece. Officer Wen glanced at Soo-hee and said, let's go to the conference room. We'll tell you whatever you want to know. But if you can't tell us who the killer is this time, there'll be no leniency. Seeing Officer Wen's stern expression, Soo-hee sighed inwardly. Please don't let anything go wrong now. In the conference room sat over a dozen police officers, with even Bureau Chief Fu occupying one side. Soo-hee took the farthest seat, directly facing the projector screen. Deputy Chief nodded as a signal to begin. An officer opened the prepared documents and started explaining to Soo-hee. At 9:52 a.m. on June 1, 2021, the Ningdu police station in Huaihai City received a report about a female corpse found in Unit 2, Building 5, Apartment 403 of Jinmen residential area. The body bore numerous stab wounds and blunt force injuries, with 3 words carved on the back, informant. Subsequent forensic analysis revealed large amounts of anesthetic residue in the victim's body. No fingerprints or DNA of the suspect were found at the murder scene, and the surveillance footage failed to capture any identifiable features of the perpetrator. 3 days later, at 3:21 p.m. on June 4, the Chengxi police station in Huaihai City received another report of a female corpse discovered in Unit 4, Building 1, Apartment 12-5 of Haihuahaoding residential area. The victim similarly had dozens of wounds, with the same 3 words, informant, carved on her back. The modus operandi matched that of the first case, and again, no identifiable features of the suspect could be discerned from the surveillance footage. In August of the same year, the killer resurfaced in Funan City, murdering 3 more women before vanishing from the police's sight once again. On January 3, 2022, killed 2 women in Jingyun City. Same year in April, May, June. Staring at the horrifying photos of the victims projected on the screen, Soo-hee felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of monster could have slaughtered 13 young women? None of the victims had been sexually assaulted, but judging by the mutilated state of the corpses, the killer's methods were exceptionally brutal. Only a deranged psychopath could commit such heinous acts. Photo after photo showed the deceased in life, their youthful, flower-like radiant smiles. Among them were teachers, university students, bank clerks, supermarket cashiers, originating from 3 provinces and 6 cities, with no apparent connections in their daily lives. When all the photos are placed together, you'll notice that these women share certain facial similarities, a pattern the police believe is the killer's criterion for selecting victims. It's evident that the killer's methods are becoming more refined and his crimes more frequent. If he isn't apprehended soon, more women will fall victim. Let me borrow your phone. Soo-hee turned to Officer Yang standing beside him. The phone screen was projected onto the display. Soo-hee opened a short video app, navigated to Akai's account, and scrolled through videos from May to June 2021, each tagged with locations. Huaihai City's Junhua Restaurant, Wu's Scallion Pancakes, Linden Hotel. August 2021, Funan City, Tianyi Canteen, Yulin Restaurant. January 2022, Jingyun City, Teach Countryside Hotel, Yao Restaurant. As Soo-hee kept opening and closing the videos one after another, the expressions on the policemen's faces gradually turned to astonishment. One video might be a coincidence, but 2, 3, every crime scene matched perfectly. This was no accident. Asai was the prime suspect. Officer Wen stood up, followed by Officer Chiu, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Immediately, another officer began searching for Asai's records. Song Shan, male, born on August 27, 1993, height 1.75 meters, a resident of Lituan Village, Kaiyuan Town, Daki County, Jingwu City. On February 21, 2010, he was arrested for intentional homicide. Due to being under 18 at the time and being an accomplice in the crime, he was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Song Shan has an older brother, Son Lin, male, born on July 4, 1990, who was arrested at the same time as Song Shan. For the crimes of intentional homicide and robbery, he was sentenced to death with combined penalties for multiple offenses. In this case, there was an informer, Song Shan's girlfriend, Du Chunyen. By the time the police attempted to contact Du Chunyen, her family had already reported her missing. The murder motive has been identified. The reason Song Shan engraved the word snitch on the female victim's back was because he believed his brother's death and his own 8-year prison sentence were both caused by Du Chunyan informing the police. He hated Du Chunyan, and the other women were killed simply because they resembled her in appearance. So far, all the evidence points to Akai, also known as Song Shan. However, there is no concrete proof. Chief Fu stood up, looking at Officers 1 and Xiao, and said, "Arrest Song Shan immediately, search his residence, investigate his social connections, and bring in all suspicious individuals for questioning." "Yes, sir." Officer Qiu led the team out, while Officer 1 glanced at Suhi and asked, "You suspected Kai was the killer all along but weren't entirely certain, which prompted you to request reviewing the case files?" "More or less. During the food competition, I coincidentally heard him say something." The sentence structure and tone were strikingly similar to the man we encountered at the grocery store on Huanghuai Road, but basing a judgment solely on that one remark wouldn't have been conclusive enough for me. I needed more information to confirm my suspicions. "It seems my hunch was correct," Suhi replied honestly. In the meeting room, a round of enthusiastic applause broke out. Bureau Chief Fu was the first to express his gratitude to Suhi. Chapter 35, no matter how cunning the fox, it's no match for a skilled hunter. Inside a luxury hotel in Jinan City, Kai was live-streaming his food review. He and Annie had been invited to promote the hotel through their social media presence. Suddenly, several police officers approached them. A flicker of panic flashed in Annie's eyes as the spoon she was holding clattered to the floor. "Mr. Song, greetings. We're from the Criminal Investigation Division of Jinan City Public Security Bureau. You're currently suspected of involvement in a homicide case. Please come with us." Officer Yang showed his badge, then glanced at Annie beside him and said, "Miss Xiao, I'm afraid you'll need to come with us too." Kai showed not a hint of panic. Still holding his phone, he continued, "Dear fans, though several officers seem to have found me now, don't worry, we'll meet again for the live stream at 8 tonight." After ending the live broadcast, Kai turned to face Officer Yang with a surprised look and asked, "Officer, may I ask what this is about? I'm quite busy, perhaps you should contact my lawyer directly." Officer Yang placed a criminal detention warrant on the table and said sternly, "Mr. Song, you are required to cooperate. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to compulsory measures." Kai stood up, smoothed his hair, and said with a smile, "Let's go, officer." At the same time, he patted Annie on the shoulder and said, "Don't be scared, sweetheart. The policemen just need our cooperation for the investigation. Everything's fine." Meanwhile, Zhou Chang arrived at the homestay rented by Song Shan and his girlfriend with a search warrant, but after checking every corner, he found no clues related to the homicide. In the interrogation room, Kai calmly looked at Officer 1 and still said with a smile, "Officer, I don't know what you're talking about. I demand to see my lawyer and refuse to answer any questions until then." When Jia looked at Song Shan's demeanor and became even more convinced of his involvement in the case, he placed a few sheets of paper in front of Song Shan and said, "Du Chunyan was your girlfriend 10 years ago. You told her about how you and your brother Song Lin robbed and killed people, but she turned you into the police. Your brother was sentenced to death, while you, because you were under 18, served 8 years in prison. After your release, you found Du Chunyan and murdered her." "Hey, officer, what kind of story are you spinning? I don't understand a word of it." Song Shan cut off Officer Wen's words, smirked dismissively, and said, "Shouldn't police work be about evidence? Since when has storytelling become the trend?" Just then, Zhou Chang's voice came through Wenjie's earpiece. "Captain Wen, we found no evidence at Song Shan's residence. I've already contacted the local police department from Song Shan's previous location to assist in investigating the hotel surveillance footage of his comings and goings. Officer, could you please be more professional? I've got a live stream tonight, and the penalties for breach of contract are steep." Song Shan glared impatiently at Officer 1. From then on, whenever Wenjie brought up anything related to the case, Song Shan either demanded to see his lawyer or simply clammed up. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Wenjie exchanged a glance with Chief Fu and said, "Seems like a tough nut to crack. Next step is to approach his girlfriend, see if Captain Xiao can dig up some evidence." No fingerprints or DNA matching Song Shan were found at the crime scene, nor was there any evidence in his residence to charge him with murder. The short video's location and timestamp alone weren't enough to identify Song Shan as the prime suspect. Song Shan was very intelligent and extremely cautious. In the other interrogation room, Annie, whose real name was Zhao Qi, also claimed to know nothing, appearing cooperative while constantly dodging the questions. Before long, Song Shan's lawyer arrived, Ding Lei, an attorney notorious in the legal world for defending the wealthy. To him, it didn't matter whether you broke the law, if you paid, he would take your case. Having won several highly controversial cases, he had earned the trust of the rich and powerful. This is a lawyer whose conscience is notoriously bought by money. In a small room, Ding Lei looked at the composed Song Shan and said, "The police can only detain you for 24 hours. Regarding the compensation for your live broadcast, I'm already negotiating with the other party. Here, all you need to do is remain silent. Leave the rest to me." Thanks for your trouble, lawyer Ding. Song Shan curled his lips slightly and leaned in closer to whisper in Ding Lei's ear. Take good care of Annie for me. Girls tend to get a bit nervous easily. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang was gathering evidence with urgency surveillance footage collected from various police departments, Song Shan's hotel stay records. However, on the night of the incident, Song Shan hadn't left the hotel. However, it wasn't without gain. When Song Shan's girlfriend Zhao Qi booked hotels, she always chose rooms on the second floor, and none of these rooms had protective bars on the windows. This strongly suggested Song Shan could have exited through the windows. During hotel visits, investigators also discovered there were no surveillance cameras behind these buildings. Police expanded their search perimeter and found suspects wearing masks and hats near the hotels. Even so, there was no way to prove the masked and hatted individuals were actually Song Shan. Scum! Yang Lin angrily threw the interrogation transcript onto the desk. Glaring at Wen Jie as he said, "Boss, are we really just going to let him swagger out of here? 13 lives. The man's a complete monster." Officer Wen's expression darkened as he shot Yang Lin a stern look before replying. Even the slyest fox eventually shows its tail. Our job as investigators is to find the weak spot and gather enough evidence to make sure he gets the punishment he deserves. Pull all call logs between Song Shan and Zhao Qi, check their online shopping records, and comb through their messaging history on short video platforms. Expand the scope. We can't afford to overlook even the smallest detail. With only 8 hours remaining, the police were rapidly running out of time. Wait, contact the short video platform and send over all the chat records from the victims' accounts. How did the killer know the victims' addresses? Follow this lead and investigate. Time ticked by minute. Song Shan remained calm, while Zhao Qi grew increasingly tense. Final 30 minutes. Suddenly, Officer Wen entered and solemnly announced, "Song Shan, you are suspected of murdering 13 women. We are placing you under criminal detention in accordance with the law. Rest assured, we have already notified your lawyer. Zhao Qi, you are suspected of assisting Song Shan in the murder of 13 women. We are placing you under criminal detention in accordance with the law." Song Shan suddenly raised his head, looked at Officer Wen and laughed loudly. "Ah, impossible. You're bluffing me. I have the right to sue you. I demand to see my lawyer. You're breaking the law." Wen Jie paid no attention to Song Shan's protests, directly handcuffing him as he said, "No matter how cunning a fox is, it can't outsmart a good hunter. What awaits you is the judgment of law. I'm not going. I want my lawyer." "You have no evidence." Song Shan clung desperately to the interrogation chair. "You're smart enough to destroy all the evidence, but there's one thing you'd never eliminate," Wen Jie said. "What?" Song Shan raised his head to meet Wen Jie's gaze. "The person who helped you find your targets." Song Shan's face turned deathly pale as he collapsed trembling to the floor, then burst into hysterical laughter. "They all deserve to die, okay? Wasn't I good to her? She made mistakes and had to be punished." Chapter 36, I'm allergic to ugly people. How did the killer manage to find lookalikes in a vast sea of people? It was all thanks to a paralyzed man named Meng Xiangfeng. During the investigation of the victim's chat records on the short video platform, authorities discovered multiple accounts interacting with the victim. The victim had disclosed their address and daily routines to these accounts. Further investigation revealed all these accounts were operated from the same IP address, leading police swiftly to Meng Xiangfeng. Meanwhile, a substantial amount of chat records and transfer records were found during the search of Meng Xiangfeng's home. Meng Xiangfeng was responsible for locating the targets, while Song Shan paid the reward 100,000 yuan per woman. Under police interrogation, Meng Xiangfeng confessed to everything. 5 years ago, Meng Xiangfeng was involved in a car accident that left him paralyzed from the waist down. The physical suffering had already pushed him to the brink of collapse. 2 years later, his wife, unable to endure such a life, abandoned him. Despair drove Meng Xiangfeng to contemplate suicide. When he shared his tragic circumstances and suicidal thoughts on social media, instead of sympathy, he faced nothing but ridicule and scorn from online strangers. At this moment, a netizen sent him a private message asking, "Do you hate your wife? Do you want to kill her?" A crazy thought consumed him day and night, leaving him unable to sleep. 3 days later, he replied, "Yes." Meng Xiangfeng provided his wife's address, never expecting that a week later, he would see the news of her death. Murder! He hastily contacted the internet friend, who didn't answer his question but simply said, "Now it's your turn to help me." So, Meng Xiangfeng began searching online for women who resembled Du Chunyan, devising ways to obtain their addresses and pass them along to the internet friend. The first woman died, and he received a reward of 100,000 yuan. From then on, this filthy transaction continued in his pitch-black room. In Meng Xiangfeng's computer, there were over 100 women from across the country on the candidate list. What would have been the fate of these women had Song Shan not been apprehended? Meng Xiangfeng and the mysterious netizen later adopted more covert communication methods, connecting through an encrypted small forum. However, the police quickly obtained all their chat records. Driven by curiosity about the other party's identity and appearance, Meng Xiangfeng used technical means to hack into Song Shan's computer camera. He recorded Zhao Qi disguising Song Shan, and it was precisely this video that irrefutably proved Song Shan's guilt in the murder. Faced with the evidence, Zhao Qi confessed that the reason she helped Song Shan disguise himself was her deep love for him. Even if it meant committing crimes, she was willing. The law will deal harshly with all three of them. Unaware of the subsequent events, Suhi was now sitting on a plane heading for the capital. Beside him, a fashionable, trendy woman and a plainly dressed yet youthful and pretty woman occasionally turned their heads to sneak glances at him, pretending it was accidental, before leaning in to whisper to each other. "Sister Le Chiao, he's so handsome, could you help me get his contact info? You're gonna be the death of me. What's the use of being handsome? Look at the clothes he's wearing. All cheap street stall stuff, the whole outfit can't be more than $100. Tonight's gathering is your big chance. Any one of those rich boys you pull out has family assets worth billions. We're going for a competition, not to find a boyfriend. Besides, I just like good-looking people, and he's exceptionally handsome at that. Looking for a man? Looks, talent, or money, you should have at least 2 out of 3. That poor kid, do you think his face alone can support you? Don't forget, you're aiming to make it in showbiz. If you don't mingle with a few big shots, when will you ever get your big break? I didn't say I want him to be my boyfriend, I just want to get to know him, and I'm not going to that gathering tonight. I've got a competition tomorrow, I want some extra practice. Ting Ting, do you have any idea how many favors I've pulled to arrange this setup? The competition. You're so naive, do you really think your singing skills alone would make you famous? If you don't give anything, why would those big bosses and judges favor you? Girls like you are a dime a dozen in the capital, what makes you think they'd choose you? Li Ziting's tears immediately fell when Bei Liqiao spoke to her like this. Singing had been her lifelong dream. For this opportunity, she worked part-time while studying to save up 7,000 yuan and found Bei Liqiao, a woman who claimed she could take her to the capital to participate in the competition, a middlewoman for an entertainment company. Seeing the young girl cry, Bei Liqiao comforted her, "Don't worry, with Sister Liqiao here, you'll definitely advance in tomorrow's competition. The person we're meeting tonight is the big boss behind the scenes. Whether you'll become famous or not is just a word from him. Be good, stop crying, your makeup is all smudged now." Bei Liqiao turned her head and glared at the culprit, Suhi, who was pretending to sleep, muttering under her breath, "Stupid pauper almost ruined my plans. Serves him right to stay poor his whole life." Suhi suddenly opened his eyes wide and glared at her. Bei Liqiao was so startled by this unexpected stare that she almost lost her soul, but she quickly realized Suhi was doing it on purpose and immediately scolded him. "What are you staring at with those dead fish eyes of yours, you creep? How dare you harass me? You look like you've never seen a woman before. With your miserable, broke-ass appearance, you'll never land a pretty woman in this lifetime. Even if you do find one, she'd run off with someone else sooner or later. I've seen plenty of women, but this is the first time I've come across one like you. Auntie, so revolting not even 10 caddies of flour could cover it up." Sui's acting skills were on full display at this moment. He glanced at Bei Liqiao and instantly put on a nauseated expression, raising his hand to call out to the flight attendant, "Flight attendant, I think I'm about to throw up. Could you fetch me a bag, please?" The flight attendant approached with a polite smile. "Hello, sir. There's a bag right beside your seat. If you're feeling airsick, we can also provide you with." Cough cough. "No need, just seeing you makes me feel much better." Sui chuckled, then glanced at the furious Bei Liqiao before picking up the bag again. "Ugh ugh. Stewardess, I want to file a complaint, he insulted me. I'm calling the police." Bei Liqiao shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention. The flight attendant looked at the still retching Suhi and asked with concern, "Sir, are you alright?" Sui patted his chest, lifted his head with a smile and said, "I'm fine. It's just that I'm allergic to ugly people. Seeing you made me feel instantly better." "Who are you calling ugly?" Bei Liqiao glared at Sui, roaring, "You're the one who. Whoever responds is the guilty one." "What, did I hit a nerve? Ugh, can't take it anymore, this is disgusting." Gazing at Sui's handsome face, Bei Liqiao wanted to find another word to curse him when the flight attendant said to Sui, "Sir, let me find you another seat. Please come with me." Suhi was assigned to the business class, leaving Bei Liqiao sitting there cursing under his breath, nearly getting into another argument with the person next to him. Chapter 37, Life is bitter, so you must be sweet. Delayed at the Public Security Bureau, Sui missed the chance to book the same flight as Xing Yuanzhong. By 4 in the afternoon, she finally arrived at Beijing Capital International Airport. Sui didn't have a suitcase, just one large plastic bag holding all his belongings. Walking out of the airport while checking the distance on his phone's navigation, he prepared to take the subway. After walking just 200 meters, a red Ferrari convertible pulled up in front of Suhi. Sitting in the driver's seat, Bei Liqiao wore sunglasses and said to Li Ziting in the passenger seat, "See, this is the so-called handsome man in your eyes. Do you want to drag plastic bags with him while picking through trash on the street?" Li Ziting glanced at Suhi, then lowered her head. Buzz buzz buzz. A smirk played at the corners of Balikio's lips as he floored the accelerator, leaving Suhi standing there dumbfounded. System, can you really tolerate this? Aren't you going to give me an option to show off and put them in their place? Want me to uninstall this damn thing or not? Damn, what a loser. Suhi spat on the ground in frustration. No matter how he cursed, the system remained unresponsive. Hey, young man, no spitting allowed here. 5 yuan fine. A middle-aged woman with a red armband walked up to Suhi and handed him a penalty slip. Auntie, do you know who I am? Suhi asked. The auntie planted her hands on her hips and glared at Suhi. How should I know who you are? Whoever you are, you have to. Hey, don't you run away, you little brat. Suhi sat on the subway and made a phone call to Shin Yuan-jong. Hey, Uncle Shin, I've arrived in the capital. On the subway, everything alright on your end? Suhi, everything's fine on our end. The doctor gave Yeye a full checkup today and said all her physical functions are normal. Uncle Shin, how much does it cost per day? 4 or 5,000. After hanging up the phone, Suhi fell silent. At this rate, she could only afford to stay in the hospital for 4 months. This wasn't some TV drama plot, it was the harsh reality. He clenched his fists tightly. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let Shinyu be kicked out of the hospital. 15,000 a month, he had to find a way to earn the money. As a man, his duty wasn't to stay by Shinyu's side in the hospital, but to exhaust every means possible to earn money and ensure she received the finest treatment available. Looking at the various rewards obtained from the system, navigation maps, food delivery order acceptance rate, and order acceptance assistant, these three ensured he could become the top performing writer if he hustled hard enough. Even at peak performance, working to his physical limits, the most he could earn in a month was around 40 or 50,000. That was already stretching his time and endurance to the maximum. Suturing wounds, despite being an outstanding vocational high school graduate with a certificate in excavator operation, he wouldn't even be considered for a job at a veterinary clinic, let alone a hospital. As for grappling and martial arts techniques, perhaps he could find a martial arts school and work as an instructor, though the income would probably still be less than what he earned delivering takeout. Cooking skills were also ruled out, leaving only performance and singing. As everyone knows, the entertainment industry is the most lucrative field. Just one celebrity endorsement or movie role can earn wealth that ordinary people couldn't accumulate in decades, or even lifetimes. Suhi had never dreamed he would entertain such thoughts, but for money, he was willing to do anything as long as it wasn't illegal. The system's appearances and rewards were too unpredictable. He could only rely on his existing resources to devise the most reasonable plan possible. After all, his system didn't spoon-feed its host. 2 kilometers from the capital People's Hospital, so he rented a cheap motel room for just 65 yuan a day. Then he walked to the hospital and arrived outside Shinyu's ward. In the hospital room, Shin Yuan-jong, with a head of white hair, was eating his meal, just a bowl of plain rice topped with a few stalks of greens. Renting in the capital was ridiculously expensive. The elderly couple had leased a tiny one-bedroom apartment, and the monthly rent alone cost them 4,800 yuan. If not for their excessive luggage, they would have rather slept in the hospital corridor. Suhi? Behind him, Xiang Wanrong approached with a basin of hot water in her hands. Aunt Xiang. Suhi stepped forward to take the basin, smiling, let me do it. Shin Yuan-jong was called out by Xiang Wanrong, leaving Suhi alone in the ward. Yeah, we've come to the capital. You need to get better quickly. I've already planned our itinerary, first Tiananmen Square, then the Forbidden City. After staying in the ward for over an hour, only when the nurse came in to administer medication did Suhi finally leave the hospital. Wandering aimlessly down the street, Suhi took in the bustling scenes of the capital as he walked onto a pedestrian overpass. A long-haired man was singing there, with a phone set up beside him for live streaming. As I walk upon each street here, my heart never seems to find peace. Amidst the roar of engines and electric hums, I seem to hear his bone-chilling heartbeat. The man's voice was deep and rich, with a slightly hoarse quality that had a unique charm. Many people stopped to linger, pulling out their phones to record him, while others scanned the QR code at his feet to tip him. Once the song ended, the man sat down to rest, and Suhi approached him, asking, "How much can you make in a day, brother?" The man glanced at Suhi and said with a smile, "I only sing 3 songs every night, which earns me about 100 yuan. What, do you want to give it a try too?" Suhi gave an awkward smile. This was less than what he made delivering food. They said online streamers made good money, but it seemed to vary from person to person. Every profession had its own hardships. At that moment, the man's live stream screen was flooded with comments. "Crazy bro, that passerby is so handsome. Get him to sing a couple of lines. Crazy bro, please get me that handsome guy's contact info. Wow, what a hottie. No way, crazy bro, keep him there, I'm booking a flight to the capital right now." The man's online alias was Crazy First Brother, and everyone in the livestream called him Crazy Bro. Crazy Bro glanced at the screen, noticing many fans sending virtual gifts. His eyes instantly lit up as he looked at Suhi and said, "Hey buddy, my fans are all begging you to sing. How about performing a song for us?" "Forget it. I won't. Besides, I'm hungry. I'm gonna grab some noodles and go to sleep. Soohee planned to visit a nearby food delivery station first thing tomorrow morning. Now that he'd arrived in the capital, he couldn't just idle around. He'd start with deliveries while keeping an eye out for other opportunities. The screen kept exploding with comments. Fongo had mixed feelings. His current follower count sat around 50,000, and he'd get thrilled whenever 500 viewers tuned into his live streams. Yet this time, the viewer numbers had somehow surged past 1,000 and were still climbing steadily. These newcomers were clearly drawn in by Soohee's looks. Even with the beauty filter already enhancing his features, Soohee's on-screen appearance appeared even more handsome than in real life. Bro, wait, don't go. Crazy Brother was nearly desperate, quickly grabbing Soohee's arm. Just help me sing one song. I'll treat you to dinner later. Or just say a few words to them, that'll do. Worried Soohee might sing badly, Crazy Brother dragged him in front of the camera and said, "Fans, I caught the handsome guy you wanted for you. He really is good looking. Let me turn off the beauty filter so you can see." Completely unnecessary. Soohee smiled wryly, never expecting Crazy Brother would actually turn off the filter. The screen then displayed a dramatic scene where no one complimented Soohee's looks anymore. Instead, the chat was flooded with, "Crazy Brother, turn the filter back on, I'm about to throw up." Crazy Brother turned to Soohee, confused. "Am I really that ugly?" Soohee stared at Fongo in astonishment, dumbfounded. "Have you never looked in a mirror? Actually, I think you're quite unique." After Soohee spoke these two lines, the screen went wild again. Not only is he handsome, but also so humorous. Fongo watched as the number of viewers in the livestream was about to break the 2,000 mark, with tips already exceeding 500 yuan, and grinned broadly. That smile instantly flooded the screen with whales and vomiting emojis. Soohee was also amused by this reaction. This was his first livestream, and interacting with strangers online turned out to be quite entertaining. "Crazy bro, maybe you should turn the beauty filter back on, right now. Watching you while looking at the screen feels like double the damage." Crazy bro hadn't expected Soohee to be so quick-witted. With just one remark, Soo had redirected the audience's attention again. Seeing the livestream so lively, Crazy bro couldn't bear to turn off the beauty filter now. "Bro, the fans all want to hear you sing. How about singing a few lines?" Fongo quickly changed the subject. Whether Soohee could sing well or not, his face alone would be enough to stir up some buzz. In just this short while, his account had already gained over 1,000 new followers. If he posted another video of Soohee singing, it would definitely trend tomorrow. If he sang well, people would just leave simple comments. But if it was absolutely terrible, well, that would be something else entirely. The comments section would surely explode. It was Soohee's first time interacting with a live stream, and seeing the enthusiastic cheers from the netizens on screen, he happily replied, "Alright then, I'll sing one song." Soohee had never been musically inclined since childhood. His singing voice sounded like a duck's quack, and over the years, he had struggled to even open his mouth to sing. However, after receiving the system's reward of advanced singing skills, he had secretly tried it out and found that his voice had indeed improved. Facing the screen, he finally felt confident. "What song should I sing?" Crazy Goo asked. Soohee didn't sing often, nor did he really listen to music, so he replied, "The song you just sang." He couldn't even remember the lyrics, so he pulled out his phone and searched for them. Soon, the prelude began, and Fong passed the microphone to Soohee. "As I walk down every street here, my heart seems never able to be at peace. Amidst the roar of engines and electronic noises, I seem to hear his heartbeats that sounded like bones being eroded." Soohee closed his eyes, feeling himself wandering aimlessly through the streets, his heart hollow and filled with uncertainty about the future. Shinyu's medical bills, whether she would ever wake up again. In this bustling, vibrant city, he gritted his teeth and persevered, walking alone, just because there was still a light shining for him in the distance. On the overpass, all pedestrians halted their hurried steps. Though they scurried about daily in this prosperous, lively city, none had the leisure to appreciate the beauty around them. The helplessness of life, the struggle against a fate that gripped their throats and left them voiceless. Soohee's voice was ethereal, like a lark breaking free from its cage, soaring unrestrained into the sky, one moment filled with loneliness and hesitation, the next brimming with hope and unwavering faith. "Life is bitter, but you must stay sweet." Soohee's voice sank deep into their hearts, masking tears with joy as she marched forward. Mad Brother watched Soohee silently from the side. Damn it, she was so infuriating. Being handsome was bad enough, but having such a beautiful singing voice too. It was like the heavens were spoon-feeding Soohee. "Thank you." After finishing the song, Soohee handed the microphone back to Fongo. It was his first time singing in public, and it was even broadcast live, yet he felt incredibly at ease, an unprecedented sensation. Apparently, performing a song could also calm one's heart down like this. The audience emerged from the spell of Soohee's singing before erupting into thunderous applause. Soohee smiled and waved at them, then got ready to leave for some noodles. His stomach had been growling all this time. Brother Phone couldn't even see the barrage comments clearly on his phone screen now. His livestream had unexpectedly surpassed 10,000 viewers. Before he could even rejoice, he turned his head and saw Suhee walking toward the underpass. What should I do? Crazy Brother was almost in tears. He had just wanted to pull Suhee aside for a casual chat. How had things escalated like this? The barrage keeps scrolling. Where's the guy? Mad Brother picked up the live streaming equipment, gritted his teeth, and chased after them. Bro, wait for me. I'm treating you to dinner. Chapter 38, My stomach's strong, I don't eat soft rice. As the copper pot hot pot boiled, Suhee never expected Brother Phone to be this persistent. Here was a singing streamer who'd actually set up his live broadcast equipment right at the dining table. Suhee, let me tell you about this copper pot hot pot, I'm practically a connoisseur. You see, this mutton has to be hand-sliced, no blood, no odd smell, can stand on the plate, and produces very little scum when cooking. Crazy Brother came to the capital at 18 to make his way in the world. He slept on the streets, washed dishes, delivered packages, experienced it all. Nowadays, he works as an extra on film sets during the day and livestreams singing on overpasses at night. Suhee was eating hot pot for the first time. Hearing Crazy Brother's introduction, she picked up a piece of meat and dropped it into the pot, smiling as she said, Crazy Brother, it feels so awkward having netizens watch me eat. What's there to be awkward about? There are so many mukbang streamers online who make a living eating for their fans. Don't be shy, you'll get used to it. When I first started singing, I was super timid, terrified of others' opinions. But look at me now, I'm not scared of anything. It's your first time in the capital, if you ever need help, just ask. By the way, what are you planning to do next? Brother Phone had a quirky style, but he was genuinely kind-hearted. After a moment's thought, Suhee replied truthfully, I deliver food. What? Brother Phone stared at Suhee in disbelief. What kind of joke was this? With your good looks and great singing voice, why on earth would you deliver food? The live chat was flooded with wails, with many female fans making offers to sponsor him. Brother Phone joked, heroes aren't judged by their origins, and sugar mommies don't care about age. Suhee, why not consider it? My stomach's strong, I don't feed off others. Suhee didn't realize it was just netizens joking and replied with complete seriousness. Watching the lively atmosphere in the livestream, Phonega felt somewhat frustrated. These viewers weren't here for him, they were all clamoring for him to stop crowding the frame. How much can you really earn delivering food? You should do live streaming with me instead. Phonega came up with what seemed like a brilliant idea. Since Suhee already had such popularity, why not go straight into streaming? After some thought, Suhee replied gravely, about 30 to 40,000 a month. It's enough to get by. I don't have plans to start live streaming yet. I wouldn't know what to say, and staring at the screen would feel awkward. Suhee also watched live streams. Those hosts were all smooth talkers, and apart from singing, he didn't know what else to chat about with netizens. How much? 30,000 to 40,000 a month? Crazy Brother thought he must have misheard. When did food delivery become so lucrative? Before coming to the capital, Suhee had looked up the local situation online. The average order rate was 8 to 10 yuan, with higher incentives during extreme weather. Even by conservative estimates, he could easily complete over 100 orders a day. Seeing Suhee nod, Crazy Brother said in surprise, Suhee, you've definitely been fooled. Food delivery writers in the capital usually earn around 15,000 a month. Even the top performers barely hit 20,000, they're practically legends. Don't believe those agency promises, it's all a scam. In the live stream, many netizens said Suhee had been scammed, with some who had worked as food delivery writers in the capital chiming in, saying most people could only earn around 10,000. Suhee, why don't you join me in live streaming? During the day, I'll take you to film at the theater. With your good looks, you're bound to get at least a couple of lines. When it came to being an extra, Phonega still hasn't had a single line to this day. He's played female ghosts, corpses, and most of his screen time consisted of his back. While other extras earned 100 or 200, even 300 a day, Phone only got 40 yuan, and that was after shamelessly begging for it. Sounds good. When I have time, I'll reach out. Suhee didn't refuse. Having just gotten a taste of singing, he didn't know what acting entailed, but he was curious to find out if he could do it. But he had already made up his mind. Tomorrow morning, he would go to the food delivery station. As for singing and acting ambitions, there was no forcing fate. He would let things take their course. After finishing their meal, Suhee and Brother Phone exchanged WeChat contacts and then left. Arriving at the entrance of a grand hotel, a crowd had gathered, and someone was shouting, "Call an ambulance, call the police." Suhee leaned in for a closer look and froze instantly. It was the woman who drove the Ferrari. The woman lay on the ground, a large pool of blood beneath her head, her left hand twisted and deformed, her shoes nowhere to be seen. Someone checked her breathing and exclaimed in shock, "She's dead." Everyone looked up toward the building. Clearly, the woman had fallen from above. Luckily, she hadn't hit any pedestrians. Someone upstairs opened a window and stuck their head out, shouting down angrily, "What's all the noise? Let people sleep in the middle of the night." Ah! A piercing scream, like something from beyond the heavens, drew everyone's attention. At the top of the building, a woman was dangling halfway over the edge, her hair gripped by a man who roared furiously, "Bitch, go to hell." The woman clung desperately to the railing, pleading in anguish, "Mr. Huang, Sister Le Chao made me do it, I had no idea." "Humph, you're in this together. If I killed her, I wouldn't survive either. I'll take you down with me." The figures of the two vanished from sight. At that moment, both the police and an ambulance arrived. The doctor took one look and realized there was no pulse, immediately covering the body with a white sheet. The police cordoned off the area while simultaneously storming into the Grand Hotel. Within minutes, the silhouettes of two people reappeared on the rooftop, or a man shouted while gripping the woman's throat, "Stay back, or I'll take her down with me." This was a 15-story building, and with it being night, everyone could only make out two dark figures. Suddenly, with a violent twist from the man, the woman's entire body was exposed beyond the edge, her hands desperately clinging to the railing while her throat remained trapped in his grasp. Half of the man's body now dangled dangerously over the edge as he roared, "Take one more step, and I swear we'll both die." At this moment, Sui faced three choices before him. Option 1, shout loudly, "Go ahead and jump if you dare." Completion reward, a second-hand electric scooter. Option 2, leave the scene and go back to sleep. Completion reward, 10,000 yuan in cash. Option 3, save the woman on the rooftop. Completion reward, master-level calligraphy skills. Sui was ready to buy a used electric scooter, but option 1 was so unethical and prone to online backlash that it was immediately ruled out. Option 2 required doing nothing, just going back to sleep and receiving 10,000 yuan in cash. But after familiarizing himself with the system's tendencies, Sui directly chose option 3. If 10,000 yuan could grant him master-level calligraphy skills, Sui believed Ms. Zhao Xiaomei would definitely sign him up. He recalled participating in a few days of calligraphy training as a child and even won third place in his group. Police tape had already been strung up at the hotel entrance, making it clearly unrealistic to enter that way. Predictably, the back door was likely also under police surveillance. Sui arrived at the base of the building's left side and spotted a pipe leading to the rooftop. While everyone else was distracted by the commotion above, no one noticed a dark figure steadily climbing upward. Chapter 39, Just Call Me a Concerned Citizen. Huang Hai never dreamed that one day he'd be holding hostage a girl he'd only met hours earlier. He didn't want to die, but he'd killed someone, now he had no other choice. After toiling for over 20 years, Huang Hai had achieved modest success. Not only was he a popular television actor, but also a shareholder in a film and entertainment company. Now, everything was ruined. Thinking of his wife and 3-year-old son, Huang Hai was filled with regret. It was all Bai Liqiao's fault, that insatiable woman. Taking nude photos, recording videos, blackmail, such despicable tactics had been used against him. Huang Hai had underestimated Bai Liqiao's greed. 10 million. Otherwise, I'll make sure he's ruined. On the rooftop, Bai Liqiao threatened him, giving him 3 days to come up with 10 million. Huang Hai's anger surged uncontrollably, and he pushed Bai Liqiao off the building in a fit of rage. Watching Bai Liqiao lying motionless on the ground, Huang Hai felt no panic or urge to flee. Instead, he returned to the room, found an excuse to lure Li Ziding to the rooftop, intending to stage one final performance. This time, he was both the director and the actor. He wanted to experience the thrill of a hostage escape scene firsthand. As an actor, he had completely immersed himself in the role. When the police arrived, he directly pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into Li Ziding's thigh while shouting, "Take one more step forward, and next time I'll stab straight into her heart." The two officers immediately froze in their tracks. One began trying to persuade Huang Hai while the other called for backup. This was a vicious case involving murder followed by hostage-taking, far beyond what the local precinct could handle alone. The killer had stabbed the hostage in the thigh without hesitation. Clearly, they couldn't afford to provoke him further. As a frontline officer, Chao Di was encountering this situation for the first time. Raising his voice, he said, "Brother, please stay calm. Don't worry, I won't move from this spot. We can talk this through. Just tell me what you want. Give me your phone to record, quick." Huang Hai pressed the knife against Ziting Li's neck as he spoke to Di Chao. "Recording?" Di Chao was puzzled but complied anyway. Huang Hai hesitated momentarily before speaking into the phone. "Wife, I've wronged you. Son, Daddy made a terrible mistake and has to go to a place very, very far away. You must obey Mom." Holy, as Di Chao stared at the phone screen, a hand suddenly reached out from beneath the railing, startling him so badly he dropped the device. Huang Hai noticed the police officer's reaction and found it strange. Puzzled, he asked, "What's wrong?" As he spoke, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Turning his head, he saw a hand reaching for the wrist holding his dagger. Instinctively, he wanted to kill Li Ziding, but the person forcefully twisted his arm, making the dagger fall. Then, a sharp pain erupted at the back of his neck, his vision went dark, and he passed out. Chao Di stood frozen, staring at the man collapsed on the ground. Was he really subdued just like that? Li Ziding had also fallen to the ground. Blood was seeping from her thigh, making her face deathly pale. When she looked up at the man who had subdued Huang Hai, she froze in shock. That handsome guy on the plane? Officer, I'll head back now if there's nothing else. Suhee prepared to leave. Freeze! Chow Di immediately shouted, drawing his gun and aiming it at Suhee. Suhee jumped in fright and hastily raised his hands. Who are you? What do you do? Chow Di questioned sternly. My name is Suhee, I deliver takeout. No wait. Suhee suddenly remembered he'd already resigned, then corrected himself. Just think of me as a concerned citizen. No need to thank me, though if there's a reward for bravery, I'll gladly stay to assist. Suhee suddenly realized a serious question. Did this situation even qualify as an act of bravery? If it did, then leaving contact details would probably be appropriate. Good Samaritan? Heroic deed? Chow Di was completely baffled. Where the hell did you come from? At that moment, a large group of police officers rushed forward. Seeing Suhee with his hands raised, one officer immediately pounced on him, cuffing Suhee. Feeling the cold handcuffs, Suhee offered no resistance and didn't utter a word, letting the officers take him away without protest. In the interrogation room, Suhee honestly recounted everything, from his arrival in the capital to witnessing someone falling from a building, followed by discovering a hostage situation on the rooftop, and how he climbed up the pipe to subdue the criminal. This was a criminal case that had been transferred to the Chaoyang District Criminal Investigation Team. At the moment, a middle-aged man was reviewing several witness statements. The cause of the incident was straightforward. Bai Liqiao had deliberately introduced women to Huang Hai, while secretly filming videos and taking nude photos to blackmail him. Under threat, Huang Hai impulsively pushed Bai Liqiao off the building and subsequently took Li Ziding hostage. The police recovered the video materials recorded by Bai Liqiao, which provided sufficient evidence to confirm that Huang Hai had not lied. Li Ziding had no knowledge of Bai Liqiao's plan. She was merely trading her body for an opportunity stepping onto the grand stage. As for Huang Hai, she only knew him as an actor and was unaware of what transpired afterward. Huang Hai had no idea about Suhee's sudden appearance and mistook him for a police officer. Li Ziding had merely crossed paths with Suhee on a plane, which matched Suhee's testimony. To save someone, he climbed 15 floors barehanded? As the captain of the criminal police unit, Zhou Bing had never encountered such a public-spirited citizen before. Even police officers wouldn't dare take such risks without safety gear. In the surveillance footage from another building, we found the video of Suhee climbing the pipes. Soon, a female officer walked in holding a stack of documents and handed them to Zhou Bing, saying, Captain Zhou, these are documents sent from Jinnan City. This Suhee has assisted the Jinnan Public Security Bureau in solving multiple cases. The recent serial murder case was cracked thanks to Suhee identifying the suspect. When Zhang Xiaoyu first received the documents, she thought they were a short story, a delivery rider repeatedly helping the police crack cases. No wonder he climbed 15 floors to rescue the hostage. After reviewing the documents, Zhou Bing picked up his phone, found a number, and made the call. Brother 1, can this be explained scientifically? Zhou Bing didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. On the other end of the phone, when Jia laughed loudly, Zhou Bing, this Suhee is a real treasure. From now on, whenever you have unsolvable cases, just go to him, he won't let you down. Just a few hours after getting off the plane, Suhee had managed to get involved in another criminal case. Though astonished at first, when Jia quickly came to terms with it, after all, this was Suhee we're talking about. A takeout delivery guy who's passionate about binge-watching crime-solving dramas. The Jinan Municipal Public Security Bureau held a special meeting to discuss whether to enhance the study and analysis of films and TV dramas as a means to improve police officers' case-solving abilities. If it weren't for Suhee's insufficient qualifications and academic background, Wen Jia would have considered recruiting him into the criminal investigation team. Of course, Suhee's circumstances were indeed somewhat unbelievable, yet in every case, his appearance was purely coincidental, supported by solid evidence. In the end, Wen Jia could only attribute it all to coincidence. Chapter 40, isn't it just something anyone could write? At the entrance of the hotel, Zhou Bing personally escorted Suhee and said, Mr. Su, thank you for your cooperation and understanding. I hope you won't take such risks again in the future. Suhee scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Captain Zhou, you've said this 8 times already. I know I messed up, next time I'll be more careful. Next time? Zhou Bing was taken aback. Suhee didn't respond, but he thought to himself, if this darn system didn't throw a few murder cases his way, would it even be his system? Fortunately, the police didn't suspect him this time, otherwise, he wouldn't have been out in just 3 hours. Back in his room, Suhee eagerly picked up a pen and wrote several characters. No matter what script style he used, each character exuded a comforting aesthetic that left him too excited to sleep. He kept writing until dawn before reluctantly stopping to freshen up, grab a simple breakfast downstairs, and head for the delivery station. Before coming to the capital, he had already arranged things with a local delivery station, one not too far from the hospital, so he could keep in touch with Uncle Shin and the others. Since Soo-hee had prior experience in food delivery, the onboarding process went smoothly. The station happened to have a used electric scooter available. After shelling out 800 yuan, he swapped out the old battery, sold it, installed the battery he'd earned from the system rewards, and just like that, he was good to go. The station manager had originally planned to show Soo-hee around the neighborhood and familiarize him with the routes, but with an intelligent navigation map in his head, so he didn't need to learn the streets at all. Taking advantage of the midday rush hour, he immediately started accepting delivery orders. You have a new food delivery order. Please process it promptly. As he rode the electric scooter, that familiar sensation returned. Soo-hee didn't snatch too many orders. Despite the navigation provided by the system, he was still new to the unfamiliar residential compounds and security guards, and needed time to adjust. Uncle, could you please open the gate? Soo-hee ran into trouble with his very first delivery. The elderly gatekeeper sat inside listening to the radio, glancing at him before turning away as if he hadn't heard a thing. Fortunately, there was plenty of time, and before even a few minutes passed, someone came out. Soo-hee quickly rushed in. Hey, what's going on? Don't you know delivery personnel aren't allowed in this complex? The old man chased after him, blocking Soo-hee's path. The station manager had already briefed him about the situation in this neighborhood. For particularly difficult security guards, most delivery riders opted to pay a 1 or 2 yuan entry fee. Soo-hee had encountered this more than a few times before, but now he faced 3 stark choices. Option 1, convince the guard with virtue to let you in. Completion reward, universal access pass for the capital area. Option 2, force entry into the residential area to complete delivery. Completion reward, a new phone. Option 3, pay the security guard to let you through. Completion reward, 1 yuan. The difficulty is directly proportional to the reward. Conflicts between delivery riders and security guards have long been commonplace, almost a rite of passage in every delivery rider's growth. Offering cigarettes, paying bribes, or speaking softly, these are the usual tactics of delivery riders. When you're out trying to make money, how many people can really stand tall while earning it? Win people over with virtue? Soo-hee glanced at the old man. Though the man was petite in stature, his presence was formidable, an aura of righteousness and impartiality masking the truth. The station master had already tipped him off. A mere 1 yuan coin would grant passage, but such a paltry reward hardly aligned with his ambitions. As for resolving this through force, the bored old man would probably relish a hospital stay to break the monotony of his shift. Soo-hee wasn't reckless enough to take that bait. Young man, new here, aren't you? The gatekeeper couldn't help commenting when he saw Soo-hee standing there dumbfounded. This is a high-end residential area here, not just anyone can waltz in. Newcomers ought to learn the rules. Scratching his head in bewilderment, Soo-hee felt utterly at a loss. The old man was clearly a seasoned operator, with his type, money talked. Trying to win him over with virtue? That'd be harder than climbing to the heavens. At that moment, another delivery rider rode over, tossed a dollar bill onto the table, and went straight in without even getting a glance from the gatekeeper. Uncle, what you're doing is wrong. If your boss finds out, you'll definitely get fired. Soo-hee started reasoning with him. The old man snorted dismissively and retorted, listen here, kid, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Don't try to scare me with that nonsense. The property manager is my nephew. Haven't you asked around? Every delivery rider in this area pays up. Get lost even if you pay now. I won't let you in. The old man rushed into the guard booth, grabbed a steel fork, and shouted at Soo-hee, get out now, or I won't be polite. The fellow food delivery rider who had just gone in had already come out. Seeing the situation, he advised, buddy, delivering the order is what matters most. With that, he left. Hearing this, the old security guard grew even more smug. Though merely a gatekeeper, he held the power to control access to the residential complex. What should I do about this? Soo-hee glanced at his phone. This delivery was about to be late, and he still had several more orders to deliver. Could it be that his very first job in the capital was going to be ruined by this old man? How about I sing you a song, sir? Soo-hee decided to break the ice first and lighten the awkward atmosphere. Beat it! The old man jabbed his fork straight at Soo-hee, scowling with fury, looking ready to fight him to the death. Apparently, the old man wasn't a fan of music, but Soo-hee wasn't giving up yet. Sir, are you hungry? How about I whip up a couple of dishes for you, he offered, still trying his luck. With a forceful push from the old man, Soo-hee was shoved out. Helpless, Soo-hee pulled out a 1 yuan bill, ready to deliver the takeout first. Suddenly, his glance caught a conspicuously hung calligraphy piece in the guardhouse, for bold characters, free from fame and fortune. It showed some skill, but it still didn't impress Soo-hee. Mister, did you write that calligraphy yourself? The old man looked at Soo-hee with pride in his eyes and said with his head held high, of course. Don't let my job as a gatekeeper fool you. I'm actually a member of the Capital Calligraphy Association. This piece won an award. Once calligraphy was mentioned, the old man immediately launched into an enthusiastic explanation, though he made no move to let Sui enter. So the standards of this calligraphy association must be pretty low, huh? Even scribbles can win awards? With his masterful acting skills, Sui feigned utter disbelief and disdain, shaking his head as if this were unthinkable. The old man had expected some praise from Sui, maybe even a chance to get in if his mood improved, but this brat had the gall to insult him in such a roundabout way. Calligraphy had always been his proudest skill, but now that Sui had so belittled it, the old man instantly bristled with anger. "You brat, what do you know about calligraphy?" he fumed. "You probably don't even know how to hold a brush properly, yet you dare criticize my handwriting. Can't you just write with your hands? What's so hard about that? I could write better than you with my feet." Sui wasn't the least bit intimidated by the old man's murderous glare. Beep, the door opened. The old man rushed out and roared, "Go on, write with your feet. If you can actually write, I'll let you in and never charge you admission fee again. What are you gaping at? Get me a pen." Sui immediately took off his shoe. Chapter 41. Then I might as well deliver takeout instead. A few elderly men and women had gathered outside the guardhouse, watching as Sui gripped a calligraphy brush between her toes and wrote on the paper prepared by the old gatekeeper, indifferent to fame and wealth. Just as the last stroke of these 4 characters was completed, the old guard stood dumbstruck, rooted to the spot. Sui's calligraphy appeared deceptively simple, yet carried profound grace that encompassed the universe, perfectly complementing the meaning of indifferent to fame and wealth. In stark contrast, the characters hanging on the guard's wall, though technically skilled with sharp, flamboyant strokes, exuded an almost aggressive flamboyance, fine craftsmanship, but lacking in transcendent spirit. An auntie saw Sui writing with his foot and, looking up at the stunned security guard, said, "Old Lou, is this your new apprentice? His handwriting is quite good." The security guard forced a smile and said, "How could I possibly teach him? Young man, you're truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, just trying to make a fool out of me." Sui grinned, grabbed the food delivery box, and dashed into the neighborhood. With only 2 minutes left before the order would be overdue, luckily the customer was on the 2nd floor, so he managed to complete the delivery on time. When he returned to the gate, a few elderly folks were still standing around critiquing the scene, but Sui had no time to stick around and chat. He immediately sprinted away. "Hey young man, what's your name? At least leave your signature." The old man chased after him, but Sui had already ridden off on his electric scooter. This scene left the old man deeply moved, as he kept murmuring to himself, detached from fame and wealth. Suddenly, he made a major decision. From now on, he would stop charging delivery riders the door opening fee. True calligraphy isn't written with hands, but with heart. Words mirror one's soul. Those who nitpick will never properly write the phrase detached from fame and wealth. With a universal access card in hand, Sui's food delivery efficiency soared. Before he knew it, it was already 2 p.m. in the afternoon. The capital city truly lived up to its reputation as a metropolitan hub. Orders were plentiful and the payout per delivery was high. In just one lunch shift, he'd already earned over 400 yuan. Once he became more familiar with this delivery zone, he believed he could significantly increase those numbers. Before long, Sui was added to a group chat by the station manager. At that moment, everyone inside was discussing him. "That new guy's going hard, huh? Rocketed straight into the top 3 his first day. Looks like Big Boss Chi might lose his crown soon. Hey, newbie, send a red envelope. God, Chi is the top-ranking legend, the living map of the capital. He won't be surpassed so easily." Someone posted a screenshot of the rankings in the group chat. Sui ranked 3rd with 45 deliveries in his name. The top spot belonged to Chijingwa, known as God Chi, a man in his early 40s averaging over 30,000 yuan a month who Sui had seen interviewed on short video platforms before. A true legend who ran deliveries from dawn till dusk. Sui greeted everyone in the group chat, sent a small red envelope, and immediately set the group to mute mode. At this moment, Finga sent him a message. "Sui, there's a role available. The director is looking for a handsome guy. I showed him your photo, and he wants you to come try out." Seeing Sui hadn't replied, Finga continued, Please, the director said if you come, he'll give me a speaking role." Crazy Bro sent a voice message, his tone brimming with excitement and pleading. After a moment's thought, Sui agreed. Upon hearing it was a suspenseful crime-solving drama, he grew even more intrigued. Hopping on his e-bike, he headed straight to the film studio. Crazy Bro had already been waiting outside. The moment he spotted Sui approaching, he rushed forward eagerly to greet him. "Sui, make sure you perform well later, don't be nervous. This is your first time acting, the director might scold you a bit, don't take it to heart. Even if the director isn't impressed with you, don't lose heart. Rome wasn't built in a day. We'll keep working as extras together, and one day we'll get our big break." Brother Fong kept advising Sui as they walked. In this place, there were too many handsome men and beautiful women, not everyone got opportunities. You couldn't survive here just with good looks but no acting skills. Soon, the two entered the chaotic film set where a balding man was in the midst of a furious outburst. The reason? An actor for a key role had dropped out last minute, and today's scenes were crucial. The lead actors, both highly paid A-listers hired at great expense, were already in makeup, with filming set to begin in just 30 minutes. "Director, this is my friend, Soo-hee," said Fong-gu with a wide grin, though his face twisted it into something unsettlingly off-putting. Yu Ching was the director of this TV drama, The Night Walker, the most satisfying script he'd secured this year, a tale about an undercover cop chasing truth and personal redemption. At first glance of Soo-hee, he waved dismissively. "No good, utterly lacking presence. You wouldn't suit the role." Yu Ching didn't want to waste time and continued impatiently, "Go find the production assistant to reimburse your travel expenses, then leave." Soo-hee never expected that his first visit to a film set would end with the director dismissing him after just one glance. "Let's go, Soo-hee. There are still plenty of background roles available. I'll try to get you one." Crazy brother noticed Soo-hee spacing out and tried pulling him away, but the young man wouldn't budge. "I can act," Soo-hee said calmly while staring directly at Yu Ching. Yu Ching saw Soo-hee wasn't leaving and scoffed. "Kid, you're too arrogant. I've directed so many shows, I can tell at a glance what works. You'd better go back to delivering takeout." Though dressed in delivery gear, what Yu Ching wanted was someone with the natural demeanor of a spoiled rich kid, handsome exterior but dark interior. That kind of innate aura clearly wasn't something Soo-hee possessed. Act what? Soo-hee didn't leave. He hadn't even begun performing before being dismissed. Since the director had called him in, it meant his appearance and age fit the role. As for acting skills, how could anyone judge that at first sight? Seeing the two not leaving, the crew member nearby walked over and shouted loudly, "Don't you have any idea of your own worth? Get the hell out now, and don't even think about working in the film studio again." The crew member grabbed Soo-hee but found he couldn't pull him. Suddenly, Soo-hee seized his wrist, twisted it behind his back, and gave him a light push, sending the guy sprawling to the ground. Luckily, there were mats on the floor, so he wasn't hurt. Act as what? Soo-hee remained unfazed by the stares around him. He wasn't counting on acting gigs for a living anyway. If worse came to worst, he could just leave. But before he did, he wanted to know why he wasn't fit for the role. Yu Ching was also surprised by Soo-hee's acting skills, but quickly composed himself. Without ceremony, he handed the script directly to Soo-hee and asked bluntly, "Rich second generation, can you play that?" Ignoring Yu Ching, Soo-hee picked up the script and skimmed through it quickly. Then, he took the sunglasses hanging around Yu Ching's neck and casually sat down on a nearby chair. Picking up a bottle of mineral water, he took a sip as if it were fine wine, then slowly poured some onto the floor while delivering one of the lines. "Whoever licks the spilled wine off the ground gets a sports car from me." Still dressed in his delivery uniform and using a water bottle as a wineglass, Yu Ching stared in astonishment. Soo-hee hadn't changed clothes or applied makeup, but he embodied the overbearing and arrogant demeanor of a spoiled rich kid with chilling accuracy. The next second, Soo-hee stood up and walked over to Yu Ching, flashing a smile as she bared her teeth and said, "Get down on the ground and bark like a dog, or I'll have 10 men kill you." Soo-hee's face wore a smile, but her words made Yu Ching's buttocks clench in fear. Her icy gaze sent chills down one's spine. "Do you think I still have a chance?" Soo-hee quickly stepped out of character and looked at Yu Ching. Yu Ching stared at Soo-hee in disbelief. Just moments ago, he'd actually felt afraid of her. Then his eyes lit up as he immediately said, "Excellent, you're hired. Stagehand, take him to makeup." "Wait, aren't we discussing payment?" Soo-hee looked at Yu Ching. At this point, the stagehand chimed in, 500 per day, plus travel reimbursement. "Then I'd rather go back to delivering takeout." Soo-hee turned and walked away. Beside him, Brother Phone, just recovering from Soo-hee's performance, was utterly shocked. 500 a day? Was Soo-hee out of his mind? Why even bother delivering food anymore? Chapter 42. I want to report a crime, someone framed me. What was going on? The male and female leads walked out after finishing their makeup, only to find the studio entrance swarming with people. The director was shamelessly clutching a delivery rider, pleading desperately, "We can negotiate the pay, just don't leave. I'll give you more screen time. Please stay, our show needs you." This was Yu Ching's first time encountering such a stubborn actor on set, to be precise, a food delivery guy doing part-time extras work. Even raising the payment to 800 yuan per day couldn't tempt him when he'd already turned down 500, insisting on going back to deliver food. With such good looks and acting skills, why waste time delivering food? "Director Yu, what happened?" The male lead of this drama, Lia Feng, walked over. He plays an undercover police officer who must strive for the light despite being trapped in the abyss for the sake of his beliefs. At this moment, his disguise made him nearly indistinguishable from a street thug. Meanwhile, Soo-hee was cast to play a rich second-generation heir, sharing several scenes with Lia Feng. According to the script, the rich heir's scenes weren't many. If filming went smoothly, it could be completed in 2 or 3 days. At 800 yuan per day, Soo-hee genuinely thought he'd be better off delivering takeout. Seeing Li Yifeng approach, Yu Qing hurriedly said, "An actor dropped out of the series at the last minute, and I found someone more suitable, but now he's unwilling to stay." Li Yifeng turned to look at Suhi, a food delivery writer. "He's handsome enough, but who knows about his acting skills?" Li Yifeng walked up to Suhi with a smile and said, "Handsome, I'm Li Yifeng. What's the reason you don't want to stay? Our show is really good, why don't you give it another thought?" Suhi had watched several TV dramas starring Li Yifeng. Though it was his first time meeting a celebrity face-to-face, he remained completely composed and said matter-of-factly, "You didn't pay enough." Suhi looked like it was hard to do anything for such a small amount. Li Yifeng turned to Yu Qing and asked, "Director Yu, how much is his salary?" Yu Qing shook his head. Suhi had no fame, so salary was hardly the right term. Even for a fairly well-known extra, 800 yuan a day was considered a high rate. Yet, even with this, Suhi still wasn't satisfied. "Then how much do you want?" Li Yifeng asked bluntly. 800 a minute, Suhi replied. In the script, the rich second-generation role only totaled about 30 minutes of screen time. Given his current acting skills, how much it was worth, Suhi had no idea. He just threw out a price first. If it didn't work out, he could always go back to delivering food. 800 a minute. "Suhi, are you crazy?" Crazy brother rushed over to persuade him. "Suhi, are you an idiot? You have so many lines, and you even get screen time. Even if you had to pay for it, countless people would envy you. With stars like Li Yifeng and Song Yi, this show is bound to be a hit. When that happens, you'll be famous too." Crazy brother stomped his feet in frustration. Suhi didn't appreciate this golden opportunity. The director had just agreed that as long as Suhi stayed, he'd get a moment on camera. "Alright, I'll agree to this on behalf of the director, but whether you're worth this price, we'll only know after you perform." Li Yifeng turned to Yu Qing and said, "Director Yu, it's getting late, let's begin." The filming commenced quickly. When Suhi emerged after changing outfits and getting his hair styled, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Suhi embodied the aura of a wealthy heir in every gesture. His expression shifted effortlessly, sometimes approachable, radiating warmth that made people feel at ease, other times cold and cruel, evoking instinctive fear. The female lead Song Yi's eyes lit up as she eagerly asked her agent who Suhi was and what works he had been in. However, Suhi was just a nobody, a food delivery guy dragged along by his friend to serve as an extra. After dawdling for another half hour, the first scene finally began filming. The plot was simple. Suhi played a rich second-generation heir who happens upon the female lead. While their exchange appeared refined on the surface, his character was secretly already setting his sights on her. The shot was brief, but Suhi's performance left Yu Qing unable to resist clapping in admiration. On screen, the rich second-generation heir appeared effortlessly handsome and eloquent, trying hard to catch the female lead's attention. Yet when she turned to leave, the sudden flash of malice in his eyes sent chills down the spine. It was just a fleeting moment in the frame, but one that left a lasting impression. One take. Yu Qing even felt Song Yi's acting dragged Suhi's performance down. If not for the fact that other roles were already contractually locked in, Yu Qing would have gladly offered him the second male lead role. 800 yuan per minute, worth every penny. Li Yifeng was equally stunned by Suhi's prowess. As an idol-turned-actor, he typically needed over a dozen takes per shot. While clueless fans praised it as his pursuit of perfection, the truth was far simpler. He simply lacked the skills. The next shot featured him in a scene with Suhi, which made him somewhat nervous. The upcoming plot involved Li Yifeng's character, an undercover cop, being instructed by the wealthy heir to kidnap the female lead. This scene required showcasing the heir's ruthless demeanor and the undercover cop's inner struggle as he descended into darkness. As the scene began, Suhi was seen only from behind, standing on the rooftop gazing into the distance. After delivering her lines, she abruptly turned around, her brutal eyes startling Li Yifeng into instinctively taking 2 steps back, his face paling. Crack! Li Yifeng was so frightened he forgot his lines and had to pause the take. Yu Qing couldn't help but sigh. Back when Li Yifeng was acting, he wouldn't have cared no matter how many retakes were needed. But that shot just now, the moment Suhi turned around, his eyes perfectly captured the dark side of a rich second-generation heir. At the same time, his admiration for Suhi grew exponentially. He felt immensely grateful for keeping Suhi on board. This money was definitely well spent. Li Yifeng couldn't get into the right headspace afterward and eventually had to call it quits. With Suhi's scenes wrapped for the day, he headed off to change clothes. Inside the changing room, Suhi was alone. Just as he finished changing, he suddenly heard faint sounds from outside, voices calling out, as if pleading, "Help!" Stepping out of the locker room, he found nothing unusual, and the shouting had ceased as well. Suhi looked toward the other end of the corridor, where the prop room stood, its door secured with a heavy padlock. He walked over slowly, hearing intermittent knocking sounds from behind the door, thud, 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 fading in and out. "Is anyone in there?" Suhi tugged at the lock, but the door didn't budge. There was no response from within. Just as he was about to leave, there suddenly came a rapid knocking from inside. "Help!" A faint cry for help sounded, then silence fell. Turning his head, he saw no one in the empty corridor. Something's not right. Soo-hee hurried towards the exit, only to find that the main door they had entered through had somehow been chained shut from the inside. Two people stood outside, staring at Soo-hee with bewildered expressions. Upon seeing Soo-hee, they pointed at the chain, signaling him to open it. Soo-hee noticed the key was still in the lock, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. Someone was calling for help inside the prop room. The situation there remained unclear. With the main door chained from the inside, it appeared he was the only one left outside. Looking up, Soo-hee noticed there were no surveillance cameras overhead. Furious to the point of nearly cursing, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed emergency services. "Hello, I need to report a crime. Someone at the film studio set me up. It might be a murder case. Well, probably dead, or maybe not dead. You'll know when you get here." Chapter 43, Go Make the Arrest. The killer has been found. After hanging up, Soo-hee still felt uneasy and proceeded to call Jo Bing, recounting the entire incident in detail. Then he picked up his phone and started recording, took the fire axe off the wall, walked to the door of the prop room, and smashed the lock open with 3 heavy swings. Pushing the door open, a strong metallic smell of blood hit him. A man lay face down on the ground, dead or alive, it was unclear. Looking further inside, 2 more men were sprawled in pools of blood. Without stepping inside, he crouched to check the breath of the man at the door. Finding him still alive, so he called 120 again before retreating back to the entrance. This was just an annex, single-storied, windowless in all rooms, with the main entrance as the only way in or out. The front door was locked from the inside, and the prop room door was locked from the outside. There's only one truth. The murderer is none other than myself. Soo-hee wanted to cry but had no tears. This operation was practically the system pushing him into the fire pit. A double-locked room, the victim was inside the prop room, Soo-hee was outside, so how did the culprit pull it off? Just as Soo-hee was lost in thought, a loud crash rang out, the glass door was smashed open. A crowd surged inside, while Soo-hee hid in the corner, then crouched on the floor with his arms covering his head. The gesture was so familiar it left everyone stunned. "Soo-hee, are you okay?" Seeing Soo-hee frozen in his crouched position, Phong-gu reached out to pull him up. "It's fine, come squat down with me, don't run around." Soo-hee pulled Phong-gu down to squat beside him without hesitation. "What's going on? Why did you lock yourself in here?" Phong-gu and the others had gone to the extras' dressing room. When he came out, he heard that Soo-hee had locked himself in the celebrity's dressing room. "Someone's dead." A scream came from inside, and the crowd rushed out again. The police arrived quickly. Barricade tapes were set up outside as Soo-hee was taken away. At the police station, Jo Bing rushed over and transferred Soo-hee to the criminal investigation team. According to Soo-hee's police report and video footage, the case wasn't progressing smoothly. Inside the prop room, 2 extras from the same village in Cheongjin province were found dead. Another victim was the prop room manager, who had been administered a large dose of anesthetic but survived. Just as Soo-hee had described, there was only one exit, the main door, which had been locked from the outside. If Jo Bing hadn't known Soo-hee so well, he would have arrested him on the spot. There were no fingerprints on the exit lock, and only Soo-hee's fingerprints were found on the iron chain of the prop room. The key to the prop room's lock was discovered in the clothes of the wealthy heir that Soo-hee had been wearing. Inside the prop room, both victims had large amounts of anesthetic in their systems, yet no traces of Soo-hee's footprints, fingerprints, or hair were found. If Soo-hee wasn't the murderer, did the real culprit just vanish into thin air? To be honest, the interrogation room in the capital looked far more upscale than the one in Jinan City. Soo-hee sat obediently in his chair, answering every question the officer asked. His cooperative demeanor even made the female officer taking notes furrow her brow. This was the first time they'd encountered such a methodical suspect. In the end, when Soo-hee requested to review the case files, even the female officer was stunned. After Jo Bing stepped out briefly, he directly handed the case files to Soo-hee. The female officer's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Captain Jo had actually agreed. This was so absurd it made absurdity itself seem reasonable, utterly preposterous. In her 8 years on the force, she'd never seen anything like this. Surely Captain Jo hadn't been hypnotized? Is the key in my coat pocket? Suddenly, 2 options appeared before Soo-hee's eyes. Option 1, search for clues and assist the police in solving the case. Completion reward, advanced aircraft piloting skills. Option 2, wait for the police to solve the case. Completion reward, advanced tractor driving skills. Please, guys who can drive tractors are seriously cool, okay? Soo-hee didn't hesitate to choose the first option. Once upon a time, he too had yearned for the blue skies, dreaming of piloting an aircraft and soaring through the heavens. However, failing the high school entrance exam landed him in vocational school instead. There, he'd treadle sewing machines, operated excavators, and even had some, group bonding sessions with his dorm mates. Those were some golden memories. Soo-hee, please take this seriously. The female officer couldn't help but snap when she noticed him staring at her with that dumbstruck expression. Soo-hee calmed down and used the process of elimination. First, he wasn't the killer, so the answer became clear, the real culprit was someone else. Seeing Sui lost in thought, Zhou Bing asked, Sui, have you discovered something? The police thoroughly searched the entire house but found no hidden mechanisms or alternative exits. The only way the killer could have left was through the front door, which was locked from the inside, something only Sui could have done. Therefore, Sui was the prime suspect, and even if he wasn't the murderer, he had to be an accomplice. However, after reviewing Sui's records, Zhou Bing felt this case wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Sui was visiting the film studio for the first time, having been invited by a friend, and had no connection whatsoever with the two victims, not even having seen them before. There was no motive for murder, and both the victims and the prop room administrator had needle marks on their bodies, with large amounts of anesthetic in their systems. The murder weapon used to kill the victims also hadn't been found. There were two dressing rooms on set, one for extras and another for more important actors. Given that Sui was playing the role of a wealthy second-generation heir, he clearly qualified as an important actor, which was why he ended up in that dressing room. Celebrities highly value their privacy, so there were no surveillance cameras installed in the rooms or corridors, undoubtedly making the case more difficult to solve. Since the film set was newly constructed, only the entrance area had surveillance cameras, and nothing suspicious had been detected yet. The killer isn't working alone. Sui suddenly looked up and declared. Ha! The female officer exclaimed in surprise. Could it be ghosts then? Zhou Bing frowned and motioned for Sui to continue. This is a premeditated locked room murder case, and the killer's mistake was choosing the wrong scapegoat. At this moment, Sui pieced everything together. How had the murderer vanished without a trace? Why would the key to the props room end up in the pocket of the wealthy second-generation clothes he had worn? If the killer had intended to frame Sui, they would never have placed the key in his pocket beforehand. After all, the murderer couldn't possibly track Sui's movements. Such a meticulously laid trap couldn't afford even the slightest lapse. The prop room door was locked from the outside, and there were no weapons or items used to inject anesthesia inside, so someone must have left after committing the crime. Meanwhile, the main door was locked from the inside, meaning the killer was certainly still in the building. They had simply gone into hiding. There were only 3 rooms inside: the men's changing room, the women's changing room, and the prop room. When Sui entered the men's changing room, the killer locked the main door from the inside and then hid in the women's changing room. By the time someone broke down the door, the murderer had already slipped into the crowd, left the crime scene, and placed the key in the pocket of the second-generation rich kid's clothes that Sui had worn. But this plan had a fatal flaw. The killer hiding in the women's changing room had to leave before the police arrived. To accomplish that, someone outside had to be there to assist him. Sui immediately focused on the man who had smashed the door, an extra actor earning only 120 yuan a day. Would someone like him really shatter a glass door? Before the glass doors shattered, people outside thought Sui was just playing a prank by locking them, completely unaware someone had died inside. In such a situation, was it really necessary to break the door? Then, Sui pulled 2 statements from a thick stack of records, placed them on the table, lifted his head, and declared, "Let's make the arrest. We've found the killer." Chapter 44, If I said this was a coincidence, would you believe me? Chen Guohui, male, 42 years old, a well-known supporting actor who has appeared in many hit TV series. He is known for his loyalty and low salary, making him a favorite among many directors. Last year, he even won the Best Supporting Actor award and has starred in multiple TV dramas directed by Yu Qing. Xu Yanqing, male, 31 years old, an ordinary extra at the film studio with mediocre looks. He has been working there for 5 years but has yet to land a significant role. Looking at the 2 interrogation transcripts Sui had singled out, Zhou Bing immediately ordered someone to gather information on the 2 men. Then, he walked up to Sui and asked, "Are you sure it's them?" Sui nodded and pointed at Chen Guohui's name, saying, "The murderer." Then pointed at Xu Yanqing's name and said, "The accomplice." In a locked room murder, how the killer left remains the most crucial question. The only exit was the main door, locked from the inside, so at that point, the killer was still in the room. But I was distracted by the props room and didn't search thoroughly. I called the police and didn't open the door. At that moment, the murderer was like a turtle trapped in a jar, sealing their own fate. Yet they had already anticipated this possibility. So, someone outside smashed open the glass door, and as a crowd rushed in, the killer slipped out unnoticed in the chaos. Whoever broke the door has the greatest suspicion. There were no surveillance cameras on set, so we could only rely on on-site investigations and witness statements. Everyone is a suspect, but they all have alibis. Both Xu Yanqing and Chen Guohui's statements corroborated each other's presence. Yet in others' testimonies, Xu Yanqing's name appeared, but not Chen Guohui's. The locked room murder was ultimately just a carefully arranged setup by the killer. What seemed like a flawless scheme overlooked one simple logical flaw, and in the end, it still pointed directly to him. If you had simply erased the traces and left, perhaps you wouldn't have left any clues behind. Zhou Bing gave Sui a meaningful look and asked, "Then can you give me a reasonable explanation for why you're always at the crime scenes?" Sui said with a smile, What if I told you it's just a coincidence, would you believe me? Joe Bing didn't respond. Believe? Yeah, right. If someone told him Soo-hee had orchestrated all these cases himself, that he might actually believe. But he was a police officer, and there was no evidence indicating Soo-hee's involvement in the case. Even when Jia from Jinan City described Soo-hee as being eerily inexplicable, completely defying logical explanation, Chen Guohui and Zhu Yanqing were soon apprehended. During the interrogation, Zhu Yanqing confessed immediately. As a veteran extra, he had spent 5 years playing corpses and nameless passers-by. By sheer chance, he crossed paths with Chen Guohui. 2 days prior, Chen Guohui approached him, asking for a favor. In return, Chen promised to secure him a speaking role from the director. Zhu Yanqing agreed without hesitation. What he needed to do was simple. Under Chen Guohui's instructions, he smashed open the glass door and led people to take a look inside the props room. When he discovered a dead body in the props room, Chen Guohui pulled him aside and warned him that if they reported it to the police, he would be considered an accomplice and face 10 years in prison. Chen Guohui assured him the police wouldn't trace it back to them, which was why Zhu Yanqing didn't tell the truth to the police. Zhu Yanqing even accepted a 50,000 yuan hush money payment from Chen Guohui. The reason he confessed so quickly was out of fear that Chen Guohui might silence him permanently. During the interrogation, Chen Guohui flatly denied everything and refused to cooperate. However, the investigation into Chen Guohui yielded another major breakthrough. The address listed on Chen Guohui's ID card surprisingly belonged to another man also named Chen Guohui. After officers visited the other Chen Guohui, they learned that over 10 years ago, a man had paid him 500 yuan to accompany him to the police station to obtain an ID card. The information was his, but the photo showed the other man. Continuing their investigation, police cross-referenced multiple sources and conducted thorough examinations, discovering that this imposter Chen Guohui was actually a murderer who had been on the run for 20 years, originally named Gu Shiji. This time, Chen Guohui, also known as Gu Shiji, obediently confessed to everything. Back in 2002, when Gu Shiji had just reached adulthood and was short on cash, he teamed up with 2 friends to commit a robbery. Unfortunately, their target happened to be a police officer. In order to avoid being tracked down, they killed the officer and fled. Later, under police pursuit, the other 2 were shot and killed on the spot after resorting to armed resistance and taking hostages. Gu Shiji, however, disappeared without a trace and managed to evade justice. Without an ID, Gu Shiji traveled to various places before ending up in Shenzhou. He loved performing and singing, eventually becoming a famous local singer and host. He underwent plastic surgery and started using makeup, drastically changing his appearance. Satisfied that no one would recognize him, he spent money to obtain a fake ID under the name Chen Guohui and moved to the capital to begin his acting career. Just like that, 20 years flew by from the time he went on the run. Now he had completely convinced himself he was Chen Guohui, the actor. However, when 2 men showed up at his doorstep, his nightmare began. Gu Shiji came from a village in Chongqing province. The 2 men who showed up were his fellow villagers, and they immediately threatened to report him to the police if he didn't pay up. The 2 settled in, occasionally taking on bit roles as extras to satisfy their acting cravings, but in reality, they continually pressured Gu Shiji for money. In just 1 month, Gu Shiji handed over 150,000 yuan, yet the 2 remained insatiable, continuing to bully him with threats. Thus, Gu Shiji decided to kill them. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. Having had enough of being blackmailed and threatened, Gu Shiji suddenly hatched a plan while changing clothes in the locker room. He called for Zhu Yanqing to provide outside support. Then he told his 2 fellow townsmen that he'd give them another 200,000 yuan if they helped knock out the props room manager. The 3 entered the props room and, taking advantage of the manager's inattention, knocked him out immediately. At this moment, Gu Shiji picked up the prepared syringe and injected it into the bodies of his 2 fellow villagers, then stabbed their hearts with a dagger. After killing the 2, Gu Shiji peered through the door crack and spotted someone entering the locker room. He quickly locked the main door from inside and hid in the women's locker room. He then contacted Zhu Yanqing via phone to break down the door, and finally fled together with the crowd. To shift all suspicion onto Soo-hee, he deliberately placed the key to the prop room inside the clothes Soo-hee had previously worn. Soo-hee knew nothing about the subsequent interrogation results. After receiving the system's reward, he realized the case had been solved. Now sitting on his electric bike, his mind was flooded with knowledge about how to fly an airplane. Gazing up at the blue sky and white clouds, he wondered where he could get his hands on a plane to try it out. Surely delivering takeout by plane wouldn't get any bad reviews, right? Ugh, he had no idea what grade of fuel planes even used. And with oil prices reportedly rising again recently, how annoying. Ding! You have a new food delivery order, please process it promptly. Putting on his helmet, Sui shook off impractical thoughts and embarked on a busy day. Chapter 45. Did you notice anything suspicious? The TV series The Dark Knight Runner has become a hit. The overwhelming news coverage sparked massive online buzz and heated discussions. A murder incident on set, a locked room killing, Netizens turned into armchair detectives, analyzing the case through media reports. Support for Soo-hee being the perpetrator soared to 95%, with even Lee Feng and Song-yi facing unexpected suspicion from online sleuths. Just as online debates reached fever pitch, police issued an official announcement: suspect Chen Momo, an actor, had been arrested. An even bigger bombshell dropped: Shin Guohui's real identity was Gu Shiji, a fugitive who killed a police officer in 2002 before reinventing himself as an actor. Even television dramas wouldn't dare plot such an outrageous twist. A murder case occurred, forcing the production team to halt filming. However, the popularity of Night Walker had already surged. Yu Qing announced on short video platforms that filming would resume as soon as possible, while releasing a large number of behind-the-scenes footage, including the segment featuring Soo-hee and Song-yi. After Soo-hee was cleared of suspicion, public opinion online shifted instantly. "I told you, someone so handsome couldn't possibly be the killer. Poor baby, you've suffered. Come here to Auntie's arms for a hug." Soo-hee's popularity remained soaring, but unfortunately he didn't have social media accounts, leaving netizens only able to binge-watch short videos about him. Meanwhile, Soo-hee was delivering food orders while his phone kept buzzing non-stop. By the time he finished his current delivery and checked WeChat, there were already over 100 messages. Most were asking him about acting in TV dramas, with Ma Mingzhi and the other two enthusiastically declaring they'd come to the capital to join him and shoot scenes together. As Dong Yong put it, if even that beast Soo-hee could make it, the three of them would surely be shoo-ins for Best Actor awards. Pan Ji-gang was already packing his bags, though it was unclear whether he was serious or not. The delivery writers group chat was buzzing with activity, filled with people so jealous they could practically taste the sourness. Wu Xiaodong, sure, Soo-hee might be handsome, deliver faster than others, sing better, act better, but what else can he do? What even is he? Soo-hee ignored the messages in the group chat as Mrs. Zhao Xiaomei's call came through. "Hello, Mom. You little rascal, you said you were going to the capital to deliver food. How did you end up acting? The matchmakers these past few days have nearly broken down our doorstep." Zhao Xiaomei couldn't hide her joy beneath the complaints. She'd been worrying endlessly about Soo-hee's marriage prospects, but now she had nothing to fear. Even a royal harem wouldn't be out of the question. Hadn't she seen all those people online clamoring to have his babies? "Mom, it was just a bit part, less than an hour of screen time. It's not as crazy as you're making it out to be. Soo-hee, listen to your mother, the entertainment industry is a mess. You'd better protect yourself out there. You know what I mean, right? Mom, what's there for a guy like me to be afraid of? You brat, blame me then for making you so handsome. I saw in the news that some directors prefer men. Don't you dare do anything stupid." "Alright, Mom, stop reading those tabloid rumors all day, they're completely unreliable. Once I get settled in the capital, I'll bring you and Dad here for a vacation. I'll be your tour guide." Their conversation lasted a full half hour. By the time he hung up, it was exactly 2 o'clock. With no more delivery orders coming in, Soo-hee headed to the hospital. Shinyu remained as quiet as ever, while Soo-hee gently stroked her forehead and whispered softly into her ear. "Yeah, I secretly learned a new song recently. You always used to laugh at how off-key I sang, huh? When you wake up, I'll take you to karaoke. I'm going to redeem myself. If storms are destined to accompany us, then let me shield you as we sail forth. If fate were a rose, let me hold the umbrella for you. If parallel worlds exist, I wish I could spare you from all harm. If one day you open your eyes, may that day be tomorrow." Singing, Soo-hee's voice choked slightly as he gripped Shinyu's hand, his heart roaring, "Damn system, can't you just cure Shinyu for me?" No response at all. With a sigh, Soo-hee noticed the nurse entering and stood up to leave the ward. At the door, Xian Wanron looked at Soo-hee with a pale smile and said, "Soo-hee, don't work yourself too hard delivering food. Look at the red veins in your eyes. Your Uncle Shin found a job unloading goods. When he comes back, I'll be washing dishes and mopping floors in the hospital cafeteria. It pays 3,000 yuan a month. Aunt Xiang, I'll head out to deliver food now. I'll come back tomorrow." Soo-hee didn't feel like he was working particularly hard. With the system's help, he had already weathered the darkest moments of despair. He believed that one day, Shinyu would be cured. Shinyu's hospital room was on the 4th floor. Soo-hee didn't take the elevator, accustomed to climbing stairs daily. His descent was much faster than waiting for the lift. Bang! Suddenly, a man in a white lab coat, white hat, and white mask entered the stairwell from the 2nd floor, colliding directly with Soo-hee, who was racing downstairs at full speed. The man had been carrying a case that flew from his grip upon impact, tumbling noisily down the concrete steps. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Soo-hee didn't expect someone to suddenly appear and hurriedly apologized. The man didn't say anything, standing up and walking downstairs. Seeing this, Soo-hee thought, "Oh no, what have I done?" The box hit the corner of the wall, and a heart fell out. What should I do? Soo-hee panicked instantly. This was a heart, after all. The thought of a heart patient waiting for this organ filled Soo-hee with guilt. He hurriedly asked, "Doctor, can it still be used?" The man said nothing. Picking up the heart, he placed it back in the box and walked away without a backward glance. Ha! Sui hadn't expected the other party not only to avoid holding him accountable but to simply walk away. You're fine, just a false alarm. Sui patted the dust off his clothes and walked out of the hospital, only to see the man boarding a cab. Sui frowned as a bad feeling crept over him. Since when did doctors transport hearts in taxis? And that case earlier seemed flimsy. If it were professional equipment, how could it have shattered so easily? At this thought, suddenly, police sirens sounded from afar as over a dozen police cars swiftly arrived and dozens of officers quickly set up a cordon, encircling the hospital. And Sui happened to be inside the cordon area. Joe Bing walked over with a group of people and immediately spotted Sui wearing the Mate 1 food delivery uniform. You go upstairs first. Joe Bing spoke to the person behind him, then walked straight up to Sui. It was strange, he had a hunch that seeking out Sui would be the right move. As a seasoned detective, Joe Bing knew that if the same person frequently appeared at crime scenes, they would usually be marked as a key suspect. Yet Sui was different. He was there to solve the cases. Solving cases swiftly, apprehending suspects, and minimizing harm to society were the fundamental principles of a detective. Joe Bing had no problem with a food delivery rider stepping in with clues. Sui, what are you doing here? Joe Bing asked. Officer Zhou, I came to the hospital to see my girlfriend, Sui answered truthfully. Joe Bing nodded and continued asking, did you notice anything suspicious? Yes. Remembering the man he'd just seen, Sui replied, there was a man in a white lab coat carrying a heart who took a taxi and left. Joe Bing froze in surprise, exclaiming, why didn't you mention this earlier? Hey, and you're blaming me? Sui pouted and said, next time just ask the key question directly. By the way, Captain Zhou, the taxi's license plate is Jingbi 9527F. Don't just stand there, get moving. Chapter 46, no time, I need to deliver food. The hospital director was murdered, his heart ripped out. The killer placed a stone inside the victim's chest cavity, covered in eerie sigils. Another bizarre murder case, Joe Bing picked up another file. 7 days ago, a man guilty of poaching protected animals was killed in his home. The murderer had slit open his belly, pulled out his intestines, inserted an iron rod covered in inscriptions, and then sewed the stomach back up. The two cases share nearly identical modus operandi, administering anesthesia, removing the organs, inserting replacements, and suturing the incisions. The two victims differed in age and social background, with no apparent connection, a fact that became the biggest obstacle for the police in cracking the case. Who is the murderer? What's the motive for the killing? The first crime occurred in a sparsely populated location, but this time, the killer boldly chose to strike in a hospital, targeting none other than the hospital director. The taxi driver had only driven 2 blocks when the suspect got out, then switched vehicles multiple times. Surveillance footage shows he ultimately disappeared into a wooded area. The search perimeter has been expanded, but no significant discoveries have been made yet. Hospital security cameras captured a man wearing a white lab coat, white hat, and white mask, with only his eyes visible. His rapid strides made it impossible to obtain useful identifying features. The police deployed K9 units to begin tracking, while all frontline officers simultaneously initiated canvassing operations within their jurisdictions. Meanwhile, media coverage flooded all platforms. The perpetrator's exceptionally brutal methods, disemboweling victims and removing their hearts, had plunged the public into panic. This monster was pure evil incarnate. Online, netizens universally described the killer as a cannibalistic demon. Parents found it eerily effective to threaten disobedient children with the cannibals coming when they refused meals or bedtime. Sui also provided a statement, though the perpetrator had been so comprehensively masked that he couldn't offer any substantive leads. Just as I took out my phone to continue accepting orders, Feng Ji's voice call came through. Hey, Sui, the director's been looking everywhere for you. You didn't even leave your number. They're saying they need to go on location for half a month to Kunyang province for filming. You need to get to the set right now. I don't have time. Sui, I think you've gotten too full of yourself, you're floating away. This is an incredible opportunity, so many people would kill for this chance but can't get it. How much money can you possibly make delivering takeout in a day? You're being completely reckless. Brother Feng was truly at his wit's end with Sui. On the very first day of the screen test, Sui landed a promising role and even got to perform alongside the lead actor. Once the show officially aired, wouldn't he skyrocket to fame in one go? Sui was actually still thinking about delivering takeout. What a frog at the bottom of a well. It was downright infuriating. About 1,000 yuan. Been pretty busy these past couple days. Anyway, I've got takeout deliveries to get to. It was already 5 p.m., and the evening rush hour was about to begin. Sui had no intention of leaving the capital, especially not for half a month at a stretch. Ding, you have a new food delivery order. Please handle it promptly. In the past few days, Sui had become quite familiar with the area, and his delivery efficiency had improved significantly. He had taken the top spot, surpassing the station's legendary writer, Xi Jinghua. Today, due to the delay of several hours, Suhee is still in second place. Once busy, Suhee couldn't spare attention for WeChat messages. Riding his electric bike through the streets and alleys of the capital, sweat soaking through his clothes, his steps grew increasingly heavy. It wasn't until 1:30 in the morning that Suhee finally stopped taking orders. He found a noodle shop, planning to fill his stomach before heading back to sleep. While waiting, Suhee took out his phone and finally opened WeChat. There were hundreds of messages from Phonggo, as well as a few from Momingjer saying they had already submitted their resignations and were flying out tomorrow, asking Suhee to pick them up at the airport. Director Yu Qing sent a friend request, which Suhee accepted. Unexpectedly, Yu Qing instantly replied at this late hour. Suhee, the crew is planning to go to Kunyang province for outdoor shooting. Are you free in the coming days? In the study, Yu Qing nervously stared at his phone screen. These past few days, the drama Nightwalker had been gaining continuous popularity, and the investors had added 50 million to the budget, allowing him to film outdoor scenes in Kunyang province. For this reason, he even revised the script to increase Suhee's scenes, but never expected that Suhee would run off to deliver food and wouldn't reply to messages. In the entire crew, only Crazy Bro had Suhee's WeChat, not even a phone number. They ended up waiting the whole night. No time, I'm delivering food, Suhee replied while slurping noodles. Having just started as a food delivery rider, he had to work at least 8 hours a day and genuinely had no time to travel anywhere too far. No time, because I have to deliver food. Yu Qing wanted to curse loudly. If it were any other actor, he wouldn't even bother responding. For any drama he directed, even with zero pay, plenty of stars would be willing to play supporting roles. But this Suhee alone made him both love and hate him. His acting skills were undeniable, far surpassing many celebrities. He was handsome too, and once behind-the-scenes footage was released, the hype would instantly skyrocket. We've added more scenes for you, about 50 minutes in total. According to our previously agreed rate, that comes to 40,000 yuan. If things move quickly, we can wrap it up in 2 or 3 days. Sounds good, director. When do we start? Suhee agreed without hesitation. There was no way he could refuse. The offer was simply too generous. In about a week. We need to coordinate schedules with Li Yifeng and Song Yi. I'll notify you when it's all set. Yu Qing let out a relieved sigh, finally able to get a good night's sleep. It was already past 2 in the morning when Suhee had just walked a short distance from the noodle shop and ran into an acquaintance. Chi Jinghua, the top-rated delivery man at the station, a man who seemed to have cheats enabled. In his early 40s, Chi Jinghua looked like a man in his 60s, with graying hair and a face deeply lined by the passage of time. At that moment, he was crouched by the roadside, clutching his head as blood seeped through his fingers. Beside them, a man stepped out of a Mercedes SUV and hissed in a shrill voice, "Damn delivery guy. You looking to die? What lousy luck running into you at this hour. You scratched my car, you think you can afford to pay for this?" Chi Jinghua's honest face instantly twisted into a pleading smile, looking ghostly pale under the dim yellow streetlight. "I'm sorry, so sorry. My fault entirely. At least we didn't collide." Chi Jinghua hastily bowed and scraped an apology. He'd been about to turn left on his e-bike when the car suddenly appeared behind him. At the critical moment, he'd flung himself to the ground. Though he'd split his head open in the fall, at least he hadn't hit the other vehicle. Zhang Dada, a celebrity TV host accustomed to lording it over people, saw Chi Jinghua's submissive attitude and snapped, "You delivery riders are the scum of society, utter trash with no upbringing. Young man, you're going too far with your words. If you hadn't been driving so fast just now, none of this would have happened. Plus, I didn't even hit your car, you owe me an apology." Chi Jinghua's head was still bleeding. He never expected the other person's words to be so offensive. "You're just a worker, a food delivery guy. What makes you think you deserve an apology from me? You deserve to deliver food for the rest of your life. Let me tell you, workers like you should know your place and be meek. Don't even dream about equality, you people aren't worthy." Zhang Dada's words deeply enraged Chi Jinghua. Clenching his fists, he shot Zhang a glare, then picked up his fallen e-bike and prepared to leave. "Ugh, what a terrible day. I don't have time to argue with you now. I'm almost late for the show recording. Consider yourself lucky, otherwise I'd post this online and tear you apart." Zhang Dada was in a hurry. He got back in the car and drove off immediately. Chapter 47, Boss, bring us 2 more cases of beer. The off-road vehicle sped away in a cloud of dust, leaving Chi Jinghua standing there dumbfounded, clutching his head. Nearby, a group of youngsters stared at their phones, eagerly asking, "Did you get it on video?" Got it. This is perfect. It's gonna go viral tomorrow for sure. Come on, let's go interview that delivery guy." Chi Jinghua glanced at them before riding off on his e-bike. Several young paparazzi looked disappointed when they saw this. Turning around, they noticed Suhee about to leave on his electric bike. "Wait, buddy, we're from a self-media outlet and want to interview you." "Interview me about what?" Suhee had long grown accustomed to such scenes. At some point, food delivery riders had become punching bags for certain people. Do you believe I'll give you a bad rating? Do you believe I'll report you? Even when delivery workers put on their most obsequious smiles and acted subservient, they still couldn't earn kind words. Everyone's just trying to make a living. Why must people be divided into superior and inferior classes? Under the platform's constraints, the dignity of food delivery riders has gradually eroded. Life isn't a TV drama. It's truly difficult to earn money while standing tall. What's your take on the SUV owner verbally abusing the delivery rider just now? I watched while sitting on my e-bike. Suhi had no fondness for these paparazzi either, waving banners of exposing societal ills, yet in reality merely chasing profits. With all their righteous indignation, why hadn't they stepped forward earlier? With that, off he went straight away. Zhang Dada became a sensation. He was hated into stardom by netizens after paparazzi exposed a video of Zhang Dada verbally abusing a food delivery rider. The stark contrast between the luxury car driving, designer-clad Zhang Dada and the bleeding, meek delivery worker immediately went viral. Wasn't Xi Jinghua the very epitome of countless delivery riders? What his forbearance had earned him was never understanding or sympathy, but curses, discrimination, and vicious words instead. However, Xi Jinghua in the video dared not fight back, which was heartbreaking to watch. At the end of the video, Suhi sat on the electric scooter, gave a cold glance at the camera, and left alone. Scolded? Not a chance. As soon as Zhang Dada woke up, he received messages from his agent and company. But as a notoriously sharp-tongued host who's used to being hated for his unfiltered and often disgusting remarks, he couldn't care less about what netizens said about him. The more people cursed him, the higher his popularity soared, and the more money he made. In his eyes, he was just speaking some hard truths that pricked the fragile hearts of certain lower-class folks. Suhi's words were edited out, leaving only a cold gaze and a solitary departing figure. Someone immediately recognized Suhi as a supporting actor from Night Walker, sparking renewed discussions about him in the comments section. As the parties involved, Xi Jinghua and Suhi continued their daily routines, hustling through streets and alleys to deliver meals to countless households. Hello, Meituan Delivery. Suhi stood at the door. This was his first delivery of the day, an upscale residential area, ordered by a Mr. Zhang. After waiting a full 3 minutes, the door finally opened. A man wearing a facial mask complained shrilly, "Rush, rush, rush, are you rushing me to my grave? Can't you see I'm doing a face mask? It was clearly written in the damn order, wait outside until I finish. Why do I keep encountering idiots like you? Hand it over already? Or do you want a bad review?" Facing the man's high-pitched scolding, Suhi took a deep breath and handed over the breakfast. "Sorry, Mr. Zhang. Here's your order." Zhang Dada rolled his eyes, snatched the bag, and slammed the door shut without another word. He let out a long sigh, never expecting to run into someone like this so early in the morning. Suhi didn't dwell on it and continued with his food deliveries. Inside the house, Zhang Dada sat on the sofa, still cursing non-stop. What terrible luck, running into all these awful people today. Now I can't even step outside. Just then, his phone rang. After hanging up, Zhang Dada changed his clothes, put on a hat, headphones, glasses, and a mask, then rushed out the door in a hurry. In the garage, he chose an ordinary sedan, his designated car for dodging paparazzi. Though fearless online, in reality, there were far too many people who wanted to beat him up. Xi Jinghua had a head injury and didn't come to work today. Unsurprisingly, Suhi dominated the rankings. By 2 p.m., he had already completed 69 orders, while the person in second place had only managed 41. After ending his shift, Suhi rode toward Capital Airport. To his surprise, Ma Mingzhi and his two companions actually meant it. After waiting for over 10 minutes, they emerged dragging large and small pieces of luggage. Dong Yong ran the fastest and leaped onto the back seat directly. Suhi was quite surprised by the arrival of the three, but in their words, why should Suhi get to act? If they were given the chance, they could do it too. Ma Mingzhi and Pan Jigang hailed a taxi to take the trio's luggage to the hotel where Suhi was staying. He had already notified the owner that morning to arrange a separate 4-person room for them at 200 yuan per day. "Brother Yon, can we not wrap our arms around the waist, please? You've changed, Suhi. Get the hell out, take your hands off me." "No, I won't." To celebrate the trio's arrival that evening, Suhi didn't even deliver any food orders. Instead, he brought Ma Mingzhi and the others to the same copper hotpot restaurant where Crazy Brother had treated them last time. As soon as the dishes were served, all three of them stared eagerly at Suhi. Suhi turned to the owner and said, "Boss, check." The owner was completely baffled. The food had just arrived, how could they be asking for the check already? "Boss, bring us 2 more crates of beer," Ma Mingzhi shouted. "Come on, brothers, bottoms up first." Dong Yong stood up. Pan Jigang sat there grinning foolishly and raised his glass too, saying, "Thanks to Suhi for treating us." 2 bottles of beer later, the group started chatting merrily. "Suhi, when are we going to the film set? I saw online that you're close with the director. Put in a good word for us brothers later, get us some decent roles." "Suhi, let me tell you, when I was a kid I learned how to do somersaults, ride a unicycle, and I can even stand on my hands. Who can't do a handstand?" "Suhi, Don't listen to them. We're not taking shortcuts, we'll earn our keep with real skills. Just point us in the right direction tomorrow, and we'll handle it ourselves. So you're really quitting food delivery? Suhi asked in surprise. Have you ever seen any food delivery guys or ride-hailing drivers strike it rich? Didn't Wang Baoxiang go from being an extra to a movie star? The money he makes now couldn't be spent in several lifetimes. Besides, with our acting skills, if we don't go into films, it'd be a huge loss for China's entertainment industry. Right, it's just acting. Could it possibly be harder than delivering food? Us guys aren't afraid of a little hardship, Suhi. Don't blame us later if we end up more famous than you. Come on, let's drink. Arriving in the capital, Suhi had few friends apart from Crazy Brother. Naturally, he was quite happy when Ma Mingzhi and the others came to visit. As for their fervent dreams of acting, Crazy Brother's experience made it all too clear just how difficult it was to rise from an extra to a full-fledged star. They drank from 8 p.m. until 1 a.m., staggering back to the hotel while supporting each other. Yong, you take the top bunk. No, Suhi, I'll sleep with you. Get lost. Chapter 48, Don't you guys ever watch movies? A phone ringtone startled Suhi awake. Bleary-eyed, she fumbled for her phone and squinted at the caller ID. It was Zhou Bing from the Criminal Police Unit. Hey, Officer Zhou, who died this time? Don't ask, just blame it on morning grumpiness. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone before Zhou Bing's voice came through. Suhi, come to the police station. Rubbing his hungover forehead, Suhi got up from bed. Ma Mingzhi and Dong Yong were snoring soundly, while Pan Jigang was vomiting his guts out in the bathroom. It looks like they won't be getting any bit parts today. After giving Pan Jigang a few instructions, Suhi rode his electric bike straight to the police station. No sooner had he parked his bike than two officers approached him. Suhi, come with us. This time, it wasn't an interrogation room after all. In the office, Zhou Bing fixed a stern gaze on Suhi and asked, where were you and what were you doing between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. on the 25th? Suhi frowned. The early morning of the 25th? That would be 2 nights ago? After delivering the order, I ate noodles at that couple-run noodle shop on Ruidong Road, then went back to the hostel to sleep. Zhou Bing pressed further, after eating noodles, on your way back to the hostel, did anything happen? Nothing special happened. Oh, you mean when Qi Jinghua fell? I can confirm it was that SUV's fault. The driver was speeding and even cursed at him. Oh, and then he drove off. Doesn't that count as a hit-and-run? Seeing the expression on Officer Zhou's face, Suhi was momentarily stunned. Qi Jinghua is dead? Zhou Bing didn't answer immediately but stared into Suhi's eyes for a long time before finally speaking. You really don't know? Suhi shook his head. At 9 a.m. on the 26th, you delivered a meal to Jinghu residential area. Do you still remember that, Mr. Zhang? Suhi remembered him all too well, a man wearing a facial mask, speaking with biting sarcasm, who had almost given him a bad review. Zhou Bing nodded. He's dead? Suhi let out a sigh of relief. He had worried it was Qi Jinghua who was in trouble. Why, you don't seem surprised? Zhou Bing had been observing Suhi's expression closely. As a seasoned detective, he could tell whether Suhi was lying. Officer Zhou, this has nothing to do with me. I have delivery records, and Mirror Lake community has surveillance everywhere. You can check the cameras. The footage shows you took a full 6 minutes to return to the elevator after exiting it. Why did it take so long? Suhi hastily pulled out his phone and opened Mr. Zhang's order. Look, he said he was doing a face mask and told me not to rush him. I waited 5 minutes before knocking. The moment he opened the door, he started ranting, so I just left the food and walked away. The order did indeed have the note. Zhou Bing had the officer beside him photograph Suhi's phone before continuing. Mr. Zhang's body was found dumped in a trash bin by sanitation workers this morning. Do you have any clues about that? Suhi shook his head. He was just delivering takeout normally and hadn't even gotten a clear look at Mr. Zhang's face. At that very moment, two choices suddenly appeared before him. Option 1, assist the police in solving the case. Completion reward, truth serum. Option 2, do nothing and wait for the police to solve the case. Completion reward, clear all assets, bank cards, WeChat Pay, Alipay, cash. Suhi rubbed his eyes. If he wasn't seeing things, the second option would practically leave him starving to death. System, get out here. You call this a reward? The system clearly wanted him to participate in solving the case. Suhi gave a bitter smile. Just a food delivery guy solving cases? What a joke. If delivery guys could solve crimes, what would we even need the police for? Seeing Officer Zhou looking at him with confusion, Suhi sighed and said, Officer Zhou, can I join you and help solve the case? Zhou Bing wasn't surprised. He took out a document from the table nearby and handed it to Suhi, saying, this is a special cooperation letter approved by the Bureau, considering your unique circumstances and talent. There's also a recommendation letter here. If you're interested in becoming a police officer, you can further your studies at the police university. With your abilities, I believe you'll make an outstanding detective in the future. University? Soo-hee didn't even pass his high school entrance exams. Though his teachers praised him as talented, it didn't stop him from enrolling in vocational school to learn how to operate excavators. After graduation, he drifted from job to job before ending up as a delivery rider. So much time wasted, so many detours taken. If he'd known it would come to this, he should have started delivering food right from the beginning. Jo Bing led Soo-hee into another office. Over a dozen police officers were busy at work, glancing up briefly at Soo-hee before returning to their tasks. In less than 10 days, 3 murders occurred. On April 17, victim number 1, Wei Chang, jobless, survived by hunting in the mountains, was found murdered at home. The killer disemboweled him, pulled out his intestines, inserted this iron rod, then sewed his abdomen back up. On the projector screen, a series of shocking photographs appeared. The deceased's facial expression was peaceful, while the sutured wound on the abdomen was remarkably neat. At a glance, Soo-hee recognized master-level stitching, identifying it as the simple interrupted suture technique commonly used in surgical procedures. The killer is a surgeon. On April 24, the second victim, Ma Yi-hong, director of Capital People's Hospital, was killed in his office. The murderer took his heart and likewise left behind such an item. Both the stone and iron rod bear dark brown symbols, appearing to be related to some religious ritual. On April 27, at precisely 5:28 this morning, we received a report from a sanitation worker. The third victim was found in a trash bin. Zhang Dada, a well-known TV host. The killer took his tongue and placed an iron piece in his mouth. Mr. Zhang? Soo-hee looked at the photos one by one. Zhang Dada's mouth was stitched shut, his eyes wide open, fingers stained with blood. When the stitches were removed, they found a metal piece in his mouth, also engraved with those same strange symbols. According to forensic analysis, all 3 victims had significant amounts of anesthetic in their systems. Victim 1 and Victim 2 died after having their intestines and heart removed due to the peculiar placement of incisions. Victim 3, however, regained consciousness after the anesthetic wore off, only to suffocate to death. Police preliminary assessment indicates the murderer is approximately 1.7 meters tall, aged between 35 to 40, male, with surgical experience. Despite reviewing multiple surveillance feeds, facial recognition has been unsuccessful. To prevent further crimes, we must identify the suspect within 24 hours. As for the motive, initial suspicions point to some kind of ritualistic activity. Experts are currently deciphering those symbols. Guts, heart, tongue. Soo-hee suddenly exclaimed, "This is no sacrificial offering. This person wants to become an immortal." Become an immortal? All the officers turned to look at Soo-hee. This guy was seriously outrageous. Cases caused by superstitious beliefs happen often enough. We've heard of people worshipping evil spirits and deities, but never of someone wanting to turn themselves into one. Don't any of you watch movies? Seeing the puzzled expressions on the officers' faces, Soo-hee said helplessly. Chapter 49, A Game of Cat and Mouse officially begins. What movie? Jo Bing asked. Sigh. Soo-hee let out a sigh. Working with Officer 1 from Jinan City had been much more pleasant. She'd heard he had gathered all members of the criminal police team for a week-long viewing session of suspenseful crime movies and TV dramas. He even required them to write reflections after each film, more terrifying than a literature teacher's assignments. Double Vision, starring Tony Leung. But I can't blame you, it's an old movie after all. Soo-hee took out her phone to search on Baidu before continuing. In the film, there's a girl who wants to become immortal. To transcend through 5 calamities and ascend into 6 realms, she kills 5 victims, each corresponding to the frostbite hell, the pit of flames, the gut-spun hell, the heart-ripping hell, the tongue-tearing hell. Jo Bing was taken aback for a moment, then immediately turned to the other officers and said, "Check if there have been any recent cases of drowning or burning deaths in the capital." That mysterious? Was the killer so obsessed with the movie they wanted to become immortal? Several officers quickly searched on Baidu and began whispering among themselves. Judging from the current situation, it bears an uncanny resemblance to the plot of the movie Double Vision. According to the sequence of deaths, the first drowning, the second burning to death, the third disembowelment, the fourth heart removal, and the fifth tongue extraction, now the latter 3 have already appeared. Captain Joe, we've found something. On April 8, a chemical factory owner in Maple Grove community drowned in his bathroom. His family reported it to the police but refused an autopsy. The local precinct classified it as an accidental death. On April 15, in Daxing District, the Golden Foot massage parlor caught fire, and a masseuse was burned to death. The precinct records indicate the fire was caused by faulty wiring. The 2 cases, occurring close in time, coincidentally correspond to the frozen hell and fiery pit among the 5 hells. Jo Bing looked at the Baidu search results. The killer was actually imitating movie plots to select victims. Now that the 5 trials were completed, was the next step to ascend and become immortal? This is absolutely unbelievable. The murder motive was identified, but Jo Bing was still completely baffled about what the killer would do next. According to the movie's plot, the killer would have a police officer named Huang Huo to kill him to complete the ascension ritual. Do a search through police records, see if there's an officer named Huang Huatu, or any name with the characters for fire and earth in it. Nothing. Soon, the officer in charge of the inquiry replied. Zhou Bing turned his head to look at Su-hee. Su-hee scratched his head awkwardly and said, solving cases can't rely entirely on movies. There are many coincidences in films. In real life, there's no cop named Huang Huatu, and the killer might very well look for a similar substitute. If the killer already has a target, then all we can do is wait for him to ascend. But if he's still searching for one, why don't we just fabricate a Huang Huatu for him? Is this for real? The entire squad of officers was stunned, feeling as if they were about to star in a movie alongside the killer. The killer, following movie plots to commit murders, attempts to ascend to immortality by fabricating a Huang Huatu. Will he take the bait? Zhou Bing looked at Su-hee and smiled. I've watched the scenes you filmed, your acting is quite good. How about you play the role of Huang Huatu? Acting isn't the hard part. The real challenge lies in how to push this fake Huang Huatu in front of the killer. In a vast metropolis like the capital, how would the killer ever find someone named Huang Huatu? Zhou Bing made a quick decision and ordered his team, contact short video platforms, television stations, and advertising agencies to cooperate with the police in broadcasting an award ceremony clip on loop across the capital. Su-hee, go change into a police uniform first. We're going to help you put on a show. The yellow delivery outfit was exchanged for a police uniform. As Su-hee walked over, the gathered officers were stunned. In their eyes, this was the very image of what a perfect police officer should look like. On a hastily assembled awards stage, Su-hee stood solemnly at the center. The host narrated, to be an outstanding people's police officer, one must possess the spirit of selfless sacrifice, hardened skills forged through countless trials, and above all, carry the safety of the citizens in one's heart. Tonight, we first pay tribute to such an officer. In just 3 years of service, he has subdued dozens of vicious criminals. His name is Huang Huatu. Taking the microphone, Su-hee spoke with fiery determination in his eyes. As a people's police officer, I always keep in mind the responsibilities and mission in my heart to maintain long-term peace and stability in our society. This was an impromptu awards ceremony, yet every officer wore solemn expressions as they gazed solemnly ahead. When Su-hee stepped down from the stage, Zhou Bing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Su-hee, it's a shame you're not a police officer. Have you really never reconsidered? Becoming a police officer wasn't nearly that simple. With only vocational high school education, Su-hee barely qualified for auxiliary police work. To get an official position, according to Zhou Bing's plan, Su-hee would need to spend 4 years at police academy. Su-hee quickly shook his head. His heart was fully devoted to his current job, wanting to earn more money for Shin Yu's treatment. Moreover, he'd already received the bureau chief's approval to participate in case investigations. There was no need to spend 4 years studying. He knew his own limitations well enough. That he'd been able to provide leads this time was only because he'd watched this particular movie not long before. The police distributed the video to various platforms, starting continuous broadcasts. Meanwhile, simply opening a browser and searching Huang Huatu would bring up Su-hee's photos, biographical details, and workplace information. 3 hours later, the emergency dispatcher suddenly received a peculiar phone call. A bunch of stupid cops. Just these few words, and the other party hung up. What does that mean? The police quickly traced the call and found it was registered under a real name. They rushed to the address tied to the ID, knocked but got no response, so they forced their way in. A woman's corpse lay on the floor, her wrist slit. The blood had stopped flowing by then. Her head was tilted toward an alarm clock beside her, eyes wide open. The alarm clock ticked on, but the woman was already a cold corpse. At the police station, Su-hee was stunned by the photos that came in. The killer wasn't trying to ascend to immortality, he was copying murder techniques from movies and TV dramas. The woman's face bore an eerie smile, completely at odds with the concept of murder. But Su-hee, who had seen this TV series before, knew the woman had been injected with an anesthetic and muscle relaxant. And that phone call was nothing but mockery and provocation toward the police. Who's the Murderer? A TV series where the killings wouldn't stop unless the culprit was caught. Unlike Double Vision, where the deaths followed 5 distinct patterns, this time the method was the same, and the killer would continue his spree. The previous case had given Su-hee a misleading clue. The killer's cruelty was appalling, and a game of cat and mouse had officially begun. The police began searching for clues at the scene and reviewing surveillance footage, while Su-hee opened a video app and started rewatching the show. Chapter 50, you say 90 minutes, is $9.98 expensive? Reviewing the case files while watching the drama, Su-hee couldn't shake the feeling that the killer's motive wasn't about achieving the so-called perfect crime as portrayed in the movies. More like a morbid murder fantasy from a mystery enthusiast. In the double-pupiled case, the killer won once by diverting the police's attention. Now they're striking again, openly taunting, unless we catch them soon, more victims will fall. Just then, Su-hee's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Ma Mingjie calling. Hey, Su-hee, lend us $800. What's wrong? We went to audition for extras this afternoon, but by evening no one wanted us. To save 2 yuan on bike sharing fees, we decided to walk back. On the way, we passed by a foot massage shop and were called inside for a session, ended up spending 998 per person. We didn't have enough money, still short by 800. The cost of living in the capital is just too high. Seriously? You pinch pennies over a 2 yuan bike ride but don't blink at a 998 massage? Holy crap, that expensive? Suhee rubbed his temples in frustration. Mominger and his 2 friends usually scraped by, barely spending on clothes, yet the moment they stepped into that massage parlor, they acted ready to max out their credit. A beautiful woman who doesn't care if I own a car or a house, washes my feet, gives me a massage, listens to my troubles. Tell me, is 90 minutes for 998 really that pricey? Suhee was speechless. Earning $1,000 was like delivering over 100 takeout orders. After hanging up the phone, Suhee transferred the money to Mominger. At that moment, Jo Bing approached and said, Suhee, you can head back first. The police squad spent the whole night working the case. Half the team pursued leads and analyzed evidence, while the other half watched Who's the Killer with Suhee. In the end, they all reached the same conclusion. The killer was merely copying the crime methods portrayed in the show, but there was no actual connection to the plot itself. So much for watching all those crime dramas for nothing. Suhee also felt quite awkward. Every time the killer committed a crime, they were extremely cautious and careful, leaving no clues that could confirm their identity. Analyzing solely from the motive, there seemed to be no discernible pattern in how the killer selected victims, presenting a significant challenge to the police. At present, the only thing they could do was intensify efforts to examine surveillance footage near the crime scenes, searching for any trace of evidence. Stepping out of the police station, Suhee's mind cleared considerably as the cool night breeze brushed past him. He mounted his electric bike and headed back to the hostel. The beauty of the capital's nightscape was undeniable. Whether it was the modern high-rise buildings or the quaint alleys steeped in history, each had its own unique charm. But the thought that a murderer was still at large under such night skies after brutally killing 6 people, still free to strike again at any moment, instantly soured Suhee's mood. Bang! A car suddenly rounded the corner and slammed straight into Suhee's electric bike. All Suhee felt was a tremendous impact before his entire body went airborne, crashing onto the grassy median where a branch tore a deep gash in his arm, blood gushing out. A woman stumbled out of the car in panic, rushing toward him with trembling voice. Are you okay? Suhee stood up, moved around a bit, and noticed only his arm was injured. He turned his head to look at the woman. I'm sorry, I just got my license and didn't dare drive during the day, so I plan to practice at night. I panicked and hit the gas instead of the brake. Let me take you to the hospital. Don't worry, it's my fault, I'll take full responsibility. The woman sounded sincere, so Suhee didn't blame her. But glancing at the car parked nearby, its windshield wipers still swishing back and forth, he definitely wasn't getting in that vehicle. He checked the wound on his arm, not serious, but the gash was long enough to need stitches. No need for the hospital, let's check out the clinic up ahead. If the wound weren't on his arm, Suhee could have stitched it up himself. The woman nodded repeatedly, fetched her bag from the car, and followed Suhee toward the clinic. Inside the clinic, the doctor was performing cupping therapy on an elderly man. Seeing Suhee's hands covered in blood, he hurried over and said, "Take your clothes off." The doctor first stopped Suhee's bleeding, cleaned the wound, administered local anesthesia, and then began suturing. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Alright, remember to rest when you get back, avoid getting the wound wet, and don't lift anything heavy. Come back for a follow-up in 3 days. The woman paid, but Suhee stared at the freshly stitched wound. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The police had fallen into a misconception. Just because the killer could perform surgical sutures didn't necessarily mean they were a hospital surgeon. Even in ordinary clinics, these doctors received suture training, and the victim's sutures were done using the most basic simple interrupted technique. This realization expanded the investigative scope several times over. Stepping out of the clinic, Suhee and the woman exchanged WeChat contacts. The woman transferred 2,000 yuan as compensation. The electric bike was already totaled in the crash, so he removed the battery and tossed the wrecked frame straight into the trash bin. He sent a message to Officer Zhou, detailing his suspicions, then took the subway back to the hotel. Once inside the room, Mominger and the other 2 were still awake, chatting idly. Dong Yong, I faced every kind of hardship in my life, weathered the fiercest storms, but when number 66 walked out that door, I felt like the sky was crashing down. Mominger, that's because you haven't met number 99. Pan Ji Gang, cough cough. Suhee's back. The light wasn't on in the room, so none of the 3 noticed Suhee was injured. After washing up in the bathroom, Suhee came out and laid down on his bed. Dong Young poked his head down from the upper bunk and said with a smile, "Suhee, wanna let us join your food delivery rounds tomorrow? What's the matter? Don't want to go act anymore? Damn it, that casting director looked down on us from the crack in the door, wanted us to play corpses." Brother Ma argued with him for a bit and almost came to blows, said Pan Ji Gang. Later the casting director gave Brother Ma a line to recite. Brother Ma struggled for ages, his face turning red, but didn't even dare let out a fart. Dong Yang added. Momingjer sighed and said, guess what brothers? We simply don't have what it takes. Might as well stick to delivering food honestly. If you want to deliver takeaways, go ahead. I came to the capital to do big things. I'm going to buy a tricycle and start collecting scrap. Once I have enough money, I'll upgrade to a truck, grow big and strong, then reach new heights. Pan Jigang wasn't planning to go out for deliveries anymore. On his way back, he asked around and found out there wasn't a single scrap recycling station for miles. He was ready to start his own business. No one responded to Pan Jigang. They all knew that by tomorrow morning, he'd definitely be joining them to deliver takeaways anyway. At night, 1,000 plans seem possible, but by morning, you're back to the same old routine. No matter how fired up Pan Jigang gets now, once he wakes up, he'll forget everything and end up delivering takeaways again. A wise man stays out of love's river, a fool repeats past mistakes. Keep delivering takeout, building a beautiful China. Chapter 51, Born without the knack for flattery, I own my glories and downfalls. Early in the morning, Sui brought Momingjer and the other two to the delivery station. As they were all experienced, the station manager just briefed them on some key points, and their onboarding was quickly completed. Momingjer and the others had spent all their money at the foot massage parlor, so Sui lent them another 2,000 yuan to buy second-hand e-bikes and cover daily expenses. Although they were unreliable when passing by the foot massage shop, they would always pay back their debts first as soon as they got their paychecks. Sui bought another second-hand electric bike and started taking orders again. You have a new food delivery order. Please process it promptly. Due to his injured arm and the light rain, Sui didn't dare accept too many orders. He kept working intermittently until 2 p.m., completing just over 30 deliveries. The police still hadn't made any new breakthroughs in the investigation. The screening process was ongoing, with all medical personnel in the capital still on the list of subjects under scrutiny. That afternoon, Sui didn't go to the hospital to visit Xinyu. Director Yu Qing had notified him to reshoot the scenes previously filmed with Li Yifeng. On set, Sui slowly rode in on his electric bike when Li Yifeng's agent, Deng Shu, immediately stepped forward to scold him. Why are you just arriving now? Do you have any concept of time? People would think you're some huge celebrity. You're not even famous yet and already acting like a diva. Li Yifeng sat nearby, completely ignoring Deng Shu's behavior and instead watched Sui with amusement. Before Sui could speak, Yu Qing rushed over to mediate. Since Sui's here, let's get started. Attention all departments, let's move. Seeing this, Deng Shu threw a glare at Sui before retreating angrily behind Li Yifeng. It was the same scene as before. Sui stood with his back to Li Yifeng before suddenly turning around, fixing him with a vicious stare. Li Yifeng's expression twisted in terror as he mechanically recited, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, 7 6 5 4 3 2 1, 3 2 1 3 2 1, 4 5 6 7 3 2 1. Sui bared his teeth in a grin. If she isn't in my bed by tonight, you know what'll happen. Li Yifeng hastily turned and walked away. Cut, okay, that's perfect. Yu Qing watched the monitor, surprised that Li Yifeng had nailed the shot in one take this time. Clearly he'd been practicing hard off camera. With this scene wrapped, Sui had nothing left to do but wait for the cruise call to film on location out of town. Sui was just about to leave when Li Yifeng walked over and said in front of everyone, Sui, would you be interested in signing with my company? Deng Shu hid in the corner, a cold smile spreading across her face. Sui's looks and acting skills were undeniable. It was only a matter of time before he became famous. With this TV drama, he might even skyrocket to stardom overnight. But for now, Sui was still just an unknown extra, making ends meet by delivering food. If they could sign him, he'd either make money for the company if he complied, or face exorbitant penalty fees or being blacklisted if he didn't. Yu Qing silently watched from the side, a knot of discomfort in his heart. Sui was a talented actor, his performances effortlessly natural, nailing scenes in single takes. Given time, he was bound to become a household name across the country. If I get signed by the company this early, the terms will definitely be unfair, and it'll lead to a lot of conflicts later. Sui didn't expect Li Yifeng to actually want to sign him, but after witnessing his manager's attitude moments ago, Sui didn't have much goodwill toward Li Yifeng either. He said, I'll think about it. Once his scene was filmed, Sui turned and walked straight out of the set, hopping on his electric bike to continue delivering takeout orders. Just then, Fenggu happened to witness this scene and hurried over to Sui, saying, Sui, are you stupid? Li Yifeng wants to sign you. Don't you know this means you'll make it big? Countless newcomers are begging to cozy up to him. By acting like this, you're offending him. How do you expect to survive in the entertainment industry after this? I wasn't born to flatter others. I'll accept both glory and downfall with equal grace. Sui patted Feng Ji's shoulder and rode off on his electric scooter. Everyone has their own path to walk. Those we meet along the way will eventually say farewell. Fengde spent half his life chasing nothing more than a few extra lines of dialogue, while Sui had no desire to step into the cutthroat world of showbiz. Li Yifeng stood frozen in place, his face livid, as his manager hurried over shouting, What are you all gawking at? Don't you have anything better to do? The rain grew heavier in the evening. After checking the platform, Sui found there was only a 0.5 yuan extreme weather subsidy. Grumbling a bit, he started accepting deliveries. By 1 a.m., the rain was pouring even harder. Holding the last takeout order, Sui prepared to finish this delivery and call it a day. Behind the Guamao area lies the Fossil Camp Urban Village, a gathering place for many migrant workers. The area is a mix of white-collar office workers, small vendors, delivery riders, and couriers. This was also the most dreaded spot for new delivery riders. Navigating through narrow alley after alley, Sui finally arrived at the door of a shabby little house. "Hello, Meituan Delivery, your order has arrived." Sui called but no one answered, so he knocked on the door a few times and shouted loudly, "Asleep?" After waiting a few more minutes, Sui was about to report to the platform when he heard movement inside. The door cracked open slightly, no lights were on inside. A man's voice sounded, "Give it to me." Sui quickly handed over the takeout. "Enjoy your meal." The man took the bag and immediately closed the door. After delivering the last order, Sui turned and left, riding his electric scooter back to the motel. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. In the pitch-black alley, a smear of red liquid on Sui's hand gradually faded as the rain washed it away. With a sudden break, Sui abandoned his bike and ran back. Bang! Kicking open the door, the pitch-black room was completely silent. Another lightning flash revealed a woman lying in a pool of blood on the floor, a ticking alarm clock gradually counting down before her. Boom! Thunder roared as a shadowy figure darted past, prompting Sui to chase after it in haste. Sui had always wondered why in TV dramas, pursuers invariably shout, "Stop right there," when chasing villains. But the more I shouted, the faster the villain ran, as if I were cheering him on from behind. The fleeing man didn't get far before slowing down, while Sui quickly closed the gap. Seeing this, the man stopped and turned to face Sui. The two stood facing each other under the dim light of a lone street lamp at the alley entrance, just bright enough to make out each other's features. A man dressed entirely in black clothes, black hat, black mask, carried a black bag. Without light, only a dark silhouette would be visible. Sui, clad in bright yellow delivery rider gear, realized the man clearly knew he couldn't escape. With desperation, the man pulled out a syringe, ready to attack. In the dimly lit alley of the urban village on that rainy night, Sui charged forward and slapped the man square across the face with a resounding smack. In one swift motion, he grabbed the man's wrist, forcefully twisted it behind his back, sending the syringe clattering to the ground. A sharp kick to the back of the man's knees sent him crashing to the pavement, kneeling in surrender. Cough cough. The man collapsed to the ground, visibly in pain as he ripped off his mask and began vomiting. Under the light, Sui clearly saw the man's face, a gaunt, middle-aged man with pallid complexion. "Hello, Officer Joe, Fossil Camp Urban Village. I've caught the murderer." Chapter 52, Ghosts Possess the Weak, Buddha Tests the Virtuous. The man vomited for a while before collapsing weakly to the ground. Sui picked up the syringe from the floor and opened the black bag, discovering several sets of clothes along with some surgical instruments. Sui first checked that the man had no other weapons on him, then dragged him toward the small shack they had passed earlier. Inside the shack, Sui casually tossed him onto the floor, found the light switch, and the room instantly brightened. Shielding his eyes from the light, the man trembled violently on the floor. Nothing about him suggested he was a deranged murderer. Checking the woman's breath and pulse, Sui sighed and stood up, then walked over to the man. Dragging him to the woman's side, he roared in fury, "Open your damn eyes and look. She was barely in her 20s. Why the hell did you kill her?" The man opened his eyes, baring his teeth in a horse laugh. "Ghosts prey on the weak. Buddha tests the kind with suffering. I've already paid the price for my weakness and kindness. I never believed in ghosts or gods, officer. If you really are Huang Watu, why not do me this final favor?" Sui had already taken off his mask by now. The man on the ground looked at him, and a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in his eyes. "You're out of luck. My name isn't Huang Watu, and I won't kill you either. What awaits you is the judgment of the law and a cold bullet. A scumbag like you still dreams of becoming an immortal?" The woman on the ground wore a smile, but her eyes were filled with terror. Feeling the blood drain from her body, watching time slip away before her eyes, witnessing her own death firsthand, what a cruel fate this was. Sui wished he could kill the man right then and there. The bastard should be grateful this was a society governed by law. Cough, cough. The man cleared his throat, raised his head to look at Sui, and murmured, "Life is one grand theater. Some act alongside you, while you perform for others. The brilliant moments earn applause, and if all else fails, you can still admire your own performance in solitude. Never thought I'd be caught alive. What a pity, what a pity. Crazy." Sui could only spit out these words. The man seemed like he'd escaped from a mental institution. Right. You'd have to be at least a little unhinged to kill 7 people, especially in such brutal ways every single time. The man tried to sit up, but Sui kicked him back down with a glare, snapping, "Stay still." The man lay on the ground, his eyes suddenly turning vicious as he glared at Sui. Sui stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across the face, snarling, "Who the hell you glaring at? Want me to gouge your eyes out and play marbles with them?" The man's gaze instantly softened. Sui muttered under her breath, "Look at you, all weak and pathetic, how dare you even think of killing someone? They deserve to die," the man suddenly blurted out. "Hey, look who's getting all worked up." Sui raised his hand as if to strike, but the man roared, "Zheng Jinyuan, the owner of Manhwa chemical plant. He discharged toxic wastewater. Over half the villagers from 3 surrounding villages got cancer. Do you know how much he paid in compensation? 20,000. That's what he valued a human life at, 20,000 yuan. So you killed him?" Sui had reviewed the case files and knew about the chemical plant incident. The scale of the victims was so vast that the compensation Zhang paid was likely the maximum he could afford at the time. "And Luo Shi from the foot massage parlor? Why did you choose her?" The man suddenly calmed down and said, "She deserved to die for working in that profession." "Nonsense. Getting a foot wash and massage isn't shameful at all. There are countless women working in foot therapy. Do they all deserve to die?" The man raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. "She was my ex-wife." "Holy shit, have you no conscience left?" Sui never expected the man would kill even his ex-wife just because she worked at a foot massage parlor. Seeing the man remain silent, Sui then asked, "What about Wei Chang? Why did you kill him? Haven't you police figured it out?" The third in double vision, the intestines plucking hell. 5 years ago, Wei Chang killed my dog and ate it. When I confronted him, he beat me. So, he deserved to die too. 8 years ago, I was the head of surgery at Capital People's Hospital. Once, there was a child injured in a car crash who urgently needed surgery. I was just getting ready when the hospital director, Ma Hong, ordered me to perform another surgery on some wealthy businessman. I refused and operated on the child first. Later, that businessman died, and Ma Hong took revenge by expelling me from the hospital. He deserved to die too. As for Zhang Dada, I had no grudge against him. I chose him just to complete the 5 hells. He had a brain tumor before, and I performed the surgery on him. He suffered from chronic headaches afterward and stayed in touch with me over the years. No wonder Zhou Bing checked all the hospitals and clinics in the capital but found no leads. The culprit had long been dismissed from the hospital. "So you really want to become immortal?" Suhi asked doubtfully. The man burst into wild laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke. "Become immortal? If killing people could make you immortal, how chaotic would heaven be? I've said before I don't believe in gods or ghosts, but I believe in karma. This world is sick, and I'm a doctor. That's all there is to it." "You're not a doctor, you're a devil." Suhi felt no sympathy for the man. His thoughts and actions were far too extreme. "We have no right to deprive anyone of their right to live. Even if they've done wrong, the price shouldn't be death. With the 5 hells from Double Vision, you've already completed them all. Why keep killing?" Suhi glared at the man angrily. "When I saw you cops playing along with me on TV, I suddenly wanted to keep the game going. Since I'm going to die anyway, I thought I'd covered all my tracks, but I never expected you'd still find me out. Can you tell me where I slipped up?" Sui stared blankly at the man on the ground. Was it because he had impersonated Huang Wutu that this man had continued killing innocent people? A suffocating weight pressed against his chest, making Sui feel like he could barely breathe. He had initially thought he was helping solve the case, but someone had been brutally murdered because of his suggestion. Did that mean these 2 women had died because of him? At that moment, the police rushed in. Zhou Bing looked at Sui's devastated expression and asked, "Sui, are you alright?" Sui gave a pale smile and shook his head. "Officer Zhou, I'm fine. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm tired and need to rest. I'll come in tomorrow morning to give my statement." Zhou Bing watched Sui's desolate figure recede, unsure what had happened. Inside the room, a woman lay lifeless on the floor while a gaunt, sallow-faced man with a swollen cheek was curled up nearby. Was this the murderer? A man evidently terminally ill and nearing death's door had actually committed these atrocities. "Take him away." Chapter 53, I stand irreconcilably against evil. The rain poured heavier as if trying to cleanse all the filth in the world. A delivery rider weaved through the downpour on his electric scooter, his gaze alternating between determination and guilt. Too much had happened that night. Sui returned to the hotel, took a hot shower, and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, Momingjer and the other 2 went out to deliver food orders. Sui still had to go to the police station to give his statement, so he didn't go with them. The house was empty. Sui took out the reward from the system, the truth serum. Consumers will speak nothing but the truth, effective for 10 minutes. Inside a small transparent vial, there was only a single drop of liquid that swayed gently as if alive. Returning it to the system inventory, Sui went downstairs to buy breakfast, then headed straight to the police station. After a whole night of interrogation, the man had confessed everything. Liao Fan, male, 38 years old, was once the chief of surgery at Capital People's Hospital. Since childhood, he excelled academically, stood out among his peers, and won numerous awards, a rising star in the medical field. 8 years ago, after refusing to comply with the hospital director's arrangements, he left Capital People's Hospital. While job hunting, he was repeatedly blocked by director Ma Hong, leading him to leave the medical profession entirely and seek other employment. He tried entrepreneurship, worked as a food delivery writer, and took jobs at pet stores. Just as he was gradually adapting to this new life, he was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer, plunging him into unbearable suffering. His wife couldn't endure such circumstances. Fortunately, they had no children yet, so she chose to divorce him directly. He hides at home, enduring both psychological and physical pain alone. In the final moments of his life, suddenly, an impulse surges within him. He wants revenge. Ma Hong. Had Liao Fan's life not been rewritten that day, these past 8 years wouldn't have been so agonizing. A sinister scheme grows in his heart. He wants to eradicate all this evil before his final hour. Looking at the triumphant Liao Fan in the news report, then glancing at the frail man lying on the wooden plank bed, his breath as faint as a thread, coughing incessantly, Zhou Bing asked, "Do you regret it?" Liao Fan opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Bing. "Officer, right now, I just want to experience the sensation of a bullet passing through my skull. I don't regret it. Even if despised by thousands, at least it proves that I existed. Justice delayed is justice denied. Before I close my eyes forever, I must become a demon myself. Officer, do I really have a choice?" Zhou Bing remained silent, gently closing the case file. Perhaps Liao Fan would leave this world before the day of legal judgment ever arrived. And just as he said, his name would be cursed by thousands. But how then would justice be served for those victims? Su He gave his statement. He didn't see Liao Fan, the case was already closed. For him, there was no need to know too much. The news reports didn't mention Sui's name or show his image. The only proof of his involvement was that awards ceremony segment, which led many people to mistake him for a police officer. Officer Huang, chasing down criminals? Sir, I'm just delivering food. I understand, don't worry. Anything you need help with, just say the word. These old bones can still handle it. Crime and I are sworn enemies. Sui had no choice but to wear a mask and kept delivering until 2:30 in the afternoon before finally stopping. Since he accidentally spilled one order on the road, he paid for it himself and sat on a nearby stone bench to eat his lunch. Next to him, a middle-aged man was running a street chess game, surrounded by a group of elderly men arguing incessantly. "Bet however much you want, we'll pay double if you win." The old men stood with arms crossed, watching the excitement, while a young man in his 20s squatted on the ground, looking rather uneasy. The middle-aged man urged, "Last round now, think carefully. If you win, I'll pay you double. Bet 500, and I'll give you 1,000 if you win." The young man had already lost twice. An old man nearby advised, "Young man, you shouldn't have moved your horse first. You should have gone straight for the checkmate. And then, hey kid, are you playing or not? Out of cash? You can use WeChat or Alipay. Got a card? Just owe him first. If you win, he pays you. If you lose, just go withdraw money with him." Sui walked over with his lunchbox in hand. "These street endgame setups? 9 out of 10 are scams, and the 10th is bait." That old man nearby wasn't some random bystander, he was the middle-aged man's shill. Judging by the situation, there's more than one shill involved. Over the years, Sui had grown accustomed to street scams. These young adults in their early 20s, fresh out into society, hadn't yet experienced life's harsh lessons and remained naively fearless. Their eyes fixed greedily on other people's money, unaware that others had long set their sights on the cash in their own pockets. The young man had already lost 700 or 800 yuan in succession, his eyes turning red with gambling fever. The shills nearby kept offering terrible advice until, flushed with agitation, he shouted, "Everyone shut up. I'll place my bets myself." "Hey, kid's got quite the temper. I'm only looking out for you." "Old man, save your breath and let him do it himself." "Young man, double your bet if you lose. Another 800, and if you win, you'll break even all at once." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, waving a thick stack of 100 yuan bills in his left hand. Greed is a bottomless abyss. The young man stared at that thick wad of cash and promptly scanned over 800 yuan, then crouched down to strategize. After pondering for several minutes, he made a few careless moves and found himself checkmated. At this moment, the old man beside him started speaking again. "Young man, do you know how to play chess? You should move the pawn first. Why are you moving the cannon?" "Hey, old man, stop talking already." "Young man, still playing? If not, I'm packing up." The middle-aged man also chimed in. The young man hesitated, stammering, "I'm out of money. Just borrow some from your friends. Whatever you bet gets doubled if you win. One win and you'll recover everything." The nearby shill continued coaxing. At this moment, 3 options appeared before Suhi. Option 1, win the endgame. Reward, master-level proficiency in chess. Option 2, publicly expose the scam. Reward, 500 yuan in cash. Option 3, report to the police to wipe out the entire criminal gang. Reward, gain the Good Samaritan title, with effect, increases others' favorability during conversations. In the world's ways, to see through without speaking out is wisdom, to speak out invites trouble. Sui glanced around. Apart from the young man, all 8 seemed to be in on the scam. These men pretended to watch the chess game, but their eyes were scanning the surroundings. At the faintest sign of trouble, they'd bolt. Only the young man remained oblivious, borrowing money from friends on his phone. As the old saying goes, the underworld deals in shady schemes. To spot deception within deception marks the superior man. You may be illiterate, but you mustn't fail to read people. By traditional gangland ethics, Sui being an outsider shouldn't interfere, lest he invite retribution. But now we live in a society ruled by law, so he wasn't worried in the slightest. 3 options lay before him. The first seemed to reward grandmaster-level chess proficiency, but with the prerequisite of winning the endgame. Since someone dared to set up this challenge stall, no matter how skilled you were, the best you could achieve was a draw, let alone Sui, whose chess skills were only at an elementary school level. The second option is to expose the scam in public. The core tactic of this street chess hustle is the mantra: losers must accept defeat. Most people sense something fishy yet still dive in recklessly. After losing all their money, they simply blame their poor chess skills, never realizing it was a trap all along. Even if you warn young people that it's all a setup to scam them out of their money, it won't do any good. Pretending to nonchalantly play with his phone, Sui sent Zhou Bing a message before walking over and tossing a 10 yuan bill from his pocket onto the ground. One game for me. Chapter 54, you can break my heart, but not my wallet. Starting at $100. The middle-aged man glanced up at Sui and added, this handsome guy was here first. You'll get your turn when he's done. The young man was still on the phone borrowing money, but Sui didn't say anything. He picked up the 10 yuan bill and squatted there, pretending to study how to play the chess game. The young guy had already lost around 1,500 yuan in bits and pieces. This time, he pushed all in with 2,000 yuan, determined to make a last-ditch effort. Sui examined the board carefully. The setup did look enticing. Even with his elementary school-level skills, he felt like he could win. This time, the young man didn't act rashly. He stared at the chessboard for a full 5 minutes before finally squatting down and hesitantly making his first move. In less than 2 minutes, the young man slumped onto the ground, staring at the chessboard in disbelief, while the middle-aged man opposite him still casually flicked the stack of money in his hand. Hey, why'd you move your cannon again? I told you to move the pawns first. Kids these days, so impatient. Looks like it's not your lucky day, kid. Maybe try again some other time. Sensing his advantage, the middle-aged man decided to quit while ahead and made to leave. The young man got back on his feet and, without a word, turned to go. Wait, I haven't played yet. Sui grabbed the young man's hand and said, hey buddy, I'm not good at this. Help me out and if we win, I'll split the money with you. Hearing this, the young man squatted down again. After all, he wouldn't have to pay, and he wanted to see how it would play out. A true gentleman watches chess silently. Only one player can make moves, the middle-aged man immediately protested. Sui didn't say anything, studied for another 2 minutes, and then started directly. Pawn. 1 minute later, Sui was defeated. Damn it, another round. Sui immediately scanned 100 yuan over. Young man, first game's 100, second game's at least 200, that's the rule, the middle-aged man said. A rule, ha, then make it 200. I refuse to believe in evil spirits. Buddy, this time you play for me, I'll back you up. Sui, looking like he'd lost all reason in his desperation, stood behind the middle-aged man and added, if we lose, it's on me. If we win, we split it halfway. I'll watch your back, play with confidence. Sui looked about ready to start chanting spells behind him. Are we betting or not? If not, I'm packing up. Just so we're clear, this is the last round. The middle-aged man became visibly nervous as more and more people gathered around him. Bet? Of course we're betting, but, how about we change locations? Sui glanced at the plainclothes officer nearby and said with a smile, change locations? Where to? The middle-aged man was taken aback. The police station. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the crowd. Nobody move. Police. Several men attempted to flee, but Sui swiftly grabbed the middle-aged man. With one sharp kick to his legs, she flipped him onto the ground, twisted his arms behind his back, and said coldly, think you can run? Not a chance. The middle-aged man never expected to be subdued by a food delivery worker. Gnashing his teeth viciously, he snarled, kid, just you wait. Once I'm out, I'll make sure you regret this. Slap. Sui delivered a stinging blow across his face and glared. Big talk for someone in your position, still acting tough in front of the cops? Worry about yourself first. The middle-aged man, despite being slapped, remained defiant and cursed, you bastard, if you've got the guts, tell me your name. If I don't kill you, I'll take your damn surname. Bang! Another hard slap landed. Sui had never seen someone so asking for a beating before. With a laugh, he said, my name's Huang Wutu, come at me anytime if you want me dead. Zhou Bing didn't show up, but several familiar faces from the criminal police squad arrived. Sui handed the middle-aged man over to the officers, while that young kid was still squatting on the ground trembling like a leaf. Sui gave his statement, and the police returned the 300 yuan to him on the spot. As for the young man, he was taken to the police station and would only get his money back after receiving a proper admonishment. by chance taking down a fraud ring. The bystanders praised Sui left and right. After receiving the system reward, his charisma stat improved whenever he spoke to others, a surprisingly practical ability for daily life. It didn't take much time. At around 5 o'clock, Sui started taking orders again. The weather was good today, and he worked until the early morning before he stopped taking orders. 132 orders, topping the list, with Chi Jingwei in second place at 98 orders. In the food delivery writer group chat, everyone had grown accustomed to Sui's insane delivery speed. No more shock, no more envy. In their eyes, Sui had long since transformed into a true legend. Back at the hotel, Ma Mingzhi and the other two were already lying in bed playing with their phones. Damn, Dong Yong, you serious? Meeting an online friend? You've only been here a few days. Impressive. Show me what the girl looks like. Ma Mingzhi suddenly exclaimed dramatically. Pan Jigang joined in the excitement. If you found a girlfriend, shouldn't you treat us to drinks? Girlfriend my ass. She was just a bar scammer. As soon as we met, she said she was thirsty and suggested we grab something to drink. I thought about buying her bubble tea, but she took me to a bar. The moment we sat down, she ordered a bottle of red wine costing over 2,000. I bolted right away. Love seemed to be coming my way, Dong Yong said indignantly, but in the end, it was just another false promise. She can play with my feelings all she wants, but she can't scam me out of my money. I've only got a few $100 left. After this round of drinks, I'd have to sell a kidney just to walk out of here alive. Sui couldn't help but laugh bitterly at these words. A person might love many people in their lifetime, but the money in their pocket is always limited. Loved ones may come and go, but when the money's gone, all that's left is instant noodles. What's the point of meeting online friends? I never bother with that nonsense. Ma Mingzhi began to ramble on. From his phone's live stream, the female host's voice chimed in. Thank you, Brother Ma, for the roses. Did you hear? This female streamer is from the capital. I've been working on her for days. When next month's paycheck comes, I'm sealing the deal. Nice one, Brother Ma. You're really going all out. Sui knew them too well. The only relatively normal one was Pan Jigang, who sent 2/3 of his earnings back home. His father had racked up a pile of debt from a failed business venture, forcing the entire family to work odd jobs out of town, too afraid to return. Sui, I've noticed you're taking way more orders lately. What's your secret? Mind sharing some tips? Pan Jigang asked as Sui stepped out of the bathroom. Actually, the platform does have a loophole. Sui sighed and continued, since we're all good buddies here, I'll let you in on the secret. Ma Mingzhi and Dong Yong immediately pricked up their ears and stared at Sui. The handsomer you are, the more orders you get. What can I say? With great power comes great responsibility. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, fuck this, get him, hold him down, grab a beer bottle quick. Brother Ma, we're out of beer bottles, but here's a piece of steel pipe. Chapter 55, some news that makes you laugh the more you read. Waking up to a message from Yuqing *** Nightwalker *** continues to soar in popularity, with invitations pouring in from various variety shows, and the widely watched Sui also appearing on the program list. Director, you know I deliver food for a living, when would I have time to record a show? Sui, countless people would fight tooth and nail for this opportunity that you don't even appreciate. No. Director, you've got me wrong. In this situation, you have to pay extra. Pay extra? Yuqing was dumbfounded. Where's your perspective? As a D-list entertainer at best, do you even have the right to discuss money? Getting free screen time on a show is already incredibly lucky. How dare you ask for payment? Strictly speaking, Sui is currently just an extra, no agency, no manager. If she wants to climb higher, she might even have to spend money herself. Countless minor entertainers shell out hefty sums just for a few seconds of screen time on variety shows. How much do you need? Yuqing was there with key cast members as part of a resource exchange deal between the production crew and the show, so all expenses were covered by the film team. 2,000, Sui replied after some thought. A day of food deliveries earned her about 1,000 yuan. She shouldn't lose money by missing a day's work. Deal. Be at Xingxing Wang Film Park by 1 p.m. Recording starts at 3, and you'll need time for makeup and script review. Don't be late. Got it, director. After replying to the message, Sui opened the food delivery app and went straight online to accept orders. You have a new food delivery order. Please process it promptly. There were very few orders in the morning. After finishing the breakfast rush deliveries, Sui casually found a breakfast shop to eat noodles while browsing short videos on his phone. The serial murder case had been solved, but its impact remained widespread. Reporters had dug up all kinds of information about the murderer Liao Fan, once a prominent figure at Capital People's Hospital who had saved hundreds of lives. Liao Fan's past with Dean Maihong was also revealed by insiders, leading to overwhelming online support for him. However, Liao Fan's wrongdoings didn't stop there. He later killed 2 innocent women. Meanwhile, the entertainment world was abuzz as well. Host Zhang Dada was brutally murdered under circumstances horrific enough to inspire a horror movie, sparking a wave of online mourning from netizens. Even if the entire world hates Zhang Dada, I will stand with the entire world. Some news stories make you laugh as you read them. Suhee paid no mind to the netizens' comments. In this life, everyone has different pursuits. Death extinguishes a person like a lamp, rendering all worldly matters void. In time, everyone involved in this case would gradually fade from memory, vanishing like smoke in the wind. After breakfast, Suhee continued delivering food. There had been heavy rain yesterday, but today was bright and sunny. By nearly 1 in the afternoon, Suhee was drenched in sweat. He had one last delivery left, which happened to be to the new Starlight Film Park. Hey, food deliveries aren't allowed inside. Have the person come out to get it? The security guard at the gate stopped Suhee. Hello, Miss Dang? Your food delivery has arrived, but security won't let me in. Could you please come out to get it? Give the phone to the security guard. Suhee successfully entered the premises. It was his first time in the film studio, and the place was enormous. After asking several people for directions, he finally found his way, only to be stopped by security again at the entrance to the makeup room. Suhee, what took you so long? Hurry up. Go change first. You're drenched in sweat, maybe take a quick shower first. Yu Qing came over from behind, pulling Suhee straight into the makeup room. Director, wait, I still have one food delivery order left to complete. Suhee called Miss Dang. In the corner, Lia Feng was getting his makeup done, with his manager, Dang Shu, standing beside him. Hey delivery guy, stop hitting him, over here. What are you standing there for? Bring it here. Dang Shu shouted loudly as Suhee walked over, saying, your order, sir. Enjoy your meal. Suhee? Lia Feng turned to look at Suhee and laughed. You're really delivering food? I thought you were joking. Suhee smiled without saying a word, then turned to take a shower and change clothes. The moment Suhee left, Lia Feng's expression instantly darkened as he said coldly, I've lost my appetite. Throw it away. I'll give him a bad rating. Dang Shu tossed the takeout bag straight into the trash can. After showering, Suhee changed into the outfit prepared for him by the production team, the wealthy second-generation heir's costume from the drama series, while the crew's makeup artist applied his makeup. Yu Qing handed a script to Suhee, asking him to familiarize himself with it as soon as possible. Suhee flipped through the script. The variety show was called Ace vs. Ace, featuring 2 comedy legends and 2 entertainment stars as regular members, while Suhee and the others were guest participants, interacting and playing various games together. Earlier, when Yu Qing asked Suhee what talents he had, he casually replied, I know a bit of cooking, a bit of singing, and a bit of calligraphy. Suhee didn't dare mention suturing wounds or piloting a plane. How could he possibly demonstrate stitching someone up or flying a plane on stage? The script included segments of him singing and performing calligraphy, but with a note in parentheses stating, to be determined. From this moment onward, cameras were pointed at Suhee. As an extra, very few people knew him, even the host didn't know how to introduce him. The production team found numerous videos about Suhee online, which finally filled in his background introduction. If it weren't for director Yu Qing's strong recommendation, Suhee wouldn't have qualified for the show at all. Keep in mind, there were only 4 guest spots aside from the male and female leads plus the director. The last slot logically would have gone to a well-known supporting actor. Putting Suhee in the lead role also weighed heavily on Yu Qing's mind, but given Suhee's stunning acting skills, it was only a matter of time before she became a huge star. Backstage, Lia Feng and Song Yi were already prepared. Yu Qing led Suhee over to join them. The host, Shen Tao, was introducing the roles played by the 4 permanent cast members. The studio erupted in laughter and applause, and then amid gasps of surprise, the door in front of Suhee swung open. Lia Feng, Song Yi, Yu Qing, and Suhee slowly made their way onto the stage. Shen Tao smiled and said, today's guests are truly exceptional. They're from the highly anticipated crime suspense web series The Night Hawk. Our old friend Lia Feng takes on dual roles, justice versus evil, keeping the audience on the edge of their seats. Lia Feng greets the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Lia Feng. In mist of black and white where good and evil are indistinguishable, with intense plot twists and boundless darkness, I play an undercover narcotics officer who must struggle toward the light while trapped in the abyss for the sake of his beliefs. I hope to show you a different side of me. After Lia Feng finishes, Shen Tao continues the introduction. Our female lead is also an old friend of ours. With her rich acting career, under shifting lights and shadows where truth and deception blur, what will her ultimate fate be? The camera pans to Song Yi, who smiles and says, hello everyone, I'm Song Yi. Coming back to this stage once again, welcome everyone to join us in this Dark Knight script murder mystery. After the introduction of the male and female leads, when it's director Yu Qing's turn, the host keeps it brief. Director Yu Qing, what would you like to say to our audience about this drama? Yu Qing held the microphone and said, the Night Walker, treading the boundary between light and darkness, turns their back to the light and faces the darkness. In the pursuit of truth, there is a beam of light that questions justice. Soon it was Suhee's turn. The host Shen Tao said, today, we welcome a new friend to our show Ace vs. Ace. Let's get to know him. Hello everyone, my name is Suhee. Chapter 56, who says only those standing in the light are heroes. When others picked up the microphone, there was a teleprompter on the opposite wall, they just had to read from it. But when it was Sui's turn, only the word self-introduction appeared. The host Chin Tao didn't say anything, Sui's introduction would be added in post-production. Since the show was promoting the drama Night Walker, the games were more tailored to the series. The first challenge was called Acting Showdown. 2 teams, Ace Family vs Night Walker. Even challenges follow a script, every plotline has been rehearsed in advance. Only Soo-hee and Lee Feng have one scene that requires genuine improvisation. The recording continued, with Soo-hee barely noticeable, the camera rarely lingered on him, and even the host found it difficult to engage him in interaction. There are 4 scenes in total, each performed for live audience scoring. Soon, the first 3 bouts had concluded, and it was time for Lee Feng and Soo-hee to take the stage. The script introduces a scene where Soo-hee plays a desperate rich second-generation heir, while Lee Feng portrays a police officer. This is the plot they will later film together. Lee Feng's undercover character reveals his true identity as a police officer and stands before Soo-hee, pointing a gun at him. Soo-hee immersed himself in the role within seconds, looking at Lee Feng with contempt and saying, "Chen Mo, don't chicken out now, fire." "Ha ha ha, what, you don't dare? You think just because you have a gun, you can intimidate me?" Soo-hee grabbed the gun in Lee Feng's hand, pressed it against his own chest, and glared angrily, "Have you forgotten? You personally delivered your woman to my bed, ha ha, even now, you call yourself a cop? You're nothing but my dog." Soo-hee's sudden roar made Lee Feng's gun-wielding hand go limp. Did the gun just hit the floor? Downstage, Yu Qing covered his face in disbelief. Despite Lee Feng having secretly rehearsed this moment over a dozen times, something had still gone wrong. It should have been Lee Feng's turn to deliver his line now, but he was completely at a loss. At that moment, Soo-hee suddenly grabbed Lee Feng's head and laughed maniacally. "Chen Mo, I know you won't kill me. Come with me. I'll give you money, women, whatever you want, I'll satisfy you." Having said that, Soo-hee turned around. Lee Feng's earpiece transmitted Yu Qing's voice. "Don't mind the gun on the ground. Take out the handcuffs, cuff Soo-hee to yourself, and deliver your line." "Haoji, sorry, I'm a cop." Lee Feng quickly reacted and did as Yu Qing had instructed. The lights dimmed, the performance ended, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. That last segment of the show had been absolutely stunning. None of the audience members noticed anything amiss with the performance. They simply assumed it was part of the script. Only those holding copies of the play's script marveled at how incredible Soo-hee's acting and improvisational skills had been under pressure. Using a restroom break as an excuse, Lee Feng temporarily halted the recording. In the bathroom, Lee Feng stared gloomily at his reflection in the mirror. Once again, Soo-hee's acting had startled him into panicking. He'd rehearsed over a dozen times in advance, yet somehow he'd still managed to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. If only the director had called for a retake, things might have been salvaged. But that damn delivery writer had to improvise right then and there, changing the script and making him the butt of the joke. The recording continued, and after audience scoring, Night Walker took the round. Do me a favor, let me and Soo-hee perform the next song together." Lee Feng had debuted as a singer idol after all. Acting wasn't his forte. He planned to use singing skills to settle the score from earlier. Song-yi hadn't expected Lee Feng to make such a request. Glancing at Soo-hee, she smiled and said, "Sounds good. I was actually worried about not singing well enough." Lee Feng's manager contacted the director and arranged to swap Song-yi for Soo-hee. The host then announced, "Between light and darkness, there are always those who carry the weight for us on unseen battlefields. A group of individuals stand alone to safeguard our lives." Next, Lee Feng and Soo-hee will perform the song Lone Warrior, dedicated to all narcotics police officers. On stage, Soo-hee was completely baffled. This wasn't in the script. It was supposed to be Lee Feng and Song-yi performing together. Why was he suddenly swapped in without any notice? Everyone stepped aside to the VIP seating area, and Soo-hee followed along. "Ha?" Yu Qing asked doubtfully. "Soo-hee, it's your turn to sing." "Director, it says Lee Feng and Song-yi are performing next." "The host got it wrong," Soo-hee said. At that moment, someone ran over and said, "Soo-hee, you go up and sing with Lee Feng. Song-yi isn't feeling well in the throat." Soo-hee remained motionless, turning his head to look at Yu Qing. Yu Qing looked at Soo-hee's puzzled expression and persuaded, "Didn't you say you know a little singing? Why don't you give it a try?" "Well, not impossible, but it'll cost extra." "How much?" "1,000. "Fine." Yu Qing sighed. This Soo-hee had such a petty mindset, utterly obsessed with money. But Soo-hee still didn't move. At this moment, 2 choices appeared before him. Option 1, complete the performance. Completion reward, advanced dance skills. Option 2, refuse to perform. Completion reward, withdrawal of advanced singing skills rewards. Withdraw rewards for refusing to sing? Soo-hee hadn't expected the system to be this shameless. He felt like a puppet on strings, being manipulated step by step by the system. But it's really exhilarating. This song is fantastic, it topped the charts for a while recently. Soo-hee can perform it, and with the lyrics displayed up front, there's no worry about forgetting the words. So, Soo-hee stepped onto the stage and stood side by side with Lee Feng. All are brave. The wound on your forehead, your difference, the mistakes you've made, all need not be hidden. Your tattered doll. Leah Feng's voice was deep and magnetic, unfolding slowly, immersing people in its intoxicating charm. Love you for walking alone through dark alleys. Love you for never kneeling down. Love you for standing against despair, refusing to shed a tear. Sui's singing instantly drowned out Leah Feng's voice. Go, then go, with the humblest dreams. Fight, yes, fight, with the loftiest dream. To those sobs and roars in the darkest night. Who says heroes must stand in the light? Suhi was completely immersed in the lyrics, utterly unaware of the audience's stunned reactions. If Leah Feng's singing could touch hearts, Sui's voice pierced straight through souls. On stage, Leah Feng maintained his smiling face, but inwardly he was cursing. The script said Sui could sing a little, but was this what they called a little? Fortunately, this was just an intermission performance, not a competition. If they were really being judged, it would be downright humiliating. After singing, they moved on to games. Sui performed decently, while Leah Feng stole the spotlight with his witty remarks, earning cheers from the audience. Suhi, I heard your calligraphy is quite good, Leah Feng casually remarked. A little bit. Chapter 57. I'm pretty good at food delivery too. Leah Feng looked at Sui's modest demeanor and suddenly felt a bit unsure. Was that a little bit or a heck of a lot? The next segment was a calligraphy showdown, where one member each from the Ace family and the Night Walkers would write the 4 characters for Night Walkers to be judged. Before the evaluation, we can have an internal discussion to decide who should participate. Song Yi directly withdrew, and Yu Qing also chose to step aside to leave the opportunity for others. So the production team brought paper and pens, and Leah Feng looked at Sui, saying, You go first. Without hesitation, Sui picked up the pen and swiftly wrote with bold, flowing strokes, 4 characters springing vividly onto the paper. Dark Night Walker. Its color, its form, every variation in thickness, concealment, and exposure is infinitely mutable, like the shifting mists between black and white, elusive and bewildering. Excellent! Yu Qing couldn't resist exclaiming aloud, immediately deciding to use these 4 characters as the cover for the television series. Characters can be judged as good or bad, revealing levels of mastery, but what Suhi wrote wasn't merely calligraphy. It was more of an artistic conception, perfectly permeating the essence of the drama, resonating with its theme and flawless harmony. Luckily, I had the wit too. Leah Feng looked at the writing on the table and said with a smile, Sui's calligraphy completely outshines the Ace family team. I won't embarrass myself by trying to compete. Just then, Shintang from the Ace family team sneaked over to take a look and exclaimed in astonishment, Just hand out the award already, is there even a point in continuing this competition? The Night Riders team won another round, and seeing how beautifully Sui wrote, the host asked him to leave a piece of calligraphy for the show. Leah Feng stood by to grind the ink for Suhi, who reluctantly picked up the brush and wrote. A noble man is cautious when alone, and does not deceive in the darkness. Prepare to discipline oneself, preserving virtues that remain steadfast. A true man stands firm between heaven and earth, and should cultivate the noble spirit of the universe. Do what is right and honorable. Exercise self-restraint, be cautious in solitude, guard your heart, and clarify your nature. To restrain oneself as one would restrain others. To tolerate others as one would tolerate oneself. Sui finished writing, and the venue erupted in thunderous applause. Even Leah Feng couldn't help but sigh in admiration, effortless like flowing clouds, strokes as light as smoke. His writing mirrors the man, inspiring deep reflection. When he looked up at Sui again, Leah Feng suddenly realized that there had never been any real rift between them. It had always been his own jealousy playing tricks on his mind. A mere food delivery writer, yet with such superb acting skills, it unsettled him. But did that mean Sui should bow to him? Everyone has their own strengths. Sui excelled in acting, singing, and calligraphy, but perhaps not in dancing. Suddenly enlightened, Leah Feng thought, since he already stood atop the mountain, why should he compete over trivial victories with a junior still climbing? Next, there's a segment of his dancing. Suhi, can you dance? Leah Feng, having put aside his prejudice, now regarded Suhi as a friend. Just a little. Sensing the shift in Leah Feng's attitude, Suhi responded with a smile. Having already learned the extent of Sui's humility, Leah Feng chuckled wryly. I'd heard delivery writers could do anything, professional at everything except actually delivering food. Ah, don't put it like that. I'm actually pretty good at delivering takeout. The conversation had reached a dead end. As Leah Feng took the stage for his performance, Sui sat silently in the guest seating area. Director, when will the money be transferred to me? Whispered Suhi into Yu Qing's ear. Yu Qing rolled his eyes and said helplessly, I'll have finance transfer it to you later. I mean, it's just 3,000 yuan, is it really that serious? How much later is later? Suhi didn't expect Yu Qing to use his catchphrase another day, next time. There's never really a later. Once you turn your head, you forget. I'll have finance transfer the money right now, alright? Yu Qing glared at Suhi. Sui glared right back and said, then act. What are you standing around for? On stage, Leah Feng's dance moves were absolutely explosive, with cheers erupting continuously from the audience. As expected from an idol debut, he looked breathtakingly handsome. Sui also felt somewhat restless. Having just received a system reward for dancing skills, he lacked an opportunity to perform on stage. Strangely enough, Lia Feng seemed to have changed his temperament and stopped antagonizing him. What a pity. As the show recording neared its end, Sui had fewer chances to appear on camera in the subsequent segments. Being a lesser-known figure, it was natural for him to get limited screen time. After receiving a bank transfer of 3,000 yuan, Sui changed his clothes backstage, got on his electric scooter, and rode out of the film and television park. It's already 10 p.m., and Sui is ready to head back to rest. A McLaren slowly approaches from behind. From the driver's seat, Lia Feng greets Sui, saying, "Sui, see you at Kunyang." Sui nods with a smile, "Brother phone, see you at Kunyang." As the McLaren gradually drives away, inside the car, Lia Feng says to his manager Deng Shu, "Delete that negative review for the delivery guy. A true man standing between heaven and earth should act with integrity. Sui is my friend." Deng Shu stared incredulously at Lia Feng's profile for a long while before sighing with a bitter smile. Never thought I'd project the backstabbing intrigues of the entertainment industry onto a mere extra working as a delivery writer. He really is talented. I'll go engage with him again, try to sign him. Starting today, he's no longer just an extra. I told you, we're friends. Between friends, there's no need for profit-driven entanglements. That guy, he's quite interesting. Returning to the hotel, Sui found that Ma Mingzhi and the other two still hadn't come back. Fresh out of the shower, he was met by Dong Yong entering the room. "Sui, what's wrong with you today? You only delivered 30-some orders, costing me the bet. Did you make some secret deal with Ma Mingzhi? What kind of bet?" "We were betting whether you could break yesterday's record. Who knew you'd only run this few orders today?" "What was the stake?" "Washing socks for a month. Mind washing these for me? Next time we bet, I'll help you." Dong Yong went to wash the socks while Sui lay on the bed playing with his phone. The Night Walker film crew had already departed for Kunyang province. Yu Qing had booked Sui a flight 3 days later. Once preparations were complete, filming could start as soon as Sui arrived. Close to midnight, Ma Mingzhi and Pan Jigang returned together, bringing roasted chicken and a case of beer. "Come on, lads, let's have a round." Ma Mingzhi's face didn't look too good. Pan Jigang nudged Sui and Dong Yong, whispering, "Brother Ma's wife came looking for him again today." Dong Yong rolled off the bed, grinning, "Come on, let's drink." This time Ma Mingzhi was completely broke. His wife had a huge fight with him, calling him a useless good-for-nothing who couldn't even scrape together 1,000 yuan. Without saying a word, Ma Mingzhi tucked the last 300 yuan from his pocket into his daughter's hand. The roast chicken and beer were still bought by Pan Jigang. Sui sometimes really admired Ma Mingzhi's wife. She chased him all the way from Jinan City to the capital, though no one knew exactly why. Ma Mingzhi pulled a bottle of liquor from the bedside table, down half of it in one go, and only then said, "When we first met, I was just 18. Back then, I held her hand and promised her happiness. Later, we built a home, had kids, and eventually, I didn't even touch her hand anymore. I don't blame her. I'm just garbage. You guys, don't end up like me." Dong Yong snatched the bottle of baijiu from Ma Mingzhi's hand, poured himself a cup, and grinned. "Brother Ma, our situation isn't too bad right now. We're poor, yeah, but at least we won't starve." Ma Mingzhi glared at Dong Yong and retorted, "Wait till you have a wife and kid, then you'll truly understand what poverty means." Alright, let's drink, no use talking about this. Bottoms up, bottoms up. Chapter 58, Call the police for me, I've killed someone. Who knew that after sobering up, life would still be that goddamn mess? Ma Mingzhi left early in the morning while Dong Yong and Pan Jigang were still sound asleep. Sui vomited violently in the bathroom before going downstairs to drink some kanji, which finally settled her uneasy stomach. In the blink of an eye, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Sui opened his delivery app and went online to start accepting orders. I glanced at the leaderboard and was surprised to see Ma Mingzhi had already delivered 13 orders. "You have a new food delivery order. Please process it promptly." Food delivery is a self-motivated profession that requires no one to push you from behind. To earn more, you take on more orders, burning through your youth and burying your dreams, all while gritting your teeth and enduring in this society where merely existing is easy, but truly living is anything but. Back and forth, time and again, Sui had grown completely familiar with the area he was responsible for. Accepting orders, snatching them up, picking up meals, delivering them, the system plotted the shortest routes and the most efficient delivery plans for him. Yet, it couldn't predict how quickly the restaurants would prepare the food. "Boss, is order number 39 from Meituan ready yet?" "Hold on, one of the chefs called in sick today, it'll be about 10 minutes. "Boss, I've got other orders to deliver. If I wait another 10 minutes, I'm going to exceed the time limit." "Exceeding the limit isn't my problem. If you're in such a hurry, why don't you cook it yourself?" "Screw this." Sui barged into the kitchen, 2 dishes left, a sizzling squid dry pot and spicy crayfish. Turning on the flames, pouring oil, Sui worked at lightning speed, handling both woks simultaneously. 5 minutes later, he grabbed the food containers and bolted out the door. Sui sprinted all the way but still couldn't deliver all the orders on time. 2 were late. Fortunately, the customers didn't complain. The 2 late deliveries cost him 10 yuan in fines. By 2 p.m., Sui was completely exhausted and could run no more. He turned off order notifications and found a shaded spot under a large tree, lying down on a stone bench to rest. An elderly man collecting trash nearby approached Sui and asked, "Young man, could you give me your empty water bottle?" Sui finished the last sip and handed the bottle over, saying, "Grandpa, it's so hot outside. You should come out later in the day." The old man took the bottle, flattened it underfoot with practiced ease, and threw it into the plastic bag in his hand, sighing, "When I was young, I didn't suffer much hardship. Now that I'm old, I can't even put food on the table." Exactly. Young people should embrace hardship early, otherwise, how could they ever get used to it when they're older? Suhi replied, "The road is one we choose for ourselves. There's no turning back." The old man sighed, holding his bag as he continued rummaging through the trash bin ahead for anything valuable. Suhi stood up with a smile. Such is life. Riding to the hospital, Xinyu and Joan was out working while Xiang Wanrong cared for Xinyu. Though exhausting these days, the elderly couple had grown more optimistic seeing their daughter receiving treatment at a major hospital in the capital. Under the care of doctors and nurses, Xinyu's face had filled out a little. Sui gently smoothed her hair and whispered in her ear, Yeah, didn't you say you like Li Feng? I recorded a show with him yesterday, I'm not lying. We even sang together, and he looked so handsome dancing. Next time, I'll get his autographed photo for you. In a couple of days, I'll be going to Kunyang province to shoot a movie. I'm an actor now, soon to be a big star. And you'll be the big star's girlfriend." After leaving the hospital, Sui started taking delivery orders again. "Hello, Meituan Delivery, your order has arrived." Opening the door, a heavily built teenager, shirtless with bloodstains on his belly and vacant eyes, took the delivery from Suhi and turned back inside, leaving the door wide open. At the door, Suhi hesitated slightly. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Who knew whether someone inside was slaughtering chickens or committing murder? At that moment, the young man approached again and said, "Could you call the police for me? I've killed someone." "Hey, why can't you call them yourself?" Seeing Sui remain silent, the young man walked back inside, fetched a human leg, and tossed it at Sui's feet, saying, "Thanks, brother." "Ha? Now you're just being a bit insulting. Did I ever say I didn't believe you?" Sui stared at the human leg at his feet, the toenails still coated in red polish, clearly a woman's. He pulled out his phone to call the police while stepping further into the apartment. Inside, the boy sat on the sofa with his back to Sui, devouring his food in huge bites. He'd ordered a steak combo meal. Bloodstains stretched wet across the floor leading right into the bathroom. The teenager glanced at Sui and said, "I'd advise you not to go in there unless you want nightmares tonight." With that, he resumed eating his steak. Sui had seen worse. Without hesitation, he pushed open the bathroom door and peered inside. "Holy shit, dude, how can you still eat?" With just one glance, Sui backed away. The scene inside was even more horrifying than a horror movie. "I was hungry, can't exactly eat raw meat, can I?" The boy wolfed down the steak, then turned his head to ask, "Did you call the cops?" Ignoring Sui, the boy walked over to the computer in the corner and started playing a game. Sui didn't call 110 directly, but instead phoned Zhou Bing, "Officer Zhou, Building 5 Unit 2, 15th floor of Fujin Homestead. Someone's turning himself in, he's killed someone. Yes, the perpetrator is very calm, just had steak, now playing games." 8 minutes later, Zhou Bing arrived at the 15th floor with 5 officers. As the elevator doors opened, a faint smell of blood assaulted their nostrils, instantly putting them on high alert. Seeing the door ajar, Zhou Bing signaled for them to approach slowly, reaching the doorway without making a sound. One leg. The bloody scene began right at the doorway. Hearing noises inside, Zhou Bing charged in with his gun drawn. Police. In the living room, Zhou Bing aimed his gun at the murderer, who still hadn't turned around. Next to the killer, Sui sat on a stool and warned, "Buddy, the cops are here. Hold on, we're going high ground. Pentakill." Sui looked at Zhou Bing helplessly and said, "Officer Zhou, it's almost done. He's insanely good with Yasuo." The other officers were checking the remaining rooms. "Captain Zhou, come take a look." Zhou Bing had witnessed numerous homicide scenes throughout his career, encountering all manner of brutal and gory spectacles. But when he pushed open the bathroom door, he suddenly froze. On the floor lay a chopping board holding a cleaver, its blade now curled from use. Scattered around were fragments of flesh in various sizes, while blood pooled and congealed across the tiles. In the corner, a pulpy mass of flesh caught his attention. A barely formed fetus. Victory! The teenager slapped the table and sprung up excitedly, looking at Sui as he said, "So, how about that? Did I play well?" "Ahem, buddy, the police are waiting for you." Chapter 59, If you keep this up, I'm going to scream. Ding Sik-on, aged 19, lost both parents in a car accident 6 months ago. The insurance company compensated 1.36 million yuan, half of which he spent on in-game items and character skins. In the interrogation room, Ding Sik-on cooperated fully, recounting the entire incident without hesitation. The deceased was a female university student named Li Ying, 21 years old, studying in the capital. She had met Ding Sik-on online. After his parents' passing, Ding Sik-on never left his room again. The substantial compensation money was more than enough to cover his daily expenses. After chatting for over a month, Ding Sik-on developed more intentions. He invited Li Ying to his home, and she came as promised, eventually engaging in intimacy with him. Afterwards, Li Ying said to Ding Sik-on, "I want to kill myself, but I can't go through with it. Could you help me?" Ding Sik-on could sense the pain in Li Ying's eyes, just like how he had once wanted to end his own life after his parents passed away. As if compelled by some supernatural force, he clamped his hands around Li Ying's neck. She didn't resist. 3 minutes later, Ding Sik-on released his grip and collapsed onto the bed. Killing Li Ying didn't fill Ding Sik-on with regret. He dragged the corpse to the bathroom and went back to playing video games. When he woke the next day, it occurred to him that the decomposing body would reek and eventually be discovered. So Ding Sik-on decided to dismember it, chopping the flesh into pieces and flushing them down the drain, while boiling the bones to deal with later. But once he actually began the gruesome task, he found it far more difficult than expected. The kitchen cleaver couldn't hack through the bones, and the hair nearly clogged the drain. While slicing open Li Ying's abdomen, a palm-sized fetus tumbled out before his eyes. Overwhelmed by guilt, Ding Sik-on contemplated turning himself in, only to shrink back in fear. At lunchtime, the famished Ding Sik-on ordered takeout as usual, and what happened next was exactly what Sui witnessed. The police confirmed at the scene that it largely matched Ding Sik-on's description. As for whether Li Ying had asked Ding Sik-on to kill her, there was no way to verify it now that she was dead. In any case, Ding Sik-on had committed murder and would face legal punishment. Meanwhile, Zhou Bing personally escorted Sui out of the police station and asked with concern, "Didn't you say you were going to Chengdu in a couple of days?" "Yes, just 2 or 3 days. I'll come back as soon as filming wraps up." No rush, no rush. It's not often you get to go out, take 10 days or even half a month to enjoy yourself. Noticing Officer Zhou's odd behavior, Sui asked suspiciously, "Do you actually want me to never come back?" Zhou Bing gave an awkward laugh and patted Sui's shoulder, replying, "If that's what you think, then that's perfect." In Zhou Bing's eyes, Sui was a seriously creepy guy. The farther away, the better. It was already late at night when Sui rode his e-bike back to the hostel. Mominger and the others were already asleep, but lying in bed, he found himself unable to drift off. He didn't even dare go to the bathroom. Every time he closed his eyes, his mind filled with images of Ding Sik-on's bathroom, severed limbs, scattered flesh, that barely formed fetus. Ding Sik-on was truly ruthless, able to eat steak and play video games under such circumstances. Sui hadn't even eaten dinner, whether it was rice with toppings or noodles. The mere thought made him nauseous. In the dead of night, Dong Yong got up to use the bathroom. When he turned around, he found Sui standing silently behind him, eyes half closed. "Holy shit, what the hell are you doing?" Dong Yong nearly pissed himself in fright. Looking exhausted, Sui said, "Brother Yong, I'm just coming to the bathroom with you." Dong Yong glared at Sui and said, "Are you nuts? Sui, honestly, are you just horny?" Sui pulled Dong Yong toward the bathroom, urging as they walked, "Hurry up, I can't hold it any longer. I can't hold it anymore." Dong Yong stubbornly refused, gripping the metal frame of the bed with one hand, and said, "Sui, calm down." "Calm down my ass, I've been holding it in all night. Yongji, I'm begging you, tomorrow I'll treat you to breakfast." Sui went all out, directly offering to buy Dong Yong breakfast. Dong Yong clung tightly to the bed, looking into Sui's frantic eyes as he said, Sui, listen to me, don't get excited yet. Let me go to the bathroom first, then I'll take you outside." Before Dong Yong could finish speaking, Sui interrupted, "I'm coming to the bathroom with you." "Jesus, Sui, if you keep this up, I'm gonna scream, okay?" Dong Yong glared at Sui, his bottom line unyielding. He never expected Sui to be this kind of person. "It's just using the bathroom together, do you have to be so resistant?" Unable to hold it any longer, Sui had no choice but to go to the restroom alone. The moment she squatted down, she frantically glanced around and whispered, "Yongji, are you there?" Dong Yong sighed and replied, "Sui, this really can't happen." Another minute passed, and Sui's voice called out from the bathroom again, "Yongji, are you still there?" Dong Yong climbed back into bed, deciding not to go to the toilet after all. The next morning, Mominger got up unusually early, only to see Dong Yong leap off the bed and dash straight into the bathroom. Mominger froze in confusion. "Dong Yong," he asked, "do you have diarrhea?" 2 minutes later, Dong Yong emerged from the bathroom, eyeing the soundly asleep Sui warily. In a hushed tone, he cautioned, "Brother Ma, make sure to cover yourself well when sleeping tonight. And remember to lock the bathroom door when you go." "You crazy or what, running a fever? Starting to talk nonsense?" Mominger reached out to feel Dong Yong's forehead, only to have his hand swatted away. Never mind, it's a long story. Brother Ma, let's just head to work, and let's take Gangzi with us. Dong Yong felt the room was far too terrifying to stay in, yet couldn't bear to leave Pan Jigang behind alone. Given last night's scenario, where Sui didn't even bother to hide anything, who knew what kind of state Pan Jigang would end up in if left alone with Sui? Waking up at 10:30, Sui opened his eyes to find the room empty. After dressing, he left the inn, washed up at the public restroom downstairs, and immediately started taking delivery orders. Feeling the bustling crowd in the warm sunlight, Sui felt much more energized. He didn't believe in ghosts or gods, but he feared human nature, especially the 19-year-old who had committed murder and dismemberment, nonchalantly eating steak and playing games right before his eyes. You have a new food delivery order. Please process it promptly. Delivering food helped keep his mind from wandering. Once an order came in, Sui threw himself into his work. Ever since getting the system, every delivery trip filled Sui with dread, never knowing when the next murder would unfold. Fortunately, today passed without incident, and by late night, he had returned to the inn. Inside the room, Ma Mingzhi and the other two were lying in bed playing with their phones, while Dong Yong was wrapped in a blanket like a cocoon silkworm. Yongji, aren't you hot? Sui asked in surprise. Dong Yong gave Sui a strange look, glaring as he said, Sui, if you can't hold it in, go outside to take care of it. I won't let you have your way. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you running a fever? Sui reached out to feel Dong Yong's forehead. Don't come any closer. Chapter 60, just ended already, I'm so tired. Ladies and gentlemen, Flight C will be departing shortly. Please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. For flight safety, please turn off your mobile devices or switch them to airplane mode for the duration of the journey. We wish you a pleasant flight. Sui grew nervous as soon as he boarded the plane, because the system had previously rewarded him with advanced Flight C piloting skills. Young man, is this your first time riding a Flight C? The white-haired old man in the right seat noticed Sui fidgeting in his chair, his eyes darting around restlessly the moment he sat down. Sui nodded with an awkward smile at the old man. Don't worry, Fly C is the safest mode of transportation. I've been riding Fly CS for decades and have never encountered a single accident. That's because you don't know me well enough yet. He muttered inwardly. Flight C ascended to over 10,000 meters, where the buildings below were no longer visible, only blue skies and white clouds remained. To Sui's right, an old man dozed in his seat, while to his left, a woman applied her makeup. More than 2 hours later, just as Sui thought the journey would be uneventful, Flight C suddenly jolted violently, startling the sleeping old man beside him awake. The turbulence quickly subsided, and Flight C resumed its smooth journey. What happened? The old man panicked, trying to rise from his seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated, do not unbuckle your seatbelts. At this moment, the chief flight attendant's voice sounded. Before the chief flight attendant could finish speaking, the flight experienced another violent shudder and began plummeting rapidly. Women started screaming, though the elderly man next to Sui remained remarkably calm. Sui turned his head and saw that the old man had already passed out. Flight C was shaking violently, panic spreading through the cabin. The flight attendants did their best to calm the passengers before returning to their seats to fasten their seatbelts. Aside from the chief flight attendant repeating instructions, Captain C remained silent the entire time. At this moment, Sui faced two choices before him. Option 1, safely land the aircraft FC. Completion reward, advanced professional racing skills. Option 2, wait for the aircraft FC to crash. Completion reward, 2 million death compensation. Here it comes. Sui wasn't surprised, he'd had a premonition that something would happen. The two options weren't easy to choose between. Just end me already, I'm done. Sui closed his eyes and waited for a minute, but Flight C gradually stabilized. Is it over? Just as everyone thought the danger had passed, the cockpit door opened. Captain C, covered in blood, crawled out and collapsed unconscious the moment he saw the chief flight attendant. What the hell? The flight attendant went to check on Captain C, while the safety officer headed toward the cockpit. Inside the cockpit, the co-pilot lay motionless, slumped over the dashboard. The safety officer hurried forward to examine him, only to discover the co-pilot had no pulse, his neck bore a bloody strangulation mark. Captain C severely wounded and unconscious, the co-pilot dead. The flight attendant and the safety officer exchanged glances, each seeing fear in the other's eyes. At this moment, Flight C was still on autopilot, with less than an hour remaining until Taoyuan International Airport. Suddenly, a man sprinted toward them. Behind him, several flight attendants chased while shouting, "Sir, you can't go through there." How could these delicate flight attendants ever catch up to Sui, a seasoned food delivery rider? In just a few brisk strides, he reached the chief flight attendant's side. Just then, the safety officer stepped forward. Pai Mingliang was a veteran who had been working as an aviation security officer for 5 years. This was the first time he encountered such a serious flight accident, the captain severely injured and unconscious, the co-pilot dead, and now, a passenger attempting to enter the cockpit. Stop right there. What are you trying to do? Pai Mingliang was already prepared to subdue the person. I can fly a plane. Sui stared straight into Pai Mingliang's eyes. What do you mean? With the plane currently flying steadily, a passenger suddenly claimed they could pilot it. The vigilant Pai Mingliang immediately decided to restrain them first. As the security guard slowly edged closer, Sui continued, I know you suspect me, but time is running out. Without the captain watching, Flight C could crash at any moment. Hey, are you deaf or something? If you come any closer, I'll have to defend myself. Pai Mingliang quickly moved to Sui's side, grabbing his arm and attempting to pin him to the ground. Of course, Sui wasn't about to take it lying down. He immediately grappled with Pai Mingliang in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, the aircraft C shuddered violently, forcing the two apart. Seizing the opportunity, Sui dashed into the cockpit and slammed the door shut, locking it securely behind him. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Sui's mind flooded with the Flight C's operational knowledge. He swiftly resolved the issue, and soon the aircraft resumed smooth flight. Taking the sunglasses from the passenger seat and putting them on, Sui reclined in the driver's seat with a bitter smile. Well, this has really blown up in my face, he muttered. Pingle 9527, Pingle 9527, dispatch calling. Pingle 9527, capital calling. Please respond if you receive. 9527, the capital is calling for you. Sui put on his headphones, thought for a moment, and replied, Capital City, ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. Emergency situation. Please contact Taoyuan International Sea Field and arrange an ambulance. Ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. What's the current status? Everything's under control. Ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. Please identify yourself. Miss, here's the thing. I'm a food delivery rider, heading to Kunyang for filming. Somehow, the Flight C ended with one dead and one injured. Does that make sense to you? The other side fell into silence. What about the flight attendant and the security officer? I locked them out. Another minute or so of silence passed. Let the safety officer enter the cockpit. Can the safety officer fly this aircraft? Sir, please cooperate. The safety officer has received professional training and is currently the person most familiar with operating this aircraft. I can't agree with what you're saying. I can pilot a C-2. The other party fell silent again. Sir, you can pilot a C? Yes. Soon, a man's voice came through. Pingle 9527, descend and maintain 5,100. All right, officer. Sui quickly descended the FC to an altitude of 5,100 meters when the man's voice sounded again. Are you Sui? Sui froze. How did you know? Within minutes, Zhou Bing's voice came through. Sui, you can pilot an FC-2? It's my first time flying for real, still feeling a bit nervous. Chapter 61, Floor the gas pedal, I'm in a hurry to be reborn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kunyang Taoyuan International Airport. For your safety, please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until the seatbelt sign is turned off. A criminal incident had occurred on the plane. As soon as it came to a stop, a team of police officers boarded and took control of the situation. Sui opened the cockpit door to find 3 police officers standing outside with guns pointed at him. I'm Ho Guangyi, captain of the Taipei Criminal Police Brigade. Please cooperate and come with us. Sui had long anticipated this scenario. He raised his hands and slowly stepped out. Officer, could you help me with my luggage? At the police station, Sui obediently recounted the entire incident. The officer across from him didn't question his account, but didn't let him leave either. While Sui was sitting in the police station having tea, the internet was already in an uproar. An hour earlier, the Civil Aviation Administration had issued an emergency alert. A flight from the capital to Kunyang had suddenly experienced an accident, deviating from its planned course and rapidly descending. However, air traffic control had been unable to reach the flight crew. 58 seconds later, the plane gradually returned to normal and continued steadily on its way. At this point, air traffic control still couldn't contact the flight crew, and it took a full 4 minutes and 26 seconds before communication was restored. What exactly happened? With no follow-up reports, netizens began speculating wildly. However, 1 hour later, the plane landed smoothly, and Kunyang police directly surrounded the aircraft while ambulances transported people away. Soon after, various photos and reports emerged, with shocking news that defied everyone's expectations. A homicide occurred on the plane, with the co-pilot dead and the captain severely injured and unconscious. Soon afterward, a gray-haired elderly man was interviewed. The shaken old man said, "That young man was sitting right beside me. After the incident, he bravely stepped forward, just like I would have in my youth. The flight attendants told us to stay seated and not move around. I heard people up front saying someone had died, and everyone was very tense. Those in front said that young man went alone into the cockpit while the chief flight attendant and air marshals kept shouting outside. Later, the plane landed safely, and police and doctors arrived. The doctors carried the blood-soaked captain past me. In the cockpit, it wasn't the captain or the co-pilot, it was a passenger sitting there. No one knew this passenger's name, and everyone speculated that he might be a pilot. The police immediately pulled up the aircraft's surveillance footage. In the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot were carrying out their duties normally until suddenly, the co-pilot removed a necklace from his chest and began violently stabbing the captain with its sharp tip. Caught off guard, the captain sustained multiple stab wounds, though none were deep. He fought back immediately, and in the ensuing struggle, pinned the co-pilot down, choking him until he stopped resisting. At this moment, the captain was riddled with bullet holes, blood splattered all over the cockpit. With his last ounce of strength, the captain pulled the plane back to a steady position, opened the cockpit door, and collapsed. What followed was the scene of Soo-hee rushing into the cockpit. With the captain unconscious and the co-pilot dead, Soo-hee saved the lives of everyone on the plane. Soo-hee spent over 3 hours at the police station until Jo Bing arrived to take him away. Officer Zhou, Jo Bing shot Soo-hee a glance and replied, "No need to explain, I've read the interrogation transcript. You're a genius, self-taught in flying planes. Flying a plane operates on the same principle as driving an excavator. You're the pride of your Nanshan Technical School. It's not like I could come up with a better excuse." Soo-hee had no desire to pilot planes either. Given the circumstances at the time, if he hadn't stepped in, they'd undoubtedly have ended up in a wreck on landing. As they stepped out of the police station, Jo Bing handed Soo-hee a business card and said, "If you run into any trouble in Kunyang, you can contact Captain Ho directly. You'd better watch your step." "What does that mean?" Soo-hee froze momentarily before accepting the card. "Officer Zhou," he asked, "what's the status of that case now?" "It's already solved, alright? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. And be careful yourself." After contacting Soo-hee to verify the cockpit situation, the police found a diary at the co-pilot's residence. The reason was simple, he had been dating a flight attendant but discovered the captain had been sleeping with her behind his back. As fate would have it, all three were assigned to the same flight that day, prompting him to contemplate taking them all down together. Not only did Soo-hee save himself, but also the 122 passengers aboard. He could have been hailed as a hero and interviewed by major media outlets, yet he chose to keep the incident confidential, withholding it from the public. With matters settled, he brushes off his clothes and departs, keeping his deeds and fame hidden. Soo-hee flags down a taxi and says, "Driver, to the Grand Hyatt Hotel." The taxi driver glances at Soo-hee through the rearview mirror and smiles. "You're from the mainland, aren't you?" Soo-hee replies. Seeing that Soo-hee isn't much for conversation, the taxi driver focuses on driving. The car radio was playing. Last night, a home invasion murder occurred in Kaohsiung City. According to police, this is the third homicide case this month, with all victims being young women. Soo-hee was instantly drawn in, leaning closer to listen. Noticing this, the driver said, "Handsome, no need to worry, okay. The public security here in Taipei is super good." Soo-hee replied in surprise, "Oh really? Then I can relax. It's my first time coming to Taiwan, and hearing this news really scared me." The driver was taken aback, then laughed. "Dude, you talk even more scooter style than I do, that's hilarious. You can speak Mandarin with me, I know several mainland dialects too." "Alright, driver, floor it, I'm rushing to get myself reborn." He arrived at the hotel over 3 hours later than planned. Soo-hee still had a scene to shoot that evening, and Yu-ching had already prodded him several times. When he reached the hotel, a woman at the entrance had already checked Soo-hee in. Then she drove them to the filming location. This is Jiufen in New Taipei City, where the film A City of Sadness starring Tony Leon was filmed. Look at those Japanese-style buildings, you can even find the inspiration for Hayao Miyazaki's Spirited Away. The director is shooting the scene with the male and female leads. "Should I show you around first, or would you like to go straight to the set?" The woman was named Fan Xiaotong, an assistant arranged by Yu-ching for Soo-hee. At Kunyang these days, she was responsible for his daily needs, accommodation, and communication with the film crew. Soo-hee didn't answer, staring transfixed at something posted on the nearby utility pole. Fan Xiaotong followed Soo-hee's gaze and looked over. "Looking for man to father child, fulfilling my motherhood dream." Printed in color on plain paper was a dignified and virtuous young woman with fair skin and beautiful features, married to a billionaire merchant. Due to her husband's infertility, she sought to fulfill her wish of motherhood. A reward of millions upon success, sincere inquiries only. Fan Xiaotong's face instantly turned crimson as she looked up at Soo-hee and said, "Soo-hee, are you that desperate for money? But this is clearly a scam." In Soo-hee's line of sight was a wanted notice from Kunyang police offering a reward for clues specifically regarding the 3 home invasion murders in Kaohsiung City. Anyone providing information leading to the case's resolution would receive a reward of 1 million new Taiwan dollars, roughly equivalent to 220,000 renminbi at the current exchange rate. Hearing Fan Xiaotong's words, Soo-hee shook his head. "I believe this is true." Chapter 62, yes, ghosts, female ghosts, they're everywhere. Coming. Li Yifeng stood behind Soo-hee, speaking respectfully. Soo-hee remained seated. This scene required him to play a wealthy second-generation heir meeting with drug dealers. Soon, a bald man with a scarred face entered. The dimly lit Japanese-style room cast shadows as the bald man placed a suitcase on the floor, glanced at Lia Feng, and asked, "New face?" Across the room, a geisha played the shamisen. Sui smiled faintly, drew a small knife from beside him, laid it on the table, and proclaimed loudly, "That's unbearable. Go cut her fingers off." The geisha stopped and lay trembling on the ground. Lia Feng's face showed a hesitant expression. Crack. Feng, you're an undercover police officer. Especially in moments like these, you need to be decisive. Today's audience can't tolerate the old approach anymore. No need for internal monologues, just go up and chop off her finger to gain their trust. Yu Qing demonstrated the action for Lia Feng. Are criminals stupid? No, they're not. Why has there always been the concept of a pledge of loyalty throughout history? Undercover police, without descending into the abyss, how could they emerge towards the light? Retake. Lia Feng walked over with a severed finger and threw it in front of the bald man. The bald man smiled, and so did Suhi. Why don't you hurry and take her to get her finger reattached? Did you really think we're gangsters? Lia Feng left the house, and the bald man asked suspiciously, having the police around you, aren't you afraid something might happen? Sui faced the camera with a wicked grin and said, isn't that even more fun? Crack. Excellent. Yu Qing replayed the footage again and again, watching Sui's expressions with an eerie sensation that sent chills down his spine. He couldn't help but repeatedly exclaim in admiration, Suhi, you were born for this role. No, you breathed life into this character. For decades as a director, Yu Qing had never encountered an actor with such impeccable skill. Just one smile, one glance, was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. After filming this scene, during the break, Sui stood on the balcony, admiring the beautiful night view. The bright red lanterns harmonized perfectly with the Japanese-style architecture, recreating the dreamlike scenes from Spirited Away. Yeah, I really wish we could enjoy this together. At that moment, Lia Feng walked over and greeted her, saying, am I disturbing you? Sui smiled and replied, Brother Feng, not at all. I just came out for some fresh air. Speaking of which, could I have an autographed photo of you? Lia Feng looked at Sui in surprise, then smiled and said, is it your girlfriend who wants it? Sui scratched his head and laughed. She's your fan. I also really enjoyed the movie you starred in, Animal World. Alright, in front of you, I feel embarrassed to even mention my work. Suhi, why don't I introduce you to a few directors? With your acting skills, it wouldn't take long for you to make it big. Brother Feng, thanks, but I don't have any plans to enter the entertainment industry for now. Lia Feng patted Sui on the shoulder and said, let's go, time for the next scene. By 3 a.m., the entire crew was exhausted. Yu Qing still wanted to continue, but seeing everyone's drained energy, he had no choice but to call it a night. Fan Xiaotong took Suhi to a nearby hostel. It was too late to return to their hotel now. Jiufen being a tourist hotspot during peak season, most lodgings were fully booked. After much searching, Fan Xiaotong finally found available rooms, though in a rather remote location. Suhi naturally didn't mind. After washing up, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. Knock knock, knock knock knock. It felt like he'd just fallen asleep when urgent knocking abruptly woke Suhi. Upon opening the door, Fan Xiaotong rushed in with a pale face, nervously clutching at Sui's clothes with anxious tension. Suhi, there's a ghost. Fan Xiaotong was trembling all over, her eyes filled with sheer terror. Grabbing Fan Xiaotong's arm, Sui looked straight into her eyes and whispered, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. There are no ghosts in this world. Fan Xiaotong stared at Suhi, on the verge of tears, and said, Sui, there really is a ghost inside my room, under my bed, in the walls, everywhere. It's a female ghost. She cries sometimes, then screams in anger, and makes strange noises. Suhi was getting a bit nervous from Fan Xiaotong's behavior. In the dead of night, in an unfamiliar place, at this remote hotel, could there really be something supernatural lurking around? Suhi, should we call the police? Fan Xiaotong asked with a tremble in her voice when Suhi remained silent. Call the police? And say what? That we've encountered ghosts? Female ghosts, at that, everywhere? Fan Xiaotong didn't seem to be faking it, so there were only two possibilities, either she was ill, and this was all a figment of her imagination, like a nightmare, or she was seriously ill, terminally so, already hallucinating. Neither of these was something Suhi could treat. Do you think I'm lying? Fan Xiaotong looked up at Suhi with great seriousness. Everything I said is true. Right, ghosts, a female ghost, they're everywhere. Sui wondered whether he should first contact director Yu Qing. After all, Fan Xiaotong was his arrangement, and even if they went to the hospital, someone else would foot the bill. After staying in Sui's room for a while, Fan Xiaotong had calmed down somewhat. Seeing that Sui didn't believe her, she grabbed his hand and pulled him outside. If you don't believe me, come to my room then. Fan Xiaotong's room was right next to Sui's. Upon entering, there was nothing particularly unusual about it. It had the same layout as his own room, and no female ghosts lurked beneath the bed. There's nothing here, you must have had a nightmare. Calm down first. I'm too exhausted, going back to sleep now. Seeing Fan Xiaotong had largely regained her composure, so he decided to report the situation to director Yu Qing tomorrow. Wait here, take a seat. Fan Xiaotong pulled Sui onto the chair, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture as she whispered, "Listen carefully." Sui even began to suspect whether this was a prank by the film crew, but seeing there was no place to hide anyone or set up cameras in the room, he let Fan Xiaotong have her way, as if simply indulging her in a game. A minute passed without any movement. Sui was too sleepy and somewhat impatient. Just as he stood up to leave, Fan Xiaotong grabbed his hand suddenly and said, "Did you hear that?" Sui was startled by Fan Xiaotong's sudden grasp. "Hear what? What sound? You must be really sick." Sui felt completely exasperated. Suddenly, faint sounds began to emerge. Creak. It sounded like nails scraping across a wooden board. Seeing Sui prick up his ears, Fan Xiaotong exclaimed excitedly, "You heard it too, didn't you? Maybe it's just the wind rattling the window?" Sui walked towards the window. The wooden window was closed, and as Sui opened it, a gentle breeze blew in, bringing a refreshing coolness. Just as he was about to close it, the sound of a woman sobbing reached him. Sui turned sharply to look. Fan Xiaotong was covering her mouth, trembling all over as she stared at him. Chapter 63. Do you think you're very funny? By now, Sui was certain it was just the film crew playing a prank. He walked back to the center of the room, sat in a chair, crossed his legs casually, and said calmly, "Director Yu Qing, not sleeping at night when there's no variety show filming, why push yourself so hard?" No one answered. Sui walked out the door to find the corridor empty. "Sui, blood, blood!" Fan Xiaotong suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Sui stepped back inside to see Fan Xiaotong staring terrified at the corner where red liquid was seeping out. The room next door. Sui walked briskly out of the room and came to the door of the adjacent room, giving it a hard push. It wasn't locked, it swung open. The room was pitch black, but even so, he could see a dark figure emitting a ho-ho-ho sound, just like a zombie from a horror movie. Fan Xiaotong had followed him out and now stood behind him, gripping his arm as she trembled and whispered, "It's her." Sui swallowed hard, mustered his courage, and stepped inside to switch on the lights. Ah! A piercing shriek exploded in Sui's ears as Fan Xiaotong fainted. In the room, a woman sat on a chair, her feet nailed to the floor, arms limp yet yanked upward by two ropes, frozen in a grotesque semblance of an embrace. Her eyes, like ghastly pendants, hung from her neck, while thick streams of blood wept from the hollow sockets. The tongue was right on her hand, but impaled through her palm by a nail. The woman was still alive. Hearing the sound, she turned her head to look, though she was destined not to see anything. Fan Xiaotong lay at his feet, and Sui felt his legs go weak. A thick, metallic scent of blood assaulted his nostrils as the woman inside the room began struggling violently, her chair scraping against the floor with a grating creak. The woman couldn't speak, only letting out bizarre noises like a wild beast's roar. "What the hell do you want? Not sleeping at this hour, are you sick or something?" Fan Xiaotong's scream was so piercing that a couple stuck their heads out and started cursing. The Kunyang woman's scolding sounded almost like flirtatious banter. But Sui's legs were still trembling. Though he'd seen all kinds of scenes, the woman's appearance was simply too terrifying. At that moment, the couple came out, with the man striding ahead and angrily saying, "You've been at it all night, do you still want people to sleep or not? This is my last warning, or I'll call the police." The man walked up behind Sui, who turned sideways to give him a clear view and said, "Big bro, isn't the emergency number 110? Ah!" The man screamed the moment he saw the situation inside the room, his voice even louder than Fan Xiaotong's. Fortunately, the man only wet his pants but didn't faint, which reminded Sui that Officer Zhou had given him a business card. It was for Ho Guanyi, chief of Taipei's Criminal Investigation Division. Sui had already learned from experience, when calling the police, it was best to reach out to someone familiar. That way, you wouldn't have to go through the interrogation room, and once the police ruled you out as a suspect, they'd let you go. But if you dialed 110 directly and a bunch of unfamiliar officers showed up, you'd have no choice but to obediently follow the whole procedure and endure the interrogation. "Hey, Officer Ho, it's Sui. We met earlier today." "Yeah, Sui, the drone pilot." "Sui, not Shu Ku. There's been a murder at Jiufen Scenic Spot in Xinbei City. We need an ambulance." "The victim, actually, they're still alive. Hurry up, no more questions." After hanging up, Sui noticed a few more people crowding the hallway. The man from earlier was still shouting frantically, "Murder! Murder!" A few brave ones came over to take a look, only to either wet their pants or kneel there vomiting violently. "No one is allowed to leave. I've already called the police. Whoever leaves will be the prime suspect. Everyone, look at me." Having heard that some twisted killers returned to the crime scene to watch the police work, so he took out his phone and recorded everyone present. Only then did he say, "You two, go outside and guide the police and ambulance." So he randomly pointed at two men, then helped Fan Xiaotong up and leaned her against the wall. Returning to the doorway, Sui looked at the woman inside and said, "If you can hear me, nod your head." The woman nodded. "Do you know the killer? Nod if you do." The woman didn't nod but gently shook her head instead. "Is the murderer a man?" The woman nodded. "Was the perpetrator alone?" The woman nodded. "The killer. Before Soo-hee could finish his question, the woman's head slumped down. Dead. A man next to Soo-hee trembled as he spoke. Dude, you literally questioned her to death. Nonsense. Soo-hee turned and glared at him. The fact that the woman had survived this long was already a miracle. If she couldn't even hold on long enough for these few questions, then even an ambulance wouldn't have been able to save her. At least Soo-hee had gathered quite a bit of information. If they could catch the murderer, it would be a way to avenge her. The man grinned foolishly. Just kidding, no need for an ambulance now. You think you're funny? Soo-hee, who hadn't slept all night, was exhausted and in a foul mood. She snapped at the man before walking over to Fan Xiaotong and saying, she still needs an ambulance. Help me get her onto it. The innkeeper was terrified out of his wits, collapsed on the ground and unable to speak. Soo-hee then called Director Yu Qing to explain the situation. Before long, over a dozen police officers rushed in, with the lead officer shouting, "Who is Soo-hee?" Soo-hee raised his hand. The officers approached the entrance, cordoning off the area with police tape. As the lead officer announced, everyone is to come with me to the station. Starting now, hand over your communication devices. No private conversations, no whispering among yourselves. Finally, looking at Soo-hee, he added, Captain Ho wants you to wait here for him. More than 10 minutes later, Ho Guangyi arrived, followed by a few plainclothes police officers. Soo-hee, come with me. Ho Guangyi glanced at the scene and immediately turned to leave. Officer Ho, wait for me to put on my shoes. Shortly after 4 a.m., Officer Ho brought Soo-hee to a cafe. Inside, there were only the two of them, not even a staff member in sight. This cafe is run by my wife. Officer Ho poured Soo-hee a cup of coffee while staring at him. Captain Joe told me about you, he said we'd meet again. Didn't expect it'd be this soon. Come on, try my brew. Soo-hee lifted the cup and took a sip. It was slightly bitter. He wasn't much of a coffee drinker. I don't like drinking coffee either, but working as a criminal investigator inevitably leads to late nights, so my wife opened this cafe. Soo-hee smiled without responding. Captain Joe said that when encountering difficult cases, I could seek your help. Tonight, I imagine you won't be able to sleep either, so why not have a chat with me? As he spoke, Officer Ho took out several photos from his bag and placed them in front of Soo-hee. Pointing at one of them, he asked, does this look familiar at all? Soo-hee was stunned. The scene in the photo was identical to the woman's death at the hotel. Chapter 64, Hell is empty, the devils are here. The killer was already caught half a month ago? Soo-hee heard a horrifying story from Detective Ho. A comic artist drew 10 manga panels, each depicting a gruesome murder scene where a woman was brutally killed. The artist uploaded the works online and launched an event titled 10 Panels. Without any introduction, there was a blank box beside the comics with an upload button. Then one day, a photo appeared on the website and the story of the 10 panels began. The cartoonist has been arrested by the police, yet the impact of those 10 comic strips continues to spread gradually throughout Kunyang. Is the murderer the cartoonist, or someone influenced by the cartoonist? Who will be the next killer? Every person who has seen those comics could potentially become a murderer. One crime scene was in Kaohsiung City, the next in Jiufen. Soon, all of Kunyang became the cartoonist's murder playground. Soo-hee's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Director Yu Qing calling. What? Fan Xiaotong is missing? Soo-hee suddenly stood up. The coffee cup rolled a full circle on the table before crashing to the floor. Where did he disappear? Hospital. Soo-hee and Officer Ho exchanged a glance, then simultaneously turned their attention to a comic strip. A murder case set in a hospital ward. I'll drive. Soo-hee grabbed Officer Ho's car keys and dashed outside. In the passenger seat, Officer Ho contacted the police station to request backup as they headed toward the hospital. At 5 a.m., the streets held only scattered vehicles when suddenly, the roar of an engine cut through the silence. A police car sped past with a screeching skid, its tires screaming against the pavement. At the intersection, a sanitation worker was sweeping the street when suddenly trash went flying everywhere. The old man froze for a moment before muttering, "What the hell just blew past me? Got me all fired up for no reason." Inside the car, Officer Ho clung tightly to the handle as Soo-hee navigated several sharp turns. By the time the car straightened out, he had already let out a sigh of relief. Soo-hee, you drive amazingly well, just like a professional racer. The car stopped at the hospital entrance, and Officer Ho couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I'm just okay. After returning to the capital, I plan to enroll in a driving school first. Soo-hee got out of the car while speaking and ran straight towards the hospital entrance. No driver's license? Is he joking? Officer Ho's legs were a bit weak as he stepped out of the car, but he quickly caught up with Soo-hee. In the hospital lobby, Director Yu Qing and several crew members were anxiously speaking with the police when Soo-hee directly stepped forward and asked, "Have you checked the surveillance footage?" Soo-hee, we checked. There's no surveillance in the wards or corridors, and in the other cameras, we didn't find Fan Xiaotong, nor any signs of her leaving the hospital. We've searched every room, but Fan Xiaotong seems to have vanished into thin air. Vanished into thin air? How could that be? Sui exchanged a glance with Officer Ho, who immediately ordered the entire hospital to be sealed off for a room-by-room search. Sui felt frantic with worry. It hadn't even been 24 hours since he met Fan Xiaotong, yet this young girl had already made a deep impression on him. If only he had accompanied her to the hospital, then this wouldn't have happened. Arriving at the surveillance room, Sui repeatedly reviewed the footage of Fan Xiaotong from her hospital admission to the moment she was discovered missing. At the time, Sui had asked a man to send Fan Xiaotong into the ambulance. After completing the hospitalization procedures, the man left, and his departure was captured on camera. Given that it was the early hours of the morning, people and vehicles entering or exiting the hospital were scarce. The only vehicle present was a hearse transporting a body to the funeral home. Comics. Sui looked up at Officer Ho. Officer Ho took out the comic, and Sui pulled out one page from it. On it, a coffin was filled with ice, and a woman's corpse lay upon the ice. Upon closer inspection, the woman's limbs and torso were visibly detached, and her head was separated from the body, connected only by a wooden stick. Ice water mixed with blood pooled on the ground, and the entire comic panel was tinged with an eerie crimson hue. The killer isn't in the hospital. Officer Ho's team had searched the entire hospital but couldn't find Fan Xiaotong. The keys. Sui extended his hand toward Officer Ho. Officer Ho hesitated momentarily before placing the keys in Sui's palm, saying, "Daybreak is coming soon, drive carefully on the road." Officer Ho took the passenger seat and began giving Sui directions. The funeral home was located in a remote area. As they approached, Sui turned off the lights and sirens, arriving at the entrance before swiftly scaling the wall to climb inside. A corpse transport vehicle was still parked in the courtyard, its license plate matching the one from the surveillance footage. Sui and Officer Ho split up to search the funeral home. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the silent funeral home echoed with an eerie sound. Sui immediately ran toward the direction of the sound. Pushing the door open, he saw a thin, petite man carrying a large bucket filled with ice. Their eyes met, and the man turned and fled. Sui didn't give chase. On the ground nearby, Fan Xiaotong lay there, occasionally furrowing her brows and murmuring, "Sui, there's a ghost." Bang! A gunshot echoed outside, but Fan Xiaotong just rolled over and went back to sleep. On the ground lay a piece of paper. Sui picked it up and saw it was that very same comic. Inside the room, a coffin stood half filled with ice cubes. In the corner rested a chainsaw. Dawn broke. Sui sat in the police car and drifted off to sleep. Ho Guanyi took off his police uniform and draped it over Sui's shoulders before turning to walk back into the police station. Out of 10 comic strips, 4 were already completed, the 5th was interrupted, yet the case could resurface at any moment. Inside the interrogation room, the thin, frail man still had bandages wrapped around his leg. The doctor had already removed the bullet lodged in his thigh. "Who was that he in your phone?" The slender man was named Tan Pang, a mortuary worker responsible for transporting corpses. The police found a group chat titled 10 Comics on his phone, filled with extremely bloody and deranged content. A user with the nickname Him was live streaming the murder process in the group. "Don't know them." Tan Pang glanced up at Officer Ho with disdain and said, "Officer, you've caught one of me, but there are thousands more out there. We're creating art. Have you ever seen photos this explosive? Ha ha, we're everywhere." Officer Ho walked up to Tan Pang and pressed his hand on the leg wound, applying increasing force while staring into Tan Pang's eyes. "You're just a bunch of disgusting rats in the sewers," he said. "I'll drag every single one of you out." The gaunt man refused to back down, gritting his teeth in silence as his eyes glared fiercely at Officer Ho. "Officer, I only attempted murder. Won't be locked up for more than a few years, right?" Stepping out of the interrogation room, Ho Guanyi could no longer contain his fury. Facing the bathroom mirror, he roared loudly, "Fuck. Hell is empty, all the devils are here." Chapter 65, even a deviant like me finds this extremely deviant. A homicide occurred in Jiufen scenic area, forcing the film crew to halt production. After giving their statements, all actors were barred from leaving Jiufen. Fan Xiaotong was too frightened and needed to rest in the hospital for a few days, so Yu Qing specially arranged for someone to take care of her. 10 comic strips sparked a frenzy in Kunyang, with many celebrities stepping forward to advise the public not to imitate them. However, their pleas were met with ridicule, and some even threatened that the next photo would feature a certain celebrity. After waking up from a nap, Sui had lunch with Officer Ho at the police station. "I've been a cop for 25 years, and this is the first time I've seen a case where a single comic turns people into demons. The killers are everywhere in Kunyang, and the police can only wait passively and then collect the bodies of the victims." Officer Ho hadn't slept for 2 days. That morning, on Tan Peng's phone, he witnessed a murder. A vicious killer had brutally murdered a female university student right in her classroom. By the time the police arrived, the young woman was already dead. The murderer had fled in a hurry but died after falling from a building. The killer turned out to be an ordinary utility worker. So far, 5 women have been killed in total. This means that at least 5 more women are currently suffering or will soon face harm. so he kept his head down and focused on his meal. Regarding this case, he was powerless to help. The perpetrator could be anyone, there was no machine in this world capable of detecting the good or evil in a person's heart. Suddenly, 3 choices appeared before me. Option 1, knock Officer Ho unconscious so he can get a good night's sleep. Reward, 10,000 new Taiwan dollars. Option 2, console Officer Ho by telling him, it's not all bad, this way you can catch more perpetrators, and your year-end bonus is bound to double. Reward, 50,000 new Taiwan dollars. Option 3, terminate the case early. For every life saved, a reward of 100,000 new Taiwan dollars will be given. Suhi paused briefly, then continued eating while staring at Officer Ho. The second option was immediately dismissed without a second thought. It was too damaging and would instantly offend Officer Ho. Maintaining good relations with the police was Suhi's secret to avoiding the interrogation room. Take a closer look at option 1, it's clearly a trap. If you dare to attack, you'll be duly rewarded with a charge of assaulting an officer. Option 3, according to previous deductions, there are at least 5 more victims. If no one gets harmed from now on, you'll receive 500,000 new Taiwan dollars. Suhi, why are you staring at me? Officer Ho noticed that Suhi had been staring at him intensely for a full minute. Ahem. Officer Ho, why don't you get some sleep first? Leave the rest to me. At these words, Officer Ho was stunned and quickly asked, you've got a solution? Yu Qing had never imagined in his life that one day he would take such graphic photos. In the staged hospital room, a woman was tied to the bed, her body severed at the waist yet not completely detached, with her entrails spilling out from the wound, mingling with pools of blood. A nail protruded halfway from the woman's forehead, and her mouth was crudely stitched shut with thick thread, forming a grotesque smile. The snow-white sheets were soaked with blood, and her eyeballs rested separately on each of her palms. Yu Qing gazed at the scene he had spent 3 hours meticulously arranging and couldn't help but exclaim, even I, a pervert, find this absolutely perverted. Director, what did you say? Suhi walked over carrying a bucket of pig's blood. Nothing much, it's done. As per your request, we've replicated that comic panel 1-to-1. Suhi glanced at it, casually took a photo with her phone, and sent it to Officer Ho. Then she turned to Yu Qing and said, Director, this one's done. Let's move on to the next comic panel. That's it? Using the excuse of assisting the police investigation, Suhi had Director Yu Qing arrange a fake murder scene replicating the comic's layout, rushing to upload it online first. As long as I finish drawing 10 comic strips quickly, this turmoil will be resolved. The benefit given to Yu Qing was that the police agreed to let the crew continue filming in Jiufen. To maintain secrecy, only the prop master and director Yu Qing were involved in arranging the murder scene. Suhi sent the taken photos to Officer Ho, after which his involvement was no longer needed. With the experience from the first setup, the subsequent arrangements went much faster. It wasn't until 2:30 a.m. that all the photos were finally completed. Once I return to the capital, I must make this into a movie. Suhi, you'll play the comic artist then. After working for over 10 hours, Yu Qing wasn't tired at all. Instead, his face was full of excitement. He'd even thought of the movie's title, 10 Comics. The next day, the film crew resumed shooting. Director Yu Qing looked exhausted, with particularly noticeable dark circles under his eyes. Today's scene was crucial for Suhi, a high-speed chase with the police. Originally, a stunt driver had been arranged for him, but the moment Suhi saw the sports car, he couldn't resist the temptation and insisted on driving himself. Ultimately, after watching Suhi perform a drift, Yu Qing agreed to his request. In the car, the cameraman sat in the passenger seat as Suhi lightly pressed the accelerator, sending the sports car lunging forward like a beast. On camera, Suhi gripped the steering wheel with one hand and held a cigarette in the other. After a sharp drift, the ash at the tip still hadn't fallen off. Madness gleamed in Suhi's eyes as he roared loudly, flooring the accelerator. He wanted to experience the most extreme speed. After a full lap, Suhi pulled over to the roadside. The cameraman in the passenger seat opened the door, crawled out, and began vomiting profusely. Suhi, why are you driving so fast? You've completely lost the police behind us. Scratching his head, Suhi smiled sheepishly. Director, it's my first time driving a sports car, got a bit carried away. The subsequent shots were filled in by stunt drivers, while Suhi filmed a few solo close-ups and monologues. With that, the scene was wrapped. Yu Qing reviewed the footage captured by the cameraman. On screen, Suhi resembled a man possessed, roaring wildly under extreme speed, his gaze occasionally meeting the lens with nothing but icy detachment. This is Suhi's interpretation of the character, a wealthy second-generation heir who embodies both madness and rationality. He alternates between frenzied outbursts and cool composure, engaging in a battle of wits with the police amidst towering cliffs. Though his ultimate fate is tragic, in this moment he lends the villain remarkable depth. After filming Wrapped, he walked out of the set alone, planning to stroll around. Jiufen at night was exceptionally enchanting. Couples walking arm in arm came here to take souvenir photos. The quaint, old-world streets, diverse local delicacies, and rows of crimson-red lanterns transported visitors into the world of Spirited Away. Sui took many photographs and sampled regional specialties. Following the rugged mountain path upward, he eventually reached the summit. From the mountaintop, the panoramic view opened up before her. Taking a deep breath, Sui prepared to take a selfie. Suddenly, her phone rang. Soo-hee, the 11th comic, it's appeared. Chapter 66, is what you saw really the truth? Who the fuck is so damn nosy? I dropped it. Director Yu Qing was beneath a bridge, stuffing organs into a female corpse's abdomen. The 10 comics originally gathered had already been pieced together, and the police had publicized the news through various channels. As expected, the matter should have ended there. The manga artist, still in custody awaiting legal judgment, suddenly found a new comic appearing online. Same style, a crime scene where women were brutally murdered. Once again, it never ends. Given Yu Qing's extensive experience, the police had him continue setting up the fake murder scene, while Soo-hee and Officer Ho went to the detention center. Wang Bin, male, 29 years old, studied fine arts but was expelled from school, now makes a living by painting online. His artworks are dark, despairing, and evil. Apart from a small group of fans, the comments beneath them are filled with nothing but abuse. Officer Ho placed the 11th comic in front of Wang Bin and said, "This is your drawing." Wang Bin glanced at it, a hint of smugness flashing beneath his thick glasses as he replied coolly, "Officer, I'm just an artist. Why give me such a hard time? You have an accomplice, who is it? How many more drawings like this do you have? Don't you realize people are dying because of what you've drawn?" Officer Ho glared at Wang Bin. 5 women had died tragically because of his comics, yet he remained indifferent. Wang Bin adjusted his glasses slightly and smirked. "Officer, in this world, some people are destined to lurk in the shadows, surviving like rats in the dark. They've lost their way here and don't know where they're headed. I'm merely helping them. Everyone wears a hypocritical mask on their face. Do you really think the smiling faces you see are pure? Tell me, is what you see the truth? Does sunlight represent justice, and must darkness always be evil?" Wang Bin suddenly became very agitated, roaring loudly. Then he slammed violently against the wall. Bang! Wang Bin crashed headfirst, blood streaming down his face as prison guards rushed over and restrained him. On the stretcher, Wang Bin remained agitated, struggling violently. As they passed by Soo-hee, he suddenly remarked, "If you want to die so badly, why didn't you succeed last time?" Wang Bin fell silent, locking eyes with Soo-hee before licking the blood from his lips. Then he closed his eyes, a single tear slipping down his cheek. After leaving the detention center, Officer Ho couldn't help but ask, "Soo-hee, what did you mean by that earlier? Why did Wang Bin cry when you said that?" Soo-hee walked toward the vehicle while explaining, "Wang Bin's arms are covered in tattoos, but even those can't hide the scars from his suicide attempts. Wanting to die but not succeeding, what exactly happened?" Officer Ho nodded and added, "You still haven't said why he was crying." "How should I know? It definitely wasn't from sand in his eyes." Soo-hee moved toward the driver's seat but was yanked down by Officer Ho, who scolded him sternly, "You don't even have a license, yet you're addicted to driving. Where are we going now?" Soo-hee obediently sat in the passenger seat and said, "Wang Bin's house." Expert analysis confirmed that the 11th comic strip is the work of the same artist as the previous 10. But Wang Bin is currently detained. Who on earth was the one who brought it out? In a dilapidated residential building, Wang Bin's unit, originally a storage room, now stood utterly empty, its only remaining feature being the graffiti-covered walls. "I've already told you, we cleared everything out. It's all at the police station now. Only the walls are left standing." Officer Ho followed Soo-hee into the house where Wang Bin had previously lived. Looking at the walls covered in dark-themed paintings, he said, "The house is rented less than a year. The paintings on the walls are already documented by the police, Soo-hee. If you're hoping to find clues here, I advise you not to waste your time. You'd be better off figuring out where the 11th comic came from." Soo-hee took out his phone, pulled up the 11 comics, and compared them to the graffiti on the walls. Suddenly, a smile crossed his face. "These comics weren't drawn by Wang Bin. Look here, the colors are brighter, they must have been drawn recently. Pay attention to the edges." Wang Bin had attempted suicide by slitting his wrists, which affected his grip on the pen. The edges of his strokes show significant tremors. Since it doesn't ruin the aesthetic, it's easily overlooked. The man we caught is just an imposter posing as the artist. Officer Ho held the comic up to compare it with the graffiti on the wall, then turned his head and asked, "Following your reasoning, there's another artist behind these comics. But Da Vinci is so vast, and there are so many people who can draw. Where do we even start looking? Also, if Wang Bin didn't draw these comics, why didn't he just say so outright? Why take the blame for this?" The comics all spread through the internet first, making it difficult to pinpoint the target. Previously, it was because Wang Bin's style was far too distinctive, industry incidents could recognize it at a glance. Nowadays some people imitate Wang Bin's painting style, but trying to identify this copycat is like finding a needle in a haystack. Wang Bin gave us a clue. Do you remember what he said? Is what you see the truth? Does sunlight always represent justice, and darkness necessarily symbolize evil? Suhi didn't keep them guessing any longer and added, if we reverse Wang Bin's words, we'll be closer to the answer. Officer Ho asked in confusion, what I see isn't the truth. Sunlight represents evil while darkness represents justice? Suhi smiled and said, Wang Bin's first question, is what you see the truth, was telling us we haven't uncovered the truth yet. As for what the truth actually is, it's definitely not the version we're seeing now. Does sunlight always represent justice, and is darkness necessarily evil? If my earlier assumption holds true, that the comic was drawn by someone else, then this darkness here must refer to Wang Bin himself. Since the comic wasn't his work, the police misunderstood him. This was his way of expressing the resentment in his heart. Darkness isn't necessarily evil, nor does sunlight always represent justice. If Wang Bin hiding in the storage room represents darkness, then this sunlight perhaps hangs right before our eyes. Wang Bin would rather go to prison than let this ray of sunshine be extinguished. Who is Sunshine? Officer Ho inquired. Suhi was taken aback, looking at Officer Ho as he replied, how should I know? Investigating social connections is your job as the police. Officer Ho chuckled awkwardly. He had instinctively treated Suhi as if he were a criminal investigator before realizing that Suhi was just an actor-turned-delivery writer. If they could find the real comic artist, this entire affair would finally come to an end. Returning to the police station with Officer Ho, they reviewed Wang Bin's file, both parents deceased, no contact with relatives, never held a job, surviving by taking freelance illustration commissions online. Judging from Wang Bin's social connections, none of these individuals possessed any artistic talent. 11 comic strips, whether in conceptualization or layout, were all ingeniously crafted, perfectly mimicking Wang Bin's unique style to the point of being indistinguishable from the original. This person's painting skills were truly extraordinary. Suhi stared at the file's education section, which listed high school education. But Officer Ho had previously mentioned that Wang Bin had attended university, only to be forcibly expelled midway. Suhi looked up at Officer Ho and said, next stop, Kunyang Academy of Fine Arts. Chapter 67, all the answers lie within this painting. Officer, Wang Bin was the only expelled student in that class, because he hit a fellow student. As for the specific circumstances, you can ask his advisor. The person receiving Officer Ho and Suhi was the head of the fine arts department at the college, Kai Fengwen. Not long after, a woman arrived. Lume, these two officers want to know about Wang Bin from your class, the one who won an award freshman year but dropped out shortly after. Come, sit and talk. Kai Fengwen went to pour tea for the group. Lume, holding a stack of art albums in her arms, sat on the chair and said to Officer Ho, Officer, Wang Bin was the most talented student I've ever taught. If he hadn't fallen ill, he wouldn't have dropped out. Wait a minute, wasn't Wang Bin expelled from school for assaulting someone? Officer Ho looked up at the nearby principal. Principal Kai Fengwen let out a sigh and explained. Wang Bin's situation was complicated. He had mental health issues, always saying strange things. He even painted on the dormitory walls using pigments and got into a fight with a classmate, breaking 3 of the boy's ribs. When the other parents came to the school demanding justice, and Wang Bin, being an orphan, couldn't even pay the medical fees, in the end, the school had to ask him to leave. Officer Ho glanced at the dean, displeased with Kai Fengwen's earlier omission, and reminded them, I'm not here to investigate your school's responsibility. For the following conversation, I hope you'll think carefully before speaking. Kai Fengwen apologized awkwardly. Did Wang Bin have a girlfriend? Officer Ho looked at Lu Mei. No, Wang Bin was particularly withdrawn, never interacting with others. He was considered strange by everyone, but he truly had a remarkable talent for painting. I have some of his drawings here. Officer, take a look. Lu Mei unfolded the sketchbook, and Officer Ho glanced up at Suhi, both of them frowning. Are you certain Wang Bin drew this? Officer Ho looked at Lu Mei. I'm sure, here's his signature, WB. Some classmates even mocked it, calling it Wang Ba, which sounds like turtle. But during the second semester of freshman year, on a rainy night, Wang Bin ran back to campus from outside, shouting and causing a scene in the dormitory. It even alarmed the police. From that day on, Wang Bin's artwork took on this style. The sketchbook turned to its final page, revealing a scene of a woman's death, where black and blood-red hues dominated the entire sheet, a dark and chilling artistic style. Compared to the previous drawings, it was a complete shift in style. You mentioned Wang Bin was ill. What kind of illness? Officer Ho raised his head and asked. Wang Bin was an orphan. He had no money and never even went to the hospital for a checkup. He wasn't constantly losing his mind. Most of the time, he was quite normal, except for the change in his painting style. Do you mind if I take a few photos? Officer Ho said. Not at all. You can take the sketchbook too. All his classmates came back for their belongings over the years, but his things are still here. As Officer Ho took photos, Sui suddenly asked, did Wang Bin paint with his left hand or right hand? Lu Mei turned to look at Suhee and replied with a smile, like I said, he was a genius. He could paint with both hands, but mostly used his left. That's probably what made him special. Leaving the Fine Arts Academy and settling into the police car, Officer Ho lit a cigarette inside. After all this back and forth, it still comes back to him. How did the 11th comic page appear in the end? Split personality. The sunlight represents justice, the night represents evil. Who would have thought both sunlight and night reside within him? But something still feels off to me. Just what exactly have we overlooked? Seeing Officer Ho's furrowed brows, Sui comforted him. It's not a total loss, at least we got this. Sui flipped open Wang Bin's sketchbook to the last page and said, I have a feeling all the answers are in this painting. This painting, compared to those 11 comic strips, can't quite be called terrifying. A woman lies on the ground, surrounded by grass and large trees. In the pitch-black environment, only the outline of her body is visible. Rain pours from the sky, and blood flows from the woman's body, seeming to spill beyond the edges of the paper. Is there anything special about this painting? Officer Ho picked up the painting and examined it against the sunlight. Unlike those 11 comic strips, this one is set during a rainy night, and Wang Bin's counselor mentioned that his initial episodes also occurred on rainy nights. As a seasoned detective, Officer Ho instantly grasped Sui's implication and said, Are you suggesting that Wang Bin witnessed a murder, which triggered his alternate personality? Sui nodded, then shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple yet. If witnessing a murder could lead to personality disorders, then Suhee would probably have dozens of personalities by now. Officer Ho sent this drawing back to the police station and narrowed the time frame to a period before Wang Bin's first episode. Before long, a case file was sent to his phone. This was a case that happened 10 years ago. It remains unsolved to this day. The deceased, Zhuang Ro, female, 35 years old, was found in a park near Kunyang Academy of Fine Arts, with multiple stab wounds all over her body, none of which were fatal. The forensic examination determined that she died from excessive blood loss. Due to heavy rain the night before, all traces at the scene had been washed away. The next morning, after receiving the report, the police arrived to find the scene already disrupted by onlookers. At that time, there were no surveillance cameras in the park. After some investigation, no significant progress was made. Added to the fact that the victim's family did not urge for resolution, the case was shelved, becoming an unsolved mystery. When Officer Ho turned to the page detailing the deceased's family relations, he suddenly froze. Listed under Zhuang Ro's spouse was Kai Fengwen. A coincidence? They had just stepped out of the office of Kai Fengwen, the head of the art department. In the eyes of the police, there are no coincidences, only clues. Come on, let's go talk to him again. I thought he wasn't being honest earlier. Officer Ho got out of the car, ready to confront Kai Fengwen once more, but Sui said, We've already tipped him off by going there earlier, he's bound to be even more guarded now. Besides, even if Kai Fengwen is the killer, what connection does he have with Wang Bin? After all these years, what evidence do you hope to dig up in a case that went cold a decade ago? Officer Ho sat back in the car and said helplessly, Then what do you suggest we do? Let's get something to eat first. Suhee got out of the car and pointed at a restaurant across the street. It was just mealtime, so Officer Ho also stepped out of the vehicle. After we finish eating, then what? Suhee looked up at the gate of the art academy and said, After eating, let's go to Kunyang Academy of Fine Arts. Chapter 68. When a mask is worn too long, he mistakes it for his real face. Suhee, is there any difference between me saying we should find Kai Fengwen earlier and you suggesting we go to the art academy now? Of course there's a difference. If Kai Fengwen has something to hide, he wouldn't tell the truth, and we don't have any evidence. Though 10 years have passed, there are still many veteran staff members at the academy. Sui followed Officer Ho directly to the department responsible for work-study programs and obtained the records from Wang Bin's graduating year. The fine arts major is an expensive field of study. During Wang Bin's high school years, his father was diagnosed with cancer and ultimately passed away after unsuccessful treatment. Not only did this deplete all their savings, but it also left them buried in debt. Unable to bear the strain, his mother chose to take her own life. It was quite puzzling that a high school student without any financial means would choose to major in fine arts for university. Wang Bin's name was not on the list. Where did Wang Bin's tuition and living expenses come from? If Wang Bin had money, why couldn't he even afford to pay the medical expenses after injuring his classmate? With these two questions in mind, Suhee and Officer Ho went to consult Wang Bin's academic advisor, Lu Mei. Officer, our college launched a poverty assistance program back then. Every teacher and administrator voluntarily chose to support one financially struggling student. Wang Bin's extraordinary painting talent had already become evident during high school, but family circumstances prevented him from attending university, so he was included in the list of disadvantaged students. Lu Mei rummaged through the cabinet for quite a while before finally pulling out a list and handing it to Officer Ho, saying, Here, this is the roster from that year. The students are listed at the front, and the supporting teachers are at the back. Officer Ho scanned the list until he found Wang Bin's entry, then looked to the next column where it clearly read, Kai Fengwan. Him again. Kai Fengwan had sponsored Wang Bin's college education. Later, when Kai Fengwan's wife Zhuang Ro was murdered, Wang Bin had a breakdown that very night, subsequently getting expelled from the institute for assaulting a fellow student. The painting Wang Bin drew depicts the crime scene of Zhuang Ro's murder. Back at the detention center, Wang Bin sat on a chair with bandages wrapped around his head, his hands moving simultaneously on the tabletop. When he saw Officer Ho approaching, he abruptly stopped. Through the glass, Officer Ho pressed the painting against the window. Wang Bin raised his head, his hands involuntarily gripping the table as his expression gradually turned ferocious. He suddenly roared, I don't know anything, stop pushing me, why is everyone pushing me? Who forced you? Wang Bin, tell me, who forced you? Officer Ho looked into Wang Bin's eyes and asked, who forced me? No one forced me, I killed him. Officer, can't you just execute me? I'm in so much pain, I'm begging you. An agonized expression crossed Wang Bin's face as he pleaded with Officer Ho, who then pressed Kai Fengwan's photo against the glass. Do you know him? Suddenly, Wang Bin raised his hands to shield his head, panicking as he cried, don't hit me, I don't know anything, I don't know anything. Did Kai Fengwan hit you? Why did he hit you? You saw something you shouldn't have, and he got angry, didn't he? Officer Ho pressed on. I don't know anything, I don't know. Stop asking me, let me die, it'll be quiet if I'm dead. Suddenly, a hand pressed against the glass. Sui held up a photo and said, your counselor, she's worried about you. Do you remember? When you tried to kill yourself, she saved you. Wang Bin looked at Lu Mei's photo, gradually calming down before raising his head to meet Sui's gaze. It has nothing to do with the teacher, he said. I drew the comics. Everything is my fault. I confess. Sui exchanged glances with Officer Ho, both breaking into smiles. Officer Ho turned to the officers behind him and ordered, go to the Academy of Fine Arts and bring Lu Mei to the police station. Hearing this, Wang Bin immediately became frantic, shouting wildly, it has nothing to do with the teacher. My fault. It's all my fault. Wang Bin, you have a good teacher. She's the only one who still cares about you. Can you really bear to let her keep making mistakes? He continued questioning. Wang Bin became agitated and tried to slam against the glass before being restrained by 2 prison guards. After a full 5 minutes, he seemed exhausted and slumped into his chair, muttering to himself, why must you all push me like this? The dead can't come back. He already admitted his mistake. He promised me he wouldn't kill again. Officer Ho seized the moment to ask, who is he? Wang Bin. The dead can't return, but their deaths shouldn't remain unexplained. Those who've done wrong should have the courage to step forward. Tell me, what's his name? Conflict twisted Wang Bin's expression for a long while before he finally spoke, Kai Fengwan. Speaking the name seemed to drain all the strength from his body. Wang Bin raised his head, looking at Officer Ho, and said, that night, it was pouring rain. Director Kai called me to go to the park. I went and saw a woman lying on the ground. She was covered in blood, crying for help. Director Kai handed me a knife and told me to kill her. I didn't dare, so he hit me. He made me take the knife with me, saying that if I ever talked about it, he wouldn't give me the money. I was terrified. I ran for my life. That woman haunted my thoughts, she was everywhere. Whether my eyes were open or closed, she was all I could see. Stepping outside and sitting on a stone bench, Officer Ho looked at Sui and asked, how can you be sure it was Lu Mei who spread the comics around? Sui smiled and replied, from the moment we entered the art academy, Lu Mei immediately took out Wang Bin's portfolio, followed by the list of Kai Fengwan's sponsorships for Wang Bin, items from 10 years ago. She had prepared all this in advance, just waiting for us to come find her. If I'm not mistaken, Wang Bin told Lu Mei about Kai Fengwan's murder, but knowing Wang Bin would neither report it to the police nor expose Kai Fengwan, she orchestrated this comic book murder scheme. Her goal was to direct all clues toward Kai Fengwan, forcing the truth about that old case to surface. Both Lu Mei and Kai Fengwan were taken to the police station. When she learned the police had reopened Zhuang Ro's murder case, Lu Mei confessed everything without reservation. She did this because, in her eyes, Kai Fengwan was the one who ruined Wang Bin. Kai Fengwan had frequently beaten Wang Bin over the years and even driven him to suicide. As Lu Mei put it, every day I see Kai Fengwan, watching him wear that hypocritical smile. He's a murderer, wear a mask long enough, and he starts believing it's his real face. Lu Mei had no children of her own, perhaps in her eyes, Wang Bin was her child. When Lu Mei learned that Wang Bin was willing to stand up and identify Kai Fengwan, she said, Officer, in my pursuit to punish the devil, I myself became the devil. This world, what a cruel irony. Chapter 69. My family has an ancestral interrogation technique. The comic book murder case was finally resolved, and Lu Mei and Wang Bin would face trial under the law. As for Kai Fengwan's homicide case, the rest would be left to Inspector Ho. After all, Sui was just a food delivery guy. Solving cases generally wasn't something he took much interest in. The system rewarded him with 600,000 new Taiwan dollars, which, at the current exchange rate, amounted to roughly 130,000 renminbi. Receiving Sui's message, Yuqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since setting up the twisted murder scene, he had nightmares every night. If any new comics continued to appear, he would have completely broken down. The next day, the filming crew resumed their work, with only Sui's final scene left to shoot. It depicted his demeanor after being captured, sitting in the interrogation room and courtroom. From start to finish, he remained silent, wearing a faint smile. In the final moment, he even raised his middle finger at the camera. Sui perfectly portrayed the arrogance of the wealthy heir in his inner world, so vividly that even director Yuqing couldn't help but stand and applaud, saying, "Sui, once this series airs, you'll be the villain in everyone's hearts, a villain through and through." Sui just smiled slightly. The evil in this world can never be fully expressed through acting. No matter how hard he tried to perform, he had only grasped the surface of it. Just then, his phone rang. It was Officer Ho calling. "Hello, Officer Ho? Are you the police or am I? Since when is interrogating suspects part of a food delivery writer's job? I've already booked my flight back to the capital for tomorrow." Kai Fengwen was arrested. Faced with Wang Bin's testimony, he remained completely unperturbed and said, "Wang Bin suffers from multiple personality disorder. Are you really going to believe the nonsense he's spouting?" The police found the medical certificate issued by the doctor for Wang Bin's condition at Kai Fengwen's house, placed right on the living room table. According to Wang Bin's account, Kai Fengwen had handed him the murder weapon back then, which he buried under the school flower bed. But after 10 years, the police only found a heavily rusted blade. Faced with this situation, Officer Ho was also helpless. Just as they were about to let Kai Fengwen go, he suddenly remembered Suhi, that miraculous delivery writer, wondering if he could help find the irrefutable evidence needed to make Kai Fengwen confess. "Suhi, the case of the 10 comic strips has been solved. The police bureau previously issued a reward notice. I've applied to the department to award you 1 million new Taiwan dollars. Officer Ho, I just remembered, my family has a secret ancestral interrogation technique. I'm coming over now. Prepare a small black room without surveillance. Suhi, police investigations have protocols, we can't just act recklessly." "Don't worry, Officer Ho, I won't lay a hand on him." Arriving at the police station, Officer Ho followed behind Suhi and said, "The existing evidence isn't enough to charge Kai Fengwen. We'll have to let him go in 3 hours, as you requested. We've locked him in the black room now, but you mustn't do anything reckless." "Relax, Officer Ho, don't worry, just wait for my update." Opening the door, the interior was dimly lit, a proper little black room indeed. Sui swiftly approached Kai Fengwen and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Before Kai Fengwen could even react, his mouth just opening in shock, Sui pulled out a small bottle and poured a single drop of liquid into it. Then came another backhanded slap as Suhi declared, "Leniency for confession, severity for resistance. I suggest you come clean." With that, Sui turned and walked away, leaving Kai Fengwen utterly bewildered, his head still ringing from the blows. "Officer Ho, he's confessed. Hurry up with the interrogation, 10 minutes enough? I'm in a rush to get back for dinner." The truth serum only lasted 10 minutes, so Suhi was anxious too. Officer Ho had been standing by the door the whole time. Those 2 crisp, resounding slaps nearly shattered him. This kid, he'd warned him not to act recklessly, hadn't even said a word before resorting to violence. Just as Officer Ho was about to enter, Sui added, "Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. You'd better come clean." Then again, they claimed Kai Fengwen had confessed. What a joke, treating people like fools. "Hurry up, the banquet's about to start." Director Yuqing specially arranged a banquet to celebrate Sui's completion of filming and to entertain her. The police took Kai Fengwen back to the interrogation room and began questioning him. In the hallway, Officer Ho glared at Suhi and angrily said, "Suhi, do you realize what you've done? I told you not to act recklessly. Did you think slapping him a couple of times would make him confess honestly?" Just then, a police officer emerged from the interrogation room holding a written confession and said, "Captain Ho, Kai Fengwen has confessed." "Did you hear that? Kai Fengwen, wait, what? He confessed?" Officer Ho took the confession in disbelief, reading Kai Fengwen's statement. Years ago, when Zhuang Ro wanted a divorce, they argued in the park. Kai, unable to accept it, stabbed her multiple times in a fit of rage. Afterwards, he called for Wang Bin. At the time, Zhuang Ro was still barely alive, but Wang couldn't bring himself to finish her off and fled. Fearing Wang might go to the police, Kai also left the scene. When the police asked, "Why did Zhuang Ro divorce you?" Kai Fengwen replied, "Back then, I had just become a department head. The college organized an activity to support financially struggling students, which many teachers and leaders participated in. At the time, my salary was very low, half of it went to funding Wang Bin's education. My wife and I argued constantly over this. Later, when her father fell seriously ill, I couldn't afford the medical expenses, widening the rift between us. After her father passed away, she filed for divorce." Kai Fengwen confessed everything. 10 minutes later, he turned to the interrogating officer and said, "That officer earlier was the one who woke me up. After coming clean, I feel so much lighter now." Sui stood outside and said to Officer Ho, "See, Kai Fengwen even thanked me." Officer Ho, are you trying to weasel out of your debt now? Regardless, hitting someone is wrong, but since Kai Fengwen isn't pressing charges, we'll let it slide this time. That 1 million new Taiwan dollar reward has been approved by the chief. Leave your bank account number, and we'll transfer it to you. With the case solved, Officer Ho also breathed a sigh of relief and dropped the matter of Sui's assault. Looking back at the entire case, who would have thought it all started with funding for struggling students? Like a chain reaction, step by step it spiraled into the abyss. Who knows what Wang Bin would think if he heard this story? Perhaps everything was predestined, his life script had been tragic from the very beginning. All is fated, not a whit by human will. Chapter 70, Not me, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. What kind of treatment is it to have someone pick you up the moment you land? Could it be anything less than the grand aura of the Dragon King's return where a single command summons 100,000 warriors rushing to his side? Staring at Ma Mingzhi and his two companions, Sui fell into deep thought. With 3 electric scooters before him, which one should he ride? Su-hee, you're really not being considerate. Going to Kunyang without taking us along. I heard the girls in Kunyang are sweet and adorable, each one like a sister Jiling. Did you get intimately acquainted and help strengthen cross-strait relations? The other day, the flight to Kunyang had an accident. We were worried sick, turns out you were on that exact flight all along. Sui got into Pan Jigang's car while Dong Yong and Ma Mingzhi helped him with his luggage. Facing their endless questions, Su declared, tonight's all expenses will be covered by young Master Su. Amid cheers, they sped off in a cloud of dust. It was still early. After returning to the inn, Sui rode his electric bike to the hospital. Beside Xinyu's pillow on the hospital bed lay the gifts Su had brought back from Kunyang, a signed photo of Li Yifeng, a comic of Spirited Away, and a stone he'd picked up from the mountaintop in Jiufen. Yeah, you're truly greedy. Even Li Yifeng's autographed photo couldn't make you smile. But it's alright, when you wake up, I'll invite him to our home. Our future home will be spacious, we'll lounge on the sofa facing an enormous screen. You love Miyazaki's films, so I'll watch them with you from sunrise to sunset. When you get hungry, we'll order takeout. I'll order delivery for 10 straight years. Ha, unbelievable, right? This stone, I brought it back from Jiufen's mountain peak. It nearly made me trip and fall. I think it was fate, just like when we first met. I knew you were the one at first glance. Sui longed for the day when the system options would appear before Xinyu. If it could wake Xinyu up, he would give up everything. Even if he returned to being just an ordinary delivery rider, he could still make her happy. But this damn system is so inhuman. Returning to the capital meant Sui could deliver food again. After leaving the hospital, at 5 p.m., Sui got on his e-bike and started accepting orders. You have a new food delivery order. Please process it promptly. Helmet on, heart steeled, twist the throttle, ride toward glory. With a flashy maneuver, Sui instantly merged into the traffic flow. Spotting a traffic cop not far ahead, he executed another slick move, looking back at the moon, and swerved into an alley. Coming to a sudden stop, Sui shouted toward the shop, "Boss, is Meituan order number 45 ready yet?" The boss looked up, "Not yet, holy shit, it's you. Been looking for you for days, buddy. Remember last time when you cooked the customer's dish yourself in my shop? Wasn't me. Never happened. Don't talk nonsense." Sui realized his mask wasn't properly on and quickly adjusted it. The boss walked out, scrutinizing Sui carefully, his gaze fixed on the Hello Kitty sticker on the helmet. "If it weren't you, then who? Relax, I'm not here to cause you trouble, but you've certainly landed me in a big mess." "Not causing trouble? Then maybe we can talk." Sui was startled, thinking it might be about a customer getting food poisoning or something. The next day, the same customer ordered the exact same dishes, 1 dry pot squid, 1 spicy crayfish. The delivery guy had just dropped it off, and within 10 minutes, the customer called to complain, saying it didn't taste right, that it wasn't as good as yesterday's. "Tell me, is that fair? Brother, I can tell you've cooked before. With skills like yours, why bother delivering food? Come work for me. 8,000 a month, plus bonuses, you'd be pulling in 13 or 14,000. Sui shook his head and refused. "Boss, I'm doing just fine delivering takeout now. Look at my shop, no wind, no rain. It's definitely better than being out there enduring the elements, right? The pay here is pretty good, I tell you, buddy. How much can you really earn delivering takeout in a month?" "Just about 20 or 30,000 yuan, He answered honestly. The boss looked astonished, then laughed and said, "Buddy, you really know how to spin a tale. Alright, let's not dwell on that for now. I sincerely want to be friends with you. How about you try some dishes first, and we can discuss the price later." "Boss, maybe another day? I'm in the middle of a delivery. Is order number 45 ready yet?" Sui grabbed the food and dashed off without another word, vanishing in a flash atop his electric bike. The boss's wife, who was sitting nearby, remarked, "You don't think he was just being polite, do you?" Hearing this, The boss responded with utter confidence, don't be ridiculous. With a salary of 13 or 14,000, anyone who's not an idiot, I guarantee he'll show up tomorrow morning. At 10:30 p.m. in the top patron group chat, Mominger and the other two were already clamoring for Suhee to log off so they could indulge in wild revelry, drown in luxury, and forget all their worries. Reading the messages in the group chat, Suhee replied with just 2 words, consider it done. Half an hour later, 3 electric bikes arrived one after another. Suhee happened to be carrying out a case of beer and said with a smile, come on, lend a hand. The waitstaff called in sick today, and the boss is swamped. Suhee, is this what you meant by all expenses on me tonight? Midnight is when hormones are at their wildest, and yet you brought us here to eat fried noodles with beer. You're about to become a big star. If paparazzi catch this, it'll be blackmail material. Suhee slammed the beer onto the table and said, enough talk. Drink or not. If not, go back to sleep. Wild hormones? With how much money you've got in your pocket, can you even afford to be wild? The 3 immediately straightened up and grabbed their beers. Mominger laughed, I've been craving these noodles for ages. Heard this place is the most authentic. The daily queue stretches all the way to the 5th Ring Road. Dong Young cracked open a beer while chiming in, really? I always said Suhee was a solid friend. This table must be a VIP reserved section, right? Not just anyone could secure this spot. Pan Ji-gang was about to crack a crude joke when Mominger tugged at his sleeve and gave him a warning look. Pan Ji-gang took out a stack of money from his bag and handed it to Suhee, saying, Suhee, are you short on cash? We borrowed some in advance from the station manager to pay you back what we owe. If you're still struggling, we can ask the manager for more in a few days. Suhee was taken aback, not expecting to be misunderstood by those people. First, en route to Kunyang, he encountered a crisis on the plane, then stumbled upon a murder case right after landing. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he needed an outlet. But he couldn't possibly explain any of these incidents away, so he figured he might as well drown his troubles in booze. At least Mominger and the other two still treated him like a brother. Whenever he called for drinks, they'd show up immediately. These days, how many brothers would still come at the drop of a hat? You guys, sigh, did I ever say I wanted you to pay me back? Suhee casually pocketed the money. This was cash he couldn't refuse. With so many foot massage parlors lining the way home after drinks, if he didn't take it, Mominger and his crew would likely squander it all anyway. Boss, 3 more bowls of Zhejiangmian. Suhee, they're selling barbecue next door. Barbecue isn't exactly healthy. Let's save it for another time when we get the chance. Never mind that now, bottoms up first. Chapter 71, Companions in Misfortune. Help! Murder! After several rounds of drinks late into the night, Suhee and his 3 friends stood pissing in the middle of the road. Suddenly, a woman in pajamas came running out from the residential complex across the street, screaming as she fled, with a man chasing close behind her. The woman rushed up to the 4 men as if they were her saviors, then collapsed at their feet. Mominger shivered as he zipped up his pants, glaring at the woman on the ground. What are you doing lying on the road in the middle of the night? He said. Trying to scam someone? I wasn't even driving. Just then, the man from behind ran up and started kicking and punching the woman. Help! Murder! Murder! The woman's blood-curdling screams echoed through the night. What's going on? Dong Yong also shivered, zipping up his jacket as he hastily retreated 3 steps. You hit a woman? What kind of man are you? Mominger roared furiously, rushing forward to pull the man away. None of your damn business. She's my wife, I'll hit her if I want. Get lost, or I'll beat you up too. The man's knuckles were already bleeding as he glared at Mominger. Fine, I'm out of here. Mominger turned and walked away. Suddenly, Suhee lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap across the man's face, followed by a swift kick to his stomach that sent him sprawling to the ground. Get him! Pan Ji-gang grabbed a beer bottle from the stall and rushed forward, smashing it against the man's head. The bottle shattered into pieces as the man clutched his head, blood streaming down his face. The woman had already scrambled to her feet, hiding behind the group of men. Don't be scared. I hate bastards who hit women the most. With us here, he won't lay a finger on you. Mominger shielded the woman protectively. That's right, filthy scum. Women are meant to be cherished. Look at your pathetic self. Are you even a man? Dong Yong chimed in. The man sat on the ground, his initial arrogance gradually fading into silence. Suddenly, his voice cracked with emotion as he sobbed. She cheated on me, brought another man home. I couldn't take it, that's why I hit her. If I didn't, the shame would have eaten me alive. The man's weeping grew louder. The 4 turned to look at the woman, who forced an awkward smile. Thank you, brothers. I'll take him to the hospital. You can go first. Bang! Mominger suddenly slapped the woman across the face and snarled, I hate cheating women the most. Had I known, he could have beaten you to death for all I care. Get lost, don't let me see your face again. The woman covered her face, glared at Mominger, and cursed, Are you out of your mind? After cursing, she turned to help her husband, but he shoved her away and yelled, Get lost. I never want to see you again. We're getting a divorce. In the end, the woman left alone. Just then, the boss hurried over and quickly stopped the man's bleeding. Fortunately, the wound wasn't serious, it didn't even require a hospital visit, so he just wrapped it up with a piece of gauze. The man sat on the steps, smoking a cigarette. Sorry, buddy. Sui scratched his head. By now, he was mostly sober. Pan Jigang brought over another beer bottle and handed it to the man, saying, I can't pay you back, so take a swing at my head with this and we'll call it even. The man took the beer bottle, weighed it in his hand, and said with a bitter smile, I don't have your skills. What if I accidentally end you? Wouldn't I be the unlucky one then? Pan Jigang slapped his own head and declared with heroic fervor, no problem, bring it on. My head's like iron. The man looked up at Pan Jigang, lightly tapped his beer bottle against Pan's head, and said, alright, we're even now. You can go, I won't press charges. With that, he stood up and walked over to the vendor's stall, saying, Boss, give me a case of beer. Mominger plopped down beside the man, opened 2 beers and placed them on the table, saying, Brother, we're both travelers under the same lonely sky, what fate that we've met. I'll drink with you. The man was stunned and glared at Mominger, saying, What do you mean by that? His wife also cheated on him. Dong Yong chimed in as he sat down, opening a bottle of beer for himself. He added, she even brought the guy home. Brother Ma beat them both up, what a scene. Super aggressive, totally ruthless, the guy covered his crotch and ran away crying. Suddenly, the sound of singing broke out. Both abandoned by the heavens as outcasts. On this path of sorrow we walk together. Perhaps there's no need to know who the adulterer is. No need to make you shed tears again. Mominger was already in tears, looking up at Suhi as he said, you sang really well, don't ever sing again. Sing, keep singing. A real man should rip open his scars and be merciless to himself. That's how wounds heal faster. Only through pain do we learn. Come on, brother, keep singing. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk. The man's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably as he tilted his head back and chugged from a beer bottle. Beautiful. Dong Yong stood up, cracked open another beer, and laughed loudly. Alright, let me show you guys my 5-second whirlwind. After downing the bottle in one go, Dong Yong wrapped his arm around Pan Jigang's shoulder and said, Come on, Gangzi, show our new friend here your signature move, all rivers return to the sea. Pan Jigang said with a woeful expression, Yongji, it really won't fit anymore. Should I chug one too? After 10 rounds of drinks, it was already 3:30 a.m. The 5 of them, Suhi and his friends, stood in the middle of the road, pissing. Suddenly, a car's headlights flashed brightly toward them. Quick, cover your faces. After the car drove away, Mominger laughed and said, Man, you're something else. Tonight we fought but ended up as friends. From now on, we're brothers through thick and thin. Brother, what do you do for a living? The man shivered slightly, tugging at his delivery uniform as he replied, Delivery rider, brother. And you? Ha ha ha. The group burst into loud laughter, throwing their heads back. Chapter 72, You keep degenerating, I'll keep striving, see you at the club. Damn, who the hell are you? Mominger was having a wonderful dream, his hand gently caressing. Huh? Why does it feel furry? Opening his eyes, he saw a naked stranger sleeping beside him, one leg still draped over his body. Sunlight streamed through the window as Suhi and the other 3 surrounded the strange man, pressing him for answers. Out with it, what's your name? And why are you in our place? They demanded. The man looked aggrieved as he raised his head and said, Don't you recognize me? Last night, we were drinking together. Mominger exchanged glances with the others and asked skeptically, Was he with us last night? Suhi rubbed his face and said, I can't remember clearly, but it does seem like there was someone like that. Dong Yong glared at the man and demanded, Did you mooch off our drinks last night? Pan Jigang eyed the bandage on the man's head and sneered, What the hell's that thing wrapped around your head? Looks like clown makeup. The man looked like he was about to cry. Ha, just messing with you. Look at his face. Let's go grab some breakfast. Oh no, it's already 4 in the afternoon. Fully prepared and ready to go, the 4 of them, Suhi and his friends, split into 3 groups on their electric scooters. Mominger carried his good buddy home, Dong Yon and Pan Jigang went out to eat, while Suhi bought a loaf of bread downstairs and immediately started accepting orders. You have a new food delivery order. Please process it promptly. After wolfing down the bread in a few bites, Suhi glanced at his phone. It was still early, and he had only one order, a cake delivery. Delivering cakes was always tricky. If done right, the customer gets to celebrate their birthday. If messed up, it's your birthday you'll be mourning. This order paid 35 yuan, and the cake was huge, he had to carry it single-handedly. There's a rather sorrowful truth, as food delivery riders, they're constantly pressured by both the platforms and society to obey traffic rules, no wrong-way riding, no running red lights. Yet, with the threats of late delivery penalties and customer complaints, they're caught between a rock and a hard place. However, Suhi possesses an intelligent navigation system and a smart order assistant app, allowing him to flawlessly avoid red lights and take the most efficient routes. The journey led to a rather remote area. Carrying a cake, Suhi dared not ride too fast. After winding through several alleys, he arrived at the entrance of a grand theater. The dilapidated gate had only one brass handle left, and the area in front was unusually clean. Soo-hee knocked several times but received no response, so he peered inside through a hole in the door. "Kid, what are you up to here messing around for nothing?" Soo-hee was startled by the sudden voice behind him. Turning around, he saw an old man glaring at him while leaning on a cane. "Sir, I'm delivering food to this house. They're not answering calls, and no one's responding to knocks." "Nonsense. Dean Grand Theater hasn't had residents for years. Boy, you're here to steal, aren't you?" The old man raised his cane, ready to teach Soo-hee a lesson. Just then, the door opened. A stylishly dressed woman with short hair looked at Soo-hee apologetically and said, "I'm so sorry, my phone died." Then turning to the old man beside her, she smiled and asked, "Grandpa G, I'm Xiao Shang. Do you still remember me?" The old man looked at the woman suspiciously and asked, "Xiao Chang, have the Gu family returned?" The woman reached out to take the cake from Soo-hee's hands and said, "Thank you." After delivering the cake, rush hour had arrived, and the number of orders increased. Soo-hee became busy. Today was the weekend, so there were fewer orders from office buildings but more from residential areas. At 11 p.m., while passing under the overpass, Soo-hee ran into Crazy Brother, who was still live-streaming his singing. When Crazy Brother looked up and saw Soo-hee, his eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Soo-hee! Ever since Soo-hee last appeared in Crazy Bro's livestream, his follower count had skyrocketed. But after some time passed, the fans gradually unfollowed, and now his livestream viewership has returned to its original level, with only a few hundred people remaining. The moment he saw Soo-hee, Crazy Bro acted as if he'd spotted a walking stack of cash, rushing over eagerly. "Soo-hee, long time no see. How about singing a song on my livestream?" "Bro Crazy, I'm delivering food." Soo-hee still had 3 orders left to deliver. Bro Crazy turned around with his live streaming equipment and said to Soo-hee, "Then I'll come with you to deliver the orders." "Isn't that inappropriate?" Soo-hee was in a hurry and spoke while walking. "No worries, our fans all love seeing you." Bro Crazy pointed his phone at Soo-hee, greeting the live stream audience. "Hey fans, guess who I've run into?" "Ha, longtime followers should recognize him, it's that handsome guy from before." Soo-hee smiled at his phone and said, "Hello everyone." In the live stream, a few people who had seen Soo-hee before immediately flooded the screen with comments. "Oh my god, the pretty boy really went to deliver takeout now. What a waste of perfection. Handsome, you go ahead and sink low. I'll keep working hard, see you at the club someday." Entering the residential complex, Soo-hee began climbing the stairs, with Fong Ji panting heavily as he desperately chased after. By the 4th floor, Fong Ji couldn't help but stop, and within less than a minute, Soo-hee had already come back down. "Soo-hee, wait for me. Are you even human?" After delivering the last takeout order, Fong Ji was completely sprawled on the ground. Watching Soo-hee, who was drenched in sweat but still moving with effortless speed, Fong Ji sighed, "Soo-hee, if you weren't a delivery rider, it would be Maekwan's loss." After catching his breath for a while, Fong Ji set up his equipment and said, "Soo-hee, the fans all want to hear you sing." It was almost midnight. Soo-hee logged off the app, sat cross-legged on the floor with Fonggo, and smiled at the phone camera, saying, "Alright then, I'll sing a song for everyone. Just wait a moment, let me find the lyrics." Suddenly, the tone of the bullet comments shifted dramatically. "That's so scary. What is that over there? It looks like a human figure. Could it be a ghost? Still wearing red, in the middle of the night, so damn creepy." Soo-hee was scrolling through songs on his phone with his head down. Fongba stared at the screen, then suddenly turned his head toward the distance and exclaimed, "Holy shit, Soo-hee, there's a ghost." Following Crazy Bro's gaze, I saw a flickering red figure looming in the moonlight beside a large tree on a distant hillside. Though it was too far to see clearly, the outline distinctly resembled a human figure. Crazy Brother had 2 phones. He pulled out the other one and aimed it at the hillside, zooming in until the red figure on the opposite slope gradually came into focus. Soo-hee, this looks like a person." Brother Feng's hands were trembling, his voice shaking too. On the phone screen, a woman in red hung from a tree, swaying in the wind. "Soo-hee, could it be someone playing a prank, hanging up an inflatable doll?" Fonggo looked up at Soo-hee, only to find him staring motionlessly ahead. This absolutely terrified Fonggo. At this moment, Soo-hee faced 2 choices before him. Option 1, assist the police in solving the case and apprehending the murderer. Completion reward, mastery of traditional opera. Option 2, leave this place, go back to sleep. Completion reward, embroidery mastery. At the sight of the word murderer, Soo-hee immediately understood the figure hanging from the large tree was indeed a corpse. Taking out his phone, Soo-hee dialed Zhou Bing's number. He patted Fong Ji's shoulder and said, "Take it easy." Chapter 73. You call this punishment? Dear fans, tonight we unexpectedly discovered the body of a woman, just 10 meters ahead of me, hanging from a large tree. Brother Feng's livestream had already attracted 50,000 viewers. The footage of a female corpse hanging from a tree spread like wildfire, bringing in thousands of new viewers every minute. "Hey you, turn off your phone, no photos or recordings allowed." Zhou Bing walked over, pointing at Crazy Brother as he spoke. The two officers pulled Fonggu aside to give him a stern talking to, while Jo Bing walked up to Soo-hee and asked, "What's going on here?" Soo-hee gazed at the large tree in the distance and said, "I didn't go over there." Before the police arrived, Soo-hee didn't approach the scene. He had enough sense not to disturb potential evidence. Jo Bing nodded, handing Soo-hee a shoe cover and a pair of gloves before turning to step inside the police cordon. "Come on in." Jo Bing turned around and shouted when he saw Soo-hee standing motionless outside. Soo-hee gazed at the distant red figure, and his mind involuntarily drifted to that woman at the Dayuan Grand Theater. The system's reward of opera mastery, there had to be some connection between them. Soo-hee put on the shoe covers and followed. "Officer Zhou, is it really appropriate for a food delivery guy like me to come in here?" Soo-hee said as he walked along. Jo Bing turned to glare at Soo-hee and said, "Then you get out." Since I'm already here, might as well take a look." The two quickly arrived beneath the large tree. Soo-hee glanced at the female corpse, then froze. It was a long-haired man. It wasn't really red clothing, just a man's white shirt and gray pants soaked through with blood. The police lowered the body and took photographs. Jo Bing crouched down and took a glance. Multiple wounds covered his entire body. Triangular bayonet. The victim's entire body was soaked in blood, saturating his clothes. The murder weapon was an exceptionally cruel triangular spike. The coroner on site preliminarily determined that the victim had died from excessive blood loss, and this location was not the primary crime scene. 18 stab wounds, each carefully avoiding vital organs, just for bloodletting. No other injuries were found on the victim's body. The corpse was dumped post-mortem, yet brazenly hung from a large tree. But why? Soo-hee and Crazy Brother returned to the foot of the mountain, where the latter treated Soo-hee to a late-night snack. Having only gnawed on a piece of bread all day, Soo-hee was already starving. He devoured 3 bowls of rice in one go, washed it down with soup, then looked up at Crazy Brother and asked, "You really aren't eating anything?" "Soo-hee, I've lost my appetite." "How can you still eat at a time like this? A dead body, a woman in red, how can you stomach food?" Ever since that murder incident on the film set last time, Crazy Bro had switched to working as an extra at another location. He never expected to run into Soo-hee today, only to witness yet another gruesome homicide. The night was dark, the wind howled, and the full moon hung high in the sky. The image of a woman in red, her corpse swaying from the branches like a macabre pendulum, sent chills down Crazy Bro's spine. He couldn't shake the eerie feeling that something was lurking on his back. Soo-hee chuckled, scooped another bowl of rice, dumped the leftovers into it, and began wolfing it down without a second thought. Crazy Brother didn't realize it was a male corpse, but Soo-hee didn't tell him. The case was under police investigation and required confidentiality. "Soo-hee, your drama filming has wrapped up. Hasn't any director approached you for new roles? I've seen quite a few of your videos online. You're practically a minor celebrity now. If I were you, I'd quit food delivery. Wouldn't acting earn you better money?" "No plans for acting at the moment, taking things one step at a time." Director Yu Qing had also recommended several roles to Soo-hee, but none were filming in the capital. Some productions would take months of shooting, requiring daily commitment to follow the crew around. He wasn't willing to leave the capital for too long. The next day, Soo-hee arrived at the police station early in the morning. Jo Bing informed him that another male corpse had been discovered on a hillside 5 kilometers away, with the same cause of death, stabbed 18 times with a triangular dagger, resulting in fatal blood loss. After identifying the deceased and notifying their families, it was unexpectedly revealed that both families firmly believed the perpetrator to be a man named Huang Shoujuan. In both cases, the victims died almost simultaneously, yet the killer chose to hang their bodies on separate trees 5 kilometers apart. What could be the reason behind this? And why were the victims' families so adamant that the murderer was this man named Huang Shoujuan? As the investigation deepened, the police retrieved Huang Shoujuan's records. Male, 47 years old, a construction worker who lived in Zisanki village less than 10 kilometers from the two victims. However, he was not at home. According to neighbors, Huang Shoujuan had sold his house a month ago and hadn't been seen since. The reason the families of the two victims were convinced Huang Shoujuan was the murderer involved an 8-year-old case. 8 years ago, while Huang Shoujuan was working away from home, his wife was assaulted by 7 men and later committed suicide by jumping into a well. At the time, the offenders were sentenced to a maximum of 10 years and 5 months in prison and a minimum of 3 years. The man who received the 10-year and 5-month sentence was released 3 months ago after earning 3 sentence reductions for good behavior in prison. On the day of his release from prison, a banquet was held in the village. At the dinner table, those 7 men even made jokes about Huang Shoujuan's wife. Many people knew about this. Just as the police were searching for the fugitive Huang Shoujuan, another report came in. The remaining 5 involved in the incident back then had all gone missing. Soon, another corpse appeared, also hung from a large tree, blood pooling on the ground, the victim's body riddled with holes. Jo Bing's expression turned grim. Based on the current situation, it was highly likely the remaining 4 had already been killed. Sure enough, within less than an hour, 3 more emergency calls came in, 3 more victims. The police had already deployed all available forces and began searching for Huang Shoujuan near where the victims' bodies had been dumped. At this point, there was still one person left, Su Zhibang, sentenced to 10 years and 5 months. While other officers were out searching for suspects, Sui sat in the office, staring at all the case files, lost in thought. If the disposal sites of the 6 victims were connected on a map, they would form a perfect circle, with Huang Shoujuan's home located precisely at the center. The distances between the 6 victims are fairly even, already forming a circle. So where is the remaining Su Zhibang? Has he already fallen victim? Staring at the center of the circle, Sui picked up the phone. Hello, Officer Zhou? Huang Shoujuan is most likely near his wife's grave. Zhou Bing quickly drove to Zisanki village, only to find a large crowd had already gathered when he arrived. On a barren patch of land, Huang Shoujuan was gripping a man's arm with his left hand. The man, covered in blood but still alive, stared hopelessly at an earthen grave before him. Huang Shoujuan, Zhou Bing shouted as he ran over with his gun drawn, I advise you to stop this madness, it's not too late to turn yourself in. They've already faced legal judgment and received the punishment they deserved. Punishment? My wife lost her life, yet they're still living well. How can you call that punishment? They held a grand banquet, toasting and celebrating while making crude jokes about my wife, and you're telling me not to be obsessed? Yes, the law has its provisions, but does that mean my wife deserved to be defiled by those beasts? My wife committed suicide. 8 years, 2,954 days. Every single day I've wanted to join her, but I had to give her justice first. I was her man. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Shoujuan plunged the triangular dagger into Su Zhibang's heart, then turned it toward his own. Huang Shoujuan. Zhou Bing stood frozen in place, staring at the lifeless Su Zhibang and Huang Shoujuan who was vomiting blood, then screamed, call an ambulance quickly. Huang Shoujuan smiled faintly while looking at Zhou Bing, murmuring, Officer, I think I see my wife. Chapter 74, even the old man collecting bottles earns more than this. At the police station, Sui received the system's reward along with the information relayed back by the police. Letting out a sigh, he hopped on his e-bike and rode away. This world shouldn't be like this, but it already is, what more can you do? Sui wasn't accepting delivery orders. He aimlessly rode his bike through the streets, overhearing many pedestrians discussing Huang Shoujuan's murder case. Some said his actions were too extreme, while others called him a good husband. As he kept riding, Sui inexplicably found himself outside the Dayuan Grand Theater. After experiencing so many murder cases, Sui had roughly figured out the system's rules. From the moment he delivered the cake to Ms. Gu, to receiving the reward of opera mastery, a murder case either already occurred or about to happen would inevitably revolve around Ms. Gu. Recalling Ms. Gu's thank you after accepting the cake, Sui always felt he should do something. Perhaps he could prevent a murder from happening. He didn't want to see Ms. Gu's lifeless body the next time. On the door was a large poster advertising a recruitment for Beijing opera actors. The courtyard reverberated with the melodious vocal warm-ups. My beloved Su Lang treats me with utmost devotion. In joy we celebrate, in sickness we support, in solitude we keep each other company. Only now do I understand such flavors exist in this mortal world, truly worthy of this journey to Jiangnan. The door stood wide open. Sui paused at the threshold as Ms. Gu, with her back turned, sang a brief excerpt from the Peking opera Legend of the White Snake while facing a bronze mirror. After finishing the verse, she turned and examined Sui with a puzzled expression. You're the cake delivery guy from yesterday? What brings you here? Sui smiled and replied, Miss Gu. Hello, I've come to audition for the Peking opera troupe. Gu Chang looked at Sui with astonishment, this man in his delivery uniform and helmet, who happened to be quite handsome. To the king I say, drink wine and hear the song of you, watch the dance to ease your sorrow. The Qin, so cruel, shattered the land, heroes rise up from every side. Since ancient times, nothing has deceived me, victory and defeat, glory and fall, all in a fleeting moment. Drink and relax in the grand tent. Sui sang this passage to Gu Chang. Amazing, I never expected you to sing so well. With a monthly salary of 2,500, you can start tomorrow. Gu Chang's eyes lit up as she eagerly stepped forward to say, sigh, even capitalists would shed tears hearing this. In this vast capital city, you're offering a salary of 2,500? Even bottle-collecting grandpas earn more than that. Seeing Sui frown, Gu Chang explained, my grandfather said when he worked at Dayuan Grand Theater back in the day, his monthly salary was only 800. I've checked with other theaters too, this is roughly the going rate. Once we open and start selling tickets, I'll give you a share of the profits. With these words, Gu Chang looked at Sui with hopeful anticipation. I'm free every afternoon from 2 to 5, though I don't come every day. Don't worry about paying me, I'm mainly here because I love traditional opera. I see, well then, welcome to Dayuan Grand Theater. My name is Gu Chang, what's yours? Sui stepped into the courtyard, which was still tidy, but the doors and windows were all broken. At a glance, puddles and weeds could be seen inside the house. Soo-hee, you're now the second member of Daeun Grand Theater. Let's clean up together. Gu Chang handed the broom leaning against the stone pillar to Soo-hee, then picked up a basin of water and a cloth to wipe the tables. Brandishing the broom, Soo-hee explored every corner of the theater. There was a spacious front courtyard flanked by private boxes, with 2 rows of buildings, the front ones presumably serving as dressing rooms for actors, while the rear buildings served as living quarters. One room held personal belongings, likely Gu Chang's own chamber. Miss Gu, did you really finish that enormous cake all by yourself yesterday? The entire Grand Theater was empty except for Gu Chang. Why would she order such a huge cake alone? Soo-hee, just call me by my name from now on, Gu Chang. Yesterday was my birthday, and I ordered a cake online myself. I didn't realize how big it was. So expensive, cost over 2,000 yuan. Soo-hee was somewhat speechless. The salary Gu Chang paid him was equivalent to the price of that single cake. After some casual conversation, Soo-hee had managed to extract all of Gu Chang's background details. At 10 years old, she moved abroad with her family. Now, to fulfill her grandfather's wish, she decided to make a fresh start and restore the former glory of Daeun Grand Theater. Actually, Soo-hee didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. Traditional opera had already declined in this era. No one would be willing to pay for tickets to watch it anymore. Her grandfather's wish was doomed to remain unfulfilled. Gu Chang was 25 this year, which meant she'd left this place 15 years ago. What kind of murder case could she possibly be involved in? While cleaning, Soo-hee made sure to search every nook and cranny, but found no corpse. It seemed the murder hadn't happened yet. The real question was what role Gu Chang would play, murderer or victim. Though judging by her innocent appearance, she didn't seem like the killer type. At noon, Gu Chang ordered takeout. The moment Soo-hee opened the door for the delivery guy, "Here's your order." Holy shit, a colleague? For one takeout order, Gu Chang spent over 800 yuan for 2 people. Upon opening it, 2 steaks, 2 servings of fries, not even a grain of rice in sight. Luckily, Soo-hee wasn't picky. He grabbed the steak and wolfed it down in a few bites, not even bothering with a knife and fork. Gu Chang, on the other hand, took her time, meticulously cutting and chewing bite by bite. Soo-hee couldn't stand watching and went off to tidy the room. In the afternoon, Soo-hee came up with an idea for Gu Chang to hire a few part-time workers for help. When Gu Chang offered 100 yuan per hour, Soo-hee promptly called over Manhwa and his 2 friends. Soo-hee, what's going on? Since when did you get into the cleaning business? Spill the truth, did you get swayed by her looks? That girl lives alone in such a big courtyard, and this is the capital, after all. Don't tell me you're plotting to take over the house? Soo-hee, don't listen to their nonsense. Introduce that girl to me instead. Let me be the one to suffer this hardship. The 3 of them dragged Soo-hee into the interrogation room as soon as they arrived. After a round of banter, they started cleaning. Anyway, Gu Chang was a little rich girl. They worked until almost 8 p.m. before finishing. Afterwards, Gu Chang wanted to order takeout to treat everyone, but this time Soo-hee insisted there had to be rice. Before long, the delivery guy walked in carrying multiple bags. Seeing 4 delivery guys sitting around the table, he froze, then asked in confusion, "Brothers, what's going on here? Did y'all fall off the wagon or strike it rich? Mind your own business about the affairs of the upper class. Bro, could you take the trash out when you leave? I honestly can't move anymore." Manhwa slumped in his chair and said, "Cleaning was way more exhausting than delivering food, climbing up and down, bending over backward. If Gu Chang hadn't paid them well, they'd have refused to do it no matter what." After dinner, the group dispersed early, and with time still on their hands, he took a few more delivery orders before finally returning to the hotel in the early morning hours. Chapter 75, It's hot outside, why not stay where it's cool? The next morning, when Soo-hee woke up, he noticed Manhwa was already gone. Checking the order app, he saw Ma had already completed 8 deliveries. Brother Ma's been acting a bit weird lately, starting deliveries at dawn, not even watching those live stream girls at night. Could he be possessed or something? Soo-hee muttered while brushing his teeth. Pan Ji-gang walked into the bathroom to pee and replied, "Hey, it's all because his daughter wants to study here in the capital. Let me tell you a secret, but don't spread it around. Brother Ma's ex-wife got dumped by that cheating bastard, and now she wants to get back together with him." Soo-hee finished brushing his teeth, turned around to pee, and asked doubtfully, "Did Brother Ma agree?" "No clue. Anyway, damn it, Soo-hee, your piss split, it splashed on my foot." As they stepped out of the bathroom, Dong Yong was getting dressed. Soo-hee leaned closer and asked, "Yong-ji, have you heard about Brother Ma?" "I don't know, besides drinking, he never tells me anything." "Why?" "His wife wants to get back together with him." "Damn, Soo-hee, we agreed to keep this confidential." "It's fine, Brother Yong isn't an outsider." After eating breakfast downstairs and putting on his helmet to start accepting delivery orders, Soo-hee suddenly received a call from Gu Chang. "Hello, I'm Zhou Bing from the Criminal Police Division. May I ask about your relationship with Gu Chang?" "Hello, are you there? Officer Zhou, I'm Soo-hee." Soo-hee's mind went blank. Something must have happened to Gu Chang. If Officer Zhou was calling, could she still be alive? On the other end, Zhou Bing pulled the phone away in astonishment, staring at the note written on it, number 2. This number 2 turned out to be Su-hee. Hey, Su-hee, how do you know Gu Chang? Hey, Su-hee. Officer Zhou, how did she die? The forensic preliminary autopsy concluded it was suicide. Impossible. Sui's loud outburst drew sidelong glances from those nearby. Just yesterday, Gu Chang had been perfectly fine, telling him glorious stories about her grandfather, explaining how she'd begun learning opera at 4 years old, and vowing to restore the UN Grand Theater to its former bustling glory. She loved life, carried dreams in her heart. How could she have suddenly committed suicide? Are you fucking moving or what? Blocking the road trying to scam someone. The car behind him honked wildly as a man stuck his head out and yelled. Sui turned his head to glance at him, flipped him the bird, and pedaled towards the UN Grand Theater. At the entrance of the UN Grand Theater, Sui stared blankly at the poster recruiting Peking opera performers. Gu Chang was dead. She still had so many unfulfilled dreams. When she died, she must have been full of regrets, right? Su-hee, you can't get involved in this case. And your 3 friends, they're already at the police station. Your fingerprints and footprints were found in the theater. I hope you understand. Zhou Bing stepped out and looked at Su-hee as he spoke. Understand? Officer Zhou, didn't you say it was suicide? Just because our fingerprints and footprints are there, and you immediately suspect us? Gu Chang didn't kill herself. I guarantee she wouldn't commit suicide. I hope you can uncover the truth. Sui turned and walked into the police car. Glancing at the officer inside, he said, let's go, to the police station. After all, I'm a suspect. Zhou Bing let out a sigh and waved for the police car to drive off. On the road, the officer driving glanced at the rearview mirror and said, Sui, Captain Zhou had no choice, it's orders from above. Some speculate you were trying to pull off the perfect crime. Bullshit. Perfect crime? I'm fucking sitting in a cop car on my way to an interrogation room. How's that perfect? My fingerprints and footprints are all over the theater. How's that perfect? My girlfriend? Screw it. I ain't even talking to you. Drive faster. I gotta piss. The officer in the passenger seat chimed in. Sui, watch your language. Just because we believe you doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Police have rules? Alright, enough said. Burning bridges after crossing the river, turning cold and heartless, killing the donkey after grinding the grain, discarding the bow after the birds are gone, forgetting the fish trap once the fish is caught, removing the ladder after climbing up, kicking someone when they're down. If only I hadn't just gone to vocational high school, I could have thrown a few more at you. The 2 police officers sighed helplessly. This Su-hee was too much. Wherever there was a murder case, there he was. The kicker was that he'd end up taking charge and helping the police solve it. Try to recruit him as an officer, and he'd refuse, insisting on delivering takeout instead. A few minutes later, Sui started up again, returning kindness with ingratitude, biting the hand that feeds you. The cop turned his head to see Sui actually searching for synonyms of burning bridges after crossing the river on Baidu. Cough. Su-hee, hand over your communication devices. Take it. Not like there's much left to say anyway. Arriving at the police station, Sui instinctively headed toward the interrogation room with familiar ease. An officer quickly stopped him, saying, Sui, Captain Zhou said you don't need to go to the interrogation room, just give your statement outside. Hold on, cops have their own rules. I know the procedures pretty well. Besides, on a scorching day like this, inside is way cooler than out there. Sui opened the interrogation room door himself, sat on the chair, locked it, then handed the key to the police officer, saying, Here, take this. Don't let me run away. The officer had no choice but to take Su-hee's statement in the interrogation room. However, Sui answered every subsequent question conscientiously, recounting every detail from receiving the food delivery order to applying for a Peking opera acting job and cleaning the premises. He described everything exactly as it happened. To illustrate, he even sang a section from Red Mulberry Town for the officers. How dare you, you ungrateful wretch. I sent Bao Mian to the pavilion with my blessings, never dreaming you'd betray our bond and lose all conscience. Stepping out of the interrogation room, the officer took out his phone. Hello, Captain Zhou, Sui's really holding a grudge. Alright, got it. Tell him to drink more hot water. Zhou Bing hung up the phone and turned to the forensic examiner beside him. What was the time of death? Between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. What was she doing wearing a full costume in the middle of the night? I've checked her entire body 3 times, only one wound on the wrist, and only her fingerprints on the knife. Based on the direction of the fingerprints and the angle of the wound, it matches a suicide scenario. Captain Zhou, after all these years, don't you still trust my eyes? The wounds from homicide and suicide, they're different. Take the body back first and examine it more carefully. Zhou Bing stood on the opera stage, gazing at the empty courtyard. A woman wearing a costume, committing suicide by slashing her wrist at 3 a.m. What hidden truth lay behind this? Why did Sui say it couldn't be suicide? What does he know? Captain Zhou, there's half a footprint here. Chapter 76. Maybe she thought I was kinda dumb. The deceased, Gu Chang, female, 25 years old, returned from Switzerland 3 days ago. She was discovered by a dog-walking neighbor at 8:05 this morning. The front door was wide open and the neighbor could immediately see Gu Chang in opera costume on the stage. The preliminary cause of death has been ruled as suicide. At the scene, Soo Hee and his friend left a large number of fingerprints and footprints. Combining their statements with the victim's time of death, their suspicion can be essentially ruled out. Additionally, unknown footprints were discovered at the edge of the stage. There were signs of wiping to conceal them, leaving only half a print. We can only surmise it was from a size 42 men's leather shoe. With this half footprint, perhaps this isn't a straightforward suicide. Zhou Bing finished speaking and sat back down. At this moment, the bureau chief asked, "Have we contacted Gu Chang's relatives?" Another officer replied, "Gu Chang's parents passed away one after another 5 years ago. 3 months ago, her only remaining relative, her grandfather Gu Huashuan, died of illness." Gu Huashuan was a renowned master of the Gu School of Opera in the 1960s, excelling in Xingyi, Huadan, and Daomanan roles. Whenever his troupe performed, tickets at the Dayuan Grand Theater were impossible to acquire. Later, for unknown reasons, his entire family relocated and completely vanished from public view. With nothing more than a half-obscured footprint lacking distinctive features, concluding it was homicide was clearly insufficient. At this moment, someone spoke up. Could it be that Gu Chang had no relatives left? Maybe she suffered from depression and wanted to commit suicide. Having grown up with Gu Huashuan and hearing so many stories about the UN Grand Theater since childhood, she specifically chose to return here to take her own life? According to Soo Hee and others, Gu Chang was an optimistic person who loved life. In her room, we also found her plans for the future of the UN Grand Theater. It doesn't seem like she came back specifically to commit suicide. The police are currently examining Gu Chang's belongings but have yet to find a suicide note or anything else unusual. The meeting room fell into a brief silence before the police chief suddenly looked up and asked, "What is that Sui doing right now?" "Sleep." The chief lightly tapped on the table and said, "Start by reviewing the surveillance footage from nearby areas to identify any suspicious targets." As for Soo Hee, since his suspicion has already been cleared, if he wants to investigate, just let him. The UN Theater was nestled in a maze of old hutongs, surrounded by aged buildings where only a handful of elderly residents remained. Security cameras were nearly impossible to find in the area. Leaving the meeting room, Zhou Bing walked up to Soo Hee, who was sleeping soundly in his chair. "The department has approved your assistance with the police investigation. Get up now, stop pretending to be asleep." Soo Hee remained motionless, and Zhou Bing turned to leave. "If you're not willing, forget it." "Stop." Soo Hee instantly sat up and said, "I need to review the case files." Zhou Bing turned his head to glare at Soo Hee. Soo Hee scratched his head and said, "Officer Zhou, could you please show me the case file?" Zhou Bing placed all the documents on the table and said, "I forgot to mention one thing. In Gu Chang's phone, your contact name was saved as number 2. What does that mean?" Soo Hee's hand froze mid-air. After a moment's pause, he replied, "Maybe she thought I was a bit of a fool." Turning to the first page, there was a striking photo of Gu Chang dressed in a theatrical costume, Yuji's attire from Farewell My Concubine. She sat there, blood flowing from her wrist, her head bowed. Beside her other hand lay a green fruit knife. The green fruit knife. Yesterday afternoon while cleaning, needing a small knife, Gu Chang took out a delicate little knife from the room. The fruit knife in the photo was just the common, cheap plastic type you'd find in any supermarket. Gu Chang is a woman of means. She wouldn't buy such a cheap fruit knife. Only Gu Chang's fingerprints were found on the fruit knife. Turning to the second page revealed a close-up of her face, not contorted in pain, but sorrowful, with tear-streaked mascara ruining her makeup. Gu Chang wept. Was it from the pain of her wounds, or the torment in her heart? Reading on, apart from that partial footprint, there were no other clues. After telling Officer Zhou about the fruit knife incident, Soo Hee left the police station. At the entrance, Ma Mingzhi and the other two were sitting on their electric scooters. When they saw Soo Hee come out, they hurriedly asked, "Soo Hee, what's going on? How could Miss Gu have committed suicide? Who told you it was a suicide?" Soo Hee found the electric bike brought back by the police in the shed and said, "Don't worry about this matter anymore. Go deliver your orders." With that, Soo Hee rode off. After turning a corner, Soo Hee noticed Ma Mingzhi and the other two still following behind. He stopped and said, "I'm fine. You guys go ahead with your work. We'll have drinks tonight." Soo Hee, was Miss Gu murdered? Then I can't drink this liquor. Are you planning to go after the killer? We'll come with you. More people means more support. Find the killer? Based on half a footprint? Alright, enough already. Hunting criminals is the police's job, don't make trouble. I'm going to deliver takeout. Soo Hee took out his phone, accepted 2 orders, and actually went to make food deliveries. After completing 2 deliveries, Soo Hee rode his bike to the gate of Dayuan Grand Theater. The entrance was still cordoned off with police tape, and the doors were sealed with public security notices. The poster recruiting Peking opera actors had already been torn down. Not far away, a group of elderly women were chatting together as Suhi slowly pedaled past them. This theater is really eerie. Back then, it only closed down because someone died here. That's right, it's even haunted. The villagers don't dare go near. Who would have thought the Gu family's descendant would return and commit suicide after just a few days? Some things are better left alone. Seeing a stranger approach, the aunties immediately fell silent. Sui grinned and asked, "Sisters, I'm a food delivery guy. Do you know an elderly man with a surname G around here? Walks with a cane, gray hair. Old man G? Go down this alley past 3 intersections, turn left and keep going. Big magnolia tree in front of his gate. Though this time of day he's usually out walking." "Thank you, sisters. I just overheard your creepy chat about suicides and hauntings. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. Handsome, don't be so quick to dismiss it. That DUN Grand Theater is downright eerie. There was a child from our village who got lost, and that night during heavy rain, people saw a woman in opera robes singing on that stage. Many witnessed it, then she vanished in the blink of an eye. The child was found behind the theater. Came down with a serious fever afterward, let me tell you. Back in the day, many people died there, all opera performers. You're such a good-looking young man. Are you married? I've got a niece who's 22 and would be perfect for you. Aunt Xiao, your niece Wan weighs well over 200 pounds, handsome guy, but my daughter is pretty with a great figure. How can you say that? When choosing a wife, picking a bigger one is more cost-effective, you know? Seeing an argument about to break out, Sui quickly made his escape. Ladies, I've got things to attend to, bye-bye. Chapter 77, Old Man, you're not about to tell me a ghost story, are you? The setting sun dipped below the horizon as swallows returned to their nests, and Old Man G, having finished his stroll, slowly made his way back, leaning on his cane. Grandpa, you're back, Sui called out cheerfully. Old Man G took one look and promptly turned to flee, muttering under his breath, "Knew it wouldn't be that simple. The murderers come to silence me." "Grandpa, where are you off to again just after getting back?" Sui followed the old man on his electric scooter. Old G, exhausted from running, stopped to gasp for breath while glaring at Sui. "Don't get cocky, punk. The cops have had their eyes on you for ages, they'll wipe you out sooner or later." "Uncle, calm down, lean against the wall to catch your breath." "How am I being cocky? What do the police have to do with this?" Sui got out of the car to support Old G, who suddenly stiffened and squeezed his eyes shut. "Uncle, don't scare me like this. Hang in there." Sui supported Old G with one hand while pressing his philtrum with the other. Old G squinted his eyes, panting heavily. "Grandpa, are you feeling better now?" Watching Old G gradually calm down, Sui also let out a sigh of relief. "Are you trying to make me kill myself?" Old G turned to look at Sui. Sui was taken aback and said, "Sir, you can't die. I just came to ask you about the DUN Grand Theater." "Don't worry, young man. I know all the rules of the streets. I won't tell anyone. The reason I've lived this long is because I never meddle in others' business." "We've never met." Old G patted his chest in assurance. "Why does this sound so familiar? Holy shit, does the old man think I'm the one who killed Gu Chang?" "Sir, you've got it all wrong. I'm not the killer trying to silence you. The police sent me to ask about the DUN Grand Theater. Here, let me help you back inside first. You must have been quite the athlete in your younger days. Those quick strides just now were almost as fast as Lu Xiang's when he really opened up." Sui helped Old Man G into the house, then turned back to bring over the e-bike. "Hey," Old Man G had closed the door on him. "Sir, I swear I'm not a bad guy. Don't try to trick me with your little games. Who do you think you're fooling?" Through the door, Old G's voice boomed with renewed vigor. "Sir, I just want to ask you something. Gu Chang from DUN Theater was my friend. She left just like that for no reason. Do you really think it was suicide?" Sui simply sat right down at the entrance. "Was it really not you who killed the person?" Old G opened the door and looked at Sui. "Really not. We were friends. You saw it yourself that day. I was delivering a cake to her." "Then get in here quick." Old G surveyed the surroundings warily, like a spy making a covert meeting. After Sui entered, he locked the door behind them. The room was very dark. Old G fumbled around for 2 minutes before finally lighting the kerosene lamp. "Old man, you're not about to tell me a ghost story, are you?" The dimly lit room swayed gently with the kerosene lamp, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Young man, this isn't any ghost story. The DUN Theater really is haunted. When I was young, it wasn't called DUN Theater yet, just a small courtyard with a makeshift stage. Strangely enough, that day, an opera troupe had set up their stage, and the audience was bustling with excitement. On stage, they were performing Farewell My Concubine. Just as Yu-Ji drew her sword for the final tragic scene, guess what happened? "Is he dead?" Su-hee replied. Old G was taken aback for a moment before answering, "Yes." At that time, Xiang Yu was still on stage bowing his head and stamping his feet in despair, while maids supported Yu-Ji as she descended from the stage, her blood spattering all over the performance platform. But that wasn't the strangest part. That very night, a great fire broke out in the theater, and all the actors perished in the flames. Seeing that Sui showed little reaction, old Ji continued, years passed, no one knows exactly how many, before another opera troupe came. They built a new theater on the same site, naming it Duyuan Grand Theater. The new theater grew increasingly prosperous and famous. The master of the Gu School, Gu Huishuan, became a renowned opera performer whose fame rivaled that of today's television stars. But peace lasted only a few years before strange things started happening again. At the Duyuan Grand Theater, 1 or 2 people would die every other day, and even doctors couldn't find the cause. Half a month later, barely anyone was alive. Gu Huishuan packed up his family and fled overnight. So many years have passed that no one remembers exactly when, but everyone said he must have died on the road until that day, when the little girl from the Gu family opened the door. I just knew something bad was about to happen. Nobody in our village dares to enter that courtyard. A few years ago, an outsider stumbled into the Duyuan Grand Theater late at night by mistake. The next day, he told everyone he met, that opera performance last night was truly magnificent. When people asked him which opera it was, he said, "Farewell my concubine." Later, the mental hospital staff came, saying he was an escapee, and took him back. Old man, your last story had quite a forced twist. Sui had hoped to uncover some secrets about the Duyuan Grand Theater but ended up hearing a few ghost stories, none of which were particularly scary, except for the unsettling way the old man's face looked under the flickering kerosene lamp. Young man, I advise you to stop asking around. Some things just can't be explained. Be careful, or you might bring trouble upon yourself. Suddenly, the kerosene lamp went out. Ever since I followed my lord to battle east and west, enduring wind and frost, toiling year after year, my only hatred is the ruthless Qin that has plunged the people into misery, leaving the masses in bitter hardship and distress. As the singing of Yuji from Farewell My Concubine began, old Ji seized Sui's hand and said, "Don't be nervous, it's just my phone ringtone. Hey, son. Yeah, I've eaten, just about to go to sleep." After hanging up, old man Ji muttered, "Getting old brings high blood pressure. My son reminds me to take medicine every day." Sui stood up to leave when old man Ji relit the kerosene lamp and said, "It's been so long since anyone talked with me. Young man, whatever you do don't look back on your way home. I don't believe a damn word you say, you wretched old coot." Sui mounted his e-bike and sped off without glancing back. There's nothing to fear about youngsters bragging, but when old folks start telling ghost stories, that's what really sends chills down your spine. Chapter 78, Old Man Loves Spinning Ghost Stories, Just Scare Tactics, Don't Be Afraid. This is downright terrifying. Sui lay motionless on the rooftop. After leaving the alleyway, he picked up a set of black clothes from a street vendor before circling back to the UN Grand Theater. Climbing up a tall tree, he stepped gingerly onto the top of the wall and made his way to the rooftop, where he could overlook the entire courtyard. The courtyard was eerily quiet. On the stage, a pool of blood left by Gu Chang was faintly visible in the darkness. Time ticked by, and Sui remained as still as a corpse, only his wide-opened eyes betraying any sign of life. Even if there really were ghosts, he was determined to see them with his own eyes. Slowly, Sui began to feel drowsy, his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Just as he was about to fall asleep, suddenly, a jingling and clattering sound rang out, and 2 figures abruptly appeared on the stage. In the blink of an eye, a chill ran down Sui's spine, yet his eyes blazed with intense focus as he looked over. "Dad, the police are already here. Can't we wait until the heat dies down before coming back?" "No. Your mother can't sleep a wink every night unless she hears me sing a section first. When I kick the bucket someday, I'll sing for her down below, and then you won't have to worry about it. Hurry up then. I'll go get a stool." With that, one of them lifted the cloth behind the stage, moved aside a board, and went down. Before long, he returned with a stool, then sat down on the stage. The other person on stage walked to one side, lightly shifting their feet, holding a long sword in hand. After spinning a few circles in the center of the stage, they finally began to sing. "I urge my lord to drink and heed you song, easing your sorrow with this dancing throng." The tyrannical Qin lost its empire as heroes rose everywhere with weapons drawn. As ancient wisdom never fails, kingdoms rise and fall in but a moment. Sit at ease in your tent and drink your wine. As he sang, one sword became 2. Finishing the song, he added, "My dear, you should go to bed early." Meanwhile, another person quickly wiped away the footprints on the ground. The curtain was drawn, and the 2 disappeared from the stage, restoring everything to calm. Sui waited another half-hour before cautiously descending, then vanished into the night. Back at the inn, Sui lay on his bed, now wide awake. The scene from the stage kept replaying in his mind. The man singing in the opera was old Ji. Sui had focused all his attention on Gu Chang, completely overlooking the elderly man he had met for the first time. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that a white-haired old man, leaning on a cane, could be the murderer. Regret, self-reproach. Sui couldn't calm the remorse in his heart. This was the first time he had ever wanted to save someone. He knew a murder was about to happen, yet he still failed to prevent it. Looking back carefully, before Gu Chang's incident, he had only met the old man Ji once. With a sigh, he thought perhaps it was doomed by fate, unchangeable after all. Taking out his phone, he sent a text to Zhou Bing, Officer Zhou, I've made a new discovery. I'll tell you tomorrow. Then he turned off his phone and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhou Bing was already standing at the entrance of the hotel. Good morning, Officer Zhou. Looking at those dark circles under your eyes, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? Just as Sui stepped out the door, she ran into an unsmiling Zhou Bing. Why did you turn off your phone? Zhou Bing asked directly. To improve sleep quality, Sui replied. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Let's go, find a quiet place for breakfast. In the police car, the two ate steamed buns and drank soy milk. Go ahead, what did you find? I've found the murderer. What? Zhou Bing's hand, holding a steamed bun, froze midair as he asked in astonishment. You already discovered the murderer last night? Why are you only telling me now? Who is it? Where is he? Sui took a sip of soybean milk before answering leisurely. I was afraid if I told you last night, you wouldn't have slept a wink. The killer is Old Man G. I don't know his full name, and there's also his son. They live in the alley near the UN Theater. Sui then recounted everything he had witnessed the previous night to Zhou Bing in complete detail. So you're suggesting we act tonight and catch them in the act? Zhou Bing asked. Sui nodded, swallowed the remaining bites of his baozi in 2 mouthfuls, and stepped off the curb, saying, Officer Zhou, just the 2 of us should go tonight. I've got to deliver some takeout first. While interviewing neighbors near the UN Grand Theater, many also mentioned hauntings. Late every night, faint opera singing could be heard. The police dismissed it as local ghost stories, never imagining someone would stay up past midnight to sing alone on stage. Watching Sui vanish into the traffic, Zhou Bing sighed. Sometimes he truly admired Sui lying on the rooftop of a haunted murder scene late at night, all for a friend they'd known barely 2 days. Gu Chang had no family, no friends in the country, even her body and belongings had to be handled by the police. In this world, the only one left who cared about her was Sui. Hey, Xiao Zhao, arrange an emergency meeting at the bureau. I'll be back soon. Apprehending criminal suspects wasn't something he and Sui could act on independently. Since he was now aware of the situation, he had to report it to the bureau. At night, Sui called Zhou Bing and quietly arrived at the perimeter of the UN Grand Theater. Looking at the dozen or so police officers lying prone on the ground, Sui found Zhou Bing and said, Officer Zhou, this isn't some gang brawl. Why did you bring so many people? Zhou Bing glanced at Sui and replied, they're providing backup outside. You and I will go in. Sui led Zhou Bing over the wall into the theater by climbing a tree, then crouched behind the stage, waiting patiently. After what felt like an eternity, a hand suddenly clamped over Sui's mouth. His eyes snapped open to see Officer Zhou motioning for silence. 2 figures appeared on the stage. Neither spoke. Soon, singing began to rise. Seeing the king asleep in his tent, dressed and steady, I step outside to dispel my gloom. Light-footed, I move forward and stand in the wilds. Suddenly lifting my head, I see the clear moon in the azure sky. Zhou Bing signaled to Sui, and the 2 lunged forward like tigers chasing a rabbit. Zhou grabbed Old G by the arm, pinned him to the ground, and shouted, Don't move, police! Sui charged toward Old G's son. Before reaching him, his hand struck first a heavy slap across the face. He then kicked the young man down and straddled him, growling, Move an inch, and I'll slap you again. The 2 were still in shock when over a dozen police officers burst through the door, immediately surrounding them. Take him away. Sui stepped onto the stage, pulled back the curtain, and revealed a large hole. Officer Zhou handed him a flashlight, but Sui stepped aside and said, Officer Zhou, after you. Suddenly, a mournful voice came from behind. Darling, it's time to sleep. Looking back, Old Man G stared at Sui and smiled. Young man, when you go down, watch your step. Old Man G was taken away by the police. Zhou Bing looked at Sui and asked, what did he mean by that? Don't worry, Old Man G loves telling ghost stories to scare people. Don't be afraid, you go down first. Chapter 79, oh no, even my shoe came off. What are you doing, Sui? Zhou Bing descended to the bottom of the cave, only to find Sui standing motionless, staring at him with wide eyes. Could he be scared? Zhou Bing laughed. Then you stay above. I'll go check ahead first. Reaching the cave floor, Zhou Bing discovered the space inside was vast and continued walking forward. Officer Zhou, come up quick. As Sui's words fell, a dull thud came from below, followed by 2 gunshots. Sui immediately shouted down, Officer Zhou, are you alright? No response came. Sui took a flashlight from the nearby police officer and jumped straight into the hole. Inside the hole was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Turning on the flashlight, Sui noticed the walls were lined with stone as he ventured further in. It clearly wasn't a hastily dug tunnel, but rather a secret passage built during the theater's construction. Not far ahead was a sharp turn. When Sui shone his flashlight around the corner, he froze. A single police boot lay on the ground alongside traces of blood. Oh no, the shoes come off. This is terrible. Following the trail of blood, I suddenly saw a light ahead. Officer Zhou, is that you? Sui called out. There was no response, but the light was flickering. Sui hurried forward. There, a figure in stage costume was straddling Officer Zhou, strangling him with all their might. "Damn your grandfather," Sui cursed as he charged forward. Seeing Sui approaching, the person in costume let go and grabbed a handful of dirt to throw before turning to flee. Sui instinctively closed his eyes. Suddenly, bang, he fell flat on the ground. He hadn't been shot, he'd simply smacked his head against a rock. Lying on the ground, Sui's head buzzed with a dull roar as the flashlight slipped from his grip, casting only a faint glimmer. "Cough. Sui, are you alright?" Officer Zhou picked up the flashlight and shone it on Sui's face. Sui's face was smeared with blood and dirt as he grinned and said, "Officer Zhou, you're not dead?" Just then, several police officers rushed over, and Sui passed out completely. "Leave one person to take Sui upstairs, the others go after them. Don't worry about me." Officer Zhou shone the flashlight on his abdomen, where blood had already soaked through his clothes. Lifting the fabric revealed intestines threatening to spill out. Captain Zhou. In a private ward at Capital People's Hospital. Sui opened his eyes, gazed at the ceiling light, and let out a sigh. "How did I end up crashing into a wall?" Last night, the moment Officer Zhou went downstairs, three choices suddenly appeared before Sui's eyes. Option 1, assist the police in apprehending the murderer. Completion reward, mastery of piano. Option 2, don't go downstairs. Completion reward, mastery of go. Option 3, let other officers go down. Completion reward, mastery of gomoku. For a moment, Sui thought it was a system bug. The perpetrator had already been captured after all, with old Ji and his son being taken away by the police. Suddenly, he realized his mistake. There was another killer. By the time he shouted that warning to Zhou Bing, it was already too late. In his mind, there was a person dressed in theatrical costume, the outfit of the Chu overlord from Farewell My Concubine. It was too dark underground for Sui to make out the face. Who was this person? Why would they appear there? While Sui was lost in thought, the nurse walked in and said, "You're awake? It's just a mild concussion. Stay in the hospital for observation for a couple of days, rest at home for a few more, and you'll be fine." Sui nodded softly but remained silent. The nurse changed Sui's foredrip and cautioned, "You've got several scars on your head, be more careful from now on, don't keep bumping it." "Thank you." No sooner had the nurse left than a police officer entered, not Officer Zhou, but another officer from the station, Zhao Xiaoyang. This was the young Zhao officer Zhou often mentioned. "Officer Zhao, is Officer Zhou alright?" Sui had also been terrified by last night's events. Officer Zhou had even lost his shoe. How terrifying was that? "Sui, thank goodness you arrived in time. Captain Zhou is out of danger now. The chief sent me to look after you. The case is currently under investigation, and once the suspect is apprehended, he'll come personally to thank you." "Officer Zhao, I'm fine, just a little bump. I'm used to it by now. Any updates on the case?" Zhao Xiaoyang took out his tablet and said, "Captain Zhou guessed right again. He said you'd start asking about the case the moment you woke up. Here's what was found under the opera stage, along with Ji Yuanshan and Ji Hua's statements. Old man Ji's full name is Ji Yuanshan. According to testimonies from both him and his son, on the night Gu Chang had the accident, they hadn't gone to the theater, precisely because Gu Chang was there. Few people still knew about the secret passage beneath the opera stage. The person dressed in stage costumes, according to Ji Yuanshan, was a madman who would appear periodically, sometimes lingering in the theater for days, other times disappearing for months at a time. Once, they encountered each other in the passage, and Ji Hua was injured. After that, the man didn't dare return for a long time. The passage ended at a hillside near the village, leading to a patch of barren land. After reviewing the testimony, Sui picked up the photographs from the passage and studied them closely. After comparing the footprints of old Ji and his son, the police found they didn't match the half footprint discovered at the scene. Numerous footprints were discovered in the secret passage, which matched those of the person wearing the theatrical costume. Both old Ji and his son confirmed that the person in the theatrical costume was a man. That half footprint was left by the man in the theatrical costume, but who exactly was he? Below the stage, there was not only a secret passage but also a hidden chamber containing various everyday waste items. Among them was a photograph that left Sui stunned. Cake box. The previous afternoon, Sui had delivered a cake to Gu Chang. The next day, he arrived at the UN Grand Theater to clean with Momingjer and the others. Throughout the entire process, he never spotted a cake box. He had personally cleaned every room in the theater. It was impossible for him to have missed anything. He had even entered Gu Chang's room and still found no trace of the cake box. He had thought Gu Chang had eaten the cake and thrown the box away, so when exactly did that cake box end up in the secret passage? But at the very least, it must have happened before Sui arrived at the UN Grand Theater the next day. Sui suddenly looked up at Zhao Xiaoyang and asked, "When was Gu Chang's birthday?" Zhao Xiaoyang quickly pulled up Gu Chang's file and said, "September 15th. Sui grabbed his phone and looked at the dates on it. May 22nd. The day he delivered the cake was May 18th. He distinctly remembered Gu Chang herself telling him, "Yesterday was my birthday, I ordered a cake online myself." Gu Chang lied. Why would she lie? Chapter 80. Who do you think you are, Xiangyu the Conqueror? Is the person in stage costume a lunatic? Take whatever old G says as nothing more than ghost stories. If he were truly insane, he'd have been locked up in a mental institution long ago. Most people are just paranoid, not actually insane. Suddenly, Sui grasped at something. Mental institutions. What if old G's stories weren't ghost tales, but real? Maybe he just substituted inexplicable events with supernatural explanations. In folktales, most ghosts actually represent the unknown, like the eerie flames over graves, which are simply the spontaneous combustion of white phosphorus released by decomposing bones. In old G's story, Yuji's suicide might have been the actress's own intention to end her life, and the fire afterward could have been either accidental or deliberate. As for the daily deaths at the UN Grand Theater, they were likely due to epidemics or contagious diseases. As for that man who escaped from the psychiatric hospital, well, he probably really did just escape from the psychiatric hospital. At this thought, Sui felt a surge of excitement. She got out of bed, yanked out the 4-needle, downed the remaining glucose in the bottle like a shot, changed into her own clothes, and walked out saying, "Officer Zhao, take me to the psychiatric hospital." Zhao Xiaoyang froze for a moment before asking in surprise, "But didn't the doctor say it was just a concussion? Has it gotten worse?" On the road, Zhao Xiaoyang spoke while driving. There are 19 hospitals related to mental illness within the capital region. 2 are located within 10 kilometers of the UN Grand Theater. Among them, one meets your criteria. Matches the conditions you described. A public welfare hospital that takes in diagnosed psychiatric patients for long-term treatment. Let's check that one first. Sui wasn't entirely sure if his speculation was correct. Arriving at the hospital, Zhao Xiaoyang showed his credentials, and an orderly led the 2 of them inside. Our hospital currently houses a total of 238 patients, 205 in Zone A and 33 in Zone B. Officers, how may I assist you? Zhao Xiaoyang glanced at Suhi, who then asked, "Is there a man who often sings opera here?" The orderly looked up at Suhi, his expression slightly flustered. After a long pause, he replied, "I'm sorry, officers. Regarding patient information, I need to consult with the director first. Could you please wait a moment?" The caregiver went aside to make a phone call. Suhi and Officer Zhao exchanged a glance, with Officer Zhao saying, "This looks promising." Not long after, a middle-aged woman rushed over and immediately asked, "Officer, do you have any news about Chang Wu?" "Chang Wu?" Sui remained silent while Officer Zhao asked, "Who is Chang Wu?" The middle-aged woman replied, "Officer, to be honest, our hospital has lost a patient. He's been with us for 13 years as a long-term patient. He usually behaves normally, though occasionally acts erratic and often sings opera pieces. Over the years, Chang Wu would secretly run away every now and then. At first, we even reported to the police to find him and brought him back. Later, he sometimes returned on his own. We tried many methods and even locked him in the B ward for several months. Later, as he consistently behaved well, he was transferred to the A ward. Who would have thought he ran away again a few days ago?" Suhi immediately asked, "When exactly did he run away?" "On the evening of May 16th, during our caregiver's rounds, he was already gone." Officer Zhao asked, "Do you have a photo of Chang Wu here?" Yes, officer, just a moment please." When Sui held Chang Wu's photograph, she froze. His face was completely covered in pustules, making the original features unrecognizable. "Does Chang Wu have any relatives?" "No, he arrived before I started working here, and in all these years no one has ever come to visit him." At that moment, Officer Zhao's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and handed it to Sui, saying, "Look, the one in theatrical costume." The middle-aged woman took a quick peek and said, "That's Chang Wu." He had no idea where he got that costume from, but it was always his treasure. A few days ago, he ran off with that costume still on him. On Taijing Mobile Building's rooftop, Chang Wu stood at the edge dressed as the conqueror of Western Shu, murmuring to himself while swaying left and right. Several times he nearly toppled over, creating a heart-stopping spectacle. "I'll drive." After walking out of the psychiatric hospital, Sui snatched the car keys from Officer Zhao's hand and immediately claimed the driver's seat. Officer Zhao patted the car door and said, "Get out. Don't think I don't know you're unlicensed. This is driving without a license. I'll drive." Sui obediently took the passenger seat as Officer Zhao turned on the siren and drove toward Taijing Mobile Building. The moment the car stopped, Sui flung open the door and rushed out, but officers barred his entry until Officer Zhao arrived and escorted him inside. Inside the elevator, Zhao Xiaoyang glanced at Suhi and grinned. "Ever thought about joining the Criminal Investigation Division? We have special recruitment quotas, no written tests required. Next time, no cop would stop you." "Can I skip work and clock-ins?" Suhi asked. "Can you work without pay then?" Zhao Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. Suhi thought it over carefully and replied, "Sure. No need to clock in, no need to show up for work, just holding a detective badge as a white-collar worker, even without a salary, seemed oddly acceptable." Dream on. Taijing Mobile Building had 33 floors. Exiting the elevator, they saw local police officers already on the rooftop trying to talk Chang Wu down. Sui followed Officer Zhao over and saw Chang Wu standing on the edge of the roof, singing, "With my spear I've slain many generals of Han, but courage alone cannot withstand 10 ambushes laid in wait. By imperial decree, cease all military movements and return to your barracks." Chang Wu was completely lost in his performance, making even the police officers hesitant to approach him. Suddenly, a clear and resonant singing voice rang out. Sui took small, delicate steps while holding an elegant finger gesture, the orchid hand, and gracefully approached. "My liege." The police officers were all stunned. Sui still had bandages wrapped around his head. Was one lunatic not enough, now there's another? Chang Wu turned his head to look at Sui and continued reading. "All this has caused you unnecessary alarm." Sui also continued reading. "Your Majesty, how fares the battle today? Shall we claim victory or suffer defeat?" Chang Wu gradually let his guard down and muttered. He pierced through the Han camp's finest generals, yet outnumbered and alone, victory eluded his grasp. Truly, heaven wills the fall of Chu, no fault lies in this warrior's valor. Sui moved lightly, slowly approaching Chang Wu. Staring into his eyes, he said, "Victory and defeat are common in war." "Oh, fuck you." Sui grabbed Chang Wu's foot and yanked it downward. Before Chang Wu knew what hit him, he was flat on his back. "Think you're some goddamn conqueror of Western Chu? Holy shit, you still dare to block?" Sui rushed forward, fists and feet flying. Chang Wu didn't even have time to react before taking several solid hits. "Sui, stop." Officer Zhao hurriedly pulled Sui back while the other officers restrained Chang Wu. Sui kicked Chang Wu squarely in the stomach and roared, "Why the fuck did you kill Gu Chang?" Sui's kick was delivered with tremendous force. Chang Wu doubled over in pain, taking a long moment before he could raise his head to look at Sui. "Consort," he gasped, "you mustn't seek such a dire end." Breaking free from Officer Zhao's grasp with sudden violence, Sui surged forward and rained several punches down upon Chang Wu. "Sing your sister's ass. I'm asking you, damn it. Why did you kill Gu Chang?" Chapter 81. You didn't even try to stop me. They say stories and liquor are a perfect match, but Sui's story, it's too fucking gut-wrenching to put into words. "Sui, I've never backed down from a drink in my life, but today I surrender, alright? Let's go home and sleep it off. We'll drink another day." Ma Mingzhi braced himself against the table with one hand while tugging at Sui with the other. "Let him drink. Worst case we'll skip work tomorrow. Come on Sui, if they won't join you, Brother Young will." Dong Young grabbed another bottle and downed it in 5 seconds like a human whirlwind. Pan Jigang had already slid to the floor, hugging a table leg with a drunken grin plastered across his face. Sui put down the liquor bottle, leaned back in his chair, and laughed. "Mental illness, his damn mental illness, I'm the one who's really messed up in the head." Right, sure you are, Sui, you just hit your head, why drink so much?" Ma Mingzhi glared at Dong Young, scolding, "Can't you see he's wasted? And you're still laughing." The next day, Sui rode his electric bike to the Public Security Bureau. "What? Chang Wu isn't the killer?" Officer Zhao interrogated all night but made no progress. Chang Wu behaved like a madman, singing "Farewell My Concubine" non-stop from dusk till dawn. "Yes, my instincts tell me Chang Wu isn't the killer." Sui simply couldn't bring himself to say that he'd woken up to find the system still hadn't delivered his rewards. "Instinct? You damn near beat Chang Wu to death yesterday, and now you're talking about instinct. Tell me, what new discoveries have you made?" Officer Zhao rubbed his eyes, yawned, and said as he sat down in his chair, "I wouldn't say it's a new discovery. On my way here, I was thinking Chang Wu has already gone mad. Would a mentally ill person really wipe away the footprints on the stage after committing a crime? And even if he knew to erase them, why leave behind half a footprint?" Sui also pulled up a chair and sat across from Officer Zhao. "What do you mean by on your way here? So you came up with this just now?" "Sui, it's precisely because Chang Wu is mentally ill that some of his actions differ from those of a normal person. You heard the director, Chang Wu isn't always like this. He has moments of clarity too. Once he regains his senses, maybe we'll find out why he killed Gu Chang." Officer Zhao stood up, patted Sui on the shoulder, and said, "You need to learn to regulate yourself. Don't get too immersed in one case." "Alright, I need to get some sleep. I'll notify you once Chang Wu comes to his senses. Also, one final warning, no hitting people." Officer Zhao turned his head to look at Sui. Sui scratched his head and grinned. "Officer Zhao, I just couldn't hold back. You could have at least tried to stop me." "How could I have stopped you? Did you even give me a chance? Back then, you probably wanted to hit me too, didn't you? Whatever, I'm done talking. If you have anything to say, wait till I wake up." Officer Zhao left, and Sui let out a sigh. If Chang Wu wasn't the killer, then who was? Let me make a bold assumption. If the murderer wasn't old Ji and his son, nor Chang Wu, then there must be someone else. That mysterious figure is the real killer who murdered Gu Chang. Sui looked utterly dejected. "Damn it, I'm losing my mind. What mysterious person are you even talking about?" Seeing Sui sitting there sighing, a female police officer walked over and said, "Sui, have you eaten breakfast yet? I just bought some steamed buns." Sui looked up and forced a bitter smile. "Officer Rong, I've lost my appetite. Rongshui placed the steamed buns in front of Suhee and said, "You should at least eat something. I noticed you're not in a good mental state. Should I take you to the psychological counseling room?" Suddenly, Suhee grabbed Officer Rong's hand and stood up abruptly. "Officer Rong, send me to a psychiatric hospital." "Ha, Suhee, that's not what I meant. We have psychologists at the station. It's normal to experience some psychological changes after handling so many cases." On the road, Rongshui was driving while Suhee sat in the passenger seat, devouring 9 steamed buns in one go before realizing, "Officer Rong, have you had breakfast yet? There's still 1 bun left." Rongshui smiled and replied, "You have it. I've already eaten." "If you've eaten, why did you buy so many?" Suhee finished the last bun and asked, "Officer Rong, what will happen to Gu Chang's belongings overseas?" Captain Zhou had already contacted the Swiss police. All of Gu Chang's belongings have been sent back to the country. They should arrive in a couple of days, though the case is already solved. "Officer Rong, Chang Wu isn't the killer. Please take a closer look into this." Rongshui glanced at Suhee and said, "Currently all the evidence points to Chang Wu." On the cake box found in the secret passage, there were only fingerprints from Chang Wu and Gu Chang. The sheath of that fruit knife was discovered in the passageway and also had Chang Wu's prints. Right now, all we can do is wait for Chang Wu to regain consciousness so he can explain what happened. Arriving at the hospital, Rongshui took Suhee to meet the director. "Officer, truly no one has come to visit Chang Wu. Here most of our patients have no relatives, and even those who do have basically severed all ties." Suhee said, "Please show me the surveillance footage from before Chang Wu's escape and the visitor registration log." The warden sent someone to retrieve them and continued, "By the way, there was a woman's photo by Chang Wu's bedside. He'd fight anyone who touched it. Not sure if it's relevant." The woman in the photo was very young and bore a striking resemblance to Gu Chang. Rongshui held the photo and said, "Gu Xinyue, Gu Huashuan's daughter, Gu Chang's mother." Gu Chang took her mother's surname. Suhee sat in the office reviewing surveillance footage. Before long, Rongshui walked in and said, "We've already collected DNA samples from Gu Chang and Chang Wu for paternity testing." "Suhee, do you think Gu Chang and Chang Wu are father and daughter?" Suhee looked up, surprised. "Yeah, isn't that how it plays out in TV dramas?" "Officer Rong, let me explain. 26 years ago, on a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, Gu Xinyue and Chang Wu." "Shut up, Suhee, we don't need the details. Keep reviewing the footage." In the surveillance footage, some patients recite poetry to the air, while others stand in a corner pretending to be flower vases. Chang Wu watches quietly, never uttering a word, sitting there motionless for entire days. "Wait, who is this person?" On the afternoon of May 16th, aside from the nursing aide, only one patient had contact with Chang Wu. The patient said something to Chang Wu. In the surveillance footage, Chang Wu suddenly became very agitated, slamming the table and shouting loudly before being taken back to his room by the caretaker. His name is Luo Wenqing, nicknamed Repeater. His condition is similar to how children learn to speak. He keeps repeating the same phrase over and over. The episodes can last anywhere from half an hour to 2 hours. Aside from sleep, he can only say a few sentences a day. Soon, the caretaker brought Luo Wenqing over. Luo Wenqing leaned in close to Suhee and said, "Luo Wenqing, someone's looking for you." Then he walked up to Rongshui and said, "Luo Wenqing, someone's looking for you." Luo Wenqing would approach every person he met and repeat this same line. Suhee walked over to Luo Wenqing and recited, "Moonlight shines before my bed." Luo Wenqing looked at Suhee and said, "Luo Wenqing, someone's looking for you." Suhee smiled bitterly. These symptoms weren't just like a broken record, it was more like a jammed cassette tape. Chapter 82, If you don't tell the truth, we'll cut off your social security. The surveillance footage didn't reveal anything particularly unusual about Luo Wenqing. After all, his behavior had always been peculiar. Besides repeating himself and getting stuck like a jammed tape, Luo Wenqing didn't have a rewind function to replay what he had said earlier. So he spent nearly an hour chatting with him until a caregiver walked in and called out, "Time for dinner." So Luo Wenqing finally changed his lines, "Dinner's ready." The director escorted Suhee and the others out of the psychiatric hospital. Suddenly, Suhee turned back to look at the director and asked, "Are there any patients who can remember everything others say to them every day?" The director froze, then smiled wryly, "Officer, this is a psychiatric hospital, not a school for the supernaturally gifted." Back in the police car, Rongshui said, "Suhee, when we return to the station, a lip-reading expert will translate what Luo Wenqing said." Back at the police academy, our instructors always told us to take every case seriously. If there's even a single doubt, we must follow it through. "I think you're right." Suhee returned to the police station and went straight to find Old Man Ji. Before the case was closed, Old Man Ji and his son were still suspects, though Suhee knew they weren't the murderers. Talk, leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. If you don't tell the truth, we'll suspend your social security. Suhee sat facing Old Man Ji. "Young man, no, officer, this won't do. I've told you everything I know. There's really nothing I'm hiding." Old Ji still thought Suhee was a policeman who'd been wearing plain clothes earlier. In both Old G and his son's testimonies, years ago, Old G's wife had gone to the UN Grand Theater to watch an opera. Because people in the theater caught a strange disease, the place was locked down with his wife inside. Not long after, everyone inside died. Fearing contagion, they dug pits and buried them right there in the open space before the opera stage. All these years, Old G kept dreaming about his wife, so every night he'd sneak into the Grand Theater to sing opera for her. Gu Hushwan made his escape by taking advantage of the dark, fleeing through that secret passageway. Do you know Chang Wu? Sui placed Chang Wu's photo in front of Old G. Chang Wu, isn't he dead? Old G said in astonishment. This photo was freshly taken. Staring at Chang Wu's pockmarked face, Old G remarked, back then, Chang Wu was a Jing role actor at the UN Grand Theater, specializing in painted face roles. He was among the first to fall ill. Everyone thought he had died. What was Chang Wu's relationship with Gu Xinyue? Sui produced another photo, this time of Gu Xinyue. Gu Xinyue was Gu Hushwan's daughter, always the apple of his eye. At the time, someone saw Chang Wu meeting privately with Gu Xinyue. When Gu Hushwan found out, he even beat Chang Wu. Not long after that, the UN Grand Theater incident occurred. So many people died back then, everyone avoided the place like the plague. Sui pondered for a moment before asking, was there anyone else who liked Gu Xinyue, or someone who fancied Chang Wu? Old man Ji made a pained expression as he replied, how would I know about that? In those days, people were very subtle when it came to matters of love. Besides, I wasn't part of the UN Grand Theater troupe. These details are probably lost to history now. At that moment, Rongshui entered and handed him a piece of paper. It was the lip-reading expert's translation of the sentence Luo Wenqing had spoken. Your daughter has come back for you. The killer is in the mental hospital. Sui walked out of the interrogation room when Zhao Xiaoyang approached. Sui said, Officer Zhao, take me to the mental hospital. Alright, let's go. On the road, Zhao Xiaoyang focused on driving while Sui sat in the passenger seat and couldn't resist asking, Officer Zhao, aren't you curious about why I'm going to the psychiatric hospital? Zhao Xiaoyang shook his head and replied, isn't it just to catch the killer? By the way, let me remind you again, no hitting people. Sui nodded repeatedly and assured him, don't worry, Officer Zhao, I've realized my mistake. I won't hit anyone. When they arrived at the psychiatric hospital, 3 police cars were already parked outside. Officer Zhao remained in the car and said, since the killer could freely enter and exit the psychiatric hospital, we can rule out patients. The killer was familiar with Luo Wenqing's condition and used it to pass messages. Among all the caretakers, doctors, and support staff we investigated, one man stands out as a prime suspect. Luo Wenqing's case is very special. He could only remember words he heard within the past 2 hours and would keep repeating them. According to the surveillance footage, no one had actively spoken to him before his conversation with Chang Wu. But the hospital has blind spots in its surveillance. After comparing multiple camera angles, we found a man named Pang Yongda was in the same blind spot as Luo Wenqing for a full 5 minutes. Before entering the blind spot, the phrase Luo Wenqing kept repeating was, facing the sea, spring blossoms. After coming out, it changed to, your daughter has come back for you. At that moment, the police escorted a man out of the mental hospital. Sui's mind received a prompt from the system, and instantly, countless pieces of knowledge about piano playing became clear to him. The man was hunched over, his face covered in pustules just like Chang Wu's. Suddenly, Sui got out of the car and rushed forward. Sui, come back. Sui quickly ran over as 2 police officers blocked Pang Yongda. Pang Yongda raised his head to look at Sui, a puzzled expression in his eyes. Why did you kill Gu Chang? Sui stared into Pang Yongda's eyes with burning anger. The Gu family owes me a life. Pang Yongda was escorted into the police car and gradually taken away. Sui stood frozen in place as Officer Zhao approached and said, among the items sent back from abroad, we found a letter that reads, your father wants to see you. Chang Wu's birthday is May 18th. Gu Chang returned to China to meet his biological father. There's also a diary. The answers are inside.